In order to gather sufficient funds for his class change, Chu Sheng, having traversed into a martial world, sorrowfully sold the landlord's house. The good news is that he transitioned into an SSS-level profession. The bad news is that it is a lifestyle occupation. The mutated fruits he cultivated not only permanently enhance attributes, but also augment skill damage, elevating overall damage output. The ancestral bees he raised swarmed like an army, while the little spiders transformed into moving explosives. Do I truly need to personally slay monsters to level up? Apologies, but my army shares the experience with me. Chapter 1. Selling the house to afford the class change fee. Boss, how does it look? Are you certain you want to sell? Chu Sheng nodded, his face filled with reluctance as he gazed at the house. Alas, if it weren't for the class change, I would never wish to part with the only home my parents left me. Since arriving in this world, he had resided here, and to claim he felt no attachment would be a lie. However, to survive in this realm teeming with monsters, he had no choice but to grow stronger. For an ordinary person to gain strength, there exists but one pathway: the class change. Alas, in this world, such a transition is not without cost. Each aspirant must pay a hefty fee. Lacking funds, he could only set his sights on this house. In the eyes of that unscrupulous boss, Chu Sheng was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. In this world, who does not yearn to alter their fate through a class change? Yet how many succeed? Very well. I see you possess potential. I shall assist you. I will take this house and offer you 800,000. A house valued at over $1 million, sold for a mere 800,000. That is the price of the black market. Noticing Chu Sheng's evident distress, the black market boss hastily added, "My young friend, 800,000 is quite generous. If you were to sell it through proper channels, you might gain an extra 10 or 20,000, but by the time you sell it, who knows when that will be. Accepting this 800,000 now, you may easily transition into an A or S-level profession later and recoup your losses after exploring a few secret realms." Chu Sheng appeared troubled, yet ultimately gritted his teeth and nodded. "Fine, 800,000 it is. Haha, my young friend is decisive. Let's sign the contract now." Soon, the two signed the contract, and upon receiving the money, Chu Sheng smiled brightly, saying, "The house is now yours. I must proceed with my class change." Go on, go on." As he watched Chu Sheng depart, the unscrupulous boss reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs, and chuckled coldly. "Dream on, little brat. Do you think you are my son?" Today marks the last day for class changes. After selling the house, Chu Sheng hurried to the school to participate in the class change ceremony. "Host, I have sold my house. Are you certain I can truly transition into an SSS-level profession?" "Rest assured, the guarantee is absolute." "Good. Your words bring me great comfort." Since his arrival in this world, he had never utilized this system. According to its description, he could only use it after successfully changing classes. After paying the fee, Chu Sheng joined the throng heading to the square. The class change ceremony was held in the school square, where a massive class change stone monument stood tall in the center. As the ceremony commenced, students approached the class change stone monument one by one. Some appeared exhilarated, while others trembled with anxiety. "Lu Yao, A-level swordsman, combat profession." A middle-aged man's voice resonated across the square. The student who transitioned into a swordsman blushed with excitement, dancing with joy. "I have succeeded. I shall become the most powerful swordsman." Surrounding classmates cast envious and jealous glances. He was the only student to achieve an A-level combat profession thus far. Generally, class changes are categorized into 3 types: combat, support, and lifestyle. In the eyes of most, lifestyle professions are deemed the least valuable, while combat professions reign supreme. After 3 days, we finally have a promising candidate. I wonder if that group of old geezers at their school has any S-level profession students awakened. The principal of Yacheng High School, who had been observing every movement in the square, finally relaxed his furrowed brow. "Next," the middle-aged man called out again. In the next moment, the previously clear sky darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled overhead. An ice phoenix surged forth from the stone monument, soaring into the heavens. A bone-chilling cold enveloped the area, leaving students shivering in the square. An anomaly. This is an SSS-level profession. The middle-aged man gasped, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. With a resounding cry, the phoenix fully merged with the young girl, and the surroundings returned to normal. Instantly, all eyes were fixated on the girl, who donned a flowing white garment, gracefully swaying in the breeze, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, her pale visage exuding an air of frosty serenity. "He Ching, SSS-level Ice Phoenix, combat profession." At that moment, the principal laughed maniacally, disregarding his image, his voice brimming with pride and excitement. "Ha! I told you Yacheng High School is a land of dragons. How could we possibly go years without producing an S-level profession? Here it is." In a school, having a student transition into an A-level combat profession is already commendable. However, it has been ages since a student transitioned into an SSS-level combat profession in the entire city of Yacheng. The principal hurried to He Ching's side, grasping her hand and excitedly proclaiming, "Student He, I knew you were no ordinary individual. It is as I suspected." He Ching seemed quite averse to being touched, frowning slightly before gently withdrawing her hand. "The principal overestimates me. Come, I have something important to discuss with you," the principal said, leading He Ching away as the class change ceremony continued. The middle-aged man, having regained his composure from shock, called out, "Next." Chu Sheng slowly stepped onto the stage. Chu Sheng, the homeroom teacher, looked at him in astonishment. Given Chu Sheng's family circumstances, he shouldn't have been here. "Teacher, I sold my house and made some money. With your academic performance, there's no need to stubbornly pursue a class change. Becoming a teacher would also be a commendable choice. Why waste? Sigh, just do your best." The homeroom teacher let out a sigh, believing that Chu Sheng was merely squandering his money. He had witnessed far too many aspiring students, each harboring dreams of changing their destinies through job transitions. Yet how many could truly attain a suitable profession? Individuals like He Ching were so rare that one might not emerge from the entire Yaching city for decades. Even if one were to transition into a favorable occupation, the subsequent resources required for such a transition would amount to an astronomical sum. It was not just orphans who struggled. Even families of modest means would find it difficult to bear the costs. Wait a moment. Where did he acquire a house? Meanwhile, the unscrupulous landlord, who had been napping, was abruptly awakened by a series of loud knocks on the door. "You little brat, get out here immediately. The glass outside is covered in dust, and you still expect me to refund your deposit? There's no deposit, but you owe me $800 for cleaning. Otherwise, I'll cause a scene at your school." The unscrupulous landlord, filled with indignation, rose and flung open the door, bellowing, "Are you looking for trouble? How dare you come to my home and cause a ruckus?" The avaricious landlord was taken aback by the other party's audacity. He glanced up at the room number and, upon confirming its accuracy, regained his confidence. "This is my house, as clearly stated on the property deed, and at what point did it become yours?" Chapter 2. Dual Profession, yet alas, it is a life class. Standing before the stone monument, Chu Sheng felt an unsettling flutter in his chest. Despite the system's unequivocal assurance that he would transition to an SSS-level profession, a nagging anxiety lingered within him. The stakes were high. Should his profession fail to meet expectations, his very existence might hang in the balance. This was no jest. Lacking the means of self-defense, he could easily fall prey to the nefarious intentions of a ruthless employer. Drawing a deep breath, he gingerly placed his hand upon the transmutation stone. In an instant, the stone erupted with a brilliant radiance, and a cascade of mysterious light surged forth, coalescing in the heavens to form a celestial figure. This was yet another extraordinary phenomenon. A middle-aged man in the square widened his eyes in astonishment, his voice trembling as if he had witnessed the most astounding spectacle imaginable. The surrounding classmates were momentarily rendered speechless, still reeling from the earlier shock brought by He Ching, only to be met with yet another marvel. 2 SSS-level professions emerging in a single day from Yinqing No. 8 High School was nothing short of miraculous. Damn it, the competition was fierce. And here was this fellow also awakening to an SSS-level profession. Why was it him and not me? What made him deserving of such fortune? Was it merely because my adoptive father was handsome, well-built, and not balding? Adoptive father, take me to the beginner's secret realm in a week. Never before had there been one as brazen as you. Adoptive father, take your wayward son along. The principal, initially poised to depart, abruptly halted, as if pinned to the ground. Good heavens, another student with an SSS-level profession. Hope burgeoned for Yinqing No. 8 High School. Just as everyone anticipated that Chu Sheng would soar to greatness like He Ching, the celestial figure finally took shape in the sky, revealing a being adorned in a straw hat and wielding a hoe. Wait, something felt amiss. It appeared that our esteemed adoptive father might have encountered an unfortunate fate. Was it customary for a legitimate combat profession to manifest in such a form? No, this was decidedly peculiar, exceedingly peculiar. It resembled a life-class profession, indeed. The middle-aged man glanced at the information displayed on the stone monument, his discomfort palpable, as if he had swallowed a fly. Chu Sheng, SSS-level Shenong, life-class profession. A life-class profession? It was even inferior to auxiliary professions. To transition to an SSS-level profession, only to discover it was a life class? The once vibrant atmosphere in the square abruptly stilled, followed by an eruption of raucous laughter. Impressive, an SSS-level profession, and you end up with a life class? Truly remarkable. A life class profession, not even worthy of a dog. I always said, those who are ugly, poorly built, and balding could never possess such luck. The first to claim an adoptive father was none other than you, kid. Whispers and jeers filled the air as Chu Sheng stood there, utterly bewildered. Where was the promised SSS-level profession? Indeed, it was an SSS-level profession, yet not one of combat. It was the weakest of life-class professions. Oh, the irony was staggering. Before Chu Sheng could articulate his thoughts, the stone monument exhibited yet another anomaly. Once again, a cascade of mysterious light burst forth, soaring into the sky. In the square, The previously unrestrained laughter came to an abrupt halt at the sight of the monument's renewed brilliance. From the depths of despair, a glimmer of hope ignited within Chu Sheng. System, I knew you wouldn't let me down. The legendary dual profession. The middle-aged man could hardly believe his eyes. Typically, a transmuter would only take on a single profession. It was exceedingly rare for anyone to acquire two. Only 2 recorded instances existed in this world. To think that Chu Sheng had such extraordinary luck, achieving a dual profession. Adoptive father, while others may doubt you, you have proven your worth. The second profession was also SSS level. Even if it were auxiliary, it would surely elevate him. The crowd's gaze was riveted upon the sky, the atmosphere charged with tension. Chu Sheng's heart raced, his hands instinctively clenched, his eyes unblinking as he fixated on the celestial figure that gradually took form, filled with anticipation. In the blink of an eye, the figure solidified, revealing an image of a shepherd leading a cow. Clad in coarse linen, with a straw hat atop his head, he held the reins of a robust water buffalo. His demeanor endearingly innocent. Yet, this hardly resembled the manifestation of a combat profession. The crowd, once holding their breath in anticipation, erupted into chaos. What on earth was this? Could it be that the second profession was also a life class? Chu Sheng instinctively glanced at the middle-aged man beside him, who stood frozen in disbelief. Finally uttering, Chu Sheng, SSS-level pastoral deity, life class profession. Laughter erupted once more in the square, drowning Chu Sheng in a sea of mockery. 2 life class SSS-level professions? This was hardly better than a C-level combat profession. An adoptive father? You have truly become a laughingstock. Alas, while others may doubt you, you too have failed to rise to the occasion. Your adoptive father has departed. A dual profession, both SSS level and both life classes. The odds were astoundingly slim. Yet here it was, manifesting in Chu Sheng. With a heavy heart, he resigned himself to his fate. Chu Sheng felt a dull throb in his head as the flicker of hope extinguished. System, are you playing with me? Host, why not just acknowledge that it is an SSS-level profession? I even gifted you an additional one. Thank you very much for gifting me 2 life class professions. With a weary expression, Chu Sheng made his way off the stage, the echoes of his classmates' taunts ringing in his ears. Originally, he had planned to transition into an SSS-level combat profession, attracting invitations from various factions. While not every night would include a stay at a 5-star hotel, at least he would have a villa to call home. Now, it seemed he would be sleeping beneath a bridge tonight. Rest assured, host, the system is now operational. Given that this is your first use and considering your profession, the system will grant you access to a secret realm. Chu Sheng halted, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. A secret realm? What kind of secret realm? It wouldn't be one of those rundown places devoid of anything, would it? Host, this secret realm aligns perfectly with your Shinnong and pastoral deity professions. If you can develop it wisely, you are sure to reap substantial rewards. Well, at least you possess some semblance of conscience. Chu Sheng intended to leave the school and find a quiet spot to thoroughly examine his profession and the system's mention of the secret realm. Unfortunately, before he could set off, the principal summoned him. Chapter 3, Cultivating Mutant Tomatoes. Chu Sheng and He Qingqing followed the principal into his office. Classmates Chu and He began, you are likely aware that Yinqing No. 8 High School has consistently ranked at the bottom in martial examinations. Consequently, I have been unable to eat or sleep peacefully. Fortunately, this year, fortune has smiled upon us, bringing forth 2 exceptional students such as yourselves. This year, Yinqing No. 8 High School will undoubtedly emerge victorious in the martial examinations. Standing in the center of the office, the principal clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze brimming with expectation and determination. After an impassioned speech, he approached Chu Sheng and He Qingqing, gently patting their shoulders. In a week, during the exploration of the beginner's secret realm held by various schools in Yinqing, I hope you will both achieve a breakthrough to level 10. Rest assured, the school will provide unwavering support. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Chu Sheng straightened his back, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he regarded the principal. As students, it is our duty to uphold the school's honor. We should not need to voice any demands. However, he hesitated, a trace of concern etching his features. Given that both He Qingqing and I are newcomers, we lack the funds to procure weapons for self-defense. If something were to happen, and He Qingqing were to perish at the hands of a monster, it would be a tremendous disgrace for our school. It would be utterly absurd for a newly transitioned SSS-level professional, yet to showcase their potential, to perish within a beginner's secret realm. Such news would undoubtedly provoke derision. The principal, upon hearing this, paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. You, my boy, are quite the considerate one. However, rest assured, since the school has placed its hopes upon you, it will certainly ensure your safety. Having said that, the principal retrieved 2 white jade pendants from the safe behind him. This elementary secret realm was crafted by our esteemed human experts. As long as you wear these pendants, should you suffer a fatal injury within, you will be teleported out. The principal, truly deserving of his position, is commendably considerate of his students. He shall undoubtedly ascend to the role of director of the Education Bureau in Cliff City one day. With a beaming smile, Chu Sheng accepted the pendants. Oh, you flatter me, you flatter me. The future is yours. The principal patted Chu Sheng on the shoulder, his expression still radiant with delight. Initially, he had not held much faith in Chu Sheng, but now it appeared that he indeed possessed considerable potential. For safety's sake, you two shall form a team. At that time, you are tasked with overcoming all the magical creatures within the elementary secret realm. Chu Sheng wholeheartedly agreed, raising both hands and feet in assent. For his combat prowess was quite lacking, or rather, non-existent. If he could latch onto the formidable He-Ching-Ching, wouldn't he soar to great heights? He-Ching-Ching, however, seemed quite displeased with the glib-tongued Chu Sheng, regarding him with an icy gaze. Principal, I dislike teaming up with others. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. She accepted the pendant handed to her by the principal and exited the office. Chu Sheng watched her retreating figure, awkwardly scratching his head, and turned to the principal with an apologetic grin. Principal, such talented individuals tend to be a bit proud. I hope you can be understanding. You rascal. Do you think the principal is so petty? Nevertheless, you must think of a way to persuade her to agree to team up, the principal advised earnestly. All right then. I'll take my leave, principal. Go on. After leaving the principal's office, Chu Sheng hurriedly sought out an unoccupied place. At last, he could venture into the secret realm bestowed by the system. With a thought, his figure vanished in an instant, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in an extraordinary space. Observing the surroundings, Chu Sheng chuckled. Indeed, whether here or elsewhere, inexpensive things are seldom of good quality. This secret realm spanned merely 100 acres, devoid of any vegetation, presenting only barren land, with the sole surprise being a small lake. Finding little of interest in the secret realm, Chu Sheng decided to inspect his attributes. Name, Chu Sheng. Occupation, divine farmer, pastoral deity. Level, 1000. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Mentality, 5. Occupational talent, 100 success in planting any crop, with a 1 chance of mutation. Occupational talent, 100 success in raising any creature, with a 1 chance of reversion. Skill, instant planting, instant harvest. Skill, affinity with all creatures, passive, can raise all juvenile creatures, level cannot exceed his own by more than 10 levels. Upon reviewing this foundational information, Chu Sheng initially felt a twinge of disappointment, but his spirits were instantly lifted upon noticing the 2 occupational talents. These talents appeared to hold significant promise. A 1 chance of mutation, did that not imply he might cultivate rare crops? It is well known that certain rare crops not only provide attribute bonuses, but can also permanently enhance foundational attributes. As for the pastoral deity's talent, it was even more formidable. A 1 chance of reversion signified that he could potentially raise exceptionally fierce creatures. What else more? This occupational talent would improve in probability as he leveled up. Now, what sort of system is this? Chu Sheng summoned the system, which presented only 2 buttons, store and sell. The store offered a dazzling array of seeds and juvenile creatures, yet purchasing required sufficient spirit coins, some of which also had level restrictions. Meanwhile, the selling interface was utterly bare. Are you kidding me? How can I buy anything without money? Ding. This week's tasks have officially begun. Please complete them in a timely manner. With a thought, the task interface materialized before him. This week's tasks. 1. Plant at least 1 mutated crop within the secret realm. Reward, 500 spirit coins. 2. Raise a reverted creature. Reward, 1,000 spirit coins. Note, only 1 task may be selected. Failure will result in the erasure of the corresponding occupation, and refusal will lead to the erasure of all occupations. This system is rather ruthless, I assent it. It's practically forcing me to take a gamble, Chu Sheng muttered, while rapidly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. The higher the reward, the greater the difficulty. And who knows what pitfalls this wretched system has in store for me. Planting a mutated crop, while a 1 chance may not seem high, is relatively straightforward. On the other hand, raising a reverted creature, also at a 1 chance, involves a far more intricate process. One must consider the creature's habits and constantly monitor its condition, lest all efforts be in vain. Never mind, I'll opt for planting a mutated crop, at least it's simpler to execute. Gritting his teeth, Chu Sheng made his decision. Upon accepting the first task, a small bag of tomato seeds appeared in his hand. He approached the lakeside and utilized the instant planting skill to sow the seeds in one go. Instantly, a flurry of experience 10 notifications erupted. The seeds underwent a remarkable transformation. No sooner had they been sown than tender green sprouts burst forth from the earth, growing rapidly. Wow, they've sprouted already? Chu Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the swiftly growing tomato plants. At this rate, they might bear fruit by the next day. Indeed, after spending a night in the secret realm, he awoke the following morning, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and the sight before him instantly jolted him awake. What was once barren land was now a vibrant expanse of tomato vines, laden with bright red tomatoes that shimmered invitingly in the sunlight. Are they ripe already? Chu Sheng marveled as he hurried to the tomato vines, scrutinizing the fruits closely. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to an exceptionally vivid tomato. Its hue was deeper than the others, a rich purple, and its surface glimmered with an unusual luster, as if it harbored some mysterious power. Could this be the mutated tomato? A surge of excitement coursed through Chu Sheng as he carefully plucked the tomato from the vine. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully planting a mutated tomato. Task complete. 500 spirit coins have been awarded. Chu Sheng promptly employed the instant harvest skill. Once again, a flurry of experience 10 notifications appeared, and at that moment, his level ascended to 2. While others were still awaiting their turn to enter the elementary secret realm, 7 days, hence to slay magical beasts and level up. He had already surged ahead to level 2 through planting and harvesting. What delighted him even more was that among the tomatoes, there were a total of 10 mutated tomatoes. He wondered what effects consuming such a mutated tomato would yield. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Sheng grasped a mutated tomato and took a hearty bite. Chapter 4. The surprise from the little tomato. As he bit down, a rich and peculiar flavor unfurled in his mouth, swiftly followed by a warm sensation radiating from his stomach throughout his entire body. Chu Sheng closed his eyes, carefully attuning to the changes within himself. When he opened his eyes again, they sparkled with astonishment. This mutated tomato had permanently increased his strength by 1 point. He could distinctly feel his strength had grown significantly. Name: Chu Sheng. Occupation: Divine Farmer, Pastoral Deity. Level: 2, 3306. Strength: 9. Agility: 8. Mentality: 8. Occupational talent: 100 success in planting any crop. With a 2 chance of mutation. Occupational talent: 100 success in raising any creature, with a 2 chance of reversion. Skill: Instant planting, instant harvest. Skill: Affinity with all living beings, passive, can raise all juvenile creatures, level cannot exceed 10 levels above oneself. Generally speaking, with each advancement in profession level, the foundational attributes also see an enhancement, albeit the extent varies across different professions. For a typical warrior, the most significant increase is seen in strength, while for an assassin-type warrior, agility reigns supreme, and for mages, it is spirit. Auxiliary professions see a lesser enhancement in their foundational attributes, with life-oriented professions receiving the least. In Chu Sheng's case, with his current profession, a level up only grants him an increase of 3 points in strength, agility, and spirit. However, upon consuming a mutated tomato, he was unexpectedly bestowed with an additional point of permanent strength, eliciting great excitement within him. Truly, the mutated tomato is a treasure. If only he could acquire more, his prowess would surely soar. Without hesitation, Chu Sheng devoured the remaining 9 mutated tomatoes, causing his strength to surge to 18 points. He wondered what effects a regular tomato might yield. Picking one up, he took a bite, and the sweet juice burst forth in his mouth, delightful indeed, yet devoid of the warm flow and strength-enhancing sensation provided by the mutated tomato. Nonetheless, he could sense an unusual change in his body, distinctly aware of the growth in his strength. Upon checking his attributes, he noted that the strength section displayed strength 19, 1 point effective for 1 hour. After consuming a dozen regular tomatoes, Chu Sheng finally grasped the distinction between the two. While both can augment strength by 1 point, the regular tomato's effect is time-limited, lasting merely 1 hour, and can only enhance strength by a maximum of 10 points during that period, with the primary secret realm set to open in a few days. Gaining this 10-point strength boost is invaluable for newcomers. System: I wish to sell these remaining tomatoes. The system sales interface is connected to an external online shopping mall. The goods sold will be compensated in spirit coins, with a 10 transaction fee. If there are no objections, please confirm the listing. Spirit coins are indeed a wondrous currency. Having completed this week's tasks, earning them through tasks would require waiting until next week. Now, he can simply sell tomatoes to earn them. How could he not be thrilled? Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "No objections, system. Hasten to assist me in selling these tomatoes." The sales interface displayed Chu Sheng's ordinary tomatoes neatly arranged, each labeled with a clear price of 5 spirit coins. Accompanying them was an effect description. Here, it shows spirit coins, while it should display money externally. But never mind that. With 500 spirit coins in hand, it's time to explore the marketplace. Filled with anticipation, Chu Sheng opened the system's small interface again, his target clear: tomato seeds. A bag of seeds costs 100 spirit coins, a reasonable price. It's time to test the effects of breeding as well. With the remaining 400 spirit coins, he planned to purchase some juvenile creatures for raising. However, aside from the relatively inexpensive common chickens, ducks, dogs, and pigs, the rare creatures in the mall are prohibitively expensive. His 400 spirit coins would scarcely cover it. Presently, his breeding talent only has a 2 chance of yielding a retrogression phenomenon. Buying a single creature would be a poor investment. Selling offspring would greatly increase the chances of retrogression. Realizing this, Chu Sheng swiftly set his sights on a queen bee. Priced at 300 spirit coins, which he deemed acceptable, especially since successful breeding would yield honey. With the remaining 100 spirit coins, he purchased 2 lychee trees, likewise planted beside the lake. As for the queen bee, complete with a hive and 10 worker bees, he hung them on the lychee trees. The tomato seeds were instantly planted once more. Now, All that remained was to await the harvest. Meanwhile, the sale of ordinary tomatoes by Chu Sheng had stirred a small commotion in the outside world. In the online shopping mall, his ordinary tomatoes, thanks to their unique effects, caught the attention of many newcomers. For those about to enter the primary secret realm, longing for an extra layer of assurance, these ordinary tomatoes were undoubtedly an excellent choice. Inside the He family villa, Hiao sat on the lavish sofa in the living room, his expression stern as he gazed at the exquisite packaging of the tomatoes before him. He had just consumed one and found it indeed aligned with the description, capable of enhancing strength by 1 point within an hour. While this bore little significance for him, it held extraordinary potential for his daughter, He Qingqing, who was soon to enter the primary dungeon. "Dad, did you call for me?" He Qingqing's crisp voice rang out, her demeanor cold even towards her father. Hiao gestured for her to sit down, then pushed the box of tomatoes towards her. "Qingqing, take a look at this. I don't like tomatoes. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to my room. These tomatoes are not ordinary. Consuming one can enhance your strength by 1 point for an hour, with a maximum of 10 points within that time frame. With such tomatoes, you might just break the record in the cliff city of the primary secret realm." He Qingqing's foot halted mid-step, a glimmer of surprise flickering in her usually icy eyes as she redirected her gaze toward the box of tomatoes. "I've already tried it. There are no adverse effects. It must have been cultivated by someone of exceptional skill in the planting profession." He Qingqing nodded slightly, fully aware her father wouldn't jest about such matters. She took the box of tomatoes, yet inexplicably, the figure of Chu Sheng surfaced in her mind. A planting profession? Wasn't that guy also a farmer who had transitioned into a planting-related profession? Yet, she mused, he hardly seemed like the sort capable of growing such extraordinary tomatoes. She gently shook her head, trying to rid her mind of his image. "Dad, I understand. I will make good use of them." He Qingqing's voice returned to its usual coldness. Once she retreated to her room, Hiao immediately summoned the butler. "Lin Bo for the time being. Keep an eye on that vendor selling tomatoes. If he continues to sell, purchase all of them, and see if you can establish contact." "Understood, Mr. He." Lin Bo acknowledged and departed, leaving Hiao alone on the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, a contemplative look in his eyes. Who could this vendor of miraculous tomatoes be? If he could forge a connection with him, it might prove to be a significant boon for the He family. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Chu Sheng remained cocooned in slumber, hesitant to venture outside for fear of being exposed. However, this time he had suspended a simple hammock between two lychee trees. As he slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, a sudden jolt surged through him, and he sprang upright from the hammock, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. He found several humanoid creatures standing beside him. Chu Sheng swallowed hard. Were they monsters? Chapter 5. The Retrogressive Killer Bees. Chu Sheng's eyes widened as he stared intently at the 5 peculiar humanoid beings before him. Their forms resembled bees, yet unlike the diminutive ones, these stood at a size comparable to adults, walking upright with tails trailing behind them. Realizing, he understood that these must be the offspring of the queen bee from the previous day. Looking up, he confirmed that the once fist-sized hive had now grown to nearly half a meter in size. Beneath it, 2 massive bee pupae writhed incessantly. With a pop, another humanoid bee emerged from one of the pupae, shaking off the viscous liquid covering its body. Its compound eyes glinted with a fierce light. And after exchanging glances with the other giant bees, it began to patrol the vicinity. He contemplated the possibility of individual atavistic phenomena emerging among the bees. Yet he could never have anticipated such an exaggerated transformation into these terrifying humanoid forms. Fortunately, these bees exhibited absolute obedience towards him and posed no threat whatsoever. Upon grasping the situation, Chu Sheng, who had initially been on the brink of anxiety, gradually felt his spirits lift, soon giving way to a surge of exhilaration. These monstrous beings are completely subservient to me. My combat prowess may be lacking, but perhaps I can cultivate them into formidable allies. With this thought in mind, Chu Sheng focused his intent, and in an instant, 6 humanoid bees flew towards him with remarkable speed, kneeling beside him, awaiting his command. Fixing his gaze upon one of them, information regarding the humanoid bee materialized before his eyes. Monster, murderous bee, atavistic. Level, 1. Strength, 3. Agility, 8. Spirit, 0. The other 5 bore similar attributes. Although they were all at level 1, their potential was boundless. After this night, Chu Sheng's own level had risen from 2 to 3. In addition to his foundational attributes and the evolution of his talents, the shepherd profession had also granted him 2 additional skills. Skills, affinity with all living beings, passive. Capable of nurturing all juvenile creatures, level cannot exceed his own by more than 10. Experience sharing, vision sharing, auditory sharing. It seems I must devise a comprehensive plan to expedite your growth, Chu Sheng murmured softly. To elevate the murderous bees levels, one must venture into the secret realms to hunt monsters for experience. However, as a newcomer, he currently lacked the qualifications to enter such domains. The experience sharing skill meant that whatever experience they gained would be mirrored in his own, rather than vice versa. Thus, the path to their level advancement was currently obstructed. Nevertheless, While their levels may stagnate, their strength could still be augmented. The tomato seeds he had sown the previous day had matured, yielding a harvest significantly larger than before. Moreover, due to the enhancement of his talents, this batch included a considerable number of mutated tomatoes. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Sheng activated his instant harvest ability. As he gazed upon the mountainous pile of tomatoes, including dozens of purple variants, a smile crept across his face. Crunch. One after another, he devoured the purple mutated tomatoes, the exquisite flavor exploding within his mouth, while a surge of power coursed through him. It wasn't until he had consumed nearly 20 of the mutated tomatoes that the increase in strength began to taper off. Initially, a single mutated tomato could confer a small but permanent boost in strength. Now, it required 2 to yield a slight enhancement, and ultimately, 3 to achieve the same result. The effectiveness of these mutated tomatoes in augmenting his strength had diminished significantly. Should he continue at this rate, the cost-benefit ratio would be too low. He had anticipated a degree of resistance, yet the speed at which it manifested took him by surprise. Presently, his strength had escalated to a staggering 51 points, surpassing even the typical strength of a level 6 warrior. With 24 mutated tomatoes remaining, he distributed them among the 6 atavistic murderous bees beside him. In that moment, their strength experienced a modest increase. The murderous bees still needed to bolster their power. It appeared that further cultivation of tomatoes was in order. The 2 lychee trees were growing at a slower pace than the tomatoes, currently showing no signs of flowering. Although honey had begun to accumulate in the hive, Chu Sheng was not yet inclined to harvest it. As for the ordinary tomatoes, they held little use for him at present. He intended to sell them off while checking the sales status of yesterday's tomatoes. With this thought, Chu Sheng promptly opened the system to review the selling information. The moment he opened it, a flurry of data flooded his vision, detailing the sales of yesterday's tomatoes. Indeed, although the strength boost was minimal, the impending opening of the beginner's secret realm had piqued the interest of newcomers eager to elevate their levels. I seem to have caught the wave at just the right moment. After deducting the transaction fees, he netted a profit of 760 spirit coins from this venture. Subsequently, he relisted the ordinary tomatoes he had harvested today, this batch being double the quantity of the first. Just as he was closing the sales interface to check the marketplace, a stream of sales notifications began to roll in. This is quite astonishing. As the ordinary tomatoes continued to sell, the digits in his spirit coin account surged rapidly. From listing to complete sellout, the entire process took less than a minute. After deducting the fees, his spirit coins had reached a total of 2,275. It seems there is a significant market for tomatoes. I must expand my cultivation scale. Initially, he had planned to plant only 2 bags, but witnessing the frenzy, Chu Sheng immediately spent 1,000 spirit coins to purchase 10 bags. Furthermore, he acquired a bag of blueberry seeds, a bag of strawberry seeds, and a bag of cherry seeds, intending to diversify his planting varieties. If mutated tomatoes could provide him with permanent strength, could these fruits perhaps bestow other unique attributes? Chu Sheng was uncertain of their effects, so he decided to purchase 1 bag of each to experiment. Among them, the blueberry and strawberry seeds were the most expensive, each bag costing 500 spirit coins, while cherries were merely 200 spirit coins. Once a burgeoning small fortune, after these purchases, Chu Sheng found himself with a mere 75 spirit coins left. As for breeding creatures, he decided to put that on hold. Not only did he already have the murderous bees to tend to, but his funds were also severely depleted. I hope you all prove worthy of your value. With 13 bags of seeds in hand, Chu Sheng headed to the planting area. In an instant, tender shoots broke through the soil, rapidly growing, and the planting zone flourished with vitality. As he gazed at the robust crops before him, anticipation filled his heart. Chapter 6. Proceeding to participate in the initial secret realm trial. 5 days swiftly passed, and during this time, the outside world was abuzz with activity. Various factions were in search of a master in the planting profession. This master was selling tomatoes that not only provided a temporary boost in strength, but also exquisite mutated tomatoes that offered permanent enhancements. Such mutated tomatoes were alluring not only to newcomers, but even to seasoned warriors, who found themselves intrigued by their effects. However, this master consistently offered only a limited quantity of the prized mutated tomatoes. In addition to tomatoes, he also sold strawberries, blueberries, and cherries. A single ordinary cherry could grant the consumer a temporary boost of 1 in agility for an hour, while a mutated cherry could provide a permanent enhancement of 1 agility point. Blueberries offered a boost in spirit, with the ordinary variant providing a temporary increase of 1 for an hour, and the mutated variant offering a permanent enhancement. Most fearsome of all were the strawberries. When consumed, they could increase fire attribute damage by 10 for an hour, while the mutated variant could boost it to 30. This was akin to granting a cheat to fire attribute practitioners. Some teams preparing to explore the secret realms were even willing to pay exorbitant prices for such strawberries. Yet no matter how persistently they reached out, the master never responded. The timing of his listings was also unpredictable, sometimes appearing in the dead of night, and other times at the crack of dawn, leaving people bewildered, left with no choice. Those in need of his products could only wait in vain. That master, of course, was Chu Sheng. As for why he occasionally listed items in the dead of night, it was merely due to his insomnia, as the hammock he slept in was far from comfortable. To alleviate his boredom, Chu Sheng took to listing items in the wee hours. Over these past few days, he had come to understand that many were eagerly awaiting his products in the outside world, ensuring that even in the middle of the night, his goods would sell out rapidly. To reward those who stayed up with him, he made it a point to offer only the finest items during those late-night listings. One could say that securing a purchase was akin to striking gold, as even reselling could yield a handsome profit. It is time to venture out. I wonder if that unscrupulous boss has forgotten the 800,000 I swindled from him. There is still a bit of money left in my account. After completing the preliminary trial in the secret realm, I must purchase a better tent, for sleeping in this hammock is exceedingly uncomfortable. Chu Sheng rubbed his sore shoulders. Name, Chu Sheng. Occupation, Shinome, Pastor of Beasts. Level, 9, 6830. Strength, 82. Agility, 75. Spirit, 90. Occupational talent, 100. Success in planting any crop, with a 9 chance of mutation. Occupational talent, 100. Success in raising any creature, with a 9 chance of reversion. Skills, instant planting, instant harvest, plant control. Skills, affinity for all creatures, passive, capable of raising all juvenile creatures. Level cannot exceed owned by 10 levels. Experience sharing, vision sharing, hearing sharing. Although he is currently only at level 9, his attributes are extraordinarily formidable. It is likely that even level 15 combat professionals may not possess higher attributes than his. As for the reverted killer bees, their number has increased from 6 to 10. This figure could have been higher. But ever since a black pupa appeared on the 3rd day, these reverted killer bees have ceased to emerge. The reverted killer bees within that black pupa are still in the process of hatching and have yet to emerge. Nevertheless, these 10 reverted killer bees possess remarkably terrifying stats. Monster, killer bee, reverted. Level, 1. Strength, 33. Agility, 50. Spirit, 24. I am uncertain what challenges await me in the preliminary secret realm. However, with these 10 reverted killer bees by my side, I should be able to handle most situations with ease, Chu Sheng pondered. In a flash, he vanished from the secret realm and returned to the real world. Today marks the commencement of the preliminary secret realm, where all newly awakened professionals will, under the arrangements of their respective schools, proceed to the designated location to partake in the trial. This event will last for 5 days. These 5 days are crucial for determining their eligibility for admission into higher educational institutions. Certain prestigious academies impose strict criteria concerning the levels of new entrants. The higher the level, the greater the opportunity to enter esteemed institutions. Accompanied by students from Yacheng No. 8 High School, Chu Sheng boarded the bus bound for the initial secret realm, alongside the principal of the school. Recently, the principal has been basking in glory, frequently inviting principals from other high schools to gather, incessantly mentioning that Yacheng No. 8 has produced 2 students with SSS-level occupations. Consequently, other school principals have begun to refrain from appearing this year, not to mention a mere preliminary secret realm. But the entire Linlang province martial arts examination will undoubtedly be dominated by Yacheng No. 8. The principal laughed heartily, his face aglow with pride. Others may be unaware of He Qingqing's background, but he certainly is not. Recently, the news has been abuzz, with the He family reportedly purchasing countless blueberries that enhance spirit. They are acquiring these permanently spirit-boosting blueberries at prices 5 times the original. He Qingqing's SSS-level White Phoenix leans towards ice magic. And the most crucial element for a mage is indeed spirit points. The higher the spirit points, the greater the damage dealt by their skills. Although He Qingqing currently appears to be at level 1, her spiritual prowess is unmatched among newcomers in Yacheng. The principal secretly calculated in his mind, while maintaining a smug smile on his face. Turning his gaze towards Chu Sheng, who is also an SSS-level professional, he could only shake his head in resignation. This fellow seems as though he hasn't had a good night's sleep in days, as he fell asleep upon boarding the bus. He should at least wake up and engage in conversation with He Qingqing to foster some camaraderie. Perhaps they could even form a team. The bus moved slowly, the scenery outside the window changing rapidly, and soon they arrived at their destination. Students and principals from 9 other high schools had been waiting for some time. As soon as the principal of Yacheng No. 8 disembarked, he hurried over to the other 9 principals, exclaiming, "Ha, my friends, I've brought along my 2 SSS-level students. Alas, it's quite bothersome. I can't teach them at all now that they've transitioned into SSS-level professionals." Although the principal feigned annoyance, his beaming expression clearly betrayed his immense pride. The other 9 principals wore grim expressions, suspecting that he had deliberately slowed the bus's journey to make a grand entrance when everyone was gathered. How infuriating. Why hasn't my school produced an SSS-level professional? Why aren't those 2 students from my school? Though they maintained a facade of calm, their hearts raged. Not to mention that one of the SSS-level professionals is the He family's young lady, He Qingqing. You haven't met her yet, have you? Come, let me introduce you. The principal of Yacheng No. 8 attempted to summon Chu Sheng and He Qingqing. There's no need for that. It's time for the students to enter the secret realm. Yes, Yes, let the students in quickly, and we can enjoy some tea. They joked, for since Yacheng number 8 produced 2 SSS-level professionals. News of Chu Sheng and He Qingqing had already been thoroughly investigated by various factions. They did not wish to be used by the principal to boast any longer, hastily interrupting him and urging the students to enter the secret realm. Well then, let's brew some tea and have a good chat. The other 9 principals immediately felt an ominous premonition. Chapter 7. Lying down to gain experience. The students formed a queue, resembling a long, winding dragon, entering the entrance of the secret realm in single file. He Qingqing happened to be beside Chu Sheng. She remained aloof, her expression betraying no hint of emotion, as if the vibrant atmosphere and the anticipation of the crowd were entirely irrelevant to her. Chu Sheng understood her temperament and thus refrained from engaging her in conversation. To his surprise, He Qingqing suddenly spoke to him, her voice icy. Your future in this profession is equally boundless. I understand the principal's intentions, but I must apologize. I do not wish to team up with others, as it would hinder my leveling speed. Consider this box of tomatoes as a token of apology. With that, He Qingqing produced a beautifully packaged box of tomatoes from her storage space, the very ordinary tomatoes that Chu Sheng had been selling. The principal's intention was undoubtedly for He Qingqing to take Chu Sheng under her wing, considering he was also a dual SSS-level professional. Though he was a lifestyle player and his leveling was somewhat slow, his potential should not be underestimated. He Qingqing's nature was such that she preferred not to collaborate with others, especially when such collaboration could impede her progress. Chu Sheng smiled nonchalantly. Everyone has their own choices. Yours is not wrong. As for this token of apology, it hardly qualifies as such. Besides, I've been consuming quite a lot of tomatoes lately, and the sight of them is starting to make me feel queasy. This was no exaggeration. Over the past few days, he had consumed enough tomatoes to rival the total he had eaten in his entire life. These were the little tomatoes that could enhance strength by 1 point within an hour. Their dialogue immediately attracted the attention of those around them, one of whom recognized these as the recently popular little tomatoes. This fellow is truly a fool who cannot recognize quality. How could he overlook such a treasure? Alas, he is truly unfortunate to miss this opportunity. The murmurs of the crowd were rife with unbridled mockery and disdain. He Qingqing maintained her indifferent demeanor, gently retracting the box of tomatoes back into her storage space. If that is your choice, then so be it, she said coolly, falling silent once more as her gaze returned to the entrance of the secret realm. As the queue advanced, Chu Sheng finally stepped into the secret realm. In an instant, the scene before him transformed. The original entrance vanished without a trace, replaced by a dense thicket of foliage. It appeared to be a random teleportation. Surrounding Chu Sheng, towering trees reached skyward, leaving no other features in sight. Occasionally, the distant growls of magical beasts echoed from the depths of the forest. In the preliminary trial of the secret realm, to ensure the safety of newcomers, the magical creatures within were capped at level 10. As long as the students proceeded cautiously and refrained from recklessly venturing into perilous areas, they would generally be safe from mortal danger. Engaging in combat with these creatures was out of the question. After all, my profession is merely that of a gatherer, Chu Sheng murmured to himself. And with a decisive command, he summoned forth the 10 ancestral killer bees residing in his secret realm. Upon receiving their order, they swiftly dispersed into the surroundings. To further ensure his safety, Chu Sheng also summoned 30 ordinary killer bees to monitor everything within 100 meters of him. Any movement or disturbance would be clearly conveyed to him through shared vision. Well then, it's time to find a spot for a good nap. Chu Sheng stretched lazily, feeling no sense of urgency despite being in the secret realm trial. Meanwhile, the ancestral killer bees had already begun their mission, mercilessly slaying any magical creatures they encountered without hesitation. Although they were only level 1, their foundational attributes far surpassed those of the local creatures. Even against level 10 beasts, they could still prevail. Killed a level 1 wild monkey, experience 10. Killed a level 3 magic wolf, experience 30. Killed a level 5 venomous snake, experience 50. Killed a level 6 magic rabbit, experience 60. A series of kill notifications flashed before Chu Sheng's eyes as he reclined comfortably in a makeshift hammock, hands cradling his head. A blade of grass clutched between his lips, basking in relaxation. The 30 ordinary killer bees circled around him like loyal sentinels, while the 10 ancestral bees flitted through the underbrush, leaving fallen magical creatures in their wake. Although the experience gained was not as rapid as that from his farming endeavors, it was still satisfactory, and the fact that these 10 ancestral bees could level up through their hunts was a delightful bonus. As he observed the continuously refreshing notifications of kills, Chu Sheng's mood brightened further. Instead of toiling through battles, experience points fell like snowflakes around him. At last, he grasped the joys of being a summoner. Just as Chu Sheng was reveling in this leisurely and gratifying leveling experience, 3 figures suddenly intruded upon his vision. Through the shared sight of the killer bees, he noted the trio hastily approaching, their expressions fraught with anxiety as they occasionally glanced over their shoulders, as if something terrifying were pursuing them. What bad luck, only just teleported in and already encountering a level 6 magical beast. What should we do? That beast seems to be right behind us. Perhaps we should confront it together? Confront it? We're all level 1. Forget about battling a level 6 creature. Even a level 2 beast would be a struggle. Their voices were thick with urgency and fear, dreading the moment the beast might appear behind them. At that moment, the magical beast finally came into view. A level 6 bloodthirsty magic boar, its tusks sharp as daggers. I wonder if my current strength is sufficient to slay this bloodthirsty magic boar. Initially reluctant to interfere, Chu Sheng suddenly felt an urge to test his own power. He only knew that his strength had surged dramatically, yet he had yet to ascertain its true effects. Perhaps this bloodthirsty magic boar would serve as an excellent test subject. Soon, the trio appeared before Chu Sheng. One of them, his eyes flashing with malice, conferred briefly with the others before stepping forward to address Chu Sheng. Brother, could you assist us with a task? Chu Sheng raised his gaze, his expression calm as he regarded the speaker, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, tinged with indifference. Oh, what task might that be? The man quickly replied, a friend of ours is approaching from behind. Could you wait here and inform him of our direction once he arrives? I may not be well read, but don't try to deceive me. Your disheveled appearance suggests you are being pursued by some magical beast. The man's thoughts were laid bare by Chu Sheng's words. Momentary panic flitting across his face before he regained his composure, his gaze turning cold and menacing. Brother, you should know that the clever often meet their demise swiftly. Bring him down, break his legs, and leave him here to block that bloodthirsty magic boar. He barked, and the other two immediately closed in on Chu Sheng, their eyes glinting with malice. Just as they prepared to unleash their skills and attack him, they found their feet ensnared by sinister branches that lifted them off the ground. What? This guy has tricks up his sleeve. The entangled trio wore expressions of sheer terror, desperately struggling to free themselves, but the branches tightened like chains of steel, suspending them helplessly in midair. This was the third skill of Chu Sheng's known profession, plant control. He could manipulate the surrounding flora for his own purposes. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty magic boar had also approached Chu Sheng. Let us down. Together, we may have a chance to slay this beast. They pleaded. This bloodthirsty magic boar is a level 6 creature. There's no student in this entire secret realm capable of defeating it alone. Please, let us down. Their terror was palpable. If Chu Sheng perished, they would surely fall victim to the beast as well. Chu Sheng's lips curled into a chilling smile. Upon spotting Chu Sheng, the bloodthirsty magic boar's eyes gleamed with a savage light, its forehooves pounding the earth as it kicked up clouds of dust, charging at him like a runaway tank. Just as the trio believed Chu Sheng would be gored by its tusks, boom, a deafening crash reverberated, and the massive form of the bloodthirsty magic boar was sent flying as if it were a kite with its string cut. With just a single punch, Chu Sheng had utterly vanquished the beast. There was no flair or extravagance to it. It was solely his astonishing brute strength that secured the kill. The three, still dangling helplessly in midair, stared in stupefied disbelief. How is this possible? One stammered, his eyes wide with incredulity and fear. Chapter 8. This week's task, conquer the secret realm. All those tomatoes I've consumed were worth it, just barely passing. Chu Sheng slowly retracted his fist, gently blowing away the non-existent dust. The three exchanged glances, their initial assumption that Chu Sheng was an easy target for bullying shattered by the revelation of his hidden prowess. At that moment, their hearts were filled not only with fear, but with regret. Brother, that was all a misunderstanding before they could finish their pleas. Sharp branches pierced through their bodies, ending their lives in an instant. If one desires to take lives, one must be prepared to lose their own. Chu Sheng's gaze was frigid as he regarded the three corpses, now growing cold, with no trace of pity. With a subtle gesture, the bodies were dragged into the depths of the forest by the branches, along with the remains of the level 6 bloodthirsty magic boar, disappearing from sight. The surroundings returned to their former tranquility, as if the harrowing battle had never transpired, save for the faint metallic scent of blood lingering in the air, a reminder of the deadly struggle that once unfolded. After the relentless combat waged by the 10 ancestral killer bees for 5 hours, Chu Sheng finally broke through to level 10. In addition to the enhancement of his foundational attributes and an increase in talent probability, his shepherd profession awakened a new skill, Shadow Shift. This skill allowed him to freely swap places with controlled magical creatures. To test its effects, he targeted one of the ancestral killer bees, and after confirming there were no dangers nearby, through shared vision, Chu Sheng promptly activated Shadow Shift. In an instant, his figure vanished from its position, replaced by that of an ancestral killer bee. The killer bee gazed around in bewilderment, seemingly unaware of how it had suddenly found itself in this place. As for Chu Sheng, he instantaneously appeared in the location previously occupied by the killer bee. After several attempts, a sense of joy welled up within him. This skill was far more practical than he had anticipated, with no cooldown time and an instantaneous activation. It was indeed an exquisite means of both survival and ambush. The sole drawback lay in the immense consumption of mental energy, as he could feel a faint throbbing pain at his temples. Controlling 10 ancestral killer bees and 30 ordinary killer bees for such a prolonged period without discomfort He had only used the shadow shift skill 5 times before sensing signs of mental exhaustion. Chu Sheng hastily consumed several ordinary blueberries, which promptly replenished his mental energy. Ordinary blueberries enhanced mental acuity, though their effects lasted merely an hour. Nevertheless, that was sufficient for Chu Sheng. Now, he could simply recline, sipping his homemade honey blueberry tea, while awaiting the acquisition of experience points. Ding! The weekly task has officially commenced. Please complete it in a timely manner. The system's voice echoed in Chu Sheng's mind. He had nearly forgotten that today marked the beginning of the weekly task. Swiftly, he summoned the system panel, and a pale golden screen unfolded before him. Weekly task: conquer the initial secret realm. Reward: devouring hound. Note: limited to 5 days. Failure will result in the reclamation of the host's secret realm. The taskbar pulsated ominously with a crimson countdown. 119 hours, 59 minutes, and 3 seconds. Cough. A mouthful of honey blueberry tea erupted from his lips, and he jolted upright from the hammock as if electrified. Conquer the initial secret realm? How on earth was he to accomplish that? Chu Sheng wiped the tea stains from his mouth, his gaze fixed intently on the task displayed on the system panel. System, provide a specific hint. Are you truly suggesting I consume it whole? He growled through gritted teeth. Eliminate all magical creatures within the initial secret realm. Then merge the host's secret realm with the initial secret realm to successfully conquer it. Eliminate all magical creatures? Chu Sheng's lips twitched. This was not about conquering a realm, but rather a mandate to plow through the initial secret realm within 5 days. Each initial secret realm housed no fewer than 100,000 magical creatures, and the task was nearly insurmountable. As for the level 3 magical creatures, it was time to forego them. He would let others handle that while he fought his way from the inside out. When the time came, he would regroup with others to ensure nothing was overlooked. It was the only viable plan. Without hesitation, he commanded the ancestral killer bees, which had been steadily advancing deeper within, to take flight towards the central area. Boom. The killer bees descended upon the magical creatures with precision, their movements calculated and coordinated. Defeated level 10 magical creature, Shadow Leopard. Experience gained, 200. Defeated level 10 magical creature, Venomous Vine Demon. Experience gained, 200. The ancestral killer bees functioned like a meticulously engineered war machine, ruthlessly hunting the magical creatures in the central area. What is she doing here? Through the shared vision with the killer bees, he was astonished to discover that Ching was also present in this core area. It was crucial to note that the magical creatures here were around level 10. As a newcomer, even having transitioned to an SSS level Ice Phoenix, she still faced the risk of mortal peril. However, upon noticing the jade pendant tied at her waist, Chu Sheng finally understood. With this protective pendant, it was as if she possessed an extra life, granting her the audacity to venture into the core area to hunt magical creatures. Yet, she appeared to be gravely injured. Her once pristine garments were stained crimson with blood, and her steps were unsteady, evidently suffering significant setbacks in battle. Following closely behind her was a massive level 10 magical creature, the Thunder Giant Bear. Was this to be her end? She lacked the strength to flee. Resorting to resting against a giant tree, her icy gaze betraying her unwillingness to succumb. If the pendant activated, she would be forcefully teleported away, losing her chance to enter the secret realm again. The Thunder Giant Bear advanced slowly, crackling with electric energy, each step causing the ground to tremble. Roar! The Thunder Giant Bear bellowed, raising its massive paw high, infused with destructive power, and brought it crashing down towards Ching. In that critical moment, an ancestral killer bee struck, severing the Thunder Giant Bear's head cleanly. She slowly opened her eyes, witnessing the colossal form of the Thunder Giant Bear crashing to the ground, its head rolling a short distance away, blood gushing forth. Initially, she had thought a person had come to her rescue, but upon recognizing the figure standing behind the Thunder Giant Bear, her expression shifted to one of shock. The creature that had slain the Thunder Giant Bear was, in fact, a magical being. While conflicts among magical creatures were commonplace here, the presence of such a creature was perplexing. Before entering, she had familiarized herself with the types of magical creatures ranging from levels 8 to 10 within the initial secret realm. She could assert with certainty that there was no such humanoid killer bee among them. This magical being exuded an air of strangeness and peculiarity, almost as if it possessed intelligence. Ching struggled to steady her body, endeavoring to maintain her composure as she scrutinized the humanoid killer bee, attempting to glean some insight from its demeanor. Just as she braced herself for an impending attack, the killer bee unexpectedly tossed a fruit in her direction. Is that a lychee? Ching gazed incredulously at the lychee she had caught. Chapter 9. Large-scale hunt of magical creatures. With her heart filled with skepticism, Ching pondered why this bizarre humanoid killer bee had refrained from attacking her, opting instead to throw her a lychee. What could be so special about this lychee? However, before she could voice her inquiries, the ancestral killer bee had already taken to the skies, resuming its hunt for magical creatures. At this moment, in her current state, it would be unnecessary for it to resort to any trickery with the lychee. For reasons unknown, as she stared at the plump, round lychee in her hand, Her mind suddenly recalled the recent buzz surrounding certain fruits with extraordinary effects. Perhaps this lychee indeed possesses some miraculous properties. She slowly peeled back the skin of the lychee, revealing the translucent flesh within, exuding an enticing aroma. Ching placed the lychee in her mouth and gently bit down. The sweet juice burst forth, flooding her palate with a delightful sweetness that coursed down her throat, invigorating her very core. Almost immediately, a warm sensation began to spread throughout her body, and the wounds she bore tingled with a delightful numbness. Astonishingly, the wounds that had been bleeding began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. This lychee could actually heal injuries, and its potency was remarkable. Even the usually composed Ching was taken aback by the healing effects of the lychee. Something is amiss. After a brief moment of astonishment, Ching fell into deep contemplation. Magical creatures could not possibly show kindness. There had to be someone orchestrating this behind the scenes. The secret realm could only be accessed by newcomers from Cliff City, which meant that the one who saved her was likely another newcomer from the same place. Not only could he control magical creatures, but he also possessed special effect fruits, suggesting a potential connection to the renowned cultivator she had heard about online. Furrowing her brow, Ching found her mind entangled in a web of confusion, unable to fathom how such a newcomer could possess this level of strength. Never mind. Since the individual hailed from Cliff City, they would eventually cross paths. For now, her immediate priority was to focus on leveling up. With her injuries just healed, she had no intention of resting. She rose with her sword in hand and ventured into the jungle. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng continued to command the ancestral killer bees to hunt magical creatures in the central area, steadily accruing experience points. The level of the ancestral killer bees was rapidly climbing, with significant enhancements in both speed and attack power. However, he was acutely aware that relying solely on the killer bees to eliminate all magical creatures within 5 days would be an arduous task. It seemed he needed to devise a strategy. Chu Sheng murmured to himself, his figure vanishing, only to reappear within his secret realm. At that moment, the crops surrounding the lake in his secret realm flourished vibrantly, teeming with life. He recalled having seen a particular flower in the marketplace and began to scour the shop. Quickly locating his target, the attraction flower, the allure of the demonic creatures was irresistible. A singular plant had the extraordinary capacity to attract all monsters within a radius of 500 meters. Fortunately, the requirement for purchasing such a marvel was merely level 10. Chu Sheng, seizing the opportunity, procured 20 of these enchanting flowers and, utilizing his skills, planted them within his secret realm. The soil of this realm fostered rapid growth in plants, and once they blossomed, he intended to transplant them into the initial secret realm to lure the monsters. This strategy would allow him to concentrate the beasts in one location for a large-scale extermination, significantly enhancing his efficiency in completing tasks while ensuring no monsters would escape during the annexation of the secret realm. Chu Sheng's mind was abuzz with calculations, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he eagerly anticipated the unfolding of his plan. Time slipped away swiftly, and 4 days had elapsed since they entered this initial secret realm. Within this span, the ancestral killer bees had wreaked havoc, with even many novice adventurers bearing witness to their relentless hunts. On this particular day, the long-awaited luring flowers finally bloomed. 20 blossoms, resplendent in their vibrant petals, exuded a rich and peculiar fragrance. Among them, 2 flowers displayed exceptionally vivid colors, their surroundings seemingly infused with a mysterious hue. Chu Sheng gingerly uprooted one of the luring flowers, soil and all, and in a flash, returned to the initial secret realm. He sought out a high vantage point with an expansive view and planted the luring flowers with care. In an instant, the intoxicating scent wafted in all directions. Before long, the ground trembled violently, and distant, ominous roars echoed through the air. Ching, engaged in a fierce battle with a monster nearby, sensed the disturbance and turned in alarm, only to witness a massive tide of monsters surging towards a singular direction. What was happening? After dispatching her foe, Ching made her way towards the direction the monsters were fleeing. Upon arrival, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Countless monstrous corpses lay strewn about, the stench of blood permeating the air, inducing nausea. At the center of this carnage stood a solitary wilted flower. From the moment she noticed the monsters converging until she reached this spot, no more than half an hour had passed. Who could have slain so many monsters in such a brief span? Was it the individual who previously commanded the humanoid killer bees? Meanwhile, Chu Sheng commanded the killer bees to eliminate the monsters drawn to the area before moving on to another location, employing the same tactics once more. The spectacle of monsters collectively rushing in one direction soon caught the attention of newcomers within the secret realm. What is going on? I heard from my brother that the monsters in this initial secret realm are usually scattered and rarely gather in large numbers. Why are they now racing towards one direction like mad? I have no idea, and besides, it seems there are fewer monsters this year. I've searched for level 8 and 10 monsters for ages and found hardly any. With only a day left until the trial in the initial secret realm concludes, it's time to take a chance. After a brief discussion, a team of 5 set off towards the monster's destination. Due to Chu Sheng's influence, the novice professionals from Cliff City had not leveled up significantly during the trial. With only a day remaining, many were gearing up for a final push. However, their pace was far too slow. By the time they arrived, Chu Sheng had already concluded his battle and was en route to his next location. Following several substantial victories, Chu Sheng was in high spirits. His experience points soared like a rocket, and the ancestral killer bees grew increasingly ferocious. Humming a tune and sipping blueberry honey tea, Chu Sheng retrieved another luring flower from the secret realm. Just as he was about to plant it, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was He Qingqing. The two stood facing each other, and after a moment of surprise, Chu Sheng awkwardly extended the cup of blueberry honey tea towards her, asking if she would like a taste. Chapter 10. Exterminate all monsters within the secret realm. He Qingqing regarded the unexpectedly cheerful Chu Sheng, who was leisurely sipping his tea, with a look of astonishment. Based on the locations where monsters had previously congregated, she had deduced that this place might very well be the next gathering point. To her surprise, she had encountered Chu Sheng instead. Dual-classed Chu Sheng. In an instant, all prior enigmas unraveled. The ability to control monsters could only be attributed to an SSS-grade Beastmaster class, while the cultivation of special fruits could be a feat accomplished by an SSS-grade Divine Farmer class. Coincidentally, both classes resided within a single newcomer. What a coincidence, classmate he. Chu Sheng chuckled awkwardly, internally ringing alarm bells. Would this icy beauty pose a threat? He certainly did not wish to reveal his trump card. If word got out that he could cultivate special fruits, with his current strength, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of powerful figures, leading to a myriad of troubles. Quite the coincidence, as I was waiting for you. I've sustained some injuries. Could I trouble you for a lychee? He Qingqing spoke suddenly, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Had I known, I would have brought some. Chu Sheng hesitated, ready to produce the healing lychee, but promptly changed his words. You've been using these peculiar flowers to attract monsters, then employing the killer bees to eliminate them? He Qingqing's cold gaze swept over the nearby luring flowers, their exotic fragrance wafting through the air, before returning to Chu Sheng. A sense of unease gripped Chu Sheng. This icy beauty was quite perceptive. He feigned calmness, smiling as he replied, Classmate he, you certainly have a knack for humor. No need to rush. If I'm not mistaken, those monsters are already en route. Chu Sheng quickly realized that He Qingqing had likely deduced his secret. His smile faded, seriousness replacing it as he contemplated whether to take action against her. It would be futile. I carry a jade pendant from the principal. You cannot kill me here. He Qingqing maintained her composed demeanor. Continuing, she declared, I have no interest in your secrets, and I assure you that I will not disclose anything to outsiders once we leave, but I require your assistance. What sort of assistance? Chu Sheng inquired cautiously, his gaze fixed on her, scrutinizing every shift in her expression. You will lure the remaining monsters over, severely wounding them, while I will deliver the final blows. He Qingqing's singular goal remained clear, to level up. Chu Sheng furrowed his brow, weighing the pros and cons of her proposition. Had He Qingqing not possessed that jade pendant, he might have acted differently. The remaining monsters would barely suffice to elevate him a level or two. She was astute enough to understand his position and would likely not betray him to others. After careful consideration, a smile returned to his face. It's no trouble at all. I have no other hobbies but to assist others. Count on me, classmate he. Thank you. If you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to seek me out at the He family. Chu Sheng smiled in silence. Before long, a torrent of monsters surged towards them. These creatures varied in form. Some were colossal, resembling small mountains adorned with sharp spikes, while others were nimble, darting through the forest like phantoms. Come forth, Chu Sheng commanded, and 10 ancestral killer bees descended from the sky, each exuding an intimidating aura that sent chills down the spine. Upon witnessing these 10 killer bees, He Qingqing's eyes widened in awe. They resembled a flurry of lethal projectiles as they surged into the horde of monsters, moving with astonishing speed and weaving effortlessly through the throng. Each strike was capable of slaying a monster, yet they refrained from doing so, merely injuring their foes before moving on. Meanwhile, He Qingqing, wielding her longsword, darted like lightning, swiftly following in the wake of the killer bees to deliver the finishing blows to the wounded monsters. Amidst the flickering shadows of blades, the monstrous creatures collapsed one by one, their demise heralded by a surge of experience points flooding into her being, allowing her to acutely perceive the steady enhancement of her prowess. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng leisurely sipped honey blueberry tea beside the demon bait flower, exhibiting no intention of intervening. As the final creature succumbed to He Qingqing's sword, the battlefield lay strewn with corpses, devoid of any remaining foes. She sheathed her sword, exhaling a long sigh, the damp strands of hair on her forehead clinging to her fair cheeks, testament to her exertion. Turning her gaze towards the nonchalant Chu Sheng, who continued to savor his tea, she spoke with a hint of indifference. Where's the next battlefield? Noting her apparent lack of desire for rest, Chu Sheng replied, 1,000 meters to the northwest. How does he classmate plan to traverse there? At that moment, a melodious cry resonated from around He Qingqing. and a magnificent ice phoenix materialized behind her. This was a skill she acquired upon slaying a creature and surpassing level 10, enabling her to summon the ice phoenix for her own use, albeit at a significant cost to her mental energy. Let us go. He Qingqing was disinclined to waste time and directly summoned the ice phoenix to transport them. Chu Sheng observed the ice phoenix exuding an ethereal chill, his eyes momentarily widening in surprise. Yet, he swiftly regained his usual nonchalant demeanor, chuckling. "He classmate, your ice phoenix is truly awe-inspiring. I shall comply with your command." With that, he vanished in a flash, landing gracefully upon the phoenix's back. He Qingqing followed suit, standing beside him. The ice phoenix emitted a clarion call, its wings beating fiercely as it ascended into the sky, speeding towards the northwest. In truth, Chu Sheng had already arranged for ordinary killer bees at that location. Should he choose to, he could instantly arrive using the shadow swap technique. It was precisely due to the prior use of this technique that no patrolling killer bees had detected He Qingqing's presence. On the back of the ice phoenix, the howling wind rushed past their ears, yet Chu Sheng remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his honey blueberry tea. Soon, they reached their destination, where Chu Sheng employed the demon bait flower to attract monsters, allowing the ancestral killer bees to inflict severe damage. He Qingqing ultimately finished them off with her sword. In less than a day, the duo had eradicated all the monsters within the entire secret realm. He Qingqing's level had risen to 13. Standing amidst the scattered remains of her foes, her expression was tranquil, though the slight rise and fall of her chest and the beads of sweat on her forehead betrayed her weariness. She turned to Chu Sheng, her tone still cool. "The monsters are gone. I shall take my leave. Then, until we meet again." Chu Sheng waved farewell, for he intended to claim dominion over this secret realm and could not depart just yet. Most of the newcomers had already exited the realm. "Chu Sheng, I finally found you. How dare you deceive me for 800,000? A voice from a distance reached their ears. "Do you need me to handle this?" He Qingqing inquired. "No need. I happen to have an experiment to conduct." He Qingqing turned to leave. Chu Sheng followed the sound, only to see a brash youth striding towards him with an air of aggression, resembling the unscrupulous merchant from before. Before the youth could approach, the surrounding forest underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming a desolate wasteland. The youth looked on in astonishment, utterly bewildered by his surroundings. Observing the youth within his secret realm, Chu Sheng at last confirmed his suspicion. Had he known he could draw others into his domain to command at will, he wouldn't have been so vexed earlier. Chapter 11. Leveling the historical record. An increasing number of students emerged from the initial secret realm, their faces weary and worn from their prolonged stay. Some bore grievous injuries, their bodies stained with blood. Nevertheless, every sacrifice proved worthwhile, as this trial not only familiarized them further with their professions, but also elevated their levels. All three fundamental attributes exhibited notable improvements, and many gained new skills due to their ascension in level. Outside the entrance, principals and teachers from 10 high schools, along with several parents, awaited their return. "I wonder if our school SSS level prodigy, He Qingqing, will manage to break the record of the initial secret realm this time," mused the principal of the 8th high school, deliberately emphasizing the SSS. The other principals were accustomed to this behavior. He always seized the opportunity to glorify himself. "Speaking of which, I suddenly recall an incident from a few years ago in the initial secret realm of Fuyo City," the principal of the 5th high school remarked. The principal of the 4th high school chimed in. "I remember. A newcomer who had transitioned to an SSS-level profession perished during the initial secret realm trial. Therefore, even if one attains SSS-level status, one must not be complacent. Misfortune can lead to death. People often say that secrets breed misfortune. And if someone nearby incessantly boasts about this, do you think our city will also face such a tragedy?" The principal of the 3rd high school glanced meaningfully at the principal of the 8th high school, the implications clear. "Ha ha ha, you gentlemen speak excessively. To ensure their safety, I have given them our school's last 2 life-protecting jade pendants." The principal of the 8th high school proclaimed proudly, tilting his chin up. The other 9 principals expressed surprise, yet it was within reason. If their school had 2 SSS-level prodigies, they too would have provided them with the protective pendants. Although these pendants could only be used within the initial secret realm, they were invaluable to newcomers, akin to a life-saving measure. Over the years, countless families had sought to obtain these pendants to safeguard their offspring within the initial secret realm. Possessing a pendant merely ensured their safety. Surpassing the record of the initial secret realm in Yaqing was no simple feat. Zhao Lan, who had transitioned to an S-class combat profession, possessed area damage skills, enabling him to reach level 13 within 5 days. While the SSS level Ice Phoenix was formidable, it seemed to lack area damage skills at lower levels. Achieving level 10 was already commendable. "Hey, fellows, have you forgotten? The 8th high school also has an SSS level prodigy, who is rumored to be a dual-class individual. I wonder if this dual class can also reach level 13. It was common knowledge that Chu Sheng's 2 professions were both life-oriented, devoid of combat prowess. And the current mention seemed merely to provoke the principal of the 8th high school, who was known for his incessant boasting. Both Chu and he are truly exceptional talents. with boundless potential for the future, huh? The principal of the 8th high school chuckled heartily. Speaking of Fuyo City, it reminds me of something. Several principals laughed and chatted, completely oblivious to the middle-aged man who had been standing behind them for quite some time. Ahem ahem. The middle-aged man cleared his throat. Who? The 10 principals of Yacheng were instantly taken aback. The figure stood tall, clad in a dark robe, resembling a pine tree, with a stern visage and deep-set eyes. It is Mr. He. The principal of the 8th high school beamed, hastening towards him. The others recognized the middle-aged man as He Yao, the head of the He family in Yacheng. He was also an SSS-level powerhouse, having led the charge during a previous SSS-level crisis in Yacheng. Since then, he had expanded the He family's enterprises to several surrounding cities, establishing the He family as an unrivaled top-tier clan in Yacheng. Mr. He, please do not take our jests to heart, as the principal of 6th High has expressed first. Presently, they all harbor a deep-seated disdain for that old fellow from 5th High. What business do you have mentioning Fuyo City? I have only just arrived and, upon witnessing the cordial exchange among the principals, I fear I may have intruded uninvited. He Yao smiled faintly. He then turned to Principal Su of 8th High and remarked, Principal Su, I have often heard Qingqing speak of you, and have long wished to express my gratitude in person. Unfortunately, business matters have perpetually precluded me from finding the time. Today, however, Qingqing has emerged from the secret realm and used this opportunity to argue with those shareholders for half a day, thus granting me a brief reprieve. Mr. He is too kind. It is entirely due to Qingqing's own capabilities that I have merely fulfilled my responsibilities as a principal. Principal Su of 8th High quickly waved his hand, his smile growing more pronounced. This old scoundrel has struck it rich. The He family possesses only this one daughter, and by some twist of fate, she has transitioned to become an SSS-ranked practitioner at their school. It would be disingenuous for the other principals to claim they are not envious, as Qingqing matures and eventually takes over the family business. Will she not wield her wealth to overshadow 8th High? Amidst their conversation, a striking figure clad in white suddenly appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. It was none other than He Qingqing. Her expression was weary, evidently the result of a grueling battle within the secret realm. Qingqing, are you all right? He Yao hurried forward, his eyes brimming with concern as he scrutinized his daughter, only relaxing once he confirmed she bore no visible injuries. I'm merely a bit fatigued. At that moment, the students from various high schools recognized He Qingqing, exclaiming, Teacher, that's her. She teamed up with a man to gather the magical beasts, nearly annihilating all of them inside. Otherwise, we would not have exited early. What do you mean, annihilating all the magical beasts? The principals stood frozen in place. The initial secret realm housed no fewer than 100,000 magical beasts. Could anyone possibly eradicate them all? He Qingqing, what level are you now? Principal Su of 8th High suddenly inquired. He replied nonchalantly, level 13. At this revelation, the 10 principals were left in astonishment. This equated to He Qingqing having equaled the record of Cliff City. Who would have thought that this year our school would produce a student capable of matching the historical record? Truly, it is a stroke of fortune for our institution. Principal Su of 8th High's voice trembled with excitement, his gaze towards He Qingqing filled with pride and admiration. The other principals exchanged glances, their hearts awash with mixed emotions. Let us depart. He Qingqing whispered to her father, He Yao, not so fast. There are still others yet to emerge, are there not? While others marveled at He Qingqing's ascension to level 13, only He Yao sensed something amiss. He understood his daughter better than anyone else. It was utterly inconceivable that she could have formed a team with anyone else. If there were, it would be with one individual whose strength far surpassed hers. Chapter 12. The inception of the conquest of the initial secret realm. Within the initial secret realm, countless killer bees patrolled the skies. Their presence felt in every thicket or cavern. Should they spot any lingering magical beasts, Chu Sheng would command the ancestral killer bees to dispatch them. Meanwhile, the newcomers had already vacated the secret realm. Only Chu Sheng remained within the initial secret realm, standing atop a lofty hill, surveying the tumultuous surroundings. The killer bees continued their relentless patrol, fearful that any overlooked magical beasts might jeopardize the impending conquest of the realm. This endeavor would prove perilously audacious. He could not guarantee that unforeseen events would not arise. For precaution, he had even brought along several premium mutated lychees. Blueberries, cherries, and tomatoes had all been adequately prepared. It was time to set the plan in motion. Once the killer bees confirmed the absence of magical beasts, Chu Sheng commenced his actions. He first called back the killer bees, and then, placing a peeled lychee in his mouth, he closed his eyes. As he concentrated, a peculiar ripple in the air began to manifest. As the ripple spread, Chu Sheng's secret realm gradually came into view. The moment it materialized, the initial secret realm began to undergo a dramatic transformation. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, thunder rumbling ominously. The entire initial secret realm trembled violently. Rocks tumbled, trees were uprooted, and fierce winds howled, stirring up dust and turning the once tranquil realm into chaos. Chu Sheng stood resolutely on the hill, undeterred by the tempest that whipped around him, his posture unwavering. Boom! Boom, boom. Numerous abyssal fissures erupted across the ground, creating a fearsome spectacle. Chu Sheng could distinctly feel the initial secret realm vehemently resisting the integration of his secret realm. At that moment, he found himself immobilized, as if bound by an invisible and formidable force. Countless stones, trees, and soil began to levitate into the air, ultimately merging into his secret realm. Despite his control, his secret realm continued to descend. It's manageable, though I cannot move. If I can hold on a bit longer, I should be able to achieve preliminary integration. Observing the initial secret realm steadily merging into his own, he felt a surge of elation. However, just then, a roar from a magical beast echoed through the air. There are still magical beasts present. Chu Sheng's heart raced, and he quickly scanned the direction from which the sound emanated. He beheld enormous magical beasts. Their bodies wreathed in black flames, leaping forth from the abyssal fissures. Their eyes glowed a blood-red hue, exuding a nauseating stench. Magical beast, black flame cicada, level 10. A swarm of black flame cicadas surged forth from the fissures, numbering in the hundreds, resembling a tide of darkness rushing towards Chu Sheng. As they advanced, the ground beneath them was scorched black by the flames, emitting a hissing sound. Damn it! How could I have made such a foolish error? He cursed inwardly, filled with frustration. When he had previously deployed the killer bees to survey the initial secret realm, he had only focused on the ground, the skies, and the caves, neglecting the possibility that magical beasts could be lurking beneath the earth. The black flame cicadas, having dwelled underground for eons, had emerged due to the disturbance that caused the ground to crack. Chu Sheng felt a sense of urgency. He could distinctly sense that during the realm's integration, he was unable to control the ancestral killer bees. He attempted to communicate with them several times, but was thwarted by an overwhelming force. As the black flame cicadas drew nearer, he resolved to momentarily halt the descent of the secret realm, channeling all his mental energy into communicating with the ancestral killer bees. As he paused, his skin began to crack, and intense pain coursed through him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Blood seeped from the fissures in his skin, staining his garments. Simultaneously, cracks began to appear in his secret realm. However, he could not afford to dwell on that now. He swallowed the lychee whole, pit and all. After regaining a significant portion of his strength, he managed to establish communication with the ancestral killer bees just before the black flame cicadas reached him. 10 ancestral killer bees surged forth from his secret realm, charging towards the black flame cicadas. Having caught his breath, Chu Sheng cursed the ineffective system for not providing clarity. He had assumed that all magical creatures under his control could not remain within this realm. After cursing, he fixed his gaze intently on the battlefield. Despite the overwhelming numbers of black flame cicadas, they were no match for the 10 ancestral killer bees. The killer bees moved with agility, weaving between the black flame cicadas, their stingers glinting with cold light, each strike landing precisely on the beast's vulnerabilities. Though the black flame cicadas attempted to retaliate with their flames, the killer bees' speed allowed them to deftly evade the fiery onslaught. In the blink of an eye, the killer bees had decimated a significant portion of the black flame cicada swarm. Chu Sheng hastily stuffed blueberries, cherries, and tomatoes into his mouth, even consuming lychees with their skins intact. His body, akin to parched earth welcoming much-needed rain, rapidly regained vitality, and the injuries sustained from the abrupt interruption of the realm's integration gradually healed. He continued to focus intently on controlling the descent of the secret realm. Any lapse in concentration would result in injury to both his body and the realm he possessed. He could sense the merging of the two realms progressing steadily. However, just as Chu Sheng thought victory was within reach, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The ancestral killer bee, having dispatched all the black flame cicadas, was now eyeing him with predatory intent. Damn it! The moment I control the descent of this realm, I can't afford to be distracted by them. If these ancestral killer bees choose to attack me now, I will undoubtedly meet my demise. Must I endure the excruciating pain of halting the descent once more, just to control them back into the realm? He was reluctant to experience the agony of his skin splitting open again unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, he couldn't guarantee that he would survive such a trial. What took him by surprise was that, even without his command, the ancestral killer bees did not attack him. Oh, I possess a passive skill that grants me affinity with all living beings. These ancestral killer bees have coexisted with me for so long. They are undoubtedly influenced by this affinity. Chu Sheng felt a sense of relief as his taut nerves began to relax slightly. Watching the two realms on the verge of successful fusion, excitement flickered in his eyes. It was about to succeed. Just at that moment of impending triumph, a pitch-black stinger pierced through his back. How is this possible? Chu Sheng's face contorted in disbelief. He was all too familiar with this stinger. It belonged to the ancestral killer bee. But the 10 ancestral killer bees were currently hovering silently in front of him. Where did this one come from? Chapter 13, Mission Accomplished. Chu Sheng struggled to turn his head, attempting to discern the figure that had ambushed him from behind. He beheld an ancestral killer bee, shrouded in a sinister black aura, gazing intently at him. In that instant, he finally understood. After the emergence of 10 ancestral killer bees, There had been a completely black cocoon beneath the lychee tree. It was its appearance that had resulted in no further ancestral killer bees being born. Yet, after so many days, he had assumed this black cocoon had met an unfortunate fate. To his astonishment, it had suddenly emerged today, delivering such a lethal blow. With a powerful thrust of its tail, it lifted Chu Sheng off the ground. Whoosh! The stinger flicked, and blood splattered through the air as Chu Sheng was hurled away. Cough! 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 Blood kept gushing from his mouth. His body felt like fragile porcelain, on the verge of shattering at any moment. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous sounds reverberated from above as the realm he had been controlling began to crumble. In his current state, he couldn't even muster the strength to swallow the lychee that could heal his injuries. Without Chu Sheng's command, the other 10 ancestral killer bees remained suspended in midair. Meanwhile, the black ancestral killer bee seemed intrigued by Chu Sheng, tilting its head as it observed him in his feeble state. Within it, a faint connection to Chu Sheng lingered, yet its bloodthirsty nature prevailed. Just as it prepared to launch a final strike against Chu Sheng, a torrent of clear spring water cascaded down from the collapsing realm, drenching him entirely. This was the water from the lake within the realm. With the realm in ruins, the lake had lost its original confinement, and the water gushed forth like a flood breaking through a dam. As the lake water enveloped him, Chu Sheng felt as though a cool hand was caressing his entire body, and to his astonishment, his previously cracked form began to heal at an astonishing rate. Even the wound that had pierced through him closed up visibly. His once dazed eyes gradually regained clarity, and the limpness of his limbs was replaced by renewed sensation. At that moment, he commanded the 10 ancestral killer bees to attack the black ancestral killer bee. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the lingering pain within, he concentrated, attempting to merge the two shattered realms once again. The black ancestral killer bee was immensely powerful, even freshly emerged. It possessed the strength to contend with the 10 ancestral killer bees, dominating them in combat. As time passed, the 10 ancestral killer bees seemed to struggle against the onslaught. Chu Sheng was anxious. If he could not swiftly merge the realms, not only would these 10 bees be in peril, but he would also find himself in dire straits once more. However, the prior destruction of the realm had been catastrophic, making the task of reassembling and merging them exceedingly complex. Sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. The black ancestral killer bee, sensing Chu Sheng's actions, abandoned its assault on the other bees and lunged toward him. This creature is rather cunning. Chu Sheng's pupils constricted sharply. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, only to discover he was bound by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. In a moment of crisis, one of the ancestral killer bees shielded Chu Sheng, only to be impaled through its body by the black ancestral killer bee's stinger. Blood splattered across Chu Sheng's face. It struggled to shake off the ancestral killer bee clinging to its stinger, but it was futile. The impaled bee clung desperately to it. Boom! A tremendous force erupted from its rear, obliterating the bee's body into a mist of blood. Beep! Congratulations, host, on successfully assimilating the initial secret realm. Mission accomplished. Reward of the Devourer Hound has been issued. You seem to be enjoying yourself. Chu Sheng slowly rose, his demeanor shifting dramatically. A surge of murderous intent filling the air. The two realms had fully merged, and this place was now his dominion. Within his realm, he held sway over all demonic creatures. The black ancestral killer bee instinctively considered attacking Chu Sheng, but found its actions constrained by a command in its mind. It struggled against this mental command, its body convulsing uncontrollably. Yet, ultimately, it was in vain. It seemed that as long as this human wished it, a mere thought could erase it from existence. Chu Sheng's gaze turned icy as he stared down the black ancestral killer bee, gradually approaching it step by step. Fear compelled it to instinctively lean back, attempting to flee, only to find its legs and wings immobilized. Chu Sheng seized its neck, his voice chilling. Thinking of escaping? It's too late. Don't worry, I want to kill you, but you must pay a price. With a single hand, he gathered strength and delivered a forceful blow to its abdomen. Boom! His fist pierced through its midsection. The black ancestral killer bee emitted a heart-wrenching wail, dark energy gushing from the wound. Chu Sheng didn't even glance back. He tossed it aside like refuse, casting a cold glance at it. He turned his attention back to the newly merged realm. The lake remained after the successful fusion, now even larger than before. Only one lychee tree stood tall. The other had split in two and was beyond saving. The hive of the killer bees was in tatters, with the queen having fallen to the ground. He crouched down and gently picked up the fallen queen, whose breath was faint, and the fuzz on her body had lost its former luster. Chu Sheng fed her a lychee, reviving her strength before placing her back into the hive. As for the tomatoes, strawberries, cherries, and blueberries, those crops had all been utterly destroyed, leaving only a few scattered remnants standing in the realm. However, Chu Sheng was not without gains. After merging the initial secret realm, the size of his realm, originally a mere 100 acres, had astonishingly expanded to 5,000 acres. The increase in size post-merger was not without its limitations. The merging process had been fraught with difficulties, further exacerbating the losses incurred. At this moment, The southern region of the secret realm was accompanied by a lush jungle, where a dog wandered leisurely. Setting aside the matter of reorganizing the secret realm for now, it was time to venture out. With a mere thought, Chu Sheng's figure instantaneously vanished from the secret realm. Meanwhile, a silhouette abruptly emerged from the earth within the realm. He appeared disheveled, clad in tattered garments, his face smeared with dirt, and his hair unkempt, clinging to his face. He remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. I was merely sent to retrieve a debt for my family. What on earth is this wretched place? Chapter 14. Level 17 breaks historical record. The designated conclusion of the secret realm was fast approaching, yet Chu Sheng had yet to make an appearance, causing the principal of the 8th high school to ponder in perplexity. Logically, given the absence of any magical creatures, remaining inside served no purpose. If he had encountered an unforeseen mishap, the jade pendant he had sent with him should have activated by now. Why had Chu Sheng still not resurfaced? Old Su, are you certain that the lad took the jade pendant with him? The principal of the 7th high school inquired. He should have brought it, I believe. In that moment, the principal of the 8th high school was unsure. The expressions of the other principals darkened upon hearing this. Jokes were one thing, but if such a dual-class SSS-grade newcomer were to perish within the initial secret realm of City, it would hardly be a laughing matter. Would they not become the subject of ridicule for decades to come? What does he intend to do? He Qingqing was filled with confusion, her cold gaze fixed on the entrance of the secret realm. Just as the crowd was engulfed in a state of anxious anticipation, an unusual radiance suddenly emanated from the entrance. To their astonishment, the only initial secret realm of City inexplicably vanished. What is happening? The secret realm has disappeared? This is unprecedented. The principals were all taken aback. Throughout the years, there had never been a report of the initial secret realm disappearing without cause. Even someone of Yao's stature could scarcely believe his eyes. How could it possibly vanish? The initial secret realms were all established by esteemed figures of the human race. Distinct from ordinary realms, their structural integrity was exceedingly robust, rendering collapse virtually impossible, unless it were a deliberate act. Yao's gaze sharpened, a silent realization dawning within him. Barely 10 seconds after the disappearance of the initial secret realm, a figure materialized before the crowd. Chu Sheng? The previously anxious principal of the 8th high school now beamed with joy upon seeing Chu Sheng's return. Principal, it has been quite some time. Chu Sheng greeted him with a smile. His attire bore several tears, and his hair appeared slightly disheveled, clearly indicative of the tumult he had endured within the secret realm. While others remained oblivious, Qingqing was acutely aware that when the two of them had previously collaborated to eradicate all magical creatures from the secret realm, Chu Sheng had not appeared in such a state. The only plausible explanation was that he had engaged in another fierce battle after her departure. Could it be that the disappearance of the initial secret realm was connected to him? Qingqing speculated silently. Chu Sheng, what transpired within? Why did the secret realm vanish so suddenly? The principal of the 8th high school was filled with questions. The secret realm has vanished? Chu Sheng feigned surprise, surveying his surroundings as if just now realizing the astonishing fact of its disappearance. Principal, I am uncertain as well. I felt that time had yet to expire, and so I continued to explore within. Suddenly, everything spun around me, and when I regained my senses, I found myself here. Could this be the reason? The already premeditated excuse slipped from Chu Sheng's lips, his expression clouded with feigned confusion and contemplation. The disappearance of the secret realm was no trivial matter. If you have any discoveries, you must report them truthfully, the principal of the 7th high school stated. If the secret realm could not be restored, the upcoming trials for the initial secret realm in City would likely be rendered impossible. Chu Sheng finally spoke slowly. Principals, you are aware that I am merely a lifestyle player with no combat abilities. However, by a stroke of fortune, I came upon several peculiar flowers, whose fragrance attracts magical creatures. Qingqing, the sole daughter of the prestigious He family, who has transitioned into the SSS-grade Ice Phoenix, allied with me. You all know her prowess. She is exceptionally strong and single-handedly annihilated all the magical creatures within the initial secret realm. I suspect it was her actions that led to the realm's disappearance. With a calm demeanor, Chu Sheng shifted the blame entirely onto Qingqing, confident that the principals would not pursue the He family for retribution. Moreover, his analysis was indeed grounded in reason. Some newly emerged secret realms may collapse and vanish after the magical creatures within have been eradicated by adventurers. Thus, it was entirely plausible. Yao's voice resonated from behind the principals. Upon hearing his voice, Chu Sheng turned to discover the He family duo. He had not anticipated their presence. At this moment, he felt the weight of Yao's piercing gaze upon him, akin to that of a lion scrutinizing its prey. Nevertheless, Chu Sheng maintained his composure, forcing a smile as he greeted, Uncle He, you are here as well. I have often heard Qingqing speak of you, and now that I see you in person, your aura is indeed extraordinary. Yao offered a composed smile and addressed the principals regarding the matter of the initial secret realm. I shall ensure that the personnel from Shunxia Academy address it. It will absolutely not affect the trials for next year's newcomers. That is the only course of action. The principal of the 8th high school concurred. In that case, this year's trials for the initial secret realm must come to a definitive conclusion. In the forthcoming martial arts examination trials, you newcomers ought to exert yourselves to secure placements in esteemed institutions. As the principal of the first high school concluded his remarks, he turned his attention to Chu Sheng, an amused smile gracing his lips. I have heard that Chu Sheng is a dual-class practitioner, both of which are SSS-grade. I wonder how you fared in this secret realm trial. In an instant, every gaze fell upon Chu Sheng. Indeed, he was a dual SSS-grade practitioner and had teamed up with He Qingqing to battle magical creatures. His level must be impressive. Rest assured, Principal. Chu Sheng did not conceal his achievement, promptly revealing his level. Chu Sheng, Shenong, Shepherd God, level 17. 17. Upon seeing this number, the principal of the 8th high school's eyes widened in disbelief. The other principals were equally astonished. How is this possible? Wasn't he supposed to be a lifestyle class? How could his level surpass that of the combat class, He Qingqing, by 4 levels? 17 indicated that he had shattered the historical record of his city, and it was even possible that he had set a provincial record. The experience required to ascend from level 1 to 17 was no trifling matter. Not to mention lifestyle practitioners, even newcomers of combat classes would find it challenging to achieve such a feat within the brief span of 5 days. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Chu Sheng as though he were a marvel. What is so surprising about it? Did not Chu Sheng mention that he fortuitously acquired several peculiar flowers, using their fragrance to lure magical creatures, and teamed up with He Qingqing to accomplish such remarkable feats in such a short time? The principal of the 8th high school was the first to regain his composure. The pride on his face was unmistakable, for his student had set a new record for his city. If they were in a team, how could their levels differ by 4 levels? It is well known that as levels increase, the experience required for advancement escalates. The principal of the 7th high school furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing gaze at Chu Sheng, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. It must be that Chu Sheng's profession also allows for experience to be gained through planting, He remarked, his gaze penetrating and inscrutable as he directed it towards Chu Sheng, causing a shiver to run down Chu Sheng's spine. Uncle, he truly lived up to his reputation as a prominent figure in our city, his insight piercingly keen. Chu Sheng suppressed the unease within him, managing a smile as he responded, indeed. As a lifestyle class practitioner, experience is acquired through engaging in related professional activities. This is no secret. However, historically, the levels of lifestyle class practitioners have generally been lower, which has led many to overlook this aspect. What is so impressive? It remains a lifestyle class, lacking in combat prowess. It was only thanks to He Qingqing's assistance that he managed to achieve such a feat. Otherwise, given his profession, reaching level 5 would have been commendable. Indeed, it is a treacherous act to exploit He Qingqing's experiences while surreptitiously cultivating crops to gain one's own. When the martial examination occurs, let us see how he maintains his arrogance. Among the crowd, a few students from other schools exchanged barbed remarks, their gazes toward Chu Sheng rife with envy and disdain. Meanwhile, those who had been lurking in the shadows contacted their superior upon spotting Chu Sheng. Boss, he has emerged, and he has already reached level 17. A chuckle emanated from the other end of the line. Level 17? How fortuitous. Seize the opportune moment to capture him. My family's estate requires a servant of his caliber. Understood. Chapter 15. Encountering an ambush. As the initial trial in the secret realm concluded, the principals of various prestigious schools, along with their students and parents, gradually departed. He Qingqing and He Yao sat within a luxurious black vehicle. He Yao, with a deep gaze, lightly tapped the armrest of his seat, breaking the silence. Your classmate is no ordinary individual. He has likely taken lives within the secret realm. He has transitioned to an SSS-level Godslayer class, a vocation that bestows upon him an extraordinary sensitivity, particularly attuned to murderous intent and the scent of blood. This revelation took He Qingqing by surprise. After all, the fellow perpetually wore a smile, making it hard to conceive of him as a killer. Nevertheless, her astonishment was fleeting. His lifestyle-oriented profession harbors immense potential as he matures. This world is abundant with clever minds. He has likely attracted unwanted attention. I promised him that should he encounter trouble, he could seek me at the He family estate. He Yao nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. The He family's influence could easily safeguard an individual. It merely hinged on whether he possessed the worth to warrant their aid. Before long, the luxury vehicle halted before the He family villa, and a small bee alighted upon a treetop. Qingqing, you go in first. I have matters to attend to at the company. All right. Shortly after the vehicle departed, He Yao erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Cough, cough. Blood streamed from his mouth, trickling through his fingers. Mr. He. The driver hastily slammed on the brakes, panic evident on his face. Do not stop. Accelerate away. Following the command, the driver wasted no time in fleeing the villa grounds. He Yao gradually unfastened the buttons of his shirt, revealing a gaping crimson wound that lay exposed to the air. Dark tendrils of malevolence emanated from the wound's edges, writhing as if possessed by life. This curse grows more ferocious with each passing year. It has progressed far quicker than I anticipated. He Yao's countenance turned grave, his brow furrowed. Perhaps we should consult old Cheng. I have heard he possesses several rare herbs capable of dispelling curses. The driver's voice trembled, laced with anxiety. This curse is no ordinary affliction. Cheng lacks the ability to remedy it. He Yao narrowed his eyes slightly, harboring a deep-seated vendetta against the Cheng father-son duo. When my time nears its end, I shall exact vengeance upon them. The moment is not yet ripe. He Qingqing has yet to mature. I must endure. As long as I draw breath, Yaqi City is mine to command. Meanwhile, after returning to 8 middle school via the bus, Chu Sheng parted ways with the principal and ventured alone to the city's largest supermarket. He purchased not only a tent, but also a hoe, sickle, shovel, and other agricultural tools. Although his innate talent guarantees the successful growth of crops, the yield remains subpar, particularly as one distances from the lake, the farther he ventures. The sparser the harvest. Additionally, he had already cultivated several rounds of crops near the lake, and the soil had yet to be rejuvenated. With the arrival of livestock, he intended to make full use of this opportunity. After settling the bill, Chu Sheng sought a secluded spot to enter the secret realm when a voice suddenly interrupted him. Chu Xiaoyu, please wait a moment. Turning around, he beheld a refined middle-aged man striding toward him with deliberate steps. Is there something you require? Chu Sheng inquired, puzzled, for he did not recognize this individual. My name is Fu Sheng. I have heard that you have transitioned to an SSS lifestyle profession, and my master holds a keen interest in you. He wishes to invite you to our residence for a discussion. Fu Sheng smiled, adjusting his glasses, his gaze imbued with an unmistakable air of authority. My apologies, but I am not interested in men. Chu Sheng replied, taken aback by the unexpected response. Have high school students today developed such peculiar thought processes? Fu Sheng paused momentarily, then continued, what if I insist that you accompany us? At that instant, the previously refined demeanor of Fu Sheng was replaced by an icy demeanor. Several athletic bodyguards had appeared around Chu Sheng, subtly encircling him. Observing Chu Sheng surveying his surroundings, Fu Sheng smirked, believing him to be in search of assistance. Do not waste your efforts. Everyone here is under my command. Even if we were to eliminate you, no one would be the wiser. It would be best for you to cooperate and come with us. At least it will spare you some physical torment. While they were concerned about being discovered, Chu Sheng too worried that their subsequent actions would attract attention. Hearing Fu Sheng's words, he felt a surge of delight. This was precisely what he had hoped for. However, he maintained an outward facade of anger and helplessness. Gritting his teeth, he declared, very well, I shall accompany you. As the saying goes, a wise man knows how to adapt to circumstances. Rest assured, as long as you prove useful to our master, wealth and honor shall be yours. Before he could finish his sentence, a pitch-black tail needle pierced through his chest. Almost simultaneously, the other bodyguards met the same fate, struck down in an instant. Fu Sheng's body erupted with a golden light as he leapt away, creating distance from his adversary. He glanced down at the gaping wound in his chest, blood gushing forth. His eyes filled with horror and disbelief. You dared to strike. Fu Sheng's voice trembled, blood trickling from his lips. His pupils constricted, disbelief filling his gaze as he beheld the 10 demonic creatures surrounding him. He had never anticipated that a mere high school student could command such beings. Had he known of Chu Sheng's capabilities beforehand, he would have never been so careless. Yet, he soon regained his composure. He was confident he could handle the 9 yellow killer bees, but the black ones posed a terrifying threat. In his current state, he doubted he could withstand them. There is still an opportunity. This kid is only level 17. If I can capture him, I can turn the tide. Fu Sheng gritted his teeth, a glint of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes. His profession was an A-level undead, level 29. Regardless of the severity of his injuries, he would feel no pain. Most terrifyingly, even if mortally wounded, he would not perish immediately and could drag his enemy down with him. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath Fu Sheng fractured, and he propelled himself toward Chu Sheng like a cannonball, moving with astounding speed. Chu Sheng clenched his right fist, having already assumed a fighting stance, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, seemingly awaiting the onslaught. With a resounding impact, a powerful shockwave radiated outward from the two combatants. Chu Sheng felt a tremendous force surging through his fist, causing him to stagger backward. Fu Sheng, however, fared far worse. As Chu Sheng's punch obliterated the right half of his body, he had not anticipated Chu Sheng's raw strength to be so formidable. Coughing, Fu Sheng struggled to rise from the ground, blood gushing from the right side of his body, his insides spilling onto the ground. Are you even human? Chu Sheng stared in disbelief at Fu Sheng, who stood with only half a body remaining. The sight was grotesque, yet Fu Sheng continued to sway on his feet. A sinister grin etched upon his face. You are as good as dead. You will soon face the wrath of my master. With that, he charged at Chu Sheng once more, but after only a few steps, he lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Observing his futile attempts to rise, Chu Sheng approached and decisively crushed his skull beneath his foot. Incredible, you can still move. As Chu Sheng gazed upon the convulsing body of Fu Sheng, devoid of its head, the latter appeared to struggle to rise once more, prompting Chu Sheng to unleash a torrent of expletives. Nevertheless, it was ultimately in vain. Soon, Fu Sheng's corpse lay utterly still. Chu Sheng's attention shifted to the black ancestral killer bee, which had failed to fulfill its lethal promise, leading him to scornfully remark on its ineptitude. The black ancestral killer bee, intimidated, averted its gaze and lowered its head. Chapter 16. Shunjin in the Secret Realm. Foolish dog, do you even comprehend what you are consuming? Be cautious lest you devour yourself. Within the Secret Realm, a man and his dog were engaged in a fierce contest over the fruits adorning a cluster of crops. Initially, Chu Sheng, unable to afford the exorbitant fees for a job change, devised a scheme against the unscrupulous landlord. He forged a fictitious property deed and deceived a malevolent merchant in the black market, swindling a staggering 800,000. A lifetime spent hunting led him to be blindsided this time, earning him mockery from his peers. In the aftermath, the merchant sought retribution against Chu Sheng, yet the latter remained hidden within the Secret Realm, evading confrontation. Subsequently, the merchant's son, Xinjin, learned of the incident and, aware that Chu Sheng was also a novice like himself, devised a plan to teach Chu Sheng a lesson in the initial Secret Realm, conveniently expecting to reclaim the 800,000 from him. Unexpectedly, upon encountering Chu Sheng, Xinjin found himself transported into this bizarre space. To his astonishment, the realm began to tremble violently, fissures splitting the land asunder. Fortuitously, he survived. As he wandered aimlessly, he stumbled upon the very special fruits that had recently appeared for sale online, igniting a surge of euphoria within him, especially the mutated blueberries that promised a permanent enhancement of mental acuity, a veritable treasure for someone of his mage-like vocation. After consuming 3 mutated blueberries in quick succession, a large yellow dog suddenly darted out from behind him, heedless of everything. Its mouth agape as it voraciously devoured not just the fruits, but also the leaves and roots without distinction. In an instant, a tug-of-war ensued between man and canine. Foolish dog, that strawberry is of great significance to me. Do not consume it. Seeing the large yellow dog fixate on a nearby patch of strawberries, Xinjin hastily intervened. The dog barked in response, dashing towards the strawberries. Xinjin grasped its tail, only to be dragged along. Moments later, every fruit from the numerous crops in the Secret Realm had been thoroughly ravaged. Hey, foolish dog, that beehive atop the lychee tree is devoid of bees. Why not procure some honey? The yellow dog shot him a disdainful glance, seemingly retorting, why don't you fetch it yourself? Were it not for this cursed place sapping my strength, I would have already indulged in honey and lychees instead of squabbling with you. These killer bees were each the size of a fist, and the powerless Xinjin was not foolish enough to provoke them, while the honey was off limits. Perhaps the lychees could be harvested, and considering that the lychees and blueberries thrived in proximity, they might possess unique properties as well. An idea sparked in Xinjin's mind as he picked up a stone from the ground and aimed it at several ripe lychees hanging from the tree. Hurling it with force, the stone struck true, causing the lychees to plummet and roll a few times upon hitting the ground. Ha ha ha, it worked! Xinjin exclaimed. What are you up to, foolish dog? The yellow dog's eyes lit up at the sight, and it bolted towards the fallen lychees, swiftly devouring them. By the time Xinjin arrived, every lychee had vanished into the dog's belly, having kept a safe distance to avoid the wrath of the killer bees. Xinjin realized that the yellow dog had benefited from his caution, casting his gaze towards the beehive and then back to the stone in his hand. A new plan formed in Xinjin's mind. Foolish dog, I shall allow you to enjoy those lychees now, but soon, I shall have you relish the ultimate delight. He sprinted towards the distance, this time aiming his stone not at the lychees but at the enormous beehive. The yellow dog, thinking Xinjin was targeting the lychees again, waited expectantly beneath the tree. With a swift motion, the stone flew towards the hive, striking one of the returning black ancestral killer bees squarely. The bee turned its head to regard Xinjin, emanating such a fierce aura that he shivered, an icy chill racing up his spine. Instantly, 9 more ancestral killer bees materialized around him. Xinjin's throat tightened. It dawned on him that he had been encircled by these monstrous creatures. Within this secret realm, he was utterly powerless to wield any skills, making it impossible to confront them. His only recourse was to flee. Foolish dog, run, he shouted, pivoting to escape. The yellow dog regarded him with a look of disdain, showing no intention of fleeing. Before Xinjin could take more than a few steps, he found Chu Sheng standing ahead, burdened with numerous packages. Run. He had forgotten that Chu Sheng owed his father 800,000, instinctively shouting for Chu Sheng to escape. Seeing Chu Sheng remain unfazed, Xinjin shouted again. What are you waiting for? Run, run. These are all my pets. Chu Sheng replied, moving towards the lychee tree. Xinjin halted in disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers, struggling to comprehend the situation. Seeing Chu Sheng's composure, he hesitantly turned back, observing Chu Sheng wave his hand, causing the 10 monstrous creatures to disperse. He finally believed that these creatures were indeed Chu Sheng's pets. If those creatures are yours, then the special fruits and tomatoes must also be your cultivation. He hurried to match Chu Sheng's pace. Without glancing back, Chu Sheng continued, what else could it be? Do you think these things sprouted here for no reason? You have such power yet refuse to repay the money? 800,000, hurry up. My father is suffering from heart troubles because of you. Shinjin shifted his tone. I have no money, Chu Sheng replied, beginning to set up a tent beneath the lychee tree. Upon hearing this, Shinjin nearly exploded in frustration. No money? Who are you trying to fool? You can raise monsters and cultivate these fruits in this secret realm, yet you claim to have no money to repay my father? In truth, Chu Sheng was indeed low on funds. All the special fruits he had sold had been converted into spirit coins, and he now needed to reinvest to cultivate the secret realm, which would consume a substantial amount of resources. While I may lack money, the fruits I cultivate hold immense value in the eyes of job changers. You must surely understand that by now. Chu Sheng was well aware of the devastation wrought upon the crops. Indeed, if this fellow can cultivate such fine produce, leveraging it properly would undoubtedly yield profit in due time. Shinjin mused internally. Moreover, the fruits would significantly benefit him as well. Staying close to Chu Sheng might yield even greater rewards. Resolute, Shinjin cleared his throat, declaring, to ensure you repay that 800,000 promptly. I have decided to remain here to oversee your efforts. Enough with the chatter. Get to work and start tilling the soil. Chu Sheng handed him the hoe, initiating Shinjin's labor. Make no mistake, I am here to supervise you. As Shinjin tossed the hoe aside, an ancestral killer bee appeared behind him. However, I am a person who relishes hard work. Labor brings me joy, he said with a smile, swiftly picking up the hoe. Chapter 17. The Wrath of Chung Tianhao. With Shinjin, the diligent worker, the land beside the lake was soon tilled to a soft, even texture, prompting a satisfied nod from Chu Sheng. Once this area was completed, they would expand their efforts to other regions surrounding the lake. Inside the tent, Chu Sheng enjoyed sipping lychee honey water while directing Shinjin's labor, a look of contentment gracing his face. Shinjin wiped the sweat from his brow and called out, Chu Sheng, why haven't you come to help? I'm utterly exhausted. He glanced at the large yellow dog beside him, wagging its tail with an air of carefree joy, and swallowed the words that threatened to escape his lips. The dog certainly did not share his fatigue. Keep working diligently. Once this batch of crops is harvested, you will reap your rewards, he thought to himself. Chu Sheng sauntered out of the tent, his gaze sweeping across the enchanting landscape before him. He had already conceived a preliminary plan for the development of this secret realm. The western area would be designated for cultivation, the northern section for livestock. While the southern forest would remain untouched for now, the eastern side would eventually serve as residential quarters, anticipating the influx of people once the Grand Canal project commenced. Chu Sheng mused, envisioning the prosperous future that lay ahead for this hidden paradise. With a swift application of a teleportation ability, he arrived at the northern sector. This area remained desolate, yet he had a strategy in mind. He purchased a substantial quantity of grass from his system and, with instantaneous planting, transformed the barren ground into a lush green carpet. As soon as the grass took root, it grew at an astonishing pace, soon flourishing into a verdant pasture. Meanwhile, a swarm of ancestral killer bees, having felled towering trees from the south, began constructing a fence. I wonder if poultry will exhibit special properties akin to fruits. Chu Sheng pondered, watching the industrious bees with eager anticipation. Before long, the fence began to take shape, and Chu Sheng purchased several cattle, sheep, and horses from the system. Their arrival sparked curiosity as they explored their new enclosure, their calls echoing in the air. If only rare magical creatures weren't so exorbitantly priced, I would have acquired more than just these livestock, he sighed, his gaze lingering on the animals as he contemplated future developments. Hey, from now on, you shall be responsible for tending to these cattle, sheep, and horses. The black ancestral killer bee bowed in acquiescence to Chu Sheng's command. As he observed the livestock acclimating to their new surroundings, Chu Sheng returned to the lakeside. Meanwhile, Shinjin had succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. Chu Sheng paid him no mind, focusing instead on planting the seeds he had acquired, which included 4 new varieties: watermelon, grapes, dragon fruit, and kiwi. I wonder what delightful surprises these new varieties will bring, he mused, crouching down to caress the tender sprouts with eyes full of expectation. Elsewhere, in a narrow alley, Inspector Li Huan felt a headache coming on as he surveyed several corpses strewn across the ground. Each body of the bodyguards had succumbed to a single lethal strike, and the nature of their wounds indicated the involvement of magical creatures. However, one decapitated and dismembered corpse stood out as particularly peculiar, exhibiting both magical and human-inflicted injuries. Li Huan squatted down to examine the most enigmatic body closely. If human involvement were not strange enough, it's quite normal for magical creatures to kill. Yet here we have traces of both, he thought, his brow furrowed with confusion. When did Yi City acquire someone capable of controlling magical creatures in battle? The presence of magical creatures was already fearsome, but the implication of human manipulation could incite widespread panic if this case were mishandled. Upon investigation, it appears the deceased were all affiliated with the Chung group. A young investigator rushed over, speaking in hushed tones. Li Huan's eyes widened as he realized the enormity of the situation. The Chung group wielded considerable power in Yi City, presenting themselves as respectable businessmen while secretly engaging in numerous illicit enterprises. Curse it, why must this be tied to the Chung clan? That fellow has countless enemies. Even inquiring about him could lead to closed doors. Li Huan gritted his teeth, knowing he could not shy away from his duty. Let us head to the Chung Group. Li Huan, accompanied by 2 investigators, made their way to the imposing building of the Chung Group. President Chung, the search bureau is here to see you, the secretary cautiously announced. Make them wait. Chung Tianhao barked impatiently, his eyes filled with disdain. The secretary nodded nervously and hurried off to relay the message. This Chung Tianhao is insufferably arrogant. The young investigator seethed. Li Huan took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. This incident involved magical creatures, and thorough investigation was imperative. As they waited in the reception room of the Chung Group, time dragged on, and Chung Tianhao failed to make an appearance. Li Huan's patience wore thin, and he abruptly stood, intending to storm into Chung Tianhao's office. Just then, Chung Tianhao finally made his entrance, clad in an expensive suit and wearing a disingenuous smile. Oh, Inspector Li, my sincerest apologies for the delay. I was attending to some urgent matters, he said, feigning politeness. Li Huan regarded him coldly. President Chung, today we discovered that members of your Chung Group were brutally murdered in an alley, and we wish to request your cooperation in our investigation. Of course. The Chung Group has always adhered to the law, Chung Tianhao replied, though his demeanor belied his words. I would like to know why your subordinates were present in that alley. Were they on a mission or pursuing someone? How would I know? Once employees clock out, they can go wherever they please. As their employer, I can't expect them to serve me around the clock, Chung Tianhao retorted, seemingly unfazed. Li Huan had anticipated this lack of cooperation and replied, if my suspicions are correct, the assassin is linked to a magical creature, President Chung. You should be cautious. I have no grievances with them. Why would they attack me? But I appreciate the warning. Chung Tianhao responded dismissively. As they exited the Chung Group building, the young investigator wore a look of discontent. They had not expected to glean any information from him, but Li Huan instructed, Xiao Wang, stay behind. There may be suspicious individuals leaving the building. Follow them. Understood. Xiao Wang acknowledged. Inside the building, Chung Tianhao sat on the sofa, his expression dark and brooding. No wonder it took them so long to respond. A high school student managed to kill my people? How dare they? He slammed his fist on the table, causing the documents to jump. His secretary trembled in fear, hardly daring to breathe. Go summon Lao He, Chung Tianhao ordered through gritted teeth. The secretary, feeling as if a weight had been lifted, hurriedly ran out. Moments later, a burly man with a brutish demeanor entered the room. You called for me, President? Lao He inquired in a deep voice. Chung Tianhao's face was grim. Lao He, everyone I sent to deal with that kid is dead. You must personally handle this. Bring him to me before the investigation bureau finds him. Even if you have to beat him half to death, just ensure he is still breathing. Lao He nodded in understanding and left the office without delay. Chapter 18. A father-son reunion in the secret realm. The air was filled with the aroma of ripe fruits, wafting into Shun Jin's senses. In his dreams, he lay amidst a bounty of exotic fruits, sipping honey tea and indulging in the harvest, a broad smile gracing his face. Ha! Watching Shun Jin giggle dreamily, Chu Sheng lightly kicked his leg. Hey, wake up. Stop daydreaming. It's time to get to work. Startled awake, Shun Jin blinked groggily, his eyes falling upon Chu Sheng, who held a cup of lychee honey tea. Surveying the surroundings, he was delighted to find the ground strewn with plump, red strawberries. How wonderful. The dream can continue, he exclaimed, lying back down and closing his eyes once more. Moments later, his eyes flew open wide, as round as saucers. With a swift motion, he sat up, reaching for a ripe strawberry nearby. Feeling the texture beneath his fingers, he gasped, this isn't a dream. This isn't a dream. He then turned to Chu Sheng, excitement radiating from him. Brother Chu, can I eat this strawberry? Chu Sheng did not respond. Instead, directing his gaze towards the large yellow dog that lay sprawled on the ground, sated, its mouth and rear occasionally emitting flames. What a waste, what a waste. Shun Jin exclaimed, shoving strawberries into his mouth with fervor. Why are you eating that? I have transitioned to the A-level white flame class, a fire attribute mage. Shun Jin murmured indistinctly. You have consumed it now, but it will only enhance your fire attribute attacks for an hour. Oh, Shun Jin paused, halting his chewing, gazing at the half-eaten strawberry in his hand, his expression reflecting a degree of internal conflict. Not eating it seemed a bit regrettable, yet consuming it felt like a waste of its enhancement effect. Like a thief, Shun Jin stealthily tucked the strawberry into his pocket, contemplating that he would save it for later, perhaps during a battle. Alright, there is plenty of this. Since you're a mage, why not indulge in some blueberries? Once you're full, let us set up that vineyard shelter. Upon hearing this, Shun Jin finally rose from the ground. It was not just the strawberries at his feet. The blueberries and tomatoes nearby had ripened as well. The trunks of the cherry trees, grapevines, kiwis, and dragon fruit had grown robust and healthy. The watermelons on the ground had blossomed overnight. Shun Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had struck gold. This growth was astonishingly rapid. Without further ado, he dashed toward the blueberry bushes, eagerly shoving handfuls of blueberries into his mouth, the sweet and tart juice trickling down the corners of his lips. Too caught up in the moment to wipe it away. Once satisfied, he declared, Let us get that shelter built. Shinjin mumbled. All right, Brother Chu, leave it to me. I'm quite adept at labor. If he had any complaints earlier, he now wished he could reside here permanently. A single mutated blueberry could permanently enhance his mental capacity. Consuming just 5 would equate to the mental boost he would gain from leveling up. This was not the life or death struggle of battling monsters within a secret realm. This was pure enjoyment, a delightful indulgence. Shinjin relished the food with increasing enthusiasm, his cheeks puffed out like a hamster's, his eyes squinting in bliss. When he had eaten to his heart's content, feeling as if his mental capacity might overflow, the sheer clarity and exhilaration compelled him to let out a triumphant howl. He clapped his hands and turned to the vineyard, ready to embark on a productive endeavor. Brother Chu, who do you intend to sell these to? Chu Sheng lounged in the tent, savoring a sip of lychee honey tea, and replied leisurely, who else could I sell them to? I'll just put them online. It's convenient and sells quickly. The only drawback is the lack of funds. Such rare items should be auctioned off. That way, we could earn even more. Shinjin casually suggested, instantly illuminating Chu Sheng's thoughts. Initially, he had considered keeping this fellow in the secret realm as his lifelong worker. But now he realized he could leverage this connection to approach his father and have him assist with sales. With Shinjin in my hands, I'm sure he wouldn't dare to speak out of turn. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced Chu Sheng's lips as he sat up, addressing Shinjin. You lad, work diligently. I'll be stepping out for a bit. All right, Brother Chu, leave it to me. I'm a master at farming. In the outside world. Within the Shin family residence, Shin Wei appeared haggard, clearly having gone 2 days without sleep. Not long ago, he had been swindled out of 800,000 by a high school student, which had already weighed heavily on his mind. To make matters worse, his son had not emerged after participating in the initial secret realm trial. Each year, a few unfortunate souls met their demise in the initial secret realm. However, his son had awakened the A-level white flame, a veritable combat class. How could he possibly fall so easily? Though unwilling to accept it, he had begun to resign himself to the grim reality that his son might be dead. Just as Shun Wei was engulfed in sorrow and frustration, the doorbell rang insistently. Startled, Shun Wei leapt to his feet and rushed to the door, hoping it was his son returning, only to find a boy who resembled a high school student standing on the threshold. Shun Wei's spirit deflated instantly. His mind had been consumed by visions of his son, leaving little room for thoughts of Chu Sheng. Boss, long time no see. How have you been? The boy's face bore a warm and enthusiastic smile, completely unbothered by the sudden gloom that enveloped Shin Wei. Shin Wei stared blankly for a moment before recalling that Chu Sheng was the very student who had deceived him out of 800,000. Yet, he did not confront Chu Sheng now. Instead, he spoke with palpable excitement. I recognize you. You're also a student who participated in this year's initial secret realm trial, right? Have you seen my son? His name is Shinjin. And he too is a student in this year's initial secret realm trial. Have you seen him? Shin Wei's eyes brimmed with urgency and hope as he unconsciously grasped Chu Sheng's arm. I have seen him. I even know where he is now. At these words, Shun Wei's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, his previously despondent face igniting with anticipation. He asked tremulously, is that true, young friend? If you tell me my son's whereabouts, I'll forget all about the 800,000. I want to ask for it back. Shall we discuss this inside? Hurry. Come in. Once inside, Shun Wei hurriedly invited Chu Sheng to sit down and fumbled to prepare a cup of tea, his hands trembling as he poured. Once he confirmed that no one else was present, Chu Sheng immediately released Shinjin from the secret realm. At that moment, Shinjin was busily munching on cherry tomatoes. Once he regained his bearings and confirmed his surroundings, he glanced at Chu Sheng and exclaimed, Brother Chu, why did you bring me back? I still have work to finish. Your father wants to see you. Shinjin turned to look at his father, questioning what was so important about seeing him. Shin Wei, hearing his son's words, was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes brimmed with tears, a mix of anger and joy flooding through him. You rascal. Shin Wei raised his hand as if to strike, but let it fall gently, ultimately settling for a light pat on Shinjin's shoulder. His voice thick with emotion. It's just good to have you back. Chapter 19. Borrowing the ancestors' killer bees as sparring partners. Observing his son's lively demeanor, Shun Wei's heart finally settled, and he turned to Chu Sheng, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, young friend. Having resolved the reunion of the Shin family, Chu Sheng finally articulated his purpose. Boss Shin, having navigated the business world for many years, do you have any connections with the local auction house? Shinjin immediately grasped the implication, his face lighting up with excitement as he exclaimed, Brother Chu, are you planning to auction off those rare fruits for a hefty profit? To have items auctioned, there's only one requirement. The items themselves must be sufficiently rare. While Chu Sheng may not fully understand this principle, his son undoubtedly would. Observing Shinjin's reaction, it became clear that the rare fruits in Chu Sheng's possession were indeed valuable. Now that he was free from worries, Shin Wei felt invigorated. Forget the title of boss. If it's not too much trouble, I'd prefer you call me Uncle Shun from now on. As for the auction house, I do have some connections, but their standards for items are quite stringent. Chu Sheng smiled faintly as he placed a dozen mutated rare fruits before Shenwei, uncertain if they would catch the auction house's eye. Shenwei took the rare fruits, examining them closely, before suddenly leaping to his feet, his face a mask of disbelief as he stared at Chu Sheng. What is this? Enough, old man. Don't act like you've never seen anything valuable before, Shinjin quipped while popping another cherry tomato into his mouth. Only then did Shenwei realize what his son had been consuming all this time. You ungrateful child. How dare you eat something so precious? Shenwei, alarmed, reached out to snatch the cherry tomato from Shinjin's hand, but Shinjin deftly dodged. Brother Chu gave this to me. He has plenty of them. Chu Sheng quickly intervened. Uncle Shun, it's all right. These are meant to be consumed. Others would charge for them. But there's no need for us to be so formal. I would appreciate it if you could take a few of these rare fruits to the auction house for appraisal to see if they can be auctioned off. The rest are my humble tribute to you, Uncle Shun. These are highly sought-after items. The auction house would surely be interested. As for their value, I would never take them for free. How much did Uncle Shun pay for them? There's truly no need for that. I've been helping you manage the crops lately. Consider this a token of my appreciation. Chu Sheng chuckled softly, waving his hand with sincerity. If it weren't for the 800,000 investment from Uncle Shun back then, I wouldn't have been able to successfully change my profession or cultivate such extraordinary fruits. Observing Chu Sheng's demeanor, Shenwei found it difficult to refuse further. Well then, Uncle Shun shall accept it. All right, Chu Sheng, if there's nothing else, please allow me to enter. That large yellow dog has awakened and is wandering aimlessly in the vineyard. I must keep an eye on it. Chu Sheng glanced at Shenwei, who waved his hand impatiently and remarked, You ungrateful child. Hurry and go help Chu Sheng properly. With a thought, Chu Sheng promptly transported Shenwei into the secret realm. Shenwei was left speechless by this spectacle. Yet he understood which questions were appropriate and which were not. Uncle Shun, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. As for the auction house matter, please inform this bee, and I shall be aware. Upon finishing his words, Chu Sheng left a killer bee inside the room. Rest assured, my friend Chu Sheng, this matter will surely come to fruition. After escorting Chu Sheng to the door, Shenwei heard Chu Sheng speak again. Uncle Shun, this is of great importance. Please heed my words. No one shall discover where these extraordinary fruits originated. In that case, I thank you, Uncle Shun. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, Shinjin will undoubtedly receive the best protection and assistance within my capacity. Chu Sheng's gaze was resolute, his tone imbued with an undeniable promise. Upon hearing this, Shenwei felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart, a smile of relief gracing his features. With these words from you, my young friend Chu Sheng, I can rest easy. As soon as Chu Sheng exited the community, an unfamiliar number flashed on his phone. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer key. Who is it? It's me. A cold female voice responded from the other end, unmistakably belonging to He Qingqing. What do you need? Chu Sheng furrowed his brow. He Qingqing was the only one privy to his secret, and he had no leverage to ensure her silence. However, according to the reports from the killer bee monitoring the He family, He Qingqing had exhibited no unusual behavior recently. Just as Chu Sheng was lost in thought, He Qingqing spoke up. I would like to borrow a humanoid killer bee from you. What on earth do you need that for? It can't even be eaten. I need a sparring partner. Naturally, the servants of the He family dared not lay a hand on He Qingqing, and the external training grounds were filled with inanimate objects. Only the ancestral killer bee in Chu Sheng's possession would suit her needs. You really are quite the glutton for punishment. Fine, I'll wait for you at the 8th high. With that, Chu Sheng hung up the phone. He Qingqing emerged from her room, preparing to head to 8th high. Uncle Lin, when did my father acquire this creature? Upon entering the living room, He Qingqing noticed a bee the size of a fist confined within a peculiar transparent container. Miss, Uncle Lin replied hastily, bowing slightly. Shortly after you returned from the initial secret realm trial, Mr. He discovered its existence and asked me to keep it contained. This transparent container affects the creature's visual and auditory perceptions, making it believe it is still in the vastness of the outside world while, in reality, it is confined to this small space. Oh, He Qingqing did not linger over the bee, as she had more pressing matters to attend to. Black brother. That boy's scent has appeared and is moving. Suddenly, a black dog beside Old Black spoke up. After searching all night, we finally found him. Lead the way, and don't let him escape. Under the orders of Cheng Tianhao, Old Black was tasked with bringing Chu Sheng back, yet no matter what means he employed, he had failed to locate Chu Sheng. Thankfully, fortune favored the diligent, and Chu Sheng had finally made an appearance. Following Chu Sheng's scent, the man and dog began their pursuit. Behind them, a pair of eyes watched their every move. Heads up, Cheng Tianhao's subordinates are on the move. It seems they have discovered something. On the other end of the phone, Li Huan's voice came through. Don't hang up. Be careful. Follow them. We're on our way. Chapter 20. The door is knocked down. With the initial secret realm trials concluded, the written examinations had also wrapped up yesterday. Soon, students who had successfully changed their professions would undergo martial examinations, leaving the school devoid of activity during this period. He Qingqing was now within the campus of 8th high, yet Chu Sheng's figure remained elusive. She called but received no answer. Little did she know, Chu Sheng had arrived at 8th High even earlier than her, at that moment. He was dining in a small restaurant outside the campus while sharing a view of He Qingqing's every move through the eyes of the bee. Could it be that the He family truly meant no harm, and she simply came to borrow the ancestral killer bee? After confirming that there were no unusual occurrences within the campus, Chu Sheng finally left the restaurant, making his way toward the school grounds. As he entered, Chu Sheng immediately spotted He Qingqing and waved at her eagerly. I can't believe it, taxi drivers nowadays really need to be regulated. It's such a short distance. Yet they took me on a long detour. I hope I didn't keep you waiting, he classmate. I just arrived. He Qingqing retained her usual aloof demeanor, devoid of any displeasure. Did you not bring it? Chu Sheng understood she was referring to the ancestral killer bee, and quickly replied with a smile. I brought it. But given that it's a magical creature, are you sure you want to examine it here? No problem. But let me make it clear, once I bring this out, it's considered borrowed. If someone discovers it and reports it to the search bureau, that has nothing to do with me. You'll need to handle it yourself. Understood. All right. After receiving He Qingqing's assurance, Chu Sheng felt no need to hide any longer and summoned the yellow ancestral killer bee forthwith. The bee tilted its head, gazing at Chu Sheng, seemingly puzzled as to why he had called it forth here. I need it until the martial examination begins. Very well. Should we test its capabilities? No need. Just give me the card number. Chu Sheng was momentarily taken aback before realizing that He Qingqing intended to proceed with a direct transaction, without even testing the bee's strength. After providing her with the card number, He Qingqing began transferring funds via her phone. This creature is only temporarily loaned to you, so be cautious. Don't damage it. Ding. A notification chimed, and Chu Sheng glanced down to see a staggering sum of 5 million. His eyes widened as he repeatedly counted the zeros in the message, confirming it was correct before inhaling sharply. Miss He, feel free to use it as a punching bag. Just don't hesitate to destroy it. I'll replace it for you free of charge. I will exercise discretion. He chuckled at the ancestral killer bee. He Qingqing was solely focused on leveling up and increasing her strength, so any notion of enjoying life seemed far-fetched. It was more likely to be a trial. After all, she had initially stated her need for a sparring partner. Just as they were about to leave, a shadow darted out from the nearby woods like a specter, lunging directly at Chu Sheng. Fortunately, Chu Sheng reacted swiftly, crossing his arms to shield his chest. Boom. The violent impact caused the ground beneath him to crack, sending fragments flying. Simultaneously, as the assailant's fist collided with Chu Sheng's arms, a series of white blades swiftly extended from his body, exuding a fierce aura as they pierced Chu Sheng's forearms. At that moment, He Qingqing also reacted, summoning a white sword that she swung directly at the mysterious man. The sword energy, sharp as frost, surged forth, aiming straight for the assailant. To evade He Qingqing's strike, the man hastily somersaulted backward, completing the entire maneuver in mere seconds. He's coming for me. Chu Sheng understood instantly, though he was perplexed as to which faction sought to target him. Let us go. There's no need to engage with him. From that initial blow, Chu Sheng realized he was no match for the attacker. He and He Qingqing's figures began to blur, gradually solidifying within the secret realm. Boom. Unexpectedly, he was directly struck out by a single punch from his opponent. This took Chu Sheng by surprise. Had he opened the secret realm before him, it seemed likely that the assailant could have pierced through the entrance. Miss He, this individual appears to be your family's mortal enemy. You must exercise caution. No one would be foolish enough to attack my family at such a moment. This trouble is of your own making. Chu Sheng gazed at the imposing figure before him and remarked with a smile, this matter does not concern her. Let him depart first. She must die? A razor-sharp bone suddenly erupted from the man's body, clasped firmly in his grasp. You see, he intends to kill you. Chu Sheng turned to He Qingqing, shrugging in resignation. He Qingqing paid no heed to Chu Sheng, her gaze fixated on the man before her. Meanwhile, the ancestral killer bee stood ready for battle, prepared to join in as soon as He Qingqing made her move. The man swung the bone blade once more, charging towards Chu Sheng and He Qingqing. In response, He Qingqing brandished her white sword, her form a blur as she advanced to meet the man, their weapons clashing with a shower of sparks. The ancestral killer bee, poised nearby, flicked its tail, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Yet, the man caught it with one hand, effortlessly tossing it aside. This fellow is likely around level 35. Even with my ancestral killer bee joining the fray, it would hardly be a match for him. Additionally, the ever-watchful black dog remained suspiciously on the sidelines. With his arms injured, Chu Sheng consumed a lychee, analyzing the battlefield. If that is the case, let us escalate the situation. In an instant, several more ancestral killer bees emerged, yet he commanded them not to attack the man, but rather to assault the teaching building behind them. Boom, boom, boom. The building collapsed with a thunderous roar, a massive cloud of dust enveloping the entire campus. Inside the staff dormitory, the principal of the 8th High School was joyfully sharing drinks with several veteran teachers, celebrating the conclusion of the written examinations. We all worked hard during this period. Let us enjoy a small toast today. Once the martial examinations are over, we shall drink to our heart's content. The principal raised his glass, and the others followed suit. We merely teach the material from the textbooks. It is you, Principal, who truly bears the burden. Under your leadership, our school has produced 2 SSS-level professionals this year, a historic honor. An elderly teacher chimed in with a beaming smile. Indeed. Moreover, our school secured first place in this year's initial secret realm, breaking historical records. I have a premonition that, under your guidance, we will shatter the records of Cliff City in the martial examinations, perhaps even those of the entire province. Principal Su, glowing with pride, chuckled, You flatter me. You flatter me. However, it must be said that students like Chu Sheng and He Qingqing are indeed remarkable. Their contributions cannot be overlooked. Absolutely. With them, our school is destined to become a benchmark in education, standing tall in Cliff City for a century. Just then, the deafening roar crashed into their jubilant atmosphere like a heavy hammer. The liquid in their glasses sloshed violently, spilling over the table as the teachers exchanged bewildered glances. One teacher stepped outside to investigate, his view unobstructed by any buildings. I'm truly at a loss. I can't see our school's teaching building. Another teacher followed suit. Hey, I can't see it either. You lot, is it just a few drinks that have you so disoriented? Another teacher remarked as he ventured out. The evening breeze brushed against their faces, instantly sobering them. The teaching building had collapsed. Principal, someone is attacking. A teacher exclaimed anxiously. Principal Su hurriedly rushed outside, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the vanished building. His hands trembled with a fury that replaced his earlier joviality. Who the hell did this? I will make him pay. Chapter 21. The ferocious fat man Chu Sheng and He Qingqing, united with his swarm of yellow ancestral killer bees, found themselves suppressed by the formidable Old Hay. His assault grew increasingly relentless, the bone blades swirling with an impenetrable ferocity. Old Hay seized one of the ancestral killer bees by the neck, crushing it with a sudden force. This marked the third of these creatures he had obliterated. What troubled Chu Sheng most was the large black dog. He had confirmed it was an ally of the opponent, though he remained uncertain of its strength. First, let us eliminate that black dog. Chu Sheng resolved decisively, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He had a trump card he intended to use against Old Hay, but it was likely unfeasible. It would have to suffice against the black dog instead. Amidst the fierce battle, a small bee crept toward the black dog. Chu Sheng dared not let it approach too closely, fearing exposure. Just as the bone blade was about to strike him, his figure vanished in an instant. Utilizing the art of shadow shifting, he reappeared behind the black dog. Boom. Chu Sheng unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the black dog's skull. Was it truly that easy? Gazing at the lifeless black dog, Chu Sheng could scarcely believe his eyes. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the black dog was, in fact, a human. As it perished, its true form emerged. A support-type profession, sea-level hound. You dare kill Xiao Yao. Old Hay bellowed, his aura surging violently. An overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down on Chu Sheng and He Qingqing, causing their hearts to tighten. He charged at Chu Sheng, rage clouding his judgment and erasing any recollection of Cheng Tianhao's admonitions. At that moment, his sole desire was to annihilate Chu Sheng. The white blade swept through the air as Chu Sheng's figure vanished once more. Meanwhile, He Qingqing had summoned the ice phoenix, hastily mounting its back with Chu Sheng, preparing to escape. However, Old Hay hurled the bone blade into the air, its sword with a piercing shriek. Bang! The ice phoenix was pierced through, shattering like fragile ice. The two plummeted from the sky. Fortunately, Chu Sheng sustained only minor injuries. He Qingqing, however, was severely affected by the destruction of the ice phoenix. She was struck by backlash, her face turning pale as paper, blood seeping from her lips, her form swaying precariously. That bastard dares to wreak havoc at my school. An enraged Principal Su appeared alongside several teachers. Chu Sheng shouted urgently, Help! Principal, this lunatic is intent on killing me and classmate He. She is on the verge of death. I am so sorry, Principal, for failing to protect our school. It has been destroyed by him. The sight of the ruins of the teaching building and the near-fatal injury of the student required no further elaboration from Chu Sheng. Principal Su's fury ignited like a wildfire. He found an ancient iron staff in his hands, its surface faintly shimmering with runes. You truly are a wretched creature, daring to harm my students and demolish my teaching building. Upon hearing Principal Su's words, He Qingqing instinctively glanced at Chu Sheng, acutely aware that the destruction of the building was a deliberate act to draw attention. Yes, the principal speaks true. He is indeed a beast. Not only did he attack me and classmate He, but he also brought ruin upon our school. I initially believed he merely sought to prevent our 8th high from rising. Yet it seems he aims to obliterate us entirely. Chu Sheng maintained a composed exterior, fanning the flames of the situation. Gentlemen, take Chu Sheng and Qingqing to the side to recuperate, and witness how your principal deals with this scoundrel. Although the teachers following Principal Su were not class changers, they were not cowards either. They rushed forward to escort He Qingqing away from the battlefield. Principal, I can still fight. I vow to defend the 8th high and will not allow outsiders to bully us. Principal Su regarded Chu Sheng with a sense of profound pride. He was indeed the person he valued, exhibiting remarkable spirit. Nevertheless, the principal waved his hand and spoke in a low voice. Chu Sheng, you are not yet a match for this fellow. Just stand by and observe how I will teach him a lesson. Very well, but please be cautious, principal. This man is deformed, with bones that can protrude from his body at any moment. Fear not, soon enough, I shall render him entirely disfigured. Lao He regarded the rotund man who identified himself as the principal with disdain, and he could hardly be bothered to explain the misunderstanding regarding the destruction of the teaching building. You think you can stop me? A mocking smile crept across his lips, as his bones emitted a peculiar cracking sound. A white bone blade suddenly erupted from his body, which he clasped in his palm. Die! He darted towards Principal Su like a specter, the bone blade aimed directly at his throat. Principal, be careful. The other teachers gasped in shock. Lao Hei's speed was astonishing, and their principal stood frozen, not yet reacting. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, the tip of the bone blade halted mere inches from Principal Su's throat. No matter how forcefully Lao Hei attempted to advance, he was unable to proceed further. The principal had effortlessly seized the bone blade with one hand, his gaze cold and exuding an unassailable authority. With such meager abilities, you dare to wreak havoc in my school? With a resounding thud, a swing of his staff sent Lao Hei flying like a baseball, crashing heavily into a pile of rubble, sending dust spiraling into the air. He struggled to rise from the debris, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief and fury. How is this possible, you fat man? Lao Hei panted, fixating his glare on Principal Su. This scene left not only Lao Hei, but also the other teachers bewildered. They were aware that the principal was a transferee, but they had never witnessed him in action until today. Chu Sheng also found it surprising that their seemingly erratic principal could display such ferocity. With a roar, Lao Hei's body sprouted sharp bones, which he launched towards Principal Su like a barrage of arrows. However, the principal, who had once stood in front of him, now appeared behind him, firmly grasping his skull and pinning it to the ground. You little rascal, do you think my position as principal was purchased with money? Just as Principal Su was about to deliver the final blow, a voice urgently interrupted from the side, "Show mercy." The iron staff hesitated momentarily in the air before crashing down, mercilessly killing Lao Hei. Li Huan, accompanied by several investigators, emerged before the crowd. Why do you not cease? Do you not know how important he is to us? A young investigator protested indignantly. The iron staff had already paused, seemingly responding to their voices. Yet they did not anticipate that the principal would still strike with lethal intent. Principal Su's gaze turned piercing as he directed it towards the young investigator, radiating an aura of authority that commanded respect. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties? This is not your concern. Xiao Wang, step aside. Li Huan swiftly intervened to prevent the situation from escalating further. He approached Principal Su with an apologetic expression, saying, Principal Su, I sincerely apologize. My subordinate is unaware of the protocols. Please forgive us. Very well, considering you are also engaged in official duties, I shall overlook this matter. He then lowered his gaze to Lao Hei's lifeless body, stating, As for this fellow, you cannot take him alive, so take his corpse if you wish. Then we thank you, Principal Su. Li Huan promptly instructed his men to remove the bodies of Lao Hei and Xiao Yao. Lao Hei's presence here indicated only one possibility. Cheng Tianhao's objective was also present, and that person could not possibly be Principal Su. However, that individual was undoubtedly at the scene. As Li Huan surveyed the surroundings, seeking the perpetrator who could command the monstrous creatures, he suddenly jolted. His gaze locked onto the ancestral killing bee lurking behind He Qingqing. Recalling the wounds on the bodyguards in the alley, they matched perfectly with the stinger of that creature. Who was the master of that monstrous beast? Li Huan demanded sharply, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the ancestral killing bee behind He Qingqing. He Qingqing was taken aback, realizing that, unbeknownst to her, Chu Sheng had already recalled the humanoid killing bee he had brought out, leaving only this one she had borrowed. Seeing the killing bee remain steadfastly by her side, Li Huan approached and inquired, We currently suspect a murder case is connected to that creature behind you. Is it yours? So you were waiting for me. He Qingqing glanced at Chu Sheng, finally understanding why he had suggested she handle the situation herself if the investigation bureau discovered it. Chu Sheng wore an expression of innocence, as if the unfolding events had nothing to do with him. It is mine, He Qingqing declared. So, you commanded it to attack the bodyguards of the Cheng group, which resulted in today's incident. Li Huan's eyes brimmed with scrutiny and suspicion, his tone growing increasingly severe. Hey kid, this is my school. Do you think it's appropriate to interrogate my student in my presence? Principal Su interjected suddenly, his voice laced with displeasure and authority as he stepped in front of He Qingqing, shielding her. Principal Su, I sincerely apologize. But this murder case is related to the monstrous creature, and we must clarify her origins and the provenance of the beast. For the sake of your career, I advise you to consult your superior, Director Zhao, Principal Su replied, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Li Huan, daring to interrogate the only daughter of He Yao. Even the director of the Cliff City Investigation Bureau would not dare. In an instant, all the teachers wore expressions of admiration. However, Li Huan seemed unaware of He Qingqing's status and insisted, when it comes to monstrous creatures, we cannot afford to be careless. Just then, a car slowly entered the premises of number 8 high school. I wonder what will happen next. I must make my escape, Chu Sheng thought to himself. Instinctively taking a step back, Li Huan noticed Chu Sheng's unusual demeanor and frowned slightly, but his focus remained primarily on He Qingqing and the ancestral killing bee. As the vehicle came to a halt, He Yao and Zhao Kaimin, the director of the Cliff City Investigation Bureau, stepped out together. Director. Li Huan rushed forward to pay his respects, genuinely bewildered as to why the director was present. He was also aware that the man beside him was He Yao. However, he could not comprehend why He Yao and their director would appear here. Other investigators also approached to greet Zhao Kaimin. Zhao Kaimin wore a grave expression, clearly informed about some of the circumstances here. He Yao maintained a composed demeanor, scanning the scene before finally resting his gaze on He Qingqing, who was protected by Principal Su. He nodded slightly, acknowledging Principal Su, then turned to Zhao Kaimin and said, Director Zhao, if there are no matters requiring my attention, I will allow my daughter to return home to rest. Of course, Qingqing must be tired. Let her return and rest well. We will handle the rest, Zhao Kaimin replied. At this moment, Li Huan finally understood that the person he had been interrogating was indeed He Yao's only daughter. Observing the He family's servants supporting He Qingqing as she prepared to leave, Li Huan could not restrain himself from speaking up. Director. She is likely connected to the earlier murder case. Now you understand her identity, do you? Despite this, Li Huan insisted, even so, we cannot overlook the crucial clues regarding the murder case due to her status. He ground his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness and stubbornness. The stinger of that monstrous creature matched the fatal wounds of the Chung Group's bodyguards perfectly. This was no mere coincidence. Very well, then I ask you, do you believe the Chung family would target He Qingqing? Even if He Qingqing were to have attacked their bodyguards, would the Chung family seek revenge for a few bodyguards? No, absolutely not. The Chung family is not so foolish as to act rashly. Observing Li Huan deep in thought, Zhao Kaimin continued. If the Chung family is not inclined to take action against He Qingqing, does that not imply that their true objective lies elsewhere? Do you recall that recently 2 freshmen at the 8th high school have advanced to SSS-level professions? One is the very He Qingqing you were just about to interrogate, and the other is named Chu Sheng, who has transitioned to the dual professions of agricultural deity and pastoral god. The elder of the Chung family possesses a vast estate on the outskirts, teeming with exceptional talents. This, you must surely know? In that moment, clarity dawned upon Li Huan. The Chung family's intentions were not directed at He Qingqing, but rather at her classmate. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned sharply. What about that boy who was just here? President Su promptly replied, what boy? There was no one. It's fine, there are surveillance cameras. We can simply review the footage to identify him. Surveillance cameras? What cameras? They are all broken. President Su maintained a calm demeanor, yet his tone conveyed an unassailable resolve. Li Huan, enough. Are you seeking further embarrassment? Zhao Kaimin's expression soured. He had already been quite explicit, yet this fellow stubbornly insisted on probing further. Why would the daughter of the He family possess that monstrous entity? Why would she and that boy appear here at such a late hour? Did he truly need to state the obvious? Clearly, they were a young couple in the throes of romance. To investigate that boy would only serve to antagonize the He family. Mr. He, please forgive my impertinence, Zhao Kaimin remarked. He Yao smiled slightly. Director Zhao, you are overly courteous. I shall certainly pay a visit on another day, especially after the troubles of this evening. In that case, I shall take my leave now. As for the Chung family matter, rest assured, I shall exercise discretion. All right, but do not let this escalate further. After the search team departed, He Yao approached President Su to express his gratitude. I am immensely thankful for your assistance today, President Su. Rest assured, I shall send someone to handle matters here tomorrow. President Su waved his hand, a gentle smile gracing his face. Mr. He, you are too kind. He Qingqing is a student of my school. It is only natural that I protect her. As night fell, he added, I shall not impose any longer. Watching He Yao's retreating figure, President Su murmured to himself, tonight, the Chung family is bound to have a rough time. Chapter 23, A Lone Assault on the Chung Tower. Within the opulent office atop the Chung Tower, Chung Tianhao glared out at the vibrant nightscape with a malevolent glint in his eyes. For reasons unknown, an unsettling anxiety gripped him. It felt as though an ominous event was imminent. President Chung, we have just received word that Lao He has perished at 8th High School. And both the director of the search bureau and He Yao were present afterward, his secretary reported hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Chung Tianhao sprang to his feet, incredulous. Lao He is dead? How can this be? He was my strongest transferer. It is absolutely true. Lao He's body is currently at the search bureau. The growing unease within Chung Tianhao intensified. He had merely intended to send Chu Sheng to his grandfather's estate, never seeking to escalate matters. Yet now, with Zhao Kaimin involved, he wondered why He Yao had also become entangled. With He Yao's life expectancy dwindling, all factions within Cliff City were wary of drawing his ire, fearing he might seek a scapegoat before his demise. Could it be that the boy was somehow connected to the He family? Slumping back into his chair, Chung Tianhao was beset by confusion. Regardless, since He Yao had intervened, he resolved to pay a visit to apologize the following day, once He Yao was gone. Dealing with that boy would be equally feasible. By then, not only would the boy be at his mercy, but the entire He family would be utterly subjugated by the Chung family. A sinister chuckle escaped him at the thought. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the tower, bathing it in red light. What is happening? Chung Tianhao exclaimed as he leapt to his feet. Before his secretary could ascertain the situation, the office door burst open, and a disheveled subordinate tumbled in, breathless and panicked. President, it's bad. Someone has stormed the building. Chung Tianhao's eyes burned with fury. How dare anyone provoke the Chung family, who had ruled over Cliff City for decades? How many are there? He demanded. The subordinate, panting heavily, stammered, "Oh, one. Chung Tianhao's rage surged. How could a single individual have reduced his men to such a state? Had they grown too complacent under his leadership to even fight? He is. But before the subordinate could finish, the door to Chung Tianhao's office shattered, splintering into countless sharp fragments. A figure stepped through the wreckage with deliberate calmness. Hiao? Chung Tianhao could scarcely believe his eyes. Hiao had actually come to confront him. After a brief moment of shock, he forced himself to adopt a facade of composure. What brings you here, Mr. He? The Chung family has not wronged your family in recent years, has it? Behind Hiao, a monstrous, ghastly figure loomed, its visage hideous and its aura chilling. Chung Tianhao recognized this entity all too well. SSS-level Godslayer. The specter seized Chung Tianhao by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Panic surged within him as he realized that the rumors were true. He was unable to utilize any of his professional skills. Desperate, he struggled, but it was all in vain. The specter's grip tightened, and Chung Tianhao felt his breath growing shallow, darkness creeping into his vision. His vitality waned rapidly, and the specter of death enveloped him in dread. Even now, he could not fathom why Hiao would act against him for the sake of a mere boy. Young friend He, should this continue, he may truly perish. And that benefits neither of our families. An elderly voice called from behind Hiao. At that moment, Hiao hurled the nearly lifeless Chung Tianhao aside. Crash! His body collided with a massive fish tank in the office, glass shards and water erupting in a chaotic spray. Coughing and sputtering, Chung Tianhao staggered to his feet, drenched and disheveled. Hiao turned to see an elderly man leaning on a cane, flanked by several formidable individuals. Elder Chung, your entourage cannot possibly deter me, Hiao declared. Indeed, I awaited your anger to subside before revealing myself, the elder replied, a seemingly amiable yet inscrutable smile upon his lips. Returning to the matter at hand, you must be aware that this is all a misunderstanding, correct? Of course, the Chung family is willing to offer compensation. After Zhao Kaimin departed 8th High School, he had promptly informed Elder Chung of the incident involving Lao Hei's accidental harm to He Qingqing. Thus, Elder Chung had arrived on the scene post-haste. The He family is hardly in need of your meager reparations. I did not come here to exact vengeance upon your family. I merely wish to convey that I, Hiao, am still very much alive, and in the entirety of Cliff City, my word remains law. Hiao's gaze burned fiercely, his voice icy. The presence of those gathered was rendered speechless, as if he could annihilate them all at a whim. The smile on Elder Cheng's face faltered momentarily before returning to its previous geniality. Indeed, with his objectives met, Hiao chose not to linger further. Departing the Chung Tower under the watchful eyes of the Chung family, soaked to the skin, Chung Tianhao's gaze seethed with resentment and defiance as he shouted at Elder Chung. Father, are we simply to let this go? Hiao is on the brink of death, yet dares to act so arrogantly. When has the Chung family ever endured such humiliation? Slap. Elder Chung struck Chung Tianhao across the face, prompting the others present to hastily vacate the premises. What are you trying to achieve? Do you wish to see our family extinguished? Elder Cheng's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon his son. You fool. The only reason you are alive tonight is that Hiao possesses a vulnerability. In recent years, rumors had circulated that Hiao's curse had intensified, rendering him devoid of his former prowess, and various factions were poised to act. Yet here you are, foolishly positioning yourself as the sacrificial lamb. The Chung family, one of the most illustrious clans in Yai City, possesses considerable wealth. If you wish to attract talent, one must wield money as a hammer. Refrain from resorting to the unsavory tactics of your youth. Chung Tianhao, clutching his stinging face, harbored resentment in his eyes, yet dared not retort. With a dismissive snort, Old Master Chung settled onto the sofa and spoke slowly. If only you possessed half the cleverness or strength of that Hiao lad, our family would not find ourselves overshadowed by the He family right beneath our noses, nor would I be reduced to tilling the soil in the outskirts. When Hiao perishes in a few years, you may create whatever chaos you desire, but for now, it is in your best interest to remain compliant. Your life or death is of no concern to me, as long as it does not bring calamity upon Jiao. Father, what about that high school student named Chu Sheng? His profession is quite commendable. Chung Tianhao interjected. He can no longer be considered one of us, replied Old Master Chung. When Hiao visited previously, he was accompanied by an observer, likely a deliberate ploy by Hiao to let that boy in on our secrets. Under the cover of night, Hiao exited the Chung Corporation alone, trailed closely by a tiny bee. Still watching? Hiao waved his hand lightly, and the bee instantly dissolved into a mist of crimson. Within the confines of the secret realm, Chu Sheng's vision suddenly darkened. Severed from the outside world by the loss of visual sharing. It seems that if the Cheng family wishes to eliminate me, they must first extinguish themselves. Chapter 24, Sampling New Varieties. The recent clash at the 8th middle school cost Chu Sheng 5 yellow ancestral killer bees, leaving him with only 4 usable ones after accounting for the one lent to He Qingqing. To swiftly enhance his combat prowess, he could only resort to breeding magical creatures. This time, Chu Sheng purchased 10 bee queens in one go. Coupled with the preliminary modifications made to the secret realm, his spirit coins dwindled to a mere handful. Today, several other crops had also reached maturity, and it was time to sell a batch of extraordinary fruits in exchange for some spirit coins. As the instant harvesting commenced, a plethora of ripe fruits materialized before Chu Sheng. Brother Chu, are we preparing to sell these? Shinjin queried, currently engaged in digging small ditches to redirect water from the lake. However, this was merely a temporary measure. Chu Sheng harbored grander plans for a canal that, upon fruition, would transform the entire secret realm. Yes, your father has already contacted me. The auction house has consented. However, aside from strawberries and lychees, the rest must be mutated. Strawberries increase fire attribute damage for an hour, while lychees enable rapid healing. Both are in high demand. Tomatoes, cherries, and blueberries merely augment basic attributes. Only mutated ones provide permanent boosts, and the auction house has no need for temporary enhancements. As for the newly introduced varieties of watermelon, dragon fruit, grapes, and kiwi, he remained uncertain of their unique properties and could only sample them one by one. Chu Sheng sliced open a watermelon, and a rich fragrance wafted towards him. After tasting a piece, he noted no change in his 3 attributes, yet his skills had evidently been enhanced. The originally shared vision skill allowed him to see farther and clearer after a single bite of watermelon. Could it be that this watermelon augments the skills of practitioners? Chu Sheng felt a surge of excitement. For others, it might merely amplify skill damage, but for him, it was something entirely different. One of his skills was experience sharing. If this could also be enhanced, would he not gain even more experience when the ancestral killer bees vanquished magical creatures? Brother Chu, I've tested the dragon fruit. It similarly increases fire attack damage. The normal variety adds 1, even less than the strawberry, but it is permanent, while the mutated variety adds 2. The only downside is that once the fire attribute damage reaches a permanent increase of 10, consuming more yields no further effect. Chu Sheng had anticipated this limitation. Shinjin, having consumed several exquisite mutated dragon fruits, was now brimming with excitement. My fire attribute has permanently risen by 10. If I eat another mutated strawberry, it will grant an additional 30 fire attribute damage. This is simply extraordinary. Shinjin, you possess a fire attribute skill, correct? Chu Sheng inquired. Indeed. My profession is A-class white fire, and my talent allows me to significantly resist fire attribute damage. My first skill is Inferno of 1,000 Flames. Good, summon He Shun over. After calling for He Shun, Chu Sheng continued, you should try eating this watermelon and then use your skill to attack He Shun. Let us see the outcome. Without hesitation, Shinjin took a sizable bite of the watermelon and exclaimed, I can feel it. It seems all my skill damage is increasing. Launch a skill at him. With Chu Sheng's approval, Shinjin unleashed Inferno of 1,000 Flames at He Shun. In an instant, white flames engulfed He Shun, causing its skin to sizzle audibly. Once the flames subsided, He Shun was visibly scorched. However, Chu Sheng was not inclined to let it off easily. He consumed another mutated strawberry. Shinjin had the same intention, and after eating a mutated strawberry, his fire attribute damage surged dramatically. Shinjin looked at Chu Sheng with eager anticipation. Make your move. Chu Sheng gestured, and Shinjin's Inferno of 1,000 Flames immediately struck He Shun. With a resounding crack, it tore through He Shun's skin, leaving a gruesome wound. Through their consecutive experiments, Chu Sheng finally discerned the precise values for the skill damage enhancement provided by the watermelon. A normal watermelon could elevate all skill damage by 30 for 1 hour, while a mutated watermelon yielded 50. Furthermore, enhancing skill damage would not conflict with the extraordinary fruits that increased attribute damage. It appeared that the experience sharing skill could only increase his experience by a maximum of 0.5 times. Having obtained the desired data, Chu Sheng tossed a mutated lychee to He Shun, instructing it to continue overseeing the livestock. Poor He Shun was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, even exuding a hint of roasted meat aroma. Shinjin, still in a state of exhilaration, noted that his Inferno of 1,000 Flames had inexplicably dealt an additional 90 damage. Chu Sheng then picked up a bunch of mutated grapes, plucked one, and tasted it. Feeling a surge of power within, he rejoiced. It permanently increased his strength by 1 point, finally allowing him to enhance his might. Wait a moment, Brother Chu, why did I gain agility? Shinjin also tried a grape, but his enhancement differed from Chu Sheng's. Could it be? Chu Sheng speculated, promptly tasting another grape, which again boosted his strength. Trying yet another, this time it enhanced his spirit. I see now, each fruit randomly increases 1 attribute. I wonder what the maximum possible bonus is. They had already discerned the effects of 3 of the new varieties, Only the kiwi's effects remained a mystery. Chu Sheng picked up a kiwi and took a gentle bite, the juice bursting in his mouth. After finishing it, he frowned. There were no changes to his body. Shinjin experienced the same lack of effect. Could it be that we did not consume enough? After a brief moment, both of them belched contentedly. Chu Sheng stared at the kiwi in his hand, reluctant to swallow. None of his foundational attributes, levels, talents, skills, damage, healing, or physique had changed in the slightest. The flavor was akin to that of an ordinary kiwi from the outside, no discernible effect. It merely filled their stomachs. Chu Sheng cast aside the kiwi, which De Huang sniffed, but also found unpalatable. De Huang, who devoured all sorts of fruits, now sported a round belly. If even a dog won't eat this. Yet the seeds sell for such a high price. I should have never planted this. Chu Sheng looked at the kiwi that De Huang disdainfully rejected, feeling a wave of frustration. He had anticipated that this new variety would bring surprises, only to find it so lackluster. Nevertheless, he was not ready to concede. If he could not discern its value, perhaps others could. When he took these extraordinary fruits to auction later, he would allow the auction house staff to examine them, for there might be someone knowledgeable enough to recognize their true potential. After placing some of the extraordinary fruits for sale in the system, Chu Sheng called for Shinjin. Let's head out. The auction house requires an early inspection of the goods. Coincidentally, I made a tidy profit yesterday, and it's time to indulge a bit. Chapter 25. Entering the auction house at the Shun residence, Chu Sheng awaited news from Shun Wei alongside Shinjin. The earlier agreement regarding the quantity of peculiar fruits and the commission for the auction had already been established through Shun Wei and the auction house. Although Chu Sheng had elucidated the effects of the 3 new varieties he brought, the auction house insisted on personal verification, which Shun Wei was tasked to handle. As for the peculiar fruits, Shun Wei had already transported them. Soon, Chu Sheng's phone chimed. It was Shun Wei. Chu Xiaoyu. The terms have been settled, and the commission rate remains unchanged. As for the new 3 varieties, except for the ordinary grapes, both the regular and mutated types are required. Ordinary grapes will randomly enhance a bit of attributes, but their effects last only an hour. Understood. Uncle Shun, please inform them that the quantities for both the mutated and ordinary types remain unaltered. We shall provide 100 portions of the ordinary ones and 50 portions of the mutated. Very well. By the way, they have yet to determine the effects of that peculiar fruit. They are currently seeking experts for analysis, and the results may not be available until after the auction concludes. That is not urgent. By the way, can you secure 2 slots for the auction? Shinjin and I would like to observe. Consider it a minor task. Any merchant auctioning items at the house can receive complimentary slots. I'll arrange that right away. Great. Let us proceed with that. After Chu Sheng ended the call, Shinjin hastily inquired, Chu Gu, are we truly attending the auction? Of course, Chu Sheng replied, noticing the apprehensive expression on Shinjin's face. Are you worried they might auction you off? Not exactly. It's just that I once accompanied my father to an auction, and it left a profound impact on my young mind, resulting in lingering shadows. At the auction house, an array of rare items emerged, and the bidding fervor echoed like a symphony of escalating numbers. The father and son duo had not dared to call even the base price back then, feeling like mere spectators. Consequently, Shinjin had refrained from entering an auction house for many years. What is the big deal? If the opportunity arises, I'll let you make a bid to alleviate those shadows. Shinjin's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. All right then. Let us indulge in a bit of extravagance this time. That evening, the auction commenced as scheduled, armed with the slots provided by Shun Wei. The two entered the auction house without a hitch. Have you heard? The esteemed cultivator has been selling numerous peculiar fruits online again this morning. Rumor has it that there are new varieties. I wonder if it's true. Alas, I've been staying up late monitoring that cultivator's shop, but I missed this morning's update. The items sold online are not just contested by our city's residents. Others from different cities are vying for them too. If only they sold exclusively in our city, we might stand a chance at acquiring some peculiar fruits. Stop dreaming. Do you think that cultivator would set up shop in our cliff city? At the auction venue, the most talked about topic among the crowd was undoubtedly the peculiar fruits sold by Chu Sheng earlier that morning. As they listened to the chatter, Chu Sheng and Shinjin instinctively turned their attention towards the group discussing them. Shinjin's face beamed with pride. After all, it was his hard work, digging and tilling, that allowed these peculiar fruits to flourish. He felt a sense of accomplishment. Isn't that the first place winner from our initial secret realm trial? One member of the group noticed Chu Sheng and Shinjin's gaze fixated upon them. Their eyes filled with scorn and disdain. I heard he secured first place by backstabbing Miss He. I wonder how he can bear to show his face. Chu Gu. That fellow is called Yang Lu. His family is quite prominent in Cliff City. Shinjin quickly explained to Chu Sheng, worried about potential trouble. Chu Sheng remained unfazed. Remember me? Apologies, but I have no recollection of you faceless characters. Has anyone among you advanced to SSS rank? Or reached level 15? Humph. Do you think attaining an SSS rank is easy? We are all newcomers and haven't even participated in the martial exam. How could we possibly be level 15? Oh, my apologies. I happen to be an SSS rank, and I've also surpassed level 15. Ha ha ha. As Chu Sheng laughed heartily. The expressions of the others shifted between green and white, as if they had been struck hard. What is so praiseworthy about lifestyle professions? Relying on backstabbing teammates to level up is utterly shameful. What is wrong? Not satisfied? Come at me. Chu Sheng beckoned with his finger, exuding an air of arrogance that provoked Yang Lu and his companions to seethe with frustration. Seeing them simmer in silence, Chu Sheng continued to stoke the fire. Really? Are you all too cowardly to strike even at a mere lifestyle practitioner? Is there no combat class among you? Or are you all simply born timid? Yang Lu, incensed by Chu Sheng's taunts, turned crimson, his fists clenching tightly. As Chu Sheng's grin widened, Yang Lu's fury escalated. He suddenly swung a punch towards Chu Sheng. Yang, don't. Before the warning from his companion could fully register, Yang Lu's fist, propelled by a gust of wind, hurtled towards Chu Sheng's face. However, Chu Sheng had anticipated this move. He deftly sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a punch towards Yang Lu's face. To avoid causing severe injury, Chu Sheng held back most of his strength. Nonetheless, even this restrained punch was beyond Yang Lu's capacity to withstand. In a blur, Yang Lu felt a flash before his eyes, blood gushing from his nose as he was sent sprawling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Yang. His companions rushed to his side, alarmed to see blood trickling from his mouth, 2 of his front teeth knocked out, and half of his face swelling grotesquely. In an instant, all eyes in the venue were drawn to this altercation among the younger generation. Tinga Auction House prohibits disturbances. A booming voice resonated from nearby. As a burly man confronted Chu Sheng. You get out. Everyone saw it. He attacked me first. I had no choice but to retaliate. Is it against your rules to defend oneself? The regulations had been clearly communicated to him by Shun Wei upon entry. As long as one did not instigate trouble, there were generally no issues. I only witnessed you provoking him, which led to his attack. You have already violated the rules. The burly man's gaze was fixed on Chu Sheng. Your Tinga Auction House certainly has a curious approach. You allow our juniors to squabble but only intervene after things escalate into violence. In attendance were many dignitaries, most of whom were familiar with each other, leaving Chu Sheng and Shinjin as unfamiliar faces to them. Youngster, this is not a place for you. The auction is about to begin. It's best you leave. What a peculiar trend. These nouveau riches seem to think they can showcase their meager wealth at Tinga Auction House. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Shinjin's face turned crimson with embarrassment. These folks will regret it later. I'll make sure to set them up for a fall. Chu Sheng smiled, already plotting his revenge. Just then, the doors of Tinga Auction House swung open once more. A dazzling light flooded in from outside, catching everyone's attention. A father and daughter entered with steady, confident strides. The middle-aged man donned a perfectly tailored black suit, his countenance stern, with deep, piercing eyes. The woman beside him wore a form-fitting, pure white gown, her skin as pale as snow, her gaze as cold as a tranquil pool. It was He Yao, the head of the He family, accompanied by his daughter, He Qingqing. What brings them to such a place? As the He family ranks among the elite in Cliff City. If there were any valuable items at Tinga Auction House, they could easily acquire them. Why are they here today? The crowd, taken aback, momentarily forgot to greet them. Yet Chu Sheng, ever the sociable one, waved at He Yao. Uncle He, over here. Chu Xiaoyu is here. He Yao rarely smiled, but this time, he offered a rare grin. Tonight's auction items were already known to He Yao, who had even discreetly contacted the auction house to secure 2 pieces of his desired treasures. His presence here was not merely to reunite with old teammates, but also to ascertain whether the enigmatic seller of the peculiar fruits was indeed the one he suspected, Chu Sheng. With Chu Sheng now appearing, the implications were unmistakable. The other attendees were left in shock, having initially presumed that Chu Sheng and his companion were mere upstarts, only to discover that he referred to He Yao as Uncle He. The significance of this relationship was self-evident. Upon the arrival of He Yao and He Qingqing, the manager of Tiana Auction House promptly rushed from backstage to greet them. Mr. He, what a surprise to see you here. The manager quickly instructed his staff, hurry, clear out a spot in the Tian box. Mr. He, I am Zhou Lan from the Zhou family, currently overseeing the real estate project in your city. If you do not mind, please join me in my Tian box. Mr. He, I am Wang Anhu, responsible for the entertainment sector in your city. My Tian box is now available. There was no need for the manager to issue further orders, as the noble guests within the Tian box willingly vacated their seats. Eager to accommodate He Yao, your kindness is appreciated, but I shall simply take a regular private seat. He Yao graciously acknowledged them before turning to the manager and adding, just arrange for a standard private booth. These ordinary seats, located on the first floor, were occupied by dignitaries, yet they paled in comparison to He Yao's stature. Reluctantly adhering to Mr. He's wishes, the manager decided to clear a VIP booth on the first floor for them. Meanwhile, other guests from the Tian boxes discreetly approached the manager, offering bribes to secure seats near He Yao. Once seated, He Yao swiftly turned to Chu Sheng, inquiring, Chu, my young friend, why do you not join us? Chu Sheng let out an exaggerated sigh, replying, Uncle He, I wish I could, but the staff at Tiana Auction House are insisting I leave. This remark sent shockwaves through the crowd. Even the burly man who had previously urged Chu Sheng to exit was taken aback, as was the manager, who nearly stumbled in disbelief. "It's all a misunderstanding," the manager exclaimed, grasping Chu Sheng's hand and inviting him and Shinjin to the VIP booth. "Please, I beg you, refrain from making such comments," he pleaded softly. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness. As Chu Sheng walked, he pointed at the individuals seated in the ordinary booth, declaring, "I recognize you. You were the one who called me a nouveau riche." He continued, "And you, and you, and you." His finger, like a demon's, caused the faces of those he pointed at to turn pale, their bodies trembling involuntarily. The individuals named felt cold sweat pour down their brows, their legs weakening as they nearly collapsed. Meanwhile, the younger generation, including Yang Lu and others, had been hastily ushered out by their elders. In Yi City, offending the He family was a grave mistake. Chu Sheng and He Yao's daughter, He Qingqing, found themselves at the same table. The display of power was undeniably exhilarating for Chu Sheng, who wore a broad smile, even scolding himself in amusement. He Yao remained nonchalant, while He Qingqing, perpetually composed, maintained her calm demeanor regardless of Chu Sheng's jovial antics. Shinjin, trembling with awe, was overwhelmed by the presence of such influential figures surrounding him. As the brief interlude concluded, the lights of the venue dimmed, and a spotlight illuminated a glamorous female auctioneer on stage. The auction was officially underway. With a bright smile and a melodious voice, the auctioneer welcomed the guests to the Tianhe auction, announcing, in addition to the weapons, equipment, and items you are all familiar with, we also have a plethora of delectable treasures tonight. Their effects are extraordinary, and some of you may have even tasted them already. Her words piqued the audience's interest. Seizing the moment, she continued, "Without further ado, let us present the first item for auction tonight, the exquisite mutated blueberries." As she spoke, a staff member wheeled out a display stand, revealing 3 pristine blueberries beneath a glass dome. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The rumors of a peculiar fruit auction at Tianhe Auction House had proven true. Such a fruit was practically a divine artifact for mages. Chu Sheng, equally astonished, sprang to his feet upon hearing the auctioneer's words. "What? Exquisite mutated blueberries? It is said that consuming one can grant a permanent increase in mental power." Shinjin was left dumbfounded, realizing that these were the very items they had been selling. He Qingqing was also aware that this was what Chu Sheng had brought forth for auction. As for He Yao, he had deduced that Chu Sheng's actions were merely a performance for the others. However, he was somewhat surprised by Shinjin's reaction, which indicated that he too was privy to the insider information. This auction house only has 30 of these items, divided into 3 portions of 10 each. Each person may bid on only one portion, starting at a price of 100,000 for each. The auctioneer announced. What? Chu Sheng was genuinely taken aback. He had clearly provided them with 50, so why were only 30 being auctioned? It was then he noticed a message from Shun Wei indicating that the remaining 20 had already been sold in 2 separate portions. The price was based on the highest transaction value at the auction. In other words, if he were to bid 5 million for one portion, the individual behind him would have to pay 10 million to acquire the other 2 portions. A smirk crept across Chu Sheng's face as he mused. This is bound to fleece this plump sheep. Chu, my young friend, do you wish to know the identity of this peculiar fruit seller? Chu Sheng paused, then inquired. Uncle He, do you know who it is? He Yao shook his head, stating, I do not know, but typically, sellers at auctions are present on site. Keep an eye out. Anyone who bids unusually high is likely either that person or someone they brought along as a proxy. Chu Sheng chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging He Yao's astuteness. I'll be watching closely to see who the rogue bidder is. The bidding commenced, with voices echoing throughout the venue, and soon the highest bid reached 500,000. Shinjin was left in utter disbelief. He knew he had already built up an immunity to the fruit, and now it was being auctioned at such a staggering price. 50,000 for just 10? Is it really worth that much? For newcomers, such a minor attribute might seem trivial, but for high-level professionals, it was invaluable. The higher the level, the more arduous the process of leveling up. Spending 500,000 to gain 10 mental points was a significant boon for those frequently exploring hidden realms. If such items were introduced in places like Dying City, the prices would be even more outrageous. I suspect that the individual behind this may not yet grasp the seriousness of the situation, or they would not have so carelessly brought it to auction. He Yao continued. The appearance of such items in Yi City implies that the renowned cultivator causing a stir online is likely to be investigated by many. Of course, our Yi family, being a top-tier clan in Yi City, is naturally keen to locate this individual first. Hence, I plan to keep this information under wraps. Though I wonder how long we can manage that. He Yao casually explained to Shinjin, interspersing his remarks with trivialities. Chu Sheng felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He had not yet dealt with the Chung family, and now there was the threat of other factions turning their gaze upon him. Furthermore, what did He Yao mean by that? Had He Qingqing already mentioned his affairs to him? Uncle He, I feel that the individual behind this may also venture to other cities to sell peculiar fruits. He Yao smiled slightly, replying, precisely. In the end, the exquisite mutated blueberries were auctioned off at prices of 500,000, for 150,000 and 430,000, respectively. If I recall correctly, that distinguished individual also has exquisite mutated tomatoes for sale, right? Does Tiana Auction House have them? If so, please bring them out quickly. I want cherries that enhance agility. What about strawberries? The ones that increase fire attributes. With the excitement surrounding the first auction item, the atmosphere of the entire venue was ignited, and the guests, brimming with enthusiasm, clamored for the subsequent mutant fruits. The manager of the Tianha Auction House displayed a smug smile upon witnessing the fervor and promptly signaled the staff to prepare. According to the order of today's items, the opening bid featured a miraculous fruit capable of enhancing 3 attributes. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Today's offerings are sure to satisfy our esteemed guests. The next item up for auction is the exquisite mutant tomato. Once again, there are only 30 available, each consisting of 10 units, with a limit of 1 bid per person, starting at the highest price. Before the host, Xiao Yao, could finish her announcement, voices from the audience began to raise their bids. 300,000, 350,000, 500,000. In a moment, Chu Sheng was captivated by the voice from the second floor that called out 500,000. He had spent the same amount on blueberries earlier and was now prepared to invest the same sum for the exquisite mutant tomato. Truly, wealth was abundant. The mutant tomato enhanced strength, a coveted attribute for many professions, thus igniting fierce competition during this round of bidding. Ultimately, it was sold for 500,000, 500,000, and 499,000. Following that, the third item was a cherry that increased agility, while it also provided a permanent boost to an attribute. The demand for agility was not as widespread as that for mental power and strength. Nevertheless, a guest in the Tian box on the second floor still bid 500,000, while the remaining 2 portions were sold for 300,000 and 299,000, respectively. Uncle He, aren't you going to place a bid? Chu Sheng turned to his companion, Hiao. He had already surmised that the 2 lesser portions had likely been secretly acquired by Hiao. However, he was puzzled as to why Hiao and He Qingqing had dressed so elegantly for this auction. He suspected that Hiao was already well aware of the subsequent items for auction. I'm merely here to witness the excitement. If I bid, they would have no chance to play. Indeed, that was true. If Hiao participated in the bidding, who would dare to raise their offer? Secretly purchasing the 2 portions at a high price was merely to spare the auction house any embarrassment. With 3 items already auctioned, Xiao Yao teased the crowd with a little insider information, hinting that there would be more delectable offerings to come. This immediately piqued the curiosity of all the guests. Of course, many had already guessed that the final miraculous fruit would be strawberries. The mutant strawberries could significantly enhance fire attribute damage in a short period, making them a treasure for fire mages, though of little use to others. Following 3 edible items, it was time to offer the esteemed guests a change of flavor. The 4th item was a flame gun. The staff slowly wheeled a cart draped in red silk onto the stage. Even through the silk, the audience could faintly sense the intense heat emanating from within. A flame gun? How rare. It was said to amplify fire attribute attacks, making it an invaluable asset for fire-oriented professionals. With a playful smile, Xiao Yao gradually unveiled the red silk, and in an instant, a wave of heat washed over the crowd. A uniquely designed long gun, adorned with flame patterns, was revealed. The starting bid was set at 900,000. Shenjin gazed fervently at the flame gun, his admiration unmistakable. However, he was well aware that 900,000 was not a trivial sum, and the final price would likely exceed that amount. Where could I possibly find such funds? 950,000. 1 million. Just as one guest concluded their bid, another followed suit, clearly intent on acquiring the flame gun. The price surged higher, and after several rounds of intense competition, the flame gun reached the staggering price of 2,300,000. The venue fell silent as no further bids were made. 2,300,000. Once. Xiao Yao began her countdown. Shenjin, place a bid, urged Chu Sheng. Is that wise? It's over 2 million. No worries, bid. 2,300,000, twice. Just as Xiao Yao was about to bring the hammer down, Shenjin interjected, 2,400,000. 2,400,000. This esteemed guest bids 2,400,000. Xiao Yao's voice carried a hint of surprise, clearly exhilarated by this unexpected climax. Is there any higher bid? After Shenjin's call, the auction house fell into a hush. That young man sitting beside, he was certainly closely connected to him. 2,400,000. This gun is unlikely to fetch a higher price. Any further increase would not be advantageous. 2,400,000. Once, Xiao Yao began her countdown, her tone laced with anticipation. 2,400,000, twice. Sold. Ultimately, the flame gun was successfully acquired by Shenjin for the impressive sum of 2,400,000. At this moment, Shenjin felt a twinge of anxiety, leaning toward Chu Sheng and whispering, Brother Chu, I don't have that much money. Don't fret, I have it covered. I just made 5 million recently. Chu Sheng chuckled. He Qingqing, standing nearby, was naturally aware of how he had acquired that 5 million but chose to remain silent. The subsequent items elicited a lukewarm response. Although one piece of armor was rather decent, albeit a damaged item. The 15th item, however, was quite extraordinary, as it was an egg brought back from a secret realm by a class changer. The crowd turned their attention as a sizable egg, resembling a human in size, was wheeled onto the stage. The surface of the egg was pitch black, akin to a stone. Although our Tianhao auction house has yet to ascertain the species of this egg, it has been professionally authenticated to contain vital life energy, far from an ordinary item. The starting bid is 600,000. Xiao Yao's voice echoed throughout the auction house, attempting to stir the curiosity and purchasing desire of the guests. The attendees exchanged glances, engaged in hushed discussions. Who would bid on this? Although the egg shows signs of life, they are exceedingly faint, almost negligible. Moreover, even if it were to hatch, we have no idea what it might become. Risking 600,000 on an uncertain outcome is hardly worthwhile. While this might seem a gamble to others, for Chu Sheng, there was no such risk. His divine shepherding talent guaranteed 100% success in nurturing any creature. Even if this egg possessed only the slightest hint of life, he could ensure its hatching. 600,000. I'll take it. Chu Sheng was the first to place a bid. Still too young and lacking discernment. The probability of this egg successfully hatching is less than 5%. Indeed, spending 600,000 on such an unknown is far too risky, someone nearby echoed. Their gaze tinged with regret, as if foreseeing the loss of Chu Sheng's money. But he is the one who calls Uncle He. Spending 600,000 on it would be inconsequential. That is true. Ultimately, Chu Sheng acquired the enigmatic egg for 600,000. Chapter 28. The extraordinary fruit that heals curses. After Chu Sheng secured the egg, He Yao finally stood up. Ching, let us go. Uncle He, are you leaving? Yes. A friend is visiting tonight, and I must go meet him. After He Yao spoke, he led He Ching toward the backstage. Watching their retreating figures, Chu Sheng felt a pang of curiosity. With He Yao's status and power, who could possibly warrant such a grand meeting? Just as he pondered this, Xiao Yao's voice pulled his thoughts back. The next item up for auction was indeed the strawberry that could enhance fire attribute damage. Meanwhile, He Yao and He Ching, escorted by the manager, had already settled in the reception room. Is he still busy? He Yao turned to the manager. The manager awkwardly nodded. He had only just learned that He Yao and his daughter were there to meet Master Qian. Today, aside from the miraculous fruits whose effects Chu Sheng was already aware of, he had also brought along an extraordinary fruit whose effects remained unknown. The auction house staff were unable to ascertain its properties, which was why they had invited Master Qian to come. The manager was equally surprised to discover that Master Qian was acquainted with He Yao. To his astonishment, Master Qian, upon hearing that He Yao Lai had come to see him, remained unperturbed and resumed his research on the properties of the kiwi fruit. Mr. He, shall I go urge him again? He Yao gestured dismissively. No need. He has always been this way, preferring solitude when immersed in his studies. Then, Mr. He, please rest for now. Call me if you need anything. The responsible party tactfully departed the reception room. In the reception area, He Ching savored exquisite mutated grapes, each one randomly augmenting one of her 3 attributes. Moreover, their resilience far surpassed that of tomatoes and cherries. As time ticked away, the grapes in He Ching's hand vanished one after another. Her cheeks flushed with delight from the delightful taste. Meanwhile, He Yao sat quietly beside her, occasionally lifting his teacup for a sip. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the reception room, and the door was flung open. Qian Yi burst in with fervor, tightly clutching a kiwi fruit, tears brimming in his eyes. You rascal! He Yao, rarely smiling, broke into a rare grin upon seeing Qian Yi. But his expression shifted dramatically upon noticing the tears in Qian Yi's eyes. He quickly rose. What has happened? He Ching also stood, taken aback, as she had never witnessed Qian Yi in such a state. Years ago, after He Yao's expedition into the SSS-level secret realm of Cliff City, he was afflicted by a fatal curse, one that even the most elite healing practitioners could not remedy. Out of necessity, he abandoned the team to pursue commerce in Cliff City. This decision had long displeased Qian Yi, who firmly believed that if their team explored higher-level secret realms, a solution for the curse could be found. Yet, He Yao, as captain, was resolute in his choice. Consequently, even after all these years in Cliff City, their encounters were few and far between, limited to occasions like He Ching's birthday or when she sought out her uncle. The sight of Qian Yi in such distress today was far from the joyous reunion of old friends. The captain has found a way out. Qian Yi's voice quivered with emotion. He Yao, perplexed, had long since resigned himself to the inevitability of death due to the curse and had not dared to entertain thoughts of escape. Uncle Qian, have you discovered a method to heal my father's curse? He Ching's voice trembled with anticipation. Qian Yi nodded vigorously, gazing at the kiwi fruit in his hand. This fruit contains an incredibly enigmatic life force. It seems capable of counteracting various negative energies, including the curse plaguing your father. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of incredulity flickered in He Yao's eyes as he stepped closer to Qian Yi, accepting the kiwi fruit for examination. This is something that even the top healing practitioners could not achieve. Can such a humble kiwi fruit really do this? He Yao chuckled wryly, clearly skeptical. After all, He had exhausted numerous methods over the years, all to no avail. Perhaps it merely suppressed the curse temporarily. True healing seemed impossible. No, Captain. It is absolutely not just a matter of suppression. It can eliminate the curse. He Ching interjected excitedly. Father, regardless of whether it suppresses or eliminates, we must at least give it a try. Hope flickered in her eyes after so many years. He Yao, gazing into his daughter's expectant gaze, felt a stir of emotion. Indeed, after so long, he had grown accustomed to the torment of the curse, resigned to waiting for death in despair. If this kiwi fruit could truly eradicate the curse, then perhaps his daughter would no longer feel the urgent need to bolster her own strength. Why should that young man, with no wealth or power, be able to smile so freely? He Yao, with his riches and influence, wondered why his daughter must live in constant fear, tirelessly striving to enhance her abilities and face the dangers ahead alone. Meanwhile, in the auction house, Chu Sheng, who was shouting bids, was beset by sneezes. Is that rascal mocking me from behind? This mutated watermelon could amplify skill damage. There was no way he would let it slip away easily. 530,000. He called out. Back in the reception room, He Yao took a deep breath, his gaze gradually firming. Very well, let us give it a try. He brought the kiwi fruit to his lips and took a bite. The kiwi fruit melted in his mouth, unleashing a warm and immense life force that surged through his body. This vitality penetrated deep into the areas ravaged by the curse. As the two forces clashed, an intense pain surged through him like a tidal wave. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, and his body involuntarily trembled. Soon after, a wisp of black mist drifted from He Yao's body. He Ching and Qian Yi assisted He Yao in sitting down on the sofa. Qian Yi immediately began to examine him. Haha, indeed, Captain. It has worked, it has worked. Qian Yi's eyes sparkled with elation. He Yao slowly opened his eyes, filled with a profound sense of relief and joy. Though he realized it had only alleviated a portion of the curse, to fully eradicate it, he would require more kiwi fruits, and he feared there would be resistance later on. I have studied this. This is merely an ordinary kiwi fruit. If it were a premium mutated kiwi fruit, the effects would be even more remarkable. By the time resistance develops, the curse will be nearly eradicated, and we shall no longer need to worry about its resurgence. He Ching, who typically maintained a reserved demeanor, could no longer contain her excitement, her eyes glistening with tears. This matter must remain confidential. That young man likely brought this kiwi fruit for identification, unaware of its effects. Qian Yi, please arrange for the auction house to procure more kiwi fruits, and remember, do not disclose their properties to anyone, nor let anyone know it was I who used them. He Yao felt as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders, his eyes brightening with renewed hope. If possible, perhaps he could still venture into the secret realms once more. Chapter 29. This week's task, clear the trial tower. As the auction approached its conclusion, only the final item, a dragon fruit, remained from the collection brought by Chu Sheng. After He Yao's departure, whenever his items appeared, both Chu Sheng and Shen Jin bid fervently. They would only cease when they sensed a shift in momentum or when the price had reached a satisfactory level. Despite their loud proclamations, none of their items had successfully sold. Next up was the last item of the evening at the Tianhao auction house, which had effects similar to the previous strawberries, enhancing fire attribute damage upon consumption. The only difference was that this enhancement was permanent. As the auctioneer, Xiao Yao, concluded her announcement, the atmosphere surged with excitement. A permanent enhancement to fire attribute damage? Tonight truly is a paradise for fire attribute spellcasters. The previous strawberries had already provided a temporary 30 increase in fire attribute damage. To discover one that offered a permanent boost was astonishing. Xiao Yao elaborated. This auction features both ordinary and premium mutated variants. There are 10 portions of the ordinary variety, each containing 10 fruits, and 6 portions of the premium mutated variety, each containing 5 fruits. Of course, the maximum permanent enhancement can only reach 10. The ordinary variant can provide a permanent 1 increase, while the premium mutated variant can offer a permanent 2 increase. To ensure everyone has a fair chance, we will auction off 16 portions, with a maximum of 1 portion per person, starting at 500,000. Many attendees were not fire attribute practitioners themselves, but the discerning could see that this rare fruit promising a permanent enhancement to fire attribute damage was a treasure beyond measure. Even if they did not need it for themselves, selling it could yield substantial profits. They felt fortunate to have attended this auction. Wait, let me ask. Will the fire attribute increase from this fruit negate the previous fire attribute enhancements? Someone inquired from the audience. The effects will not negate, they will stack. Our Tianhao auction house has tested the consumption of dragon fruit alongside strawberries and watermelons, confirming that fire attribute skill damage can surge by as much as 90. With the assurance from the Tianhao auction house, attendees shed their reservations and began to bid enthusiastically. 550,000. 600,000. Chu Sheng sat comfortably in his seat, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he reveled in his secret triumph. After tonight, he would emerge as a millionaire. Beside him, Shen Jin rubbed his hands together in excitement, his gaze fixated on the auction stage. Brother Chu, we are about to strike it rich. Once the auction concludes, we must celebrate in style, he exclaimed, though a note of regret tinged his voice regarding the peculiar kiwi. Just as Chu Sheng was lost in thought, a call from Shun Wei interrupted him. Uncle Shun, what's the matter? Chu Sheng inquired. Young friend Chu. The auction house has confirmed the properties of that peculiar kiwi. It is said to enhance cellular metabolism and can be utilized as a medicinal substance. However, it seems it cannot be auctioned. Nevertheless, the auction house is willing to purchase several premium mutated kiwis for a considerable sum, Shun Wei explained. We currently do not have dozens, but we do have one available. Would you like to inquire if they are interested? Absolutely, Chu Sheng replied. After a brief silence on the other end, Shun Wei continued, they are willing to offer 10,000 for that singular premium mutated kiwi. Understood. After ending the call, Chu Sheng's smile widened. He was eager to uncover the identity of the buyer for his prized possession. As the highest bids from the 16 esteemed guests filled the room, no further offers emerged. With a decisive strike of the gavel from Xiao Yao, the auction was officially concluded. Shun Jin secured a flame gun, while Chu Sheng, after deducting the auction house's commission and Shun Wei's intermediary fees, found himself with nearly 30 million in earnings, primarily from the mutated grapes and dragon fruits. The black egg he acquired could not yet reveal its origins, but given it was retrieved from a secret realm, it undoubtedly held significance. As for the premium mutated kiwi the auction house sought to purchase, it had already been transferred to them through Shun Wei. Chu Sheng also allocated a portion of his exotic fruits to Shun Wei, entrusting him to sell them in other provinces. At this moment, the funds from the auction house for the premium mutated kiwi were urgently racing towards the He family villa, filled with anticipation. This extraordinary kiwi was of utmost importance to He Yao. With a significant reduction in the curse afflicting him, their team would finally have a chance to unite. When that time came, not only would they excel in the small city of Ya, but they could also rank among the best in the entire Great Xia. Finally, Qian Yi arrived at the He family villa, hastily exiting his vehicle and sprinting into the mansion, heading straight for He Yao's study. Captain, I have secured it. The other party stated they currently possess only one premium mutated kiwi, but more will be available later. I believe, given that we are still in the early stages of treating the curse, it would be unwise to consume too many at once, so I agreed to this arrangement. In a few days, I will have the auction house contact them for additional purchases. Qian Yi opened his briefcase and presented the kiwi, which shimmered with an unusual glow. To He Yao, a glimmer of surprise flickered in He Yao's eyes as he examined the fruit, though he quickly composed himself. I hope this consumption brings me an unexpected surprise, He Yao declared, slicing the kiwi open, only for a shocking turn of events to unfold. To his astonishment, a small bee emerged from within. Qian Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Reacting swiftly, He Yao struck down the bee with a swift motion. Captain, this kiwi has likely been tampered with. It would be prudent not to consume it until I can study it further to ensure its safety. That's inconsequential. The lad merely wishes to ascertain the identity of his buyer, He Yao replied casually. He then took half of the kiwi and consumed it without hesitation. Unperturbed by the earlier surprise, suddenly, excruciating pain coursed through his body. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, gripping the armrests of his chair so fiercely that his knuckles turned white. Qian Yi watched anxiously from the side, desperate yet hesitant to intervene, fearing his presence might exacerbate the situation. Within the secret realm, Chu Sheng finally grasped the implications of the earlier brief vision. It appeared that this peculiar kiwi had the potential to heal curses and similar afflictions. It seemed that He Yao was indeed aware that these exotic fruits were cultivated by him. With this knowledge, the plan to eliminate the Chung family could be set in motion. To avoid prolonged complications, he resolved to take action the very next day. Ding! This week's mission has officially commenced. Please complete it in a timely manner. Chu Sheng recalled that the tasks for this week had been delayed by a day. This week's mission, clear the B-grade trial tower. Note: 1. The trial tower consists of 100 levels. Each level cleared yields corresponding rewards, with faster completion times resulting in greater rewards. Note: 2. During the trial, one can only exit the tower or progress to the next level after clearing one level. Note: 3. All levels must be cleared within 100 days. Failure to do so or dying during the trial will result in the host's demise. Chapter 30. Both parties wish to eliminate each other. The following day, within the secret realm, various weapons had been heaped into a small mound. A drowsy Shinjin, upon witnessing this sight, was instantly wide awake. Brother Chu, when did you acquire so many weapons? I specifically raided the black market last night, spending nearly 10 million. Chu Sheng replied, but do we really need this many weapons? I already have a flame gun. They're not for us. Shinjin looked perplexed at this statement. With only the two of them present, who else could they possibly be intended for? Could it be for those several ancestral killer bees? Yet, even they wouldn't require such an abundance. Shinjin scratched his head, confusion etched across his face as he looked at Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng smiled enigmatically. Who told you we only needed a few? In an instant, swarms of ancestral killer bees emerged from the southern forest, filling the skies like a dark cloud. Reminiscent of a locust swarm, Shinjin was rendered speechless by this sudden spectacle, stuttering, Brother Chu, when did we amass so many? Previously, After being reduced to a few by Lao He at Bajong, Chu Sheng had returned and purchased 10 bee queens from the system, placing them in the southern forest for cultivation, as none of the 10 hives produced a black ancestral killer bee akin to He Shun. Combined with Chu Sheng's enhanced odds due to his shepherd god talent, they managed to produce nearly 300 ancestral killer bees. Chu Sheng realized he faced a limitation. With his current mental prowess, he could only control a maximum of 100 of these ancestral killer bees at once. However, that was sufficient. The buzzing of countless wings filled the air, the sound deafening as they hovered, awaiting Chu Sheng's command. Go, each select a suitable weapon. In an instant, all the ancestral killer bees surged towards the mountainous heap of weapons. Some opted for large blades, while others selected dual rings, long spears, and so forth. As for He Shun, Chu Sheng bestowed upon him a unique black blade. Once the weapons were chosen, Chu Sheng proceeded to unveil the remaining exotic fruits. Feast, and then go forth to slay. The ancestral killer bees swarmed the fruits, feasting voraciously. Regardless of whether they were ordinary or premium mutated varieties, they devoured them eagerly. Shen Jin watched in agony, his heart bleeding at the sight of such valuable commodities being consumed. Yet, Chu Sheng remained unfazed. These ancestral killer bees, aside from those who had previously accompanied him to the secret realm to vanquish monsters, were all at level 1, to enhance their combat prowess in a short span. This was the only viable method. As for the large yellow dog, Chu Sheng planned to bring it along as well. This creature, awarded to him after conquering the initial secret realm, was known as the Devouring Sky Dog. To this day, all he knew was that it could endure punishment and had a hearty appetite, but its capabilities remained a mystery. Should he discover that it was of no use this time, it would be destined to become a stray dog. Chu Sheng muttered quietly, casting a glance at the large yellow dog as it jostled with the ancestral killer bees for food. The dog, initially turned away from Chu Sheng, seemed to have sensed his words, shivering slightly in response. Outside the realm, at this moment, both Old Master Cheng and Cheng Tianhao wore exceedingly grim expressions. Father, this letter's origins are ambiguous, and it is highly likely to be a falsehood, a ploy to provoke us into action. Old Master Cheng gripped his cane tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. This news could very well be authentic. I ask you, did you attend the auction last night? Indeed. I acquired several rare fruits and had them sent to Jiar that very evening. Cheng Tianhao replied. The individual who placed the bids from the private room on the second floor during the auction was none other than Cheng Tianhao himself. Then it is certain. A master cultivator has emerged in Yaqing City, and it must be through their assistance that He Yao's curse has been alleviated. What shall we do? If He Yao fully recovers, our Cheng family will continue to be suppressed by him. Humph. Once he regains his strength, it will not merely be suppression. Our Cheng family may very well cease to exist. Years ago, He Yao's curse during the exploration of the SSS-level secret realm in Yaqing City was inflicted upon him by Cheng Tianhao's elder brother, Cheng Tianji. However, He Yao avenged himself by slaughtering Cheng Tianji and his entire team. Since the information is reliable, we should take the initiative and strike while he is vulnerable. A fierce glint flashed in Cheng Tianhao's eyes as he clenched his fists, the joints cracking audibly. Father, I will arrange for personnel immediately. While He Yao has not yet fully recovered, we shall confront him directly and eliminate the threat. Old Master Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment before slowly nodding. No, we must not be hasty. The messenger is evidently also an enemy of He Yao. If we engage in a bitter struggle with him, it will only lead to mutual destruction and benefit others. Ultimately, our goal is merely to prevent He Yao from recovering. We need not engage in a life and death battle. We simply need to eliminate the one providing him with the means to break his curse. Upon hearing this, Cheng Tianhao's eyes brightened. Father, your wisdom is unparalleled. But how shall we locate the one supplying the rare fruits? After last night's auction, Cheng Tianhao intended to uncover the identity of the seller through the Tianhao auction house. However, no matter how high he bid, they consistently refused to divulge any information about the seller. Given that this individual is so crucial to He Yao, they would not allow you to find them. Yet, I have thought of someone. A glimmer of insight flashed in Old Master Cheng's eyes. Chu Sheng, how could that be? He is merely a newcomer who recently transitioned into this line of work. How could he possess such remarkable capabilities? Cheng Tianhao expressed disbelief. This type of rare fruit has only recently emerged. Based on current information, the cultivator is most likely in Yaqing City. Coincidentally, that young man's profession includes being an SSS-level divine farmer. Moreover, according to Zhao Kaiman, he is currently courting He Yao's only daughter. The previous incident where you offended He Yao occurred during their date when your men attacked them. Killing a mere brat is certainly far easier than confronting He Yao directly. And even if we err, it matters not. Old Master Cheng's analysis instantly illuminated Cheng Tianhao's understanding. This also explained why that young man was seated beside He Yao last night. They are in fact son-in-law and father-in-law. Cheng Tianhao's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Father, I shall gather personnel at once to deal with that young man. Old Master Cheng nodded. Remember, conduct your actions cleanly and decisively. Do not leave any incriminating evidence. Within the secret realm, observing the well-fed, voracious killer bees, Chu Sheng shouted, Let us go and digest. Chapter 31. Assault on Chung Corporation Tower. On the rooftop of Chung Corporation Tower, Chu Sheng closed his eyes, his black trench coat flapping in the wind. Utilizing his network of informants, countless images flickered like a revolving lantern in his mind. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. They are not entirely foolish. However, after today, the Chung family shall cease to exist. Chu Sheng's figure gradually faded from view. At the very same time, a fissure seemed to appear in the rooftop space. A swarm of ancestral killer bees surged forth, their massive forms creating a chilling buzz as their wings flapped. Most terrifyingly, each one bore a weapon. They resembled a well-trained army, simultaneously smashing through the glass of the building's exterior and invading the interior. At that moment, inside the tower, Chung Tianhao had just finished gathering personnel and was about to inform them of their mission when a deafening sound of shattering glass erupted, accompanied by a flashing red alarm. Soon after, a multitude of yellow figures appeared before their eyes. Chung Tianhao's eyes widened in disbelief at this sudden turn of events. These are monsters. What is happening? How could there be monsters here? Has a new secret realm emerged? The ancestral killer bee's sudden assault claimed the lives of several professionals before the remaining ones finally reacted. Do not panic. The leading professional, Lu Hu, bellowed, his robust frame wielding a gleaming long knife. Protect President Chung. As soon as Lu Hu's voice fell, the ancestral killer bees surged forward like a relentless tide, brandishing their weapons and striking fiercely at the group. Something is amiss. These monsters are not right. Their levels are not particularly high, yet their attributes are absurdly elevated. Lu Hu, leading the charge, wielded his long knife with the swiftness of the wind, dispatching several killer bees before realizing this. Moreover, they appeared to possess no skills, merely flailing their weapons and stingers. Typically, such monsters would be the easiest to deal with. Yet the sheer number was overwhelming. For every one they killed, another would emerge from the outside. The sudden onslaught of these monsters, combined with their overwhelming numbers, left them at a significant disadvantage. Had they been prepared, the outcome might have been different. But now, these transferees were already intimidated by the killer bee's ferocity. If this continues, we will inevitably be worn down. Chung Tianhao's expression darkened considerably. He was the leader of these individuals, yet his level stood at only 30. His strength inferior to Lu Hu's, and even less than the deceased Lao Hei's. Most critically, he was unaware of the origins of these human-like killer bees. If he knew they were being controlled by someone, he might still have had confidence to withstand it. But what if, as the previous person suggested, they had emerged from a secret realm? Were there even stronger monsters lurking behind them? How far was that secret realm from them? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. No, I must leave this place. Chung Tianhao's eyes flickered with determination. Lu Hu, come help me break through. He immediately called for Lu Hu, who was fighting fiercely nearby. Upon hearing Chung Tianhao's call, Lu Hu hastily dispatched a few more ancestral killer bees before moving closer to Chung Tianhao. President Chung, we can barely hold them back and prevent them from breaking through. Recklessly charging out may disrupt our formation. The search bureau has likely already noticed the anomaly. We only need to hold out a bit longer. Be silent. How do you know the search bureau is on their way? If we keep stalling, even more ferocious monsters may appear. Follow my lead and charge out. The sudden turn of events had already left Chung Tianhao extremely agitated, and Lu Hu's objections only fueled his rage. Lu Hu's brow furrowed in concern, though he disagreed with Chung Tianhao's judgment. He felt compelled to acquiesce due to their hierarchical relationship. Very well, President Chung, I will protect you as we charge out. With a sweeping motion of his long knife, Lu Hu repelled several killer bees and urgently shouted to the surrounding job changers, everyone, position yourselves on either side of President Chung and follow me as we fight our way out. The job changers quickly formed their ranks, encircling Chung Tianhao in the center, with Lu Hu leading the charge, each swing of his blade dispatching a killer bee. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng, who had remained outside the battlefield, would not allow them to escape so effortlessly. The formidable He Shun entered the fray, attacking from the right like a streak of black lightning. Heading straight for the protected Chung Tianhao. With a swift thrust, He Shun's blade struck, instantly claiming the life of a job changer on the right. In that moment, the terrifying presence of this dark creature became apparent to all. A mere glance from He Shun was enough to instill fear in Chung Tianhao. As it prepared to unleash another strike, Lu Hu, who had been at the forefront of the team, suddenly leaped in front of He Shun. The clash of black against silver produced a shower of sparks, and the force of the impact sent both Lu Hu and He Shun staggering back a few steps. Lu Hu felt a tingling numbness in his arm, and a dull pain began to throb in his palm. He Shun tilted its head, observing Lu Hu with an expression of surprise. Chu Sheng, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of frustration. Ever since the incident at No. 8 middle school, he had deliberately sought to enhance He Shun's strength. Yet, like the other ancestral killer bees, it remained at level 1. Despite its inherent might and ample consumption of rare fruits, it still fell significantly short compared to the level 33 Lu Hu. However, Chu Sheng's true objective was never Lu Hu, but rather Chung Tianhao. With Lu Hu no longer acting as a barrier, the killer bees surged forward with frenzied aggression. relentlessly targeting Cheng Tianhao. They disregarded their own injuries, even if it meant losing limbs or their lives, fixated solely on their prey. In a moment of panic, Cheng Tianhao shouted, "Lu Hu, come protect me." Lu Hu, who had been pushing He Shin back, furrowed his brow upon hearing the plea. He was confident that a few more exchanges would secure He Shin's demise, with the number of killer bees dwindling to just over 30. If President Cheng could hold out for a few more moments, the tides of battle would surely turn. Determined, Lu Hu resolved to disregard Cheng Tianhao's command, prioritizing the elimination of He Shin before offering assistance. Damn it, there are still too few killer bees. At this moment, Chu Sheng had exhausted the supply of ancestral killer bees. He understood that if Cheng Tianhao could endure just a little longer, Lu Hu would undoubtedly turn the situation around. "Lu Hu, come save me. Have you forgotten who saved your sister?" Cheng Tianhao yelled, desperately fending off the relentless assault of the killer bees. Upon hearing this, Lu Hu quickly pivoted to rescue Cheng Tianhao. "The advantage is ours. As long as we protect President Cheng from this point forward, victory is assured." Lu Hu thought to himself. Seeing this development, Chu Sheng's eyes lit up with opportunity. He Shin suddenly hurled its black blade. With a sickening thud, the blade pierced Lu Hu's skull, pinning him to the ground before Cheng Tianhao. "Damn it, this useless fool. After all this time I spent nurturing him. He ends up dead." Cheng Tianhao spat, staring at Lu Hu's lifeless body in fury. The situation at Cheng's tower was now irrevocably in favor of Chu Sheng, as Cheng Tianhao and his remaining allies were no longer formidable opponents. Rising slowly, Chu Sheng exhaled a sigh of relief. "Now, it's time for me to take action." He had never been within the secret realm nor at Cheng's tower. Rather, he was positioned outside the city of Ya, not far from the estate of Old Master Cheng. Chapter 32, The Assault on the Cheng family estate. Following the attack on Cheng's tower, the search team rushed to the scene, led by Officer Li Huan. Since the assault on number 8 middle school, Director Zhao Kaimin had instructed him not to investigate the matter further. Yet, he remained unsatisfied, believing that any connection to the dark creatures warranted thorough inquiry. Consequently, his gaze turned to Chu Sheng, though he found no leads. If these creatures were akin to the humanoid killer bee, both Chu Sheng and He Qingqing would need to be interrogated rigorously. With steely resolve, Li Huan drove towards the scene, determined to uncover the truth. Upon arrival, he was struck by the horrifying sight before him, the shattered glass of Cheng's tower, the acrid stench of blood permeating the air, and the walls splattered with dark crimson stains. Blood pooled on the ground, while the bodies of job changers lay sprawled in disarray. In total, 26 lives had been lost, including that of Cheng Tianhao. How could there only be job changers' bodies? Where are the corpses of the creatures? Li Huan muttered in disbelief, his brow furrowed in confusion. He searched high and low but found no sign of the dark creatures. Where were the recordings? There were none. Prior to the assault, Cheng Tianhao had disabled the surveillance cameras, evidently preparing for something. At that moment, a female search officer rushed in, breathless. "Officer, we have a lead." This footage was recorded by an outsider during the incident. The video revealed the yellow humanoid killer bees, armed and charging through the windows in relentless waves. The scene was utterly shocking. "Indeed, it is these creatures again." Li Huan's expression darkened. Could this be the result of a rift in the secret realm, allowing these creatures to escape? No, I have confirmed that this is the work of humans. Such an intense battle could not have occurred without the death of some creatures. The absence of their corpses indicates only one possibility. Someone is cleaning up to conceal their existence. The ability to summon these creatures into the city at will, only to make them vanish, poses a grave threat to your city. If we cannot control this individual, his whims could wreak havoc upon innocent civilians, leading to irreparable consequences. Li Huan's eyes blazed with determination, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitening from the exertion. If he was retaliating against the Cheng family, it was likely that he had more than just this location in his sights. An idea struck him. Quickly, we must head to the outskirts, to the Cheng family estate. Meanwhile, at Hijia Villa, He Yao frowned, already aware of the attack on Cheng's tower and its connection to Chu Sheng. That old coot Cheng Xiao is no pushover. Chu Sheng, you must not act recklessly. If you engage him, you will undoubtedly have to eliminate both Cheng father and son. Yet, He Yao knew that with Chu Sheng's current strength, he could not hope to defeat Cheng Xiao. If he cannot kill Cheng Xiao, then why would he target Cheng Tianhao? Isn't that just inviting a formidable enemy and courting disaster? No, Chu Sheng is clever. He must have considered the need to deal with Cheng Xiao. However, he would not confront him directly, but rather utilize the dark creatures to attack from the shadows. This way, even in defeat, he can retreat, and should luck favor him, victory would be his. As long as he avoids danger, he remains invulnerable. He Yao understood Chu Sheng's strategy. Just then, his phone rang. Mr. He, the Cheng family estate, like Cheng's tower, is currently under attack by dark creatures. As expected, He Yao sighed in relief. As long as Chu Sheng remains in the shadows, everything can be managed. The outcome over there is no longer significant. Return immediately. But Mr. He, do we not need to protect Chu Sheng? Protect him? Why? Wait, what did you say? Chu Sheng is on site. Yes, he is currently in a standoff with Old Master Cheng. He sprang to his feet, nearly dropping the phone in shock. Have I overestimated you? You couldn't even conceive of such a viable strategy. With that, He swiftly made his way to the outskirts. Old Master Cheng was already aware of the attack on Cheng's tower. Consequently, most of his elite fighters had been dispatched to assist, leaving Chu Sheng fully informed through the watchful eyes of the bees. This led to the realization that, apart from the venerable Old Master Cheng, only the 2 bodyguards by his side possessed any combat capability within the manor. The rest were either engaged in mundane professions or were specialized researchers, utterly devoid of any martial prowess. His awareness of the power dynamics within the manor stemmed from the moment he discovered that those who sought his life belonged to the Cheng group. Thus, he had discreetly positioned his informants within the estate in the Cheng Tower. Any stirrings from the Cheng family would promptly reach his ears. However, the moment for him to act had not yet arrived. A few minutes later, upon witnessing the arrival of the He family, Chu Sheng finally made his entrance, summoning the remaining 30-odd ancestral killer bees. The bees took to the sky, soaring directly towards the manor. Standing atop the manor's walls, Chu Sheng proclaimed loudly, "Cheng Xiao, you have slain my parents and laid waste to my home. Today, I shall demand blood for blood." His voice, laden with grief and resolve, echoed hauntingly over the estate. At that moment, Old Master Cheng, anxiously awaiting news from Cheng Tianhao, was momentarily taken aback by Chu Sheng's declaration. Raising his gaze, he quickly grasped the situation as the swarm of humanoid killer bees descended. According to Zhao Kaiman, the one capable of controlling such beasts could only be this young man. Just as he was preparing to eliminate him, the boy had delivered himself right to his doorstep. However, Old Master Cheng was perplexed. When had his family ever harmed the boy's parents? He surmised that it must have been one of Cheng Tianhao's foolish misdeeds. Turning to the 2 bodyguards beside him, he commanded, "What are you still doing? Go and eliminate that brat swiftly." The bodyguards, having received their orders, immediately charged towards Chu Sheng. Their lithe forms and gleaming weapons cut through the air, dispatching any ancestral killer bees that dared to obstruct their path with lethal efficiency. Choose to be a stray dog or a house pet. The choice is yours, Chu Sheng remarked to the large yellow dog at his side, as if understanding his words. The dog leapt down from the wall with zeal. Woof! It barked, dashing forward with its mouth agape, tongue lolling, saliva splattering as it ran, eyes glinting with a husky-like intelligence. Initially heading towards one of the bodyguards, it skidded to a halt when it saw the weapon raised against it, instinctively retreating. Die! The bodyguard snarled, his dagger slicing through the air with deadly intent as he lunged at the dog. Woof! With a swift yelp, the bodyguard was engulfed in a flash. The act completed almost instantaneously. Yet, the yellow dog appeared unfazed, quickly turning tail and sprinting back towards the wall, urinating in its haste. Clearly, the near brush with death had left it thoroughly shaken. Cowering in the corner of the wall, the yellow dog trembled incessantly. No matter how fervently Chu Sheng called for it, the creature remained unresponsive. This fierce beast, so potent in strength, was ironically timid. It was a shame it could not devour Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao, taken aback by the loss of a bodyguard, was astonished. He had anticipated that just one of his trusted aides could subdue Chu Sheng, and with both of them engaged, he expected a swift conclusion to the skirmish. He had not anticipated losing one of them. "You are too cunning. To ensure no slips, it is best to eliminate you quickly," he declared, slamming his cane into the ground with a resounding crash. Suddenly, the earth beneath the manor fractured ominously. Chu Sheng furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the fissure as a chilling aura emanated from it. With a thunderous roar, a colossal hand emerged from the inky chasm, gripping the edge. Following this, a figure resembling a small mountain, a stone golem, began to crawl out of the crevice. It was the stone golem lord. A shiver coursed through Chu Sheng. This summoned entity possessed immense strength and formidable defenses, and its ability to manipulate the surrounding earth made it exceptionally troublesome. Had the old fool lost his mind, revealing such a trump card so soon? Chu Sheng felt a sense of foreboding. Though others were poised to deal with Cheng Xiao, he needed to endure until that moment. The stone golem lord opened its massive maw and let out a deafening roar, its gaze fixated on Chu Sheng. As the monstrous creature charged towards him, Chu Sheng shouted, "Cheng Xiao, do you know Cheng Jia?" Old Master Cheng's countenance shifted dramatically at this revelation. "What have you done, boy?" he demanded. "Humph, do you think me foolish? You dare to challenge the Cheng family without any backup? He is already under my control. If I perish, your grandson Cheng Jia in the outer province will likewise meet his demise. He will be devoured by my beasts, his flesh consumed, his blood drained, his marrow extracted." Through days of observing the Cheng father and son, Chu Sheng had learned of the grandson named Cheng Jia, the old man's true grandson, yet not the son of Cheng Tianhao. From the frequency and tone with which Old Master Cheng spoke of Cheng Jia, Chu Sheng inferred that he was greatly cherished. By casting this bait, perhaps he could buy some time. However, before he could revel in his cleverness, Old Master Cheng's actions filled him with dread. The old man retrieved a phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Moments later, his previously grim expression softened. This old coot was no simple adversary. Chu Sheng's heart sank with apprehension, The supposed control over Cheng Jia was nothing but a ruse. He did not even know what Cheng Jia looked like or where he resided, only possessing a name. He had intended to bluff old Master Cheng, but the latter had taken it upon himself to verify the claim. After hanging up, Cheng Xiao turned to Chu Sheng with a benign smile. You may die now. Upon receiving the order, the stone golem lord surged towards the wall where Chu Sheng stood, akin to a mountain barreling forward. At this rate, the secret realm would likely be breached by this colossal entity. Attempting to obstruct its advance was a fool's errand. Fortunately, Chu Sheng still possessed the skill of shadow shift, allowing him to swap places with one of the bees within the manor. With a resounding crash, the stone golem lord collided with the wall, shattering it to pieces as rubble flew in all directions. It seems you are quite adept at fleeing, Cheng Xiao remarked just as the entire manor underwent a transformation. A thick earthen wall began to rise at the perimeter of the estate. Observing the encroaching wall, Chu Sheng's heart raced with anxiety. Once this wall sealed shut, he would become a sitting duck, ripe for slaughter. Should he flee, or dare to gamble once more? Chu Sheng weighed his options rapidly. His shadow shift allowed him to traverse without regard for the terrain, yet within the confines of the enemy's abilities, that was uncertain. If I hold on a little longer, my ally should arrive soon. Chu Sheng resolved to remain. Cheng Xiao, don't you wish to know what transpired at the Qing Tower? This time, old Master Cheng had no intention of entertaining his words. As the earthen walls merged, darkness enveloped the entire manor, blocking out all light. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Chu Sheng's feet turned to quagmire, ensnaring him within its grasp. Indeed, within the confines of this cage-like ability, his shadow shift was rendered ineffective. Chu Sheng had intended to employ the same trick again, but his shadow shift now held no sway. It all comes down to your survival now, he declared, producing a thermos and gulping down several large swigs of water. This act bewildered old Master Cheng, at the brink of life and death. This young man was still drinking water. The stone golem lord seized Chu Sheng, who was trapped in the mire, and with a brutal yank, blood erupted from Chu Sheng's body as his bones snapped with a sickening crack. In old Master Cheng's eyes, Chu Sheng was as good as dead. The stone golem lord's right hand was drenched in Chu Sheng's blood, yet it paid no heed. He raised his right hand behind him, mimicking the motion of a throw. With a swift whoosh, Chu Sheng's body shot forth from his palm like a cannonball, crashing into the thick earthen wall. Boom! A deafening impact reverberated, creating a gaping hole in the wall, through which light cascaded in. Without Cheng Xiao's control, debris began to tumble down, and in the blink of an eye, the entire earthen prison crumbled into ruins. With this brat dead, Hiao would no longer have anything to worry about. A smirk of satisfaction spread across Cheng Xiao's face. Yet before this smile could fully blossom, it froze in place. In the distance, a blood-soaked figure stood in the shadows, revealing a broad grin. I, Huhansa, have returned. Cheng Xiao's expression morphed into one of shock, disbelief flooding his eyes as his trembling hands caused his cane to clatter to the ground. How is this possible? You should be dead. How could you possibly still be alive? Even Cheng Xiao, who had survived for most of his life, found himself utterly speechless at the sight before him. After a brief lapse of composure, the old man realized the root of the problem, just as he suspected. Before arriving here, Chu Sheng had brought back some water from the secret realm's lake. The healing properties of that water far surpassed those of lychee. It was that very water that had saved him from the brink of death after being betrayed by He Shun. The same applied now. In the midst of his dire predicament, Chu Sheng had gulped down several mouthfuls, thus gambling for a sliver of hope in an otherwise fatal situation. Simultaneously, Chu Sheng, through his network of informants, spotted the figures of the search team and He Yao approaching. It was a gamble, yet the goddess of fortune ultimately favored me. Now it was time for my performance. Chapter 34, Accusation. With a flick of his hand, Chu Sheng commanded. Bang, bang, bang. A deluge of demonic corpses plummeted from the heavens, remnants of the ancestral killer bees that had perished during their assault on the Chung Corporation building. At the same moment, it appeared as though all the plants within the estate had been imbued with life, eagerly extending their roots to penetrate the fallen killer bee bodies. What is he up to? Old Master Cheng fixed his gaze upon Chu Sheng, his expression rife with confusion. This boy spoke not a single truth, and his behavior was exceedingly peculiar. Surely, there was some insidious plot at play. The more he remained in the dark regarding Chu Sheng's intentions, the more unease churned within him, intensifying his desire to eliminate Chu Sheng. The stone golem lord plunged both hands forcefully into the ground, rumbling as it lifted a colossal boulder high above, aiming it squarely at Chu Sheng's position. The gigantic rock obscured the sky, swiftly casting a shadow over him. Just as the boulder was about to descend, a glimmer of blade light cleaved it in two. The stone split evenly down the middle, crashing downwards and sending up a cloud of dust. Chu Sheng remained rooted in place, standing before the bloodied He Shun. Previously, He Shun had been engaged with the remaining bodyguard alongside the other ancestral killer bees, but unfortunately, the adversary's strength was overwhelmingly superior. Not only was He Shun gravely injured, but only 4 ancestral killer bees remained. All right, your part in this battle is no longer needed. With those words, Chu Sheng sent He Shin back into the secret realm. As for the remaining 4 ancestral killer bees, they had already distanced themselves from the bodyguard. Just as Cheng Xiao was preparing to command the stone golem lord to strike again, the situation took an unexpected turn. The 4 ancestral killer bees, who should have been aligned with Chu Sheng, suddenly reversed course and launched an attack against him. What? Chu Sheng gasped in surprise, hastily trying to intervene. It seemed that old Master Cheng had caught on to the unfolding scheme and burst into laughter. Little brat, do you think breeding demons is such a simple task? Your current predicament is a fitting retribution for your hubris. The 5 figures clashed in the distance, and it was evident that Chu Sheng had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Cheng Xiao, what have you done? Chu Sheng roared in anger. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Xiao's grin broadened. There was nothing more entertaining than a demon breeder being slain by his own creations. Go assist him, and let this little brat die swiftly. Seeing Chu Sheng still struggling, the old man promptly commanded the bodyguard to intervene. Managing 4 ancestral killer bees was already a formidable challenge for Chu Sheng. And with the addition of a powerful job changer, he stood no chance of victory. Boom. In no time, Chu Sheng was sent flying by a powerful punch. Crashing into a speeding vehicle, the car crumpled instantly under the immense force, shards of glass scattering everywhere. Though the search personnel inside were all job changers, the abrupt impact still left them dizzy and disoriented. The vehicle was rendered incapable of moving again, forcing them to exit and assess the situation. Wondering if a person had suddenly crashed into the windshield, Chu Sheng felt as though his insides had been rearranged. A metallic taste filled his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the 4 ancestral killer bees seemed to have recognized a new master, returning to hover behind Cheng Xiao in unison. What is happening? Could it be that these demons see me as their savior and have chosen to follow me? For a moment, old Master Cheng was perplexed by the turn of events. However, Chu Sheng, witnessing this development, could not suppress the smirk that crept onto his lips. Cough, cough, cough. Blood spewed from his mouth as he struggled to stand atop the car hood, pointing an accusatory finger at Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao, how dare you slaughter innocents? Using their flesh to breed demons and their blood to cultivate demonic plants. You are utterly wicked, your sins too great to bear. And your death would be a fitting end. Chu Sheng coughed up more blood, his body reaching its limits. Yet his eyes still burned with fury and determination as he gazed at Cheng Xiao. That look seemed to convey to the search personnel beside him just how vile and depraved that old man was. Following the direction of Chu Sheng's pointed finger, they beheld an elderly man, flanked not only by a massive stone golem lord, but also by 4 demonic creatures. Were those not the same creatures that had attacked the Chung Corporation building earlier? A glance around the estate revealed a scene straight from hell. The crops within were unrecognizable as normal plants, their bizarre forms with roots embedded deep within the bodies of the demons, as if they were being nourished by them. This was nothing short of demonic flora. Cheng Xiao's expression darkened to the point of stormy fury as he listened to Chu Sheng's outrageous claims. How could he still be oblivious to why that little brat had unleashed a torrent of demonic corpses upon the estate? Why had the crops within suddenly turned so grotesque? Why had the 4 killer bees suddenly turned against him? This was all part of the little brat's cunning scheme. How dare he plot against me? No matter who is present, you shall undoubtedly perish today. The stone golem lord bent its legs before launching itself into the air, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The ground quaked beneath it, and the figure of the golem leapt towards Chu Sheng and the others. The search personnel scattered. Chu Sheng, who had been pretending to be lifeless, cursed inwardly. Does he not realize he should take me with him? Utilizing the skill of shadow shift as the stone golem lord descended, Chu Sheng narrowly escaped. Boom. The stone golem lord landed heavily, causing a deafening explosion that filled the air with fire and dust, obliterating the car into fragments, with shrapnel flying in all directions. Amidst the haze, the silhouette of the stone golem lord gradually materialized, tilting its head as it searched for Chu Sheng, quickly locking onto its target. Li Huan, who had just disembarked from another vehicle, raised his voice urgently. Old Master, we are Search Officer Li Huan. There are numerous discrepancies regarding today's events. Please do not act in haste. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. Cheng Xiao regarded Li Huan with utter disdain, thinking, what are you? Do you even have the right to command me to halt? The stone golem lord lunged once more at Chu Sheng, showing no regard for the search personnel, intent solely on annihilating Chu Sheng. He increasingly believed that this little brat was a source of malevolence. If he was not eliminated now, he would become a significant threat to the Chung family in the future. Shadow Shift activated once more. In my current state, I can no longer delay. It is time to bring this to an end. Chu Sheng urgently shouted to the empty space beside him. Uncle He. This man has lost his sanity and is killing indiscriminately, akin to a beast. I implore you to act swiftly and save the life of our city's investigator, to avenge our citizens who have met a tragic demise. Suddenly, a voice echoed behind him. You truly possess a remarkable resilience, managing to survive so long in Cheng Xiao's grasp. Chu Sheng quickly turned around and smiled at He Yao, saying, Uncle He, if you do not show yourself soon, I shall perish. My demise may not matter, But what about you? You would be heartbroken, suffering torment day after day. Your blade is coming. He Yao coldly remarked to Chu Sheng. Chapter 35. The Death of Cheng Xiao. The appearance of He Yao rendered Cheng Xiao's expression exceedingly grim. It was inconceivable that this young brat had survived until He Yao's arrival. It seemed impossible to kill him today. Just as he prepared to withdraw, a primal killer bee charged forth from the side. In full view of the crowd, it wielded a weapon and attacked a female investigator present. Damn it. This little wretch actually seeks to frame me. In the eyes of the investigation bureau, he was now seen as a malevolent individual who raised monsters and cultivated magic plants. Should that killer bee succeed, he would become a thorn in the side of the investigation bureau. Before he could strike down the bee, He Yao acted first, swiftly killing the primal killer bee. Old Cheng, you have tolerated your son Cheng Tianhao's bullying for long enough. But to think you would raise monsters and cultivate magic plants while attempting to silence investigators. It appears today, you shall not escape. With a flash, He Yao's formidable presence re-emerged. Mr. He, wait. This matter is fraught with uncertainties and requires thorough investigation, Li Huan interjected, attempting to halt He Yao. If indeed the Cheng family was raising these monsters, why would they attack the Cheng family mansion? It was entirely illogical. However, He Yao was not one to pause for Li Huan's words. Observing He Yao charging towards him, the elder Cheng did not dare to be complacent and hastily summoned the stone puppet lord to guard him. In their clash, the stone puppet lord was progressively beaten back, its stone fragments cascading to the ground. Damn it, that he has always sought a legitimate means to eliminate the Cheng family. In this situation, if I perish, he will become the hero, and all the infamy will fall upon my family. The elder Cheng was filled with urgency and anger, veins throbbing on his forehead. Glancing at the wretched Chu Sheng in the distance, he found him utterly detestable. Had it not been for this little wretch, the Cheng family would not have descended to such a plight. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The only individuals who could lift the curse from He Yao were those closest to him, who would never divulge such secrets. How then? Did the owner of that letter this morning know? It must be that little wretch. At this moment, Cheng Xiao finally grasped the entirety of the situation. The letter revealing that He Yao could dispel the curse was provided by none other than Chu Sheng. Boom. The stone puppet lord collapsed. Witnessing He Yao merging with the shadow, Cheng Xiao shouted, "Wait, He Yao, we have been." Before he could finish, He Yao's hand pierced through his chest. Cheng Xiao's eyes widened in shock as blood gushed from his mouth, his hands desperately clutching He Yao's arm. His life was swiftly dissipating. Yet he remained unwilling to accept that he had been outwitted by a mere child. He wished to finish his sentence, but no sound escaped his lips. He Yao leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I knew from the moment I stepped out of my door that the boy intended to use me as a weapon. I also knew I must embrace this role, and indeed, I take great pleasure in wielding this blade." Cheng Xiao's eyes were filled with astonishment. Indeed, it was imperative for He Yao to be involved. Summoning his last vestige of strength, he gazed into the distance. The last image before him was that of Chu Sheng's smiling countenance, which seemed to mock him and revel in triumph. However, he could see no more. His hands fell limply, and the light in his eyes extinguished completely. He Yao withdrew his bloodied hand, his gaze icy as he regarded Cheng Xiao's lifeless body, devoid of any compassion. As for Chu Sheng's plan, it was rather straightforward. Upon realizing that He Yao bore a curse, he had already devised a way to eliminate the Cheng family. Noticing He Yao single-handedly assaulting the Cheng family mansion, he surmised that there was animosity between the He and Cheng families. Thus, he communicated the means by which He Yao could dispel the curse to the Cheng father and son, hoping to instill a sense of crisis that would lead them to confront He Yao, providing him with an opportunity to strike. However, the elder Cheng was too astute, bypassing He Yao and directly aiming to attack him, causing his plans against the Cheng father and son to collapse. Nevertheless, he had a contingency plan, albeit perilous, yet highly feasible. He would act as bait, provoking He Yao into action. The curse upon He Yao required his peculiar fruit for healing. Therefore, He Yao could not allow him to die. Should he perish, He Yao would also face certain death for his own sake. As well as the enmity between the Cheng and He families, He Yao had to take action. To ensure that He Yao's killing was justified rather than merely acting as a mediator, he needed to fabricate an excuse for He Yao. "Thank you, Mr. He, for ridding our city of this great villain and restoring peace." Chu Sheng's loud proclamation resonated, and while the surrounding investigators harbored doubts, they could not voice them. After all, Cheng Xiao's actions of raising monsters and silencing investigators were witnessed by all. He Yao slowly turned, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk directed at Chu Sheng. His expression remained stern as he approached step by step. Chu Sheng forced himself to remain calm, wearing a faint smile, his eyes unwaveringly meeting He Yao's. As He Yao drew near, Chu Sheng finally spoke, "Mr. He, I am grateful for your intervention today. Otherwise, who knows how much longer the Cheng family would have continued their wickedness. You should be thankful to yourself for not plotting against Qingqing, else I would have ensured your demise alongside my own." He Yao replied coldly. With that, He Yao did not linger further and left the scene directly. Just as Chu Sheng prepared to depart as well, Li Huan appeared. "You must be Chu Sheng, correct?" Chu Sheng nodded, recognizing Li Huan. the investigator who had previously appeared at 8 High. Indeed, I hope you can accompany me back to the Bureau for further investigation, as there are still some uncertainties regarding this matter. Certainly, I shall speak freely and candidly, Chu Sheng replied without hesitation. Li Huan was somewhat taken aback by Chu Sheng's cooperation and promptly gestured for him to follow. Chapter 36, Li Huan's Dilemma. At the investigation bureau, within the interrogation room, Li Huan sat across from Chu Sheng, a record book laid open before him, pen in hand. Now, please tell me, why were you present at the Chung family estate? Li Huan initiated the inquiry. Speaking of which, it infuriates me. Ever since I transitioned to an SSS lifestyle profession, the Chung father and son have persistently sought to enlist my services. I refused, and they forcibly abducted me to their estate. Thankfully, I was clever enough to escape, thus avoiding becoming food for their monsters. As Chu Sheng rambled nonsensically, Li Huan slammed his palm on the table, rising in anger. Boy, do you think everyone is a fool? Tell me, where did those monsters come from, and why did you target the Chung family? If you cannot explain clearly, do not expect to leave. Chu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, then replied, you speak of monsters? They were raised by the elder Chung. Moreover, I did not target the Chung family. They attacked me first. Besides, with my meager strength, what could I possibly do? My patience is finite. So you would do well to refrain from mocking me. Li Huan's gaze bore into Chu Sheng like that of a hunter fixated on its prey. Chu Sheng immediately rose to retort. I fail to comprehend what you wish for me to admit. Are you oblivious to the fact that they used the stone puppet lord to assail me? You cannot see that they commanded the monsters to attack your subordinates. Nor can you perceive how Hizong has eradicated the threats to the populace. Oh, simply because I am of a lower level, lacking power, influence, and connections. Am I thus deserving of your interrogation? If you truly cared for the common people and were unafraid of the powerful, then present here would be both Hizong and I. Upon uttering these words, Li Huan was rendered speechless. Previously, after He Yao had slain Cheng Xiao, he had departed without daring to voice a protest to retain anyone. Now, however, by detaining Chu Sheng, what would his subordinates think? Their leader was merely a bully, preying on the weak. In my years of handling cases, I have never wronged an innocent. I can state with absolute certainty that the matters concerning the Chung Corporation and Chung Manor are inextricably linked to you. He pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Sheng, veins bulging on his forehead, seemingly eager to extract a confession through severe interrogation. Chu Sheng, undeterred, met Li Huan's almost fiery gaze. At that moment, a knock echoed from the inquiry room door, and a search officer hurriedly entered, whispering something into Li Huan's ear. Instantly, Li Huan's expression darkened, and he departed the inquiry room alongside the officer. Bang, bang, bang. The door to the director's office was rapped upon. Come in. Li Huan pushed the door open, suppressing his inner turmoil, and inquired, Director, you summoned me? Zhao came in a surprisingly good mood, addressed Li Huan. Today, you have cracked a significant case involving the breeding of monsters in our city. The higher-ups have expressed great appreciation and plan to have the television station interview you for a promotional piece that will be broadcasted throughout the province. You should bring along Zhao Anjia from your team so that he may make an appearance as well. The previously agitated Li Huan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had done nothing to merit such praise. Oh, and the higher-ups specifically emphasized that the high school student, Chu Sheng, who escaped from the monster lair, must also appear on camera, serving as a role model for all high school students in the province. You will represent our search bureau to present him with the Brave Youth Trophy during the filming. Zhao Kaimin added enthusiastically, completely oblivious to the increasingly grim expression on Li Huan's face. Li Huan opened his mouth, hesitating to speak, yet ultimately gathered the courage to say, Director, there remain numerous uncertainties regarding the Chung Manor and Chung Corporation cases. Moreover, I suspect that the monsters did not originate from the Chung family, but rather from Chu Sheng. Zhao Kaimin waved his hand, interrupting him. Li Huan, I appreciate your diligence and sense of responsibility, but some matters do not warrant such obstinacy. A little confusion would benefit both you and me, wouldn't it? Of course, I have always held high hopes for you. After my retirement, this directorship could very well be yours. Zhao Kaimin patted Li Huan on the shoulder. Director, until the source of the monsters is clarified, the citizens of Yinqing will remain in turmoil. If these creatures were to target the ordinary populace, it would spell disaster. Li Huan suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. As a search officer, my duty is to uncover the truth. I will not allow any potential threats to jeopardize the safety of the citizens. Zhao Kaimin's expression darkened, taken aback by Li Huan's apparent insubordination, though he forced a smile. All right, we need people like you in the bureau. Since you have just solved a major case, take a break and rest. Director, I demand that He Yao be brought to the search bureau for questioning. Regardless of the circumstances, he murdered someone in full view. And we must have an explanation for this matter. Just give me 2 days. I am confident I can ascertain the source of Chu Sheng's monsters and determine how He Yao is involved. At this moment, Zhao Kaimin's face lost all semblance of cheer, and he fixed a penetrating gaze on Li Huan. What do you intend to do? The evidence of monsters being bred and the cultivation of monstrous plants at Cheng Zhao's estate is irrefutable. What are you trying to accomplish? Are you seeking to exonerate Qing Xiao? Or have I somehow offended you, prompting you to wish for He Yao to eliminate me? Speak, and I shall amend my ways. Director, that is not my intention. Li Huan sensed the atmosphere growing tense and hurriedly clarified. If that is not your intention, then what precisely do you mean? Zhao Kaimin's fist slammed down on the wooden desk with a thud. Li Huan dared not retort further and could only stand silently at the side. Zhao Kaimin took a moment to compose himself before finally speaking again. I have other arrangements regarding the interview. You need not concern yourself with that. Additionally, there are suspicions of a secret realm emerging in Fulong Town. You must head down there immediately to investigate this matter. And Chu Sheng, leave. With no hope of swaying the director, Li Huan turned and exited the office. Having already endured a scolding from the director, his mood had soured. But the scene in the office only served to further fuel his ire. There stood Chu Sheng, cradling the Brave Youth trophy in a pose, speaking to Zhao Anjia. Officer Zhao, do you think it would look good if I held it like this? While Li Huan was in the director's office, Chu Sheng had already been released. The one who facilitated his release was none other than Zhao Anjia from his team. At this moment, Zhao Anjia waved his hand with a smile. Ah, young friend Chu. I have already told you, I am merely a search officer, not an officer of investigation. You keep addressing me incorrectly. Well, I cannot be blamed for that. Your aura is such that anyone would mistake you for an officer of investigation. Zhao Anjia chuckled helplessly. Alas, I cannot find a way to contend with you. Meanwhile, at Cheng Manor, an individual was rummaging through the place, seemingly in search of something. After a moment, the man made a phone call. Young Master Cheng. It has been confirmed, the items are missing. Were they taken by the search bureau? A youthful voice responded from the other end. Our contacts at the search bureau claimed that no items were brought back. It is highly probable that they were taken by that boy named Chu Sheng during the battle. Use any means necessary to retrieve the items and eliminate anyone who has seen them. Chapter 37, The Eerie Red Crystal. After a brief interview, Chu Sheng finally emerged from the search bureau and returned to the secret realm. This operation had cost him an immense amount. Utilizing not only the black gen, but all the ancestral killer bees. The expenditure on weapons and rare fruits was also staggering. However, the final outcome was somewhat acceptable. The Cheng father and son duo had been ensnared by him. Brother Chu, you have finally returned. Come quickly, Da Huang has gone mad. Upon seeing Chu Sheng appear in the secret realm, Shen Jin rushed over, visibly bearing injuries that indicated he had just endured a fierce battle. In a recent skirmish, Da Huang had acted once, but had not moved thereafter. During the standoff between Chu Sheng and Cheng Xiao, he had not paid attention to it. It was only after Cheng Xiao's death that he had secretly activated the secret realm and cast Da Huang back within. What could be wrong with it? Chu Sheng followed Shen Jin towards Da Huang's location. Along the way, they encountered varying degrees of destruction, as if ravaged by some ferocious force. Soon, they discovered Da Huang's figure in the southern jungle. Is this Da Huang? Chu Sheng could hardly believe his eyes. The colossal creature before him was utterly unrecognizable compared to the previous Da Huang. Its entire body was pitch black, devoid of any hint of yellow fur. Its eyes emanating a bloodthirsty red glow, and its size had increased exponentially. Most peculiarly, it was enveloped in dark mist. At this moment, it appeared to be possessed, spiraling into madness and wreaking havoc upon everything around it. It is the same creature. Upon its return, it has been convulsing. Initially, it was only slightly larger than before, but now it has transformed into this. Had it not been for Shen Jin watching Da Huang gradually morph into this monstrous form, he too would have found it hard to believe that this creature, indistinguishable from a monster, was indeed Da Huang. Chu Sheng's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes laden with gravity. The sudden transformation of Da Huang stirred a potent sense of unease within him. He had witnessed Da Huang devour a formidable transcender in a single gulp. Should the frenzied Da Huang employ such a tactic against him, he feared he too would be consumed. How? Da Huang detected their presence and immediately raised its forepaw, striking fiercely in their direction. In an instant, several tendrils of dark energy shot forth from its paw like blades, slicing through the air and hurtling toward the two. In the face of this dark essence, trees were effortlessly severed as if they were mere scraps of paper. Chu Sheng swiftly pulled Shen Jin away, who was on the verge of using his flame gun in defense. Boom! The dark energy grazed their clothing, exploding behind them and kicking up a cloud of dust. This force was significantly more potent than before. Shen Jin's throat tightened, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Had Chu Sheng not intervened, his body would have surely been cleaved by the dark tendrils. What should we do, Chuj? Shen Jin gasped, gripping his flame gun tightly, his palms slick with perspiration. Chu Sheng remained silent, his gaze fixated on the rampaging Da Huang, then raised his right hand toward it. With a shift of thought, he endeavored to suppress Da Huang. Within this secret realm, as long as one's level did not far exceed his own, Chu Sheng could wield the power of the realm's master to subdue them, even rendering them incapable of using their skills. Da Huang, previously engulfed in fury, suddenly faltered, its limbs bending slightly, as if an invisible force constricted around it. Its bloodthirsty eyes glared fiercely at Chu Sheng, baring its teeth and thrashing about. It was evident that it had realized Chu Sheng was the source of its torment. Chu Sheng, too. was not faring well. Beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, his mental energy plummeting sharply. I can't continue like this, or I will surely be defeated. Thoughts raced through Chu Sheng's mind as roots began to extend toward Da Huang, ensnaring its body with tenacity. This was Chu Sheng employing his plant control skill to launch an assault. Boom. Its limbs were yanked by the stout roots, and the body that had been desperately maintaining its stance crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Success! Shinjin exclaimed with delight. As long as they could control Da Huang, everything would be manageable. Don't approach. I can hardly hold on. Chu Sheng was nearing his limit. The power suppressing Da Huang could dissipate at any moment. In stark contrast, Da Huang's force showed no signs of diminishing. After releasing a more furious roar, it surged even greater. It shattered the roots binding its limbs, and its previously prostrate form began to rise slowly. Blood dripped from its maw as it advanced toward Chu Sheng and Shinjin, its speed escalating until it was charging directly under Chu Sheng's suppression. It's over. Shinjin's face turned ashen. In less than a few minutes, the power emanating from Da Huang had multiplied several times over. The aura radiating from it instilled fear in Shinjin. Damn it! Chu Sheng cursed quietly as he watched the looming threat of Da Huang. Just as its claws were about to strike them down, whoosh, its figure vanished without a trace. Shinjin broke into a cold sweat. Chuj, it seems to have left. Chu Sheng nodded. There was no choice. He simply could not maintain the suppression any longer. So he had sent it away. What now? Shinjin asked anxiously. No worries. I have reinforcements to deal with it. Gaining a moment to breathe, Chu Sheng consumed some blueberries to restore a modicum of his mental energy. I'll go out and keep an eye on it. If it reaches the city, we'll be in serious trouble. All right, be careful, Chuj. Chu Sheng's figure vanished from the secret realm, reappearing in an expanse of forest. He had deliberately dispatched Da Huang to this woodland to prevent any harm to civilians. Now he merely needed to locate it, and then summon He Yao, this free enforcer, to handle the situation. Chu Sheng followed the trail of destruction left in Da Huang's wake. Soon, he spotted its silhouette. However, unlike its state in the secret realm, Da Huang now appeared extremely weakened, staggering as if it might collapse at any moment. Could it be that the ferocity of its prior outburst had plunged it into a state of exhaustion? Chu Sheng trailed behind, refraining from engaging or contacting external assistance. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Da Huang heaved violently, spewing blood as its abdomen spasmed uncontrollably. As it expelled a blood clot, the dark energy surrounding its body began to dissipate. Its massive form started to shrink, its ebony fur transforming back to a golden hue. Chu Sheng approached cautiously, observing the now unconscious Da Huang, filled with bewilderment at its swift recovery. Just as he prepared to carry Da Huang back to the secret realm, something in the bloodstains caught his eye. It was a dark red crystal, roughly the size of a fist, its surface marred with black patterns. It seemed that Da Huang had inadvertently ingested this object, so he decided to take it back for further inquiry with He Yao. Chu Sheng picked up the crystal, cradling Da Huang as he vanished from the sight. Mere seconds after his departure, 5 fissures suddenly tore open in the sky above. They slowly widened, reminiscent of demons about to awaken, but shortly after, they sealed shut, restoring the surroundings to their previous state. Simultaneously, the monitoring equipment in Linlang province, responsible for tracking anomalies in the secret realms, began to sound alarms. The personnel recording the data watched in disbelief as their hands trembled uncontrollably at the readings. 5 S-rank secret realms had inexplicably appeared simultaneously in the same location. Chapter 38, The Blood of the Demon King. 5 S-rank secret realms had concurrently manifested in Cliff City. This news not only sent shockwaves through Linlang province, but also sparked a maelstrom throughout the entire Transcender community. S-rank secret realms were already exceedingly rare, each harboring immense perils and opportunities. The simultaneous emergence of 5 realms in a single location was an unprecedented occurrence. In an instant, Cliff City became the epicenter of public discourse. Various factions discreetly dispatched their strongest members to investigate the situation. As one of the foremost powers in Cliff City, and having operated there for many years, He Yao naturally became one of the key figures through whom others sought information. At this moment, the He family villa was filled with numerous transcenders who had come from all corners of the nation. Some were longtime friends of He Yao, while others represented various factions. While they appeared to engage in light-hearted conversation, their underlying intent was to extract information regarding the S-rank secret realms from He Yao. Esteemed guests, I am aware that your purpose here is to inquire about the S-rank secret realms. I shall be candid with you. I, He Yao, am equally in the dark regarding this matter. If my memory serves, over a decade ago, an SSS-rank secret realm emerged in Cliff City. Now, after many years, the appearance of 5 S-rank secret realms may indeed be interconnected. It was He Yao himself who had been tasked with managing that SSS-rank secret realm incident. The implication of his words was clear. He sought to prompt He Yao to divulge details from that time in hopes of uncovering any connections. However, He Yao had no intention of elaborating further and promptly issued a dismissal. The events of that time involved numerous secrets and sensitive matters, and I cannot speak of them freely. If you wish to learn more about the secret realm, I must kindly ask you to take your leave." Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals exchanged glances, their dissatisfaction palpable, yet none dared to offend He Yao. "In that case, I shall not intrude further, brother He." Following the first speaker, others quickly echoed the sentiment, gradually departing from the He family villa. As they exited, they unexpectedly crossed paths with Chu Sheng, a high school student. Who sent him here? Bearing a fruit basket containing 6 peculiar fruits to visit, He Yao seemed rather meager. It was evident that he was here to see He Qingqing, and not as a representative of any faction. Clutching a poorly wrapped fruit basket, he dared to pursue the daughter of He Yao. The crowd's gaze incessantly scrutinized Chu Sheng, eager to discern the source of his audacity in pursuing the beloved daughter of Mr. He. Unfazed by the onlookers, Chu Sheng made his way directly into the villa. He Yao, watching the crowd disperse, was taken aback by Chu Sheng's sudden appearance, yet a subtle smile soon graced his lips. "You dare to seek me out again? Uncle He, you are my savior, akin to my rebirth parents. Without you, I would not exist. If you do not shun me, I wish to honor you as my adoptive father," he declared, his gaze earnest and his words heartfelt. He Yao, seemingly unperturbed, raised an eyebrow and said with intrigue, "If that is the case, let me hear you call me father." Without hesitation, Chu Sheng knelt on one knee, clasping his fists together in a formal gesture of respect, and proclaimed loudly, "Father." This scene left those present utterly dumbfounded. What a brazen fellow. His audacity could forge a premier defensive shield. To their astonishment, He Yao displayed a taste for such theatrics. He Yao, caught off guard, remarked, "All right, enough of this jesting. Come inside." "Yes, father." Chu Sheng quickly rose and scampered into the villa with the fruit basket in hand. Once inside, He Yao settled onto the sofa and gestured for Chu Sheng to take a seat, which he did, adopting a more composed demeanor. "Speak, what brings you here?" He Yao's sharp gaze fixed on Chu Sheng, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of the sofa. "Well, the kiwis we cultivated at home have ripened, and I thought to bring them as a token of respect," Chu Sheng replied, cheerfully presenting the basket filled with exquisite mutated kiwis. "Given your disposition, I suspect you may need to work for this if you wish to obtain them. Let's dispense with the pleasantries. State your business." "That is a misunderstanding, entirely. I come purely in the spirit of filial piety. However, your words prompt me to seek your advice on a small matter," Chu Sheng remarked, displaying a photo from his phone to He Yao. Initially indifferent, Chu Sheng's pupils suddenly constricted, his fingers trembling involuntarily upon seeing the image. Yet, his expression quickly returned to normal as he handed the phone back to He Yao, who, seemingly unconcerned, casually remarked, "It's a type of mineral. It could fetch a decent price." Having observed He Yao's subtle reaction, Chu Sheng realized the significance of the item he possessed. "If that is the case, I shall use it to feed my magical creature later." His words alarmed He Yao considerably. If that creature consumes this, it could spell disaster. Yet, pondering over it, He Yao questioned why Chu Sheng would mention feeding it to a magical beast rather than disposing of it. It was clear that Chu Sheng's magical creature had previously ingested such substances, and he had witnessed firsthand the formidable power it bestowed. Understanding this, He Yao spoke candidly. "I shall not conceal the truth from you. That blood crystal you possess is likely the blood essence of one of the 10 demon kings. Any creature that consumes it will gain unimaginable power, but will also be consumed by its ferocious energy, devolving into a mindless beast driven solely by the urge to kill. The SSS-grade secret realm is home to the most enigmatic and powerful domains, yet no professional has ever breached the lair of one of those demon kings. Once, there were rumors that the SSS-grade secret realm that emerged in Cliff City was the lair of one of the demon kings. Yet I unfortunately did not find it within, and instead fell victim to Cheng Tianji's treachery, suffering a cursed injury. Afterwards, I suspected that Cheng Tianji had indeed reaped some rewards from that place, though it remained mere conjecture. I never expected him to have brought out this blood essence." He Yao deduced the origin of Chu Sheng's blood essence, concluding it had been procured from the Cheng family. The only connection the Cheng family had to the Demon King's blood involved Cheng Tianji's venture into the SSS-grade secret realm. Thus, it's likely that you were the mastermind behind those 5 S-grade secret realms. S-grade secret realms? 5 of them. What does this have to do with me? Chu Sheng genuinely inquired, perplexed. "You should safeguard that blood essence. Its allure to magical creatures is unparalleled. If even a hint of its scent escapes, it will undoubtedly attract other beasts from the secret realms vying to seize it. So it's a hot potato then?" Chu Sheng contemplated how to dispose of such a dangerous item. Even a dog would reject it. Rumors suggest that the blood essence of a demon king not only empowers magical creatures, but also guides the possessor to the demon king's lair. Moreover, the appearance of such essence often signifies that the demon king is gravely wounded or deceased. The opportunities within could be unimaginable. Oh, what treasures and fortunes are of no importance. I, Chu Sheng, vow to protect this essence with my life to prevent magical creatures from benefiting. If you truly wish to explore the Demon King's lair in the future, excel in the martial examination to secure a place at the Divine Summer Academy. Only then can you aspire to become a top-tier professional. With only 3 days remaining until the martial examination, he resolved to seize this opportunity to alter his fate. Chapter 39. Entering the first layer of the trial tower. Upon returning from the He family villa, Chu Sheng devoted himself to studying the crystal. Yet he failed to uncover any clues regarding the guidance to the Demon King's realm as mentioned by He Yao. Meanwhile, De Huang trembled uncontrollably at the sight of the crystal. During the battle between Chu Sheng and Cheng Xiao, it had surreptitiously wandered into the heart of the estate, consuming anything of value it encountered, which had led to its previous state of fury. Above the secret realm, a colossal black dragon flapped its wings, soaring through the skies. Filled with curiosity about its surroundings after hatching from a black egg just the previous night. Hasn't it grown weary after flying all night? Chu Sheng placed the crystal aside, stretching his limbs. He then checked his attributes. Name, Chu Sheng. Profession, divine farmer, pastoral deity. Level, 19, 4860. Strength, 155. Agility, 149. Mentality, 168. Professional talent, 100 success in planting any crop with a 19 chance of mutation. Professional talent, 100 success in raising any creature with a 19 chance of reversion. Skills, instant planting, instant harvest, plant control. Skills, affinity with all living beings, passive, capable of raising all juvenile creatures, level not exceeding 10 levels above oneself, experience sharing, vision sharing, hearing sharing, and transformation. With 3 days remaining until the martial examination, Chu Sheng's level had risen to 19 through his cultivation efforts, significantly enhancing his foundational attributes. And the probability of his talents had also reached 19. The only regret was that his skills had not improved at all, which seemed to be the downside of a life-oriented profession. It is time to enter the trial tower for some rigorous training. For safety, he prepared to take along He Shun, the dragon, and the 34 newly hatched ancestral killer bees. He also packed life-saving lake water and various rare fruits. After all, death within the trial tower meant true demise. It was best to be prudent. With a flick of his finger, he initiated the teleportation, and in an instant, brilliant light enveloped them. He, along with He Shun and the dragon, arrived at the first layer of the trial tower. Each layer of the trial tower mirrors the secret realms of the outside world, existing as unique spaces filled with numerous magical creatures. At that moment, they found themselves in an atmosphere thick with a chilling, eerie aura, the ground riddled with fissures. Occasionally, magical creatures emerged from the cracks, scurrying toward other openings. They were crimson, spider-like entities of varying sizes, some as small as infants while others were already the size of small trucks. He Shun, why don't you test the waters first? He Shun brandished his black blade and approached a fissure, from which soon emerged a diminutive red spider, akin to a small dog. Without hesitation, He Shun delivered a swift stroke, cleaving its head in twain. Boom. In that instant of the spider's demise, its corpse detonated like a bomb, unleashing tremendous force that left He Shun's body in tatters. Killed level 1 red spider. Experience 100. Upon witnessing this experience notification, Chu Sheng could hardly believe his eyes. Was this some sort of trick? In the outside world, a level 1 monster typically granted only 10 experience points. Yet here it was a staggering 100? He Shun, get to work and slaughter them. Chu Sheng's sudden command led He Shun to assume that his master had finally noticed his injuries and felt pity for him. Just as it awaited Chu Sheng to provide a healing lychee, it was taken aback to see him leisurely pull out a watermelon to munch on. Eating watermelon also granted 50 experience points. The time to strike was now. Chu Sheng then commanded the ancestral killer bees behind him. You lot, don't just stand there. Start hacking away. He perched atop the colossal dragon, overseeing their efforts from the air. Occasionally, he would toss down a healing lychee for those that were severely wounded. As for himself, it was out of the question to descend to the ground. The terrain was perilous, and he could hardly afford to be injured by an accidental explosion. Under Chu Sheng's remote guidance, He Shun and the ancestral killer bees were working fervently below. One by one, red spiders crawled out from the fissures, oblivious to their fate as the sharp blades and venomous stingers reaped them mercilessly. Killed level 1 red spider. Experience 150. Killed level 1 red spider. Experience 150. The sounds of explosions reverberated, and experience points surged into Chu Sheng's being like a tidal wave. What a delight. This trial tower was truly my paradise for leveling up. Sitting atop the dragon, Chu Sheng savored his watermelon and honey blueberry tea, his face radiating a smile of satisfaction. While planting and harvesting could also yield experience, they were ultimately bound by time constraints. Yet, they paled in comparison to slaying monsters in the outside world. Here, however, the experience gained from killing these monsters was tenfold that of the outside, and what was more crucial, there was an abundance of them on this first level. Moreover, they lacked any significant combat prowess. They either attempted to ensnare their foes with their 8 legs, leading to mutual destruction, or self-destructed in a spectacular explosion upon their demise. Was this not a splendid means of providing him with experience? As time passed, the explosions on the first level of the trial tower grew increasingly sparse. The red spiders seemed to have realized they were being hunted and retreated into the fissures, refusing to emerge. Haitian, that hill lacks fissures. Land there and rally them to form a suicide squad to enter the crevice. Roaring, the dragon complied with Chu Sheng's command, gracefully descending onto the hill. As its massive feet touched the ground, the entire hill began to tremble. Initially, Chu Sheng thought it was merely the dragoness weight. But when he beheld the hill rising abruptly, he realized the dire situation. This was no hill, it was a colossal red spider. Its skin having changed from red to purple. In such an environment, Chu Sheng had mistaken it for a mound. Damn it, I said we shouldn't land. Run, hey you. The dragon flapped its wings, preparing to take off into the sky, only for the enormous red spider to spew forth red silk, ensnaring both the dragon and Chu Sheng tightly. These red threads were remarkably resilient. Imbued with a viscous, corrosive substance, the dragon struggled fiercely, whipping up a tempest with its wings, yet could not break free from the silken bonds. A prison-type skill. Chu Sheng thought of using a teleportation ability to escape, only to find it utterly ineffective. It appeared he would have to tear through this web first. Before he could act, the massive red spider beneath him began to develop crimson spots, which soon coalesced. Its formerly purple skin quickly turned red. Chu Sheng recognized this transformation all too well. It was precisely what occurred before the smaller spiders self-destructed. You're going to blow up right after I land on you? Chu Sheng could hardly fathom such explosive temperament. Gripping the red silk tightly, he bore the corrosive pain and, with sheer force, tore the threads apart. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The dragon burst forth through the thick crimson mist, carrying Chu Sheng to safety. You enormous creature, and you couldn't even break free from a mere thread. The dragon looked utterly aggrieved. It was still a newborn, hardly a day old. Fortunately, with the demise of the large red spider, there should be little danger. Yet before he could finish his thought, the scene below left him speechless. The watermelon he had just taken out fell onto the dragon's back. Below, what he had initially assumed to be the ground began to writhe violently. Those areas of the ground slowly rose, and unsurprisingly, they were all red spiders. The so-called fissures were merely gaps exposed as they huddled together in slumber. Was this truly the first level? Chapter 40, Trial cleared. One by one, blood-red eyes opened, all fixated on Chu Sheng and the dragon in the air. The scene reminiscent of countless malevolent spirits staring down upon them. The ancestral killer bees also sensed something amiss and began to take flight. This ominous atmosphere was unmistakable. Chu Sheng murmured, his heart sinking. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless red webs were expelled from their mouths, hurtling towards Chu Sheng and the ancestral killer bees. Chu Sheng's pupils constricted as he shouted urgently. Scatter. In an instant, all the ancestral killer bees dispersed, tracing irregular trajectories in the sky. The dragon reacted swiftly, flapping its wings powerfully and ascending rapidly with Chu Sheng. The sheer number of webs and their speed were overwhelming. Several ancestral killer bees that reacted too slowly were ensnared instantly. In the blink of an eye, the corrosive liquid had reduced them to mere puddles of blood. Only after ascending to a certain height did they become immune to the webs. Gazing down at the mass of red spiders below, Chu Sheng broke out in a cold sweat. He had initially thought they were delivering experience points, but it seemed they were after his life. Should they all self-destruct simultaneously, the entire level would surely be leveled. The remaining ancestral killer bees were already panting heavily, bearing various degrees of injuries. They could no longer afford to squander their strength as they had before. It was imperative to cultivate an elite force. For if they encountered higher-level practitioners next time, their utility would be minimal. Moving forward, he did not intend to allow them to fight again. Haitian. Chu Sheng extended his right hand, and Haitian, understanding the cue, passed the black blade to him. Subsequently, Chu Sheng slowly opened his left hand, and countless tiny bees began to descend. Their diminutive size rendered them virtually undetectable, evading the attention of the colossal red spiders below. Once they reached the underbelly of the giant red spider, Chu Sheng initiated his assault. He vanished in an instant, appearing beneath one of the massive red spiders. The black blade plunged heavily into its abdomen, followed by a vicious slash downward. Blood gushed forth like a breached dam, drenching Chu Sheng in a crimson deluge. Creak, creak, creak. The giant red spider howled in agony, its colossal form thrashing wildly. Such a minor injury was inconsequential for such a behemoth. However, it was unable to withstand the propensity of these creatures to self-destruct. Soon, the once dark purple skin of this enormous red spider began to manifest red spots. As these spots spread, its body rapidly heated up. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, sending debris and flesh flying in all directions. As the mushroom cloud billowed forth, on another front, a colossal ancestral killer bee endured a similar torment. Its abdomen was pierced, skin reddened, and body temperature soared, culminating in a resounding explosion. After employing this method against 10 such creatures, Chu Sheng's mental fortitude began to wane. He immediately activated his teleportation ability, reappearing upon the back of Heiyu. At that moment, he resembled a being forged from coagulated blood. Other than the discernible outline of a person, it was impossible to distinguish his features. Slumped upon Heiyu, Chu Sheng gasped for breath, each inhalation thick with the metallic scent of blood. Sheng, his companion, approached with evident concern, hastily flying toward him. Just as Chu Sheng, already breathless and unable to lift his blade, heard the sound of wings flapping behind him, a surge of adrenaline propelled him upright. Gripping his black knife tightly, he swiftly turned to face Sheng, his voice low and commanding. "Do not stand behind me." Confronted by the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Chu Sheng, Sheng hesitated, retreating as commanded. Once assured of his safety, Chu Sheng finally allowed his eyes to close gently, lying back down. The exquisite mutated blueberries and grapes, which could temporarily bolster his mental strength, had been consumed to the point of resistance. Although he had consumed enough to extend his mental acuity for an hour prior to engaging, that hour had not yet elapsed. Even if he were to consume ordinary blueberries or grapes now, they would not augment his limited mental power. Thus, he could only rest, awaiting the moment when his body would recover, to employ his tactics once more. Meanwhile, below, the massive red-skinned spiders commenced a series of erratic jumps. Initially, they could only leap a meter off the ground, but gradually, their bounds increased to 2, 3, and then 4 meters. Sheng, and the other ancestral killer bees were left bewildered by the spider's intentions. To leap from the ground to such heights seemed utterly impossible. They observed the spider's relentless jumps, which, despite their increasing altitude, posed no threat to them. However, Chu Sheng was roused from his rest by the thunderous vibrations. Slowly opening his eyes, he mustered the strength to sit upright, casting his gaze upon the enormous red-skinned spiders below. What were these bomb-like creatures up to? A sense of confusion washed over him. But soon he surmised their intent. Any remnants of drowsiness evaporated, replaced by a chilling realization that coursed from his feet to his head. Ascend higher. All of you. Fly up. Though perplexed, and the ancestral killer bees complied. At that moment, a gigantic red-skinned spider leaped high into the air and, upon reaching its zenith, unleashed a torrent of red silk. The remaining spiders followed suit. The crimson webs ensnared the very ground they had previously occupied. Witnessing the intertwining strands of red silk, Chu Sheng felt a shiver of dread. Had he not commanded to ascend, he would likely have been ensnared in those webs. Now, only a handful of large red-skinned spiders remained. If he descended to deal with them now, he could return to rest afterward and eliminate them all. Gripping his black knife, Chu Sheng prepared to utilize his teleportation ability when, unexpectedly, who had previously exhibited no skills, began to cough forth black smoke. The temperature in its throat surged alarmingly. Cough. Flames erupted from its mouth, brief but potent. This was an opportunity. If could awaken its draconic breath ability, it could unleash fire from the skies, far superior to his own frantic movements. Well done, You truly are my most cherished subordinate. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Chu Sheng's eyes. Encouraged, lifted its head and emitted a resounding dragon's roar. It then opened its mouth once more, spewing forth a torrent of scorching black flames that engulfed the jumping red-skinned spiders below. In an instant, the arachnids writhed in the inferno, emitting anguished cries. The flames ignited the ground like a series of detonating bombs. Boom, boom, boom. Plumes of mushroom clouds ascended into the sky, riding atop Chu Sheng pierced through the thick, acrid smoke. Ding. Congratulations to the host for conquering the first level of the trial tower. Rewards: 1. Item: Spiderweb. Can ensnare transmuters or magical creatures up to 10 levels below the user. 2. Redskin Spider. Unlocks the ability to purchase redskin spiders in the marketplace. Note: Choose one. A smile crept across Chu Sheng's lips as he decisively opted for the second option. After all, the first would only ensnare a single entity, whereas the second could obliterate a multitude. Chapter 41, Damage Transfer. At last, Chu Sheng successfully navigated the first level of the trial without significant peril. Upon returning to the secret realm, he promptly accessed the system marketplace to examine the available items. Indeed, the option to purchase redskin spiders had appeared. However, their price was exorbitant, with a single spider costing a staggering 1,000 spirit coins. The sole silver lining was their oviparous nature. An adult redskin spider could produce an average of 6 eggs daily. He decided to procure 4 to test the waters. Spending 4,000 spirit coins, he bought 4 redskin spiders. After placing them in a southern jungle for rearing, Chu Sheng returned to his tent to review his attributes. Name: Chu Sheng. Profession: Divine Farmer. Pastoral God. Level: 23, 1245. Strength: 167. Agility: 161. Mentality: 180. Professional talent: 100 success in planting any crop, with a 23 chance of mutation. Professional talent: 100 success in nurturing any creature, with a 23 chance of reversion. Skills: instant planting, instant harvest, plant control. Skills: affinity with all creatures, passive. Capable of nurturing all juvenile creatures. Levels cannot exceed his by 10. Experience sharing, vision sharing, auditory sharing, teleportation, damage transfer. This trial had elevated his level by 4, enhancing his foundational attributes by 12 points each. Most crucially, his pastoral god profession had acquired a new skill, damage transfer. This ability allowed him to redirect any damage he received onto the magical creatures under his control. It was nothing short of miraculous. While he had initially contemplated purchasing armor for protection, he had unexpectedly gained this skill, compelling him to test its efficacy for safety. Designating He Shun as the target for the transfer, Chu Sheng summoned the other 5 ancestral killer bees. These 5 had recently accompanied him in conquering the first level of the trial tower, and their levels had breached the 10th mark. Upon receiving Chu Sheng's command to attack, they exchanged glances, clearly bewildered by their master's directive. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of confusion, they unleashed their might, launching a fierce assault on Chu Sheng. Their attacks fell upon him like a torrential storm. However, none inflicted harm. The moment a stinger pierced his shoulder, he felt no pain whatsoever. Harder. Strike me with all your might. Chu Sheng spread his arms wide, closed his eyes, and tilted his head back, seemingly reveling in the extraordinary sensation. The ancestral killer bees, bound by unwavering loyalty to their master, summoned their strength and charged fiercely at him once more. Swoosh. Soon, one of the ancestral killer bees struck Chu Sheng with its tail, sending a jolt of agony through his arm. It appeared that if the target of the transfer fell unconscious or perished, the effect would dissipate, necessitating a 1-hour wait before he could transfer damage again. Whoosh. A stinger shot directly between Chu Sheng's legs, causing him to instinctively kick it away in alarm. Stop! 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 At his urgent command, the ancestral killer bees ceased their assault. Chu Sheng, trembling with trepidation, glanced down, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, silently thankful for his quick reflexes. You stand behind He Shun. Chu Sheng pointed at the last bee that had attacked him. Dismissed. Upon receiving the command, they took flight. As for that shadowy figure, it lay unconscious in the pasture. Despite having done nothing, it was suddenly besieged by excruciating pain, as if it had been the target of a brutal beating. Yet, it had not even glimpsed the shadow of an adversary before succumbing to the inexplicable darkness. The crops had ceased to provide significant enhancement, and it was time to explore new varieties. After testing the skill of damage transfer, Chu Sheng reopened the marketplace and began to browse through the crops. Soon, in the vegetable section, he realized that a considerable number of cattle and horses would be arriving in this mystical realm, necessitating some preparatory provisions for them. Apples. Even dogs would turn their noses up at longan. Perhaps he could procure a plant to replace the previously withered lychee tree, and a few lemons as well. After all, one cannot solely indulge in honey blueberry tea. Honey lemon tea would be quite delightful. Once he had planted these, he received a message back from Shinjin. Before embarking on his trials, he had sent Shinjin to procure some items on his behalf. Chu Sheng immediately activated his shadow shifting ability, appearing beside Shinjin to bring him back into the mystical realm. So, have you gathered everything? Yes, all items crafted by the blacksmith are undoubtedly durable. Shinjin scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. But, Brother Chu, why did you buy all these things? And why in such large quantities? As he spoke, Shinjin began to unpack the items from his storage space. Instantly, a cacophony of metallic clashing filled the air. However, these were not weapons or armor but rather an assortment of hoes, shovels, sickles, and other agricultural tools, forming a small hillock. While the previous purchase of weapons was understandable, this multitude of farming implements raised Shinjin's eyebrows in perplexity. You'll understand in a couple of days, Chu Sheng replied with a mysterious smile, withholding a direct answer to Shinjin's queries. Well then, Brother Chu, if there's nothing else, I shall go practice with my gun. Indeed, with the martial examination approaching, Shinjin had been diligently honing his skills with his flame gun, aspiring to achieve commendable results in the examination. Given his A-rank white flame profession, even without Chu Sheng's extraordinary fruits, he had a substantial chance of qualifying for the Divine Summer Academy. Presently, his foundational attributes and fire-based attacks had escalated to a new tier, making entry into the academy a mere formality. After Shinjin departed, Chu Sheng began to meticulously inspect the agricultural tools. Lifting a hoe, he gauged its weight, appreciating the resilience and sharpness of its material, feeling thoroughly satisfied. These implements were crafted by a blacksmith, far surpassing ordinary tools in durability, promising to serve well when the new cattle and horses arrived. A proprietor like me, preparing sustenance and tools for them, is indeed a rarity. Chapter 42, Encounter with Roadside Bandits. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Today marked an exhilarating occasion for all newly transitioned individuals in the Great Xia. The martial examination officially commenced. Each year at this time, various provinces organized their own mystical trials, with varying levels of difficulty. The most formidable trials were associated with major provinces like Dejing, where noble families flourished, and top-tier clans sparkled like stars in the night sky, creating a complex web of power dynamics and abundant resources. Typically, the youth from such provinces boasted strength far exceeding that of their counterparts from smaller regions. Thus, the mystical trials in these provinces were often the most challenging. In contrast, provinces like Linlang, being comparatively smaller, exhibited a noticeable disparity in strength, although they too had elite families and clans. Yet, overall, the prowess of their youth was undeniably inferior. Nevertheless, each year, a dark horse or two emerged, achieving remarkable results in the martial examination, often ranking within the national top 10. The martial examination for Linlang province was held annually in Linfeng City, a considerable distance from Yaqing City. In order to participate in the trials punctually, the newly transitioned individuals from 10 high schools in Yaqing City packed their belongings early and boarded buses toward Linfeng City. The 10 principals convened, discussing the newcomers from various colleges within the province. This year, our Linlang province's martial examination is likely to ascend to a new level. Not only have we produced 2 SSS-ranked professionals from Yaqing City, but other cities are also brimming with strong contenders. According to my sources, nearly 100 individuals have already surpassed level 10 in the initial mystical trial this year, with 5 even breaking through to level 15. Ha ha ha, regardless of the circumstances. Our Yaqing 8 High will undoubtedly emerge victorious and claim the championship title for our city. The principal of 8 High laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with confidence and pride. During the initial trials, the other principals were all skeptical, particularly the other 9 high schools, who harbored a disdain for 8 High's portly figure. However, once the martial examination commenced, they would unite against external competition, while the newcomers from other schools had no chance of contending for the championship. 8 High's He Qingqing certainly did. She had transitioned into an SSS-ranked combat profession, the Ice Phoenix, and during the initial mystical trial, she had astonishingly equaled the historical record, reaching level 13. This year, Yaqing City is relying on He Qingqing to hold the fort. I just hope that during the competitions, she doesn't encounter that little monster from Linfeng First High first. I believe the one to turn the tide will be that Chu Sheng. The principal of 8 High remarked with a smile, adding that during the initial mystical trial, his level was on par with that little monster. After several days of observation, he felt that Chu Sheng had a greater chance of claiming victory over He Qingqing. This intuition was not merely based on Chu Sheng's strength, but also his adaptability, knowing when to advance and when to hold back. A talent well suited for navigating the harsh realities of the world. That fellow might have a high level, but he was ultimately just a life profession. The martial examination would later involve competition, where his advantages might diminish. Not necessarily. I too feel that boy is rather peculiar, managing to escape from Cheng Xiao. At this moment, the principal of 7th High, who had been silent until now, spoke up. The Cheng family's incident had already been reported by the media, detailing how they had harmed the citizens of Yaqing City by breeding magical creatures and cultivating magical plants, ultimately extending their malevolent grasp towards a high school student. Fortunately, that student, possessing remarkable wit, managed to escape from the lair of the magical beasts and was rescued by Zhao An's family, who had come to apprehend Cheng Xiao. In the end, the investigation bureau awarded this high school student a trophy for being a brave youth. However, whether the reality aligned with the television reports remained a matter of speculation. Indeed, the martial examination has yet to begin, and the outcome remains uncertain. Anything is possible. A principal concurred. The convoy advanced into a gorge. At that moment, a group of reckless bandits had already gathered above, observing the movements of the vehicles below. Boss, are we really going to attack the people from Yaqing City? A small, wiry man questioned as he gazed at the approaching vehicles. Slap. A burly man, marked by several prominent scars on his face, smacked the small man on the back of the head. What a stupid question. What do you think we're doing here? Sunbathing? But they're all transition professionals, and they have principals and teachers with them. We might not stand a chance. The thin man had barely finished speaking when another slap met his cheek. Why do you care so much? Just follow orders. When the time comes, remember to rush down and find that student. What if he resists? Slap. Another resounding slap followed. Are you an idiot? The order is to bring him back alive. We'll deliver him intact, regardless of how injured he is. It's none of our concern. The scarred man spoke again. Tell me, do you know the target's name and appearance? Yes, that animal, such a memorable name. All right, follow my command. Once the convoy is deep inside the gorge, we'll drop rocks to block their path and escape route. The thin man nodded repeatedly, not daring to ask further questions. As the convoy slowly entered the depths of the gorge, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in the scarred man's eyes, and with a grand gesture, he ordered, release. In an instant, colossal boulders cascaded down the sides of the canyon, the thunderous sound reverberating through the entire gorge. Both entrances of the canyon were obstructed by fallen rocks, with several boulders crushing vehicles beneath their weight. Observing this, the scar-faced man sprang to his feet, brandishing his large blade and shouting, charge. In that moment, a squad of nearly 100 individuals surged down from the canyon's heights, their weapons waving in the air as their battle cries echoed like thunder. What madness has seized these fools? Did they not bother to conduct any reconnaissance before attempting a robbery, to ascertain who might be present? Surely, they do not believe that the position of principal is a mere purchase? Let us go and confront these imbecilic thieves. The 10 principals descended slowly from their vehicles. Concurrently, the scar-faced man rushing down from above began to sense something amiss. He had distinctly witnessed the boulders blocking the canyon's exits, crushing numerous buses. How was it, then, that there were no boulders obstructing the entrances now, and all the buses remained unscathed? Nevertheless, it mattered not. As a level 30 powerhouse, he would easily handle these educators and their flock of fledglings. Pointing his blade at the 10 middle-aged men before him, he declared, I, Wang Wei, do not strike down nameless individuals. You worthless teachers, do not impede my path. Step aside and crouch. The principal of the 7th high school smiled. I recall that this route has never been the site of robbery before. Do you not fear apprehension by the Inspection Bureau for your actions? The Inspection Bureau is of no consequence, spat the scar-faced man, disdain evident in his tone. The 7th high school principal remained unfazed, observing, given your demeanor. It appears you intend to target the students on those buses, does it not? Why not share your objective with us? We can hand it over to you. And you can let us pass. Ah, how clever of you, esteemed teacher. I wonder why I did not think of that myself. Very well. I shall not make it difficult for you. Simply hand over that beast to me. The 10 teachers exchanged knowing smiles. With your intellect, you might find yourself meeting your backer quite soon. Chapter 43, The Terrifying Illusion. The commotion outside naturally drew the attention of the students within the vehicles. Chu Sheng immediately dispatched his scouts. Beast? Chu Sheng? Could these ruffians be seeking me? He pondered, his brow furrowing as his mind replayed recent events. Who else could harbor ill intentions towards him? In recent times, he had only offended the Cheng family, but they were all dead now. No, one remained, Cheng Jia. Whether to reclaim the crystal or avenge Cheng Xiao and his son, he might indeed act against him. According to the information available to Chu Sheng, this Cheng Jia was the son of Cheng Tianji. After Cheng Tianji was killed by He Yao, Cheng Xiao had sent the young Cheng Jia out of the province for fear that He Yao would eliminate all threats. Now, I stand in the light while the enemy lurks in the shadows. Chu Sheng's gaze turned icy as he calculated his next move. This ambush in the canyon was likely just an appetizer. Far greater peril awaited him in the future. Meanwhile, the group of foolish bandits had been soundly beaten and were fleeing in disarray, with the 10 principals leisurely pursuing them. Is this how it ends? Chu Sheng found himself surprisingly astonished. He had not expected such weakness from these assailants. If they had sent such a group to attack, did it not expose their intentions, allowing me to prepare accordingly? At that very moment, the bus driver, observing the principals receding into the distance, wore a barely perceptible cold smile. As the attention of the crowd was fixated on the fleeing thieves, he slowly rose from the driver's seat, stepping towards Chu Sheng, who was lost in thought. If it were me, I would prepare for both contingencies. Let those outside serve as bait, drawing the principals away while the real strike occurs within this bus. As this thought crossed Chu Sheng's mind, he couldn't help but smile. How could that be possible? None of the students on the bus had familiar faces. Just then, an ordinary unknown face caught his eye. Before Chu Sheng could react, the middle-aged driver swiftly plunged a peculiar nail into his chest. A myriad of red symbols began to spread from the wound across Chu Sheng's body. Pain transfer. It only transferred the pain from the nail embedded in his body. While these red symbols could not be shifted, most troubling was the fact that he could not use his shape-shifting ability to escape. Chu Sheng instinctively felt that if these red symbols enveloped him entirely, it would truly be the end. The surrounding students remained oblivious, laughing and chatting as if nothing were amiss. In the blink of an eye, only his head remained untouched by these eerie symbols. But they were already creeping up his neck, like countless blood serpents slithering toward his face. Damn it! Chu Sheng's heart thundered with rage. A profound sense of crisis flooding over him. He desperately summoned his inner strength to halt the symbols' advance, but they clung to him like maggots. And no amount of struggle would avail him. Just as the red symbols were about to cover his remaining eye, a classmate seated beside him suddenly reached out and grasped the driver's arm. Are you celebrating too soon? A familiar voice echoed in Chu Sheng's ear. Bang! A sharp cracking sound pierced Chu Sheng's mind, akin to shattering glass. Simultaneously, the images he had been perceiving disintegrated. Panting heavily and drenched in sweat, Chu Sheng hastily pulled aside his shirt to inspect his chest. No wound. Was this dream too vivid? As he pondered whether he had been dreaming, Principal Su's familiar voice rang out once more, awake now? At that moment, Chu Sheng found himself seated in the passenger seat, staring blankly at Principal Su, who was driving. What had just transpired? Where had the driver gone? When had the principal appeared in the vehicle? Was that encounter merely a dream? His mind was a tangled web of questions. He struggled to recall every detail of what had just occurred. The driver who had attacked him, the bizarre nail, and the spreading red symbols. It felt dreamlike, yet every detail was sharply vivid. Noticing Chu Sheng's confusion, Principal Su finally explained. That was the ability of Principal Yang from 7th High. Among the 10 principals of Yi City, he possesses the highest rank, the greatest power, and the most peculiar abilities. However, that fellow can be quite troublesome. He had no business involving you, yet he insisted on letting you experience it firsthand. Indeed, at the moment the boulders fell, the bandits had already been ensnared in an illusion, and the driver they had seen was but an illusion as well. Ordinarily, Chu Sheng would not have experienced such a near-death sensation. He would merely witness the driver going mad and then dying for no apparent reason. Yet, Principal Yang had chosen to give him this experience. Do not hold it against that old Yang. To be honest, he has quite the regard for you. It is precisely because he holds you in such esteem that he wanted you to undergo this first-hand experience, Principal Su remarked, a smile lingering on his face. As his breathing gradually steadied and he regained his composure, Chu Sheng inquired, if I had died in that illusion, would it have meant my actual demise? Indeed. If you were unable to escape that illusion or if you did not dispel it, you could very well have perished. Thus, you must exercise caution. Once you leave Yi City, your adversaries will not only be monsters, but also various individuals with extraordinary talents and skills, some capable of killing without a trace. A cold sweat broke out on Chu Sheng's brow. Such a method of assassination was utterly terrifying. This meant that if Principal Yang from 7th High wished, he could cause all the students in the convoy to perish within the illusion. And as for those who sought to harm me, they are already dead. As for their backer, you need not concern yourself. Once you enter the Divine Summer Academy, they will not dare to act against you recklessly. After finishing his words, Principal Su tossed a crimson nail to Chu Sheng. This tool is quite remarkable. In the future, when confronted with formidable monsters, one merely needs to drive it into the creature, though its use is limited to a single occasion. Chu Sheng received the nail, yet his mind remained preoccupied with the earlier scene. The more he pondered, the more apprehensive he became, realizing that his current capabilities were utterly insufficient for escape. Principal, may I inquire how one might extricate themselves from such illusions in the future? Principal Su's gaze was fixed intently on the road ahead, a slight smile gracing his lips. Most transferees focus on skills and talents, yet the fundamental 3 attributes hold equal significance. With sufficient strength, one could even shatter illusions with a single punch. Of course, possessing talents and skills specifically designed to counter illusions would be even more advantageous. Chu Sheng nodded, his expression still grave. The vehicle progressed slowly, and soon the group arrived at the martial arts examination training location in Linlang province for this year. Chapter 44. You haven't yet reached my heights. Within the city's largest stadium stood a grand, archaic wooden door. Nearly 120,000 transferees from the 12 cities of Linlang province were orderly queued around the door. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, tension, and anticipation, as a cacophony of discussions filled the air. This wooden door served as the entrance to the martial arts examination. Their ability to shine brightly and gain admission to esteemed academies would hinge upon their performance over the next fortnight within. A voice boomed, cutting through the noise, silencing the crowd instantly. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man clad in black attire standing in midair. His stature was imposing, and his gaze was piercing as he scanned the assembly below. Silence. The man's voice resonated like a thunderclap within the stadium. I am the chief examiner for this martial arts trial, Lin Feng. I will now outline the rules of the examination. As in previous years, all transferees would be randomly transported upon entering the secret realm. Once inside, a 5-day grace period would commence, during which they should strive to slay monsters and gain levels. On the 6th night, the lowest 15 levels would be eliminated, followed by the lowest 20 on the 7th night, and so forth, until the 14th night, when the remaining 55 would be eliminated. On the 15th night, the remaining newcomers would compete, with the highest level among them emerging as the champion. Historical data indicated that from nearly 120,000 participants, only about 150 to 200 would qualify for the competition. Naturally, they could monitor their real-time rankings via the Jade tokens issued, which would also be visible to the outside world. The final competition was straightforward, regardless of the method employed. The individual who could seize the most Jade tokens from their opponents would be crowned the champion of the martial arts examination. As for the Jade tokens, I trust the leaders from each district have already distributed them to you. Remember, these tokens are of utmost importance. In times of peril, shattering the token will summon our aid. However, if you choose to crush it yourself, it signifies your elimination. Although the first 5 days are termed a grace period, they are, in fact, the most competitive, with newcomers relentlessly hunting monsters as if under the influence of a stimulant. For lower-level newcomers, the most effective means of leveling up is through teamwork. The monsters within are more numerous and of higher levels than those in the initial secret realm, making cooperative efforts the most efficient way to gain experience. Conversely, higher-level or exceptionally skilled newcomers would find solo play more suitable. The transferees whispered among themselves, predominantly discussing how they would encounter one another within the secret realm. Silence. Next, let us welcome the highest-level newcomer to the stage to speak. Such motivational speeches were a yearly tradition, intended to harness the youthful competitive spirit to elevate overall performance. Subsequently, the highest-level participant would be the first to enter the secret realm, followed by their respective city's newcomers in order. Thus, the martial arts examination would officially commence. This year, however, there was an exception. 2 individuals shared the top rank, both at level 17. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Is this a joke? Level 17? It feels as though we haven't even started, and they've already secured a significant lead. Calm down, it's just 1 level more than me. I'm at level 7 and can still take them down. Last year's highest was merely level 15. Who would have thought this year would boast 2 at level 17? Amidst the clamor, Lin Feng spoke again, Let us welcome Lin Fengyi's Yi Yang and Yaqing's Chu Sheng to the stage. When Yi Yang's name was announced, the crowd had little reaction. However, when Chu Sheng's name was called, the stadium erupted once more. What a remarkable name. Chu Sheng? I remember him. He was featured on the news the other day, receiving a bravery award for youth. No wonder his name sounds familiar. Brother Chu. Shinjin waved excitedly from a distance. Yi Yang and Chu Sheng ascended the stage amidst the crowd's chatter. Dressed in a flowing red robe, Yi Yang appeared ethereal, his complexion pale as snow, and his gaze exuded an air of indifference. His first words upon reaching the stage were, "Examiner Lin, may I inquire if only the highest-level newcomer is permitted to speak?" Lin Feng, somewhat perplexed by his inquiry, replied, "Yes, this has been the custom in previous years, and this year is no exception. Given this, for the sake of clarity, let us verify both of our levels here. Ordinarily, the only way for transferees to level up is through the initial secret realm, and their recorded levels would remain unchanged after exiting. Indeed, how could a small district like Yaqing possibly have such high levels? They must be colluding to deceive us. I suspected there was no way anyone could match Lin Fengyi's Yi Yang's level. It seems the entire city is in on the ruse. It turns out they exploited the loophole of not verifying levels during speeches to gain notoriety for their district. Who would have thought this year would see Yi Yang emerge from our school? 1 level 17 is understandable, but 2 is rather dubious." Observing the rising doubts among the crowd, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Typically, no one would resort to such tactics, if exposed. It would be a significant blow to their credibility. Moreover, such a critical matter would not go unnoticed. Thus, he decided to trust in Yaqing. "Classmate Yi, I understand your suspicions, but we assure you, Chu Sheng's level is indeed 17. Yi Yang merely shook his head slightly. "Whether his level is 17 or not is of no concern to me. I simply refuse to allow anyone to stand at the same height as I do." With that, he revealed his level before the assembled crowd. Level 19. Instantaneously, the stadium fell silent. Everyone was left astounded by Yi Yang's sudden display of level 19. The previously boisterous arena seemed muted, with only the sound of hurried breaths remaining. "This is impossible." Someone finally broke the silence, their voice laced with disbelief. "This means he managed to level up 2 more times after exiting the initial secret realm." Yi Yang truly lived up to his reputation as a genius from Lin Fengyi. His strength was simply extraordinary. Even Lin Feng, who had overseen the Linlang province martial arts examination for many years, was rendered speechless by this revelation. This marked the highest level ever recorded for a newcomer participating in the martial arts examination in the history of Linlang province. Yi Yang, indifferent to Lin Feng's astonishment, turned his gaze towards Chu Sheng and declared, "Thus, you are unworthy to stand alongside me. Depart, my heights are beyond your reach." Chapter 45, Perhaps you should descend instead. As Yi Yang revealed his level, all from Lin Fengyi erupted in exhilaration. If they were indeed tied, it would mean they would enter the secret realm together. Subsequently, newcomers from Lin Fengyi and Yaqing would alternate entering the secret realm. For the city of Linfeng, which has long held the distinction of being the first to enter, this situation was nothing short of an affront. Now, they remained in their rightful position, consistently leading the way, with others trailing closely behind them. "How can you people from Yaqing still have the audacity to stand up there? Quickly call him down, don't embarrass yourselves," remarked a student from Linfeng No. 1 High School, directing their scorn at the students from Yaqing No. 8 High School. Initially, it was assumed that the 2 cities would share the top rank, which is why the arrangement placed Yaqing and Linfeng in close proximity for their entry. No one anticipated such a turn of events. However, given that there was only a 2-level difference, it hardly mattered. The martial examination would reveal the true capabilities. One individual countered, "Indeed, you're right. But please hurry and ask your person to come down. Our brother Yi still has a speech to deliver, and we wouldn't want to waste anyone's time." "Who is that up there? Just a lackey, ha ha ha." Listening to the mocking remarks from Linfeng No. 1, the newcomers from Yaqing turned pale. They clenched their fists in anger, glaring as if they were ready to confront their rivals at any moment. However, given that the rationale was on the side of their opponents, no matter how much they were ridiculed, it remained a fact that their levels did indeed fall short. The order of entry into the martial examination was of no consequence. They were willing to concede it. "Hey, classmate, let us be precise in our speech. It's not that you're conceding to us, but rather that you were originally beneath us, ha ha." On the stage, the chief examiner, Lin Feng, was encountering such a situation for the first time. However, according to the rules, Chu Sheng indeed needed to step down. At that moment, Chu Sheng glanced at Yi Yang and smiled slightly. "Isn't it the case that those with lower levels must step down?" Before Yi Yang could respond, a newcomer from Linfeng spoke up. "That's obvious. The long-standing rule dictates that the highest-ranked individual speaks first, leading their city into the secret realm. Hurry down, you lackey." Yi Yang looked disdainfully at Chu Sheng. "Just step down. This isn't your place. How about you step down instead?" As Chu Sheng spoke, he no longer concealed his level, revealing it for all to see. Level 23. The entire venue fell into silence once more. Everyone's eyes widened in unison, fixated on the level displayed by Chu Sheng. It was as if an invisible force had frozen them in place, leaving them utterly astonished. Hey, are you still staring? It's time to come down. Seeing Yiyang still fixated on his level, Chu Sheng quickly reminded him. How can this be? How can you possibly have such a high level? Even with his own eyes witnessing it, Yiyang still found it hard to believe. His complexion turned pale, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. His body trembling slightly. Level 23. This must surely be the highest level among newcomers before this year's martial examination, right? On the viewing platform, a middle-aged man gazed at the number 23, swallowing hard, his eyes reflecting disbelief. I thought level 19 was already extraordinary. I never imagined there could be someone even more formidable. Yaching has truly cultivated remarkable talent. Meanwhile, the 10 principals from Yaching, present on the viewing platform, wished they could stand up in pride. Previously, Yiyang's actions had left them unable to hold their heads high in front of their provincial peers. Some principals had even questioned why their student was still up there. Now, they finally had a chance to redeem themselves. This child, Chu Sheng, really ought to learn some humility, remarked the principal of Yaching number 1. Indeed, young people should temper their competitive spirit, echoed the principal of Yaching number 3. The principal of Yaching number 6 turned to the composed principal of number 8 and said, Old Su, ISNT Chu Sheng from your Yaching number 8? You should pay more attention. This is quite embarrassing for him. Inside, Principal Su was shouting internally, my good buddy. If you don't choose the 98 option for your big health check when we return, I'll be furious. I'll arrange for you the 998 option. Yet on the surface, he remained calm, nodding slightly. This child still needs to be polished. It seems that Yaching is about to rise to prominence this year. On the other hand, the newcomers from Linfeng, who had been so proud moments ago, now found themselves in an equally awkward position. Meanwhile, the students from Yaching cleverly turned their earlier words back on them. Hey, how does Linfeng have a lackey standing up there? Are they putting on a show? A clown? Perhaps? I'm not particularly fond of clown performances. Can we have him step down? Let our brother Chu finish his speech so we can commence the martial examination. ISNT this wasting everyone's time? If I remember correctly, don't you need to wait for us to enter before you can go in? If that is the case, please step aside. I fear some of you might try to cut in line. The students from Linfeng lowered their heads, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. They never expected the individual above could achieve a terrifying level of 23. Hey, Yiyang, would you kindly come down? You and our brother Chu are simply not on the same level. Yiyang's eyes blazed with fury, his previously pale skin now flushed with anger. His murderous intent surging. Linfeng quickly positioned himself between the two, stating that according to the established rules, it was indeed the highest-ranked individual who should speak. Unfortunately, Yiyang had blocked his own path, leaving Linfeng no choice but to side with Chu Sheng. What had begun as two cities sharing the top rank, with Chu Sheng clearly indifferent to the rivalry, had now turned into a comparison of levels. They had certainly stepped on a nail this time. Chu Sheng, I will remember you. Yiyang gritted his teeth, each word forced out as if through clenched jaws, suppressing his inner rage as he slowly descended from the stage. Once Yiyang stepped down, Chu Sheng stood tall on the platform, surveying the audience, his voice booming. Dear classmates, I simply wish to convey one thing. Do you know how exhilarating I just felt? Haha. Everyone was stunned, utterly unprepared for such a declaration. Even more astonishing was that he began to laugh heartily on stage, displaying a remarkable lack of decorum. However, considering the situation from Chu Sheng's perspective, who wouldn't he feel elated? Everyone, let us work hard for a future filled with enjoyment in the martial examination. The crowd below echoed enthusiastically. As Chu Sheng concluded his speech, Chief Examiner Linfeng announced with authority, the martial examination officially begins. Hey, you there, line up. Yiyang couldn't bear to linger a moment longer, eager to enter the secret realm, but was halted by Chu Sheng's call. Subsequently, Chu Sheng swaggered past him into the secret realm, closely followed by Yaching number 8. One individual even stopped in front of Yiyang, saying, I may only be level 5, but you still have to line up behind me. What nonsense is this, at the back of everyone from Yaching? Haha, Chu Sheng, you are doomed. Yiyang glared at the stream of Yaching students entering the secret realm, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. Chapter 46, Bloodthirsty Wolf Denver. The secret realm for the martial examination, akin to the initial secret realm, was also a dense forest environment. However, the martial examination's realm was vast and boundless. Ancient trees twisted and turned, their thick trunks requiring several individuals to encircle, and vines coiled around the trunks like giant serpents. An aura of primordial essence permeated the surroundings. Chu Sheng was transported to a stream, surrounded by moss-covered pebbles, the water crystal clear. Standing on the bank, he gazed at the over 100 ancestral killer bees ahead and smiled slightly. Remember, your sole objective is to eliminate the magical beasts. Be cautious not to be mistaken for one yourselves. Off you go. Buzz, buzz. Upon receiving the command, the ancestral killer bees dispersed. As they flitted through the forest like shadows, the sounds of their kills reached Chu Sheng's ears, accompanied by notifications. Killed level 3 copper-skinned hedgehog, experience 45. Killed level 3 copper-skinned hedgehog, experience 45. The experience gained from slaying a single monster is meager, yet the sheer volume of kills compensates for it. Is there truly a level 20 bloodthirsty wolf den nearby? Following the intel, Chu Sheng could discern the circumstances within the den with clarity. In the martial examination trials of Linlang province, level 20 monsters are regarded as top-tier combatants. The experience awarded for defeating a level 20 creature amounts to 250 points. And with my current 5x bonus experience, vanquishing one would yield 875 experience. With this thought in mind, Chu Sheng proceeded without hesitation towards the location of the bloodthirsty wolf den concealed behind a dense thicket. The entrance of the den exuded a pungent scent of blood, surrounded by numerous remnants of slain monsters. Inside, there were a total of 35 bloodthirsty wolves. Perfect, I shall utilize you to test the prowess of my little spiders. 10 ordinary red-skinned spiders were summoned from the secret realm, each the size of a wolf dog, their 8 long legs swiftly maneuvering across the ground. With a clear objective, they entered the den and began to spit out red webs, effectively barricading the entrance. Before long, a resounding explosion echoed from within the den, causing the ground to tremble slightly as debris cascaded from the entrance. As the explosion subsided, the anguished howls of the bloodthirsty wolves echoed from inside. Only then did Chu Sheng draw his blade and venture inside. The interior was in disarray. The bloodthirsty wolves were tossed about by the blasts, each bearing various injuries. However, being level 20 creatures, these wounds were insufficient to claim their lives, but Chu Sheng would not afford them the luxury of recuperation. Spotting a bloodthirsty wolf barely clinging to life at his feet, he swiftly ended its existence with a single strike. Killed a level 20 bloodthirsty wolf, experience 875. As he ventured deeper, the number of injured bloodthirsty wolves increased. Just as he was nearing the den's depths, a figure leapt from the shadows, lunging towards Chu Sheng with remarkable speed. Reacting swiftly, Chu Sheng sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a bloodthirsty wolf king, its size exceeding that of a regular wolf by more than double. Its fur blazed a fiery red, and its eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty ferocity. How curious. Why was this creature not seen when the little bee entered earlier? However, pondering this was not the priority at the moment. Having missed its first strike, the wolf king quickly turned and charged at Chu Sheng once more. What he initially assumed to be a simple attack turned out to be a surprise as the wolf king split into two. Both wolf kings lunged at Chu Sheng simultaneously. How audacious to flaunt such tricks before me. Gripping his blade firmly, Chu Sheng awaited their approach. Just as he believed there were only two, their forms began to multiply, 2 transforming into 4. Overwhelming numbers, is it? A mere illusion. Chu Sheng's figure appeared at the entrance of the den. It was you who initiated this breach of martial ethics. Behind him, the silhouette of a massive black dragon slowly materialized, black feather. Chu Sheng patted its body, granting it a breath of dragon fire that annihilated the approaching wolves. Black feather tilted its head at Chu Sheng before unleashing a thunderous roar. It inhaled deeply, its chest swelling, and subsequently, a torrent of black flames erupted from its maw. Surging into the depths of the den, the inferno blazed within, akin to a purgatory. The experience has not yet been credited, which means the creature is still alive. Let's deliver another blow. Without hesitation, Black Feather unleashed another breath of dragon fire into the den. Inside, the Wolf King attempted to evade the flames, but the confined space of the den rendered escape impossible as it dashed left and right amidst the inferno, yet remained ensnared. Killed a level 20 bloodthirsty Wolf King. Experience 100. Well then, let us depart. Chu Sheng abandoned any thoughts of treasure hunting within the den and leapt onto Black Feather's back. The dragon spread its wings and soared high into the sky, breaking through the canopy of the jungle in an instant. The howling wind rushed past his ears as Chu Sheng surveyed the vast expanse of the martial examination trial realm below. Shortly after his departure, 3 figures began to approach the bloodthirsty wolf den. Brother Yi, if those are indeed level 20 bloodthirsty wolves, then we've struck gold. I've heard these wolves are pack hunters. If we can annihilate them, my level might increase by a full tier. The leader, Yang, was accompanied by 2 others, one slender with sharp eyes wielding a dagger, and the other a brawny figure carrying a massive axe. The slender man chuckled, I believe. But there are only 3 of us. Can we really handle a pack of bloodthirsty wolves? Yi Yang smirked slightly, a hint of disdain in his expression. I understand your concern. After all, none here are capable of facing them. However, a mere level 20 bloodthirsty wolf could never hope to match my prowess. The burly man chimed in loudly. Brother Yi is right. With you here, we have nothing to fear. Yi Yang regarded them with a cold smile in his heart, viewing them as expendable. 2 useless individuals hoping to team up with me to farm experience? Perfect. I've heard the Wolf King has emerged. I shall use you as bait. Before they could draw near, the trio caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma akin to roasted meat. Upon reaching the entrance, they were left dumbfounded. The entrance was charred black, as if recently scorched by fierce flames. Inside the den, the scene was one of utter devastation. With the corpses of bloodthirsty wolves strewn about, many scorched beyond recognition, exuding a mouth-watering scent. Could someone have beaten us to it? Yi Yang muttered, his eyes betraying a sense of reluctance and confusion. Brother Yi, what on earth happened? What has become of the bloodthirsty wolves? How are we to gain experience now? Inquired the slender man. It seems another team has already laid claim to these bloodthirsty wolves. No matter, I know of another level 20 red-eyed bat nest. Yi Yang replied darkly, secretly plotting his next move, while outwardly maintaining a facade of calm to reassure his companions. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Sheng was currently at the location of the red-eyed bat nest. He had no desire to enter himself. Instead, he instructed Black Shin to lead that elite team inside while he relaxed outside, sipping honey lemon tea. Black Shin, are you finished? Let us leave. This cursed place is ruining my appetite. Chapter 47. Astonishing Leveling Speed. Within a single day, Chu Sheng's level had already risen to 25. He set up a tent from the secret realm and ignited a campfire in the nocturnal jungle. The wooden table was laden with various exotic fruits and roasted meats. As he reclined against a wooden chair, sipping honey lemon tea, he felt as though he were enjoying a delightful picnic. While the other bloodline reversion killer bees were engaged in fierce combat, Black Shin had been summoned back by Chu Sheng to partake in the feast. Only 2 levels gained thus far. This pace is excruciatingly slow. The experience from the trial tower is far more substantial. Chu Sheng lamented, setting down his teacup to tear into a piece of sizzling monster meat that oozed with juices, the aroma bursting forth on his palate. Excellent. Be sure to roast that tiger leg for me later. As he savored the meat, paired with the sweet and tangy honey lemon tea, he blissfully squinted his eyes. Just as he was reveling in this moment of contentment, his eyes suddenly widened. Someone had intruded upon his carefully set perimeter. Moreover, it was a familiar face. Black Shin. Eliminate that eye lurking behind her. Black Shin complied and took flight. Soon, He Qingqing appeared before Chu Sheng. I knew it was you, He Qingqing remarked, eyeing Chu Sheng. In the entire secret realm, he was the only one bold enough to light a campfire at night. Care to join me for a bite? Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips as he casually produced a wooden chair from the secret realm. He Qingqing, unreserved, sat down, popping a blueberry into her mouth. You certainly know how to enjoy life. One must strike a balance between work and leisure. Besides, as a lifestyle-oriented profession, it is only natural for me to appreciate life. Chu Sheng replied. Chu Sheng gazed at He Qingqing's face, where a faint smile flickered, and remarked, You seem to have changed. The former He Qingqing always wore an expression that kept others at arm's length, her countenance devoid of any mirth. However, ever since He Yao's curse began to wane, she appeared to have shed an immense burden, her features now imbued with a touch of softness and vitality. I came to inform you that the Yi Yang you encountered this morning is quite formidable. He is an SSS-level Inferno, a combat class. When you meet him, it would be wise not to kill him, or it could lead to considerable complications. I expected you to advise me to flee upon encountering him. Rest assured, I am not one to shy away from trouble, and just how troublesome could it be if you were to slay him? I fear even my father would be unable to protect you. I am not one to be intimidated by complications. I simply believe that as classmates, there is no need for violence. A war of words does not compel Chu Sheng to act with malice. Of course, should the other party insist on causing him trouble, he would not hesitate to confront it. If it comes to that, one could always eliminate the foe and hide away in the secret realms, cultivating for a decade or two before re-emerging. By the way, I have a level 25 man-eating ant nest. Shall we form a party to conquer it tomorrow? This was, in fact, the true purpose of He Qingqing's visit to Chu Sheng. A level 25 ant nest was far beyond her solitary capabilities. She sought Chu Sheng's collaboration, primarily drawn by his possession of a killer bee. She was well aware of the formidable strength of such a creature. Had it not been for the fact that the killer bee he lent her had departed upon reaching its time limit, she would have considered extending the rental or even purchasing it. Where exactly did you acquire this information? I spent the entire day wandering around and only discovered a few areas inhabited by level 20 monsters. With sufficient funds and means, one can procure anything. Chu Sheng found himself momentarily speechless. Very well, we shall go together tomorrow. At that moment, in the opulent conference halls across the cities of Linglang province, the elite families and top-tier powers were gathered, intently watching the colossal screen displaying the real-time dynamics of the challengers within the secret realms. This was an annual occurrence. Whenever a scion from a prominent family participated in the martial examination, they would be invited to witness the event. This year's martial examination seems to showcase quite a number of promising talents, remarked an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire, stroking his grizzled beard as his gaze fixated on the performances of the newcomers displayed on the screen. Wasn't it said that a level 23 newcomer emerged this year? Who among these 10 could it possibly be? I came here specifically for him. Lin Feng found himself momentarily at a loss for words, before finally revealing the truth. Elder Mu, that young man, upon entering, immediately eliminated the dove assigned to supervise him. We are currently in search of his whereabouts. Ha ha ha, splendid. A young man with the cunning to conceal his capabilities, quite admirable. Elder Mu chuckled as he stroked his beard. Elder Mu, I have heard that this lad is merely a life class practitioner. His level is high. Yet one might surmise that he reached level 23 during the interval between the conclusion of the initial secret realm and the commencement of the martial examination through farming or herding. In terms of combat, he is hardly worth mentioning. He might very well be hiding in some corner of the secret realm, cultivating crops. The speaker was Yi Yang's father, Yi Lang. The events of this morning not only embarrassed Yi Yang, but also tarnished the reputation of the Yi family in Linfeng City. Mr. Yi is correct. Life class professions ultimately cannot compare to combat classes. In the future, they will only stand at the rear of the battlefield. As for farming classes, the higher their level, the rarer their produce becomes. Recently, has there not been a farming master making waves? I presume Mr. Yi has invested a considerable sum to acquire those strawberries and dragon fruits from others? Yao lightly tapped his fingers on the soft armrest. His expression laced with a hint of mockery. Yi Yang's fire attribute profession meant that Chu Sheng's strawberries and dragon fruits would enhance fire damage. Such items would undoubtedly catch the Yi family's attention. Yi Lang's expression shifted slightly, a cold snort escaping him as he retorted. How can a fledgling like him even be compared to a master? Whether he can emerge from the martial examination is still in question. Elder Mu chuckled. Mr. Yi, you are mistaken. Which master did not begin as a novice? In my youth, during my initial trial, I was so frightened by the monsters that I could scarcely move. Elder Mu, that lad cannot be compared to you. Ah, never mind, never mind. Since we cannot see him, let us display his level. It will suffice to determine whether he is engaged in combat. Understood, Lin Feng replied, promptly beginning the operation. Using the jade plate on Chu Sheng, he displayed his level. To everyone's astonishment, the screen revealed not a level 23, but an astounding level 25. Name, Chu Sheng, level, 25, 2649. Upon witnessing this revelation, the assembly erupted in disbelief. Rising to their feet, how is this possible? Just one day, and he has ascended 2 levels? Yang is still at level 19. How can he advance so rapidly? Mr. Ye's face was a canvas of incredulity, his voice trembling with excitement. Yao, having discerned the underlying mechanics, smiled slightly. It seems your monsters are granting you experience through their defeats. Examiner Lin, are you certain this data is accurate? Yi Lang continued to express his skepticism, turning to Lin Feng with pointed questions. I guarantee, with my expertise and integrity, that this data is absolutely correct. However, the values are fluctuating. Name, Chu Sheng, level, 25, 2650. Name, Chu Sheng, level, 25, 2651. To be at level 25 and possess such an upgrading speed was utterly unfathomable. Elder Mu beamed with satisfaction at this scene. The higher the level, the more arduous the progression, and it seemed that young Chu Sheng had not grown complacent despite his current ranking, continuing to bravely vanquish foes even through the night. Within the secret realm, Chu Sheng lay peacefully asleep beside a flickering campfire. Chapter 48, The Arrival of Yi Yang. The onset of a deadly battle. Early in the morning, Chu Sheng and He Qingqing set out towards the location of the ant nest. They stood at a distance from the nest, gazing at the foreboding mound swarming with man-eating ants. These creatures, crimson in hue and resembling small hounds, were constantly vigilant, scanning their surroundings for potential intruders. Others had set their sights on this location as well. Based on the intel he had dispatched, Chu Sheng clearly observed a group of individuals lurking behind the mound. He Qingqing furrowed her brow. It was only the second day, and already someone dared to target the ant nest. Presently, most novice practitioners were around level 8. Even if they formed a team to assault the nest, they would stand no chance. Only a select few from the first tier would dare to venture into this level 25 man-eating ant nest. Clearly, the 6-member team opposite them possessed considerable strength and levels, as they would not have the audacity to attack the nest otherwise. Their plan was straightforward, to lure a man-eating ant one by one, then collectively slay it. A single level 25 monster offered 2,300 experience points, which, when divided among 6, would yield 383 points each, nearly equivalent to the experience gained from defeating a solitary level 14 monster. Most crucially, the sheer number of these man-eating ants meant that they could dispatch them rapidly in unison. This was a veritable paradise for leveling up. Chu Sheng's gaze sharpened, a playful smile tugging at his lips. It seemed the allure of the ant nest was quite significant. Let me gift you a surprise, he murmured, as a small red-skinned spider stealthily slipped from behind him, skirting around the mound toward the 6 individuals. Brother Ling, with so many man-eating ants, we could level up here until the elimination day without issue, they exclaimed, having just slain another ant, their experience bars surging with excitement. Indeed. But luring just one isn't sufficient. Why not draw 2 over? At the forefront of the group, Wei Ling cautioned, do not act recklessly. If a riot ensues within this ant nest, we risk not only losing this valuable leveling spot, but also our very lives to their jaws. However, we have indeed quickened our pace. When Wang Wei returns, Aling, you shall take over for him, and allow him a moment of respite. A woman nodded affirmatively. All right. Wei Ling was acutely aware that their stay in this place would be brief. Soon enough, others would level up and inevitably arrive here to grind experience. For now, his only course of action was to hasten their progress. Let us not encounter any unforeseen troubles. Meanwhile, as Wang Wei was attempting to lure a solitary man-eating ant, a red-skinned spider suddenly appeared before him. It did not attack. Instead, it proceeded directly toward the ant nest. Is it seeking its own demise? Wang Wei pondered in confusion, but dismissed the thought. After successfully attracting the man-eating ant, he turned to retreat. Boom. Before he could run several paces, a sudden explosion resonated behind him. A massive mound of earth was blasted open. What is happening? Wang Wei instinctively glanced back, only to witness a swarm of crimson man-eating ants surging forth from the breach. They stood atop the mound, swaying their heads as if searching for something. Soon, Wang Wei's figure caught their attention. In an instant, a dense tide of man-eating ants began to surge toward him, resembling a crimson wave, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. Wang Wei's complexion drained of color. He had never anticipated such an abrupt turn of events. This is bad, he shouted, sprinting back toward the team as the ominous clicking sounds of the approaching ants grew ever closer. From the onset of the explosion, Wei Ling had sensed a looming unease. Upon seeing the crimson tide rushing toward them, his expression changed dramatically. Run! Another member of the team bellowed. Wang Wei, what on earth have you done? As Wang Wei ran, he shouted back, I don't know. There was an explosion, and then all these man-eating ants came out. Now is not the time for assigning blame. Wei Ling gritted his teeth, his gaze sharp as he scanned their surroundings. We must first find a way to escape these man-eating ants. The 6-person squad was instantly thrown into chaos, their original plan utterly derailed. They ran for their lives, wielding their weapons in a desperate attempt to fend off the encroaching man-eating ants. However, the sheer number of ants was overwhelming, coming in relentless waves that afforded them no respite. Hearing the commotion from across the mound, He Ching turned to ask, Did you set a trap over there? Am I the type to harm others for my own gain? It must have been their own mistake. Let us take advantage of the low number of man-eating ants in the nest now and go in to harvest some. Let us go. The two were accompanied by over 100 ancestral killer bees, resembling an army. They encountered scattered man-eating ants along the way and effortlessly reached the cave entrance. Shall we enter? I'll send in the killer bees first to scout. Following Chu Sheng's command, the swarm of ancestral killer bees flew into the ant nest. Chu Sheng closed his eyes, sensing the situation at the uppermost level of the nest. Most of the man-eating ants had already fled, thus posing no immediate danger. I knew you'd be here. Just as Chu Sheng opened his eyes to inform He Ching of the situation inside, a voice suddenly echoed from above. He looked up to see a figure bathed in flames diving toward him, with a pair of wings formed from fire trailing behind. It was Yiyang. His speed was so astounding that before Chu Sheng could react, Yiyang had seized him by the head and plunged into the depths of the ant nest. Chu Sheng. He Ching also leapt down, but before she could descend too far, He Shun received Chu Sheng's order and intercepted her. Right, this guy possesses a skill akin to teleportation. He Ching finally realized, if she descended, she would not only be unable to assist, but might also endanger Chu Sheng. Immediately, she soared upward with the aid of icy winds. Chu Sheng and Yiyang plunged deep into the ant nest, where the resident man-eating ants began to sense the anomaly and swarmed toward the depths. The ancestral killer bees, previously within the nest, now surged toward the innermost reaches without hesitation. Boom! Chu Sheng and Yiyang crashed heavily onto a mound of ant eggs, sending eggs scattering in every direction. Man-eating ants surged from all sides, their countless antennae and sharp teeth glinting ominously in the dim light of the nest, covered in crimson flames. Yiyang showed no fear as he slowly rose to his feet, gazing at Chu Sheng with eyes full of provocation and malice. You can die now, little beast. Chu Sheng also stood, his gaze as frigid as frost. Those who sought to kill me have already passed their 7th day after death. Chapter 49, Slaying Yiyang. The dove responsible for observing Yiyang dared not enter the ant nest, merely circling anxiously in the air. This was precisely why Yiyang had brought Chu Sheng into the depths of the nest. Meanwhile, chaos erupted outside. They only saw Yiyang grasping Chu Sheng as they entered the nest, followed by He Ching entering and then exiting. As for everything else, they could only witness the external situation of the ant nest. In the conference hall, a composed middle-aged man with a furrowed brow remarked, Chairman Yi, while Chu Sheng is indeed a life-class profession with relatively weak combat capabilities, his future potential should not be underestimated. We must not allow the conflict between these two children to cost Linlang Province a talented individual. Chairman Yi lounged on the sofa, crossing his legs with a contemptuous expression. Children squabbling is hardly unusual, is it? Who among us has not emerged from a sea of corpses and blood? Besides, my reach is not so extensive as to interfere with the martial examination. Chief Examiner Lin Feng, not wishing for the situation to escalate to fatal consequences, addressed He Yao and Yi Lang. If both of you agree, we will immediately arrange for personnel to enter and retrieve them. He Yao fell into contemplation, his fingers rapidly tapping on the armrest of the sofa. Something feels off. That kid Chu Sheng possesses a skill similar to teleportation. If he wished to exit, it would be effortless. Why hasn't he emerged yet? Something is amiss, He Yao said as he stood up, addressing Lin Feng. Quickly send someone in to bring them out. Otherwise, we will face grave consequences. Yilang also stood, objecting, I disagree. Examiners are traditionally only responsible for supervision. Unless someone shatters their jade token, examiners have no authority to intervene. Chairman Yi, I advise you to heed my words. If you do not prevent these two from clashing, it will be Yi Yang who perishes. He Yao's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, locking onto Yi Lang with unwavering certainty. My intent in stopping this is not out of concern for Chu Sheng, but rather out of fear that the Yi family will seek retribution upon him after Yi Yang's demise. Most individuals present were seasoned veterans who understood the fearsome reputation of He Yao, and at this moment, his certainty cast a shadow of gravity over the room. Indeed, Chairman Yi, no matter how one looks at it, Chu Sheng is the highest-leveled newcomer. His strength should not be underestimated. To translate that, does it not imply that your son pales in comparison to Chu Sheng? Coupled with He Yao's firm assertions, stating that his son is inferior to Chu Sheng only served to bolster opposition against any interference from the examiners. He sought to demonstrate to all present that his beloved son was indeed capable of killing Chu Sheng. Life and death are fated. I, Yi Lang, am not so petty. If my son falls in battle, it is simply a testament to his inferiority. He cannot blame others. Upon hearing this, those present could not help but chuckle. They were all too familiar with Yi Lang's character. One could only surmise that the son had inherited his father's disposition, equally arrogant and concerned with appearances. Meanwhile, within the depths of the ant nest, Yi Yang and Chu Sheng found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Countless carnivorous ants surged towards them, swarming and incessantly gnawing at their flesh. With each collision, the ants would cascade off their bodies, only to climb back up from beneath their feet. Although Yi Yang was safeguarded by the flames of the inferno, his level was ultimately too low. The ants, akin to a death squad, seemed undeterred by their own demise as they relentlessly ascended to bite him viciously. As for Chu Sheng, his appearance was even more harrowing. Besieged by the ants that tore at him mercilessly, forcing him to periodically slash down the ants that obstructed his vision. It must be said, you are quite resilient. Observing Chu Sheng's seemingly indomitable form only intensified Yi Yang's murderous intent. He absolutely would not permit anyone among his peers in Linlang province to overshadow him. Chu Sheng's ability to endure at this moment relied entirely on damage transfer and the mystical lake within the realm. Earlier, the ancestral killer bees had surged downwards. But regrettably, they were thwarted by the ants and could not reach the bottom. He had to send them back to the mystical realm first. Under his command, He Shun had entered the lake. This meant that any pain inflicted by the ants would be transmitted to He Shun, who could rapidly recover thanks to the lake's powers. As long as He Shun did not lose consciousness, Chu Sheng would feel no pain, let alone face death. With a decisive stroke, Chu Sheng cleaved through several ants, blood dripping from his black blade. Are you afraid? Fear? I have never known such a sentiment. Let me allow you to experience the terror of my SSS-grade inferno. Yi Yang extended his right hand, fingers curled like claws, channeling force into the empty air beneath him. What is he up to? Alarm bells rang in Chu Sheng's mind. In an instant, it seemed he grasped something. Veins bulged on his hands as his fingers sank deep into the invisible power. Suddenly, the entire ant nest began to tremble, as though something was about to erupt from beneath the earth. Chu Sheng's pupils constricted, sensing the impending doom. Boom. A pillar of fire erupted from the molten lava below, engulfing the two in its searing heat. A multitude of ants sizzled and crackled as they were incinerated. The ant nest now resembled a volcano, with the fiery column shooting upwards, directly reaching above the nest. Chu Sheng, today you cannot escape. Amidst the flames, Yi Yang's visage twisted in rage, as endless flames surged towards Chu Sheng. This is bad, my body is starting to ache. It seems He Shun is on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the fiery column did not last long, its power waning swiftly. Once Chu Sheng finally extricated himself from the flames, the ant eggs beneath his feet had completely vanished, leaving only a sea of fire. Chu Sheng's garments were tattered, his skin marred with numerous burns that were now beyond healing. It appeared that He Shun had succumbed into unconsciousness. Gazing at the horrific wounds on his hands, Chu Sheng showed no hint of retreat. His eyes remained steadfast. Yi Yang was not faring much better. The forced use of this skill had drained him considerably, rendering his complexion pale and his breath rapid. The disdain that once colored his gaze toward Chu Sheng had transformed into fear. Despite his advantageous position, unleashing his strongest attack with precise accuracy, he was still unable to extinguish Chu Sheng's life. It matters not. It matters not. Regardless, you cannot kill me. I am shielded by the inferno, and since you have fallen victim to my infernal curse, do not expect to fare well during this time. Let us regard this as a stalemate. Next time, you shall not be so fortunate. Behind him, flames coalesced once more into a pair of wings, preparing for escape. Chu Sheng was devoid of damage transfer now. If he continued to fight, only he would escape. Yet he dared not gamble, always holding back a portion of his strength for retreat. However, how could Chu Sheng grant him such a wish? In the fleeting moment after the fire column dissipated, a bee had silently flown behind Yi Yang. Chu Sheng sheathed his black blade, gripping the enigmatic red spike in his hand. Shadow shift. What? Watching Chu Sheng's figure vanish before his eyes, Yi Yang was taken aback. A chill coursed down his spine, instinctively urging him to evade. But it was too late. A crimson spike drove fiercely into his back. The inferno he relied upon shattered in an instant, and regardless of his attempts to wield his talents and skills, they were rendered ineffective. The spike bore an overwhelming power of confinement, brutally suppressing the energy within him. A bizarre red symbol emerged from his back, beginning to spread across his entire body. No, I cannot die. I cannot die. I am a genius. My father is Yi Lang. I cannot perish. Fear and despair flooded Yi Yang's eyes as his body trembled uncontrollably. Soon, the red symbols enveloped him entirely, rendering him motionless, his eyes wide with terror. It was merely a seal, not an immediate death sentence. However, it was hardly different. A blade sliced through the air, and Yi Yang's head fell. At that moment, a white dove happened to fly down from above, capturing the entire scene before its eyes. Chapter 50. External Turmoil. Chu Sheng treats the curse. The white dove, initially unable to enter the ant nest due to the overwhelming presence of carnivorous ants, finally risked its life to descend from above when Yi Yang unleashed his strongest attack, drawing magma from beneath. Most of the ants within the nest had been incinerated. The dove, at last, witnessed the moment Chu Sheng severed Yi Yang's head. Simultaneously, this scene unfolded in the conference hall. Yi Lang stood in disbelief, his eyes wide, the color draining from his face, as he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. He mumbled, "No, this cannot be. How could Yang?" Staggering forward, he reached out as if to touch his son's body through the screen. But suddenly, Chu Sheng turned his gaze towards the camera, delivering a fatal blow to the dove. The screen went completely dark. Yi Lang collapsed heavily to the ground, losing consciousness entirely. Medical personnel rushed in, swiftly lifting the unconscious Yi Lang onto a stretcher and hurrying him to the emergency room. In an instant, the assembly was filled with stunned silence. This situation had escalated dramatically. The following day of the martial examination, an SSS-grade newcomer was dead. Throughout the years, fatalities during martial examinations were common. But the death of an SSS-grade professional was unparalleled. Years prior, an SSS-grade professional had perished in a mystical realm in Fuyo City. Yet this year, Linlang Province faced the demise of an SSS-grade professional in Linfeng City. Moreover, it was the sole heir of the top-tier Yi family. Within mere minutes, the news of Chu Sheng slaying Yi Yang spread like wildfire throughout Linlang Province and rapidly gained traction online. He Yao's expression darkened. Truth be told, he had little confidence in securing Chu Sheng's life in Linfeng City. The Yi family would not let him escape unscathed. He Yao immediately approached the chief examiner Lin Feng, whispering, "We need to act now and extract Chu Sheng." Lin Feng seemed to understand He Yao's intent. They needed to swiftly extract Chu Sheng from the examination site before the Yi family's retaliation could commence. Interfering with newcomers was against regulations. But the urgency of the situation outweighed such concerns. A life had already been lost, and Chu Sheng must not be harmed. He promptly entered the mystical realm to retrieve him. He Yao, too, was not idle, leaving the scene to seek assistance. If anyone in Linfeng City could safeguard Chu Sheng, it would be the venerable Mu, a fellow member of the living class professions. In the assembly, the remaining individuals remained engulfed in shock, seemingly unable to grasp the prior events. He truly killed him. This young man had audacity beyond measure, slaying the heir of the Yi family on their own turf. Given Yi Yang's temperament, trouble was inevitable, yet I never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. Linlang Province is bound to descend into chaos. The crowd buzzed with fervent discussions, the atmosphere weighed heavy with despair. Within the Yi family, Yi Lang, lost in unconsciousness, incessantly murmured his son's name, his visage etched with anguish and hopelessness. Upon receiving the grievous news, the patriarch, Yi Zhentian, nearly succumbed to faintness. He had but one son, Yi Lang, and Yi Yang was his sole grandson. With Chu Sheng having taken Yi Yang's life, it was akin to extinguishing the Yi family's lineage. Quick, contact the chief examiner within the secret realm and bring me Chu Sheng. I shall make him wish he were never born. Upon uttering these words, blood gushed from Yi Zhentian's mouth. Master, the servants were thrown into a frenzy. Rushing to support Yi Zhentian, their movements frantic and disordered. Hurry, dispatch someone to seal off the entrance to the secret realm. Yi Zhentian, summoning his remaining strength, thrust aside the servants supporting him, his eyes ablaze with madness and vengeance. Within the secret realm, after dealing with Yi Yang and Bai Guo, Chu Sheng departed the scene alongside He Qingqing, leaving Lin Feng, who had come searching for him, at a loss. Perched upon the back of the ice phoenix, Chu Sheng bore significant injuries, his complexion pale as parchment. Much of his skin appeared as if charred, devoid of vitality. Even after enduring excruciating pain to consume several lychees, his condition remained unchanged. Alas, having slain Yi Yang, the Yi family will not let you off lightly. He Qingqing sighed softly. There is no choice. That mad dog sought my life. and thus my actions were purely in self-defense. Chu Sheng chuckled weakly, yet the sharp pain contorted his face, causing him to inhale sharply. I cannot endure this any longer. These lychees cannot heal my wounds. I must retreat for a time. Take care of yourself. He Qingqing remained silent, quietly observing as Chu Sheng's figure faded atop the ice phoenix. As soon as Chu Sheng materialized within his secret realm, he hastened towards the lake. At that moment, the surface of the lake was marred by a conspicuous pool of blood, within which lay a figure, He Shun. The earlier transference of injuries had brought him immense suffering, yet he had managed to retain his life. With a splash, Chu Sheng staggered into the lake, his body greedily absorbing the refreshing coolness of the water. Reminiscent of a parched land receiving much-needed rain. Something was amiss. He still could not tend to his burned skin. Could it truly be a curse? He suddenly recalled Yi Yang's words before his departure. A curse is indeed a form of negative effect, but they vary in potency. The curse inflicted upon He Yao was exceedingly powerful, beyond the reach of even the most skilled healers at that time. My extraordinary kiwi fruit can cure He Yao's curse. It must also be capable of dispelling the one sown by Yi Yang. Without delay, Chu Sheng commanded a lineage-returning killer bee to fetch a mutated superior kiwi fruit. Shortly thereafter, the bee returned with the coveted fruit. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Sheng bit into it, skin and all. Initially, there appeared to be no discernible change in his burned skin. Yet, as time passed, he was pleasantly surprised to find the searing sensation gradually diminishing, and the lifeless skin beginning to show signs of vitality. Indeed, it works. A surge of joy filled Chu Sheng's heart as he hastened to consume the kiwi fruit, and soon he had devoured the entire fruit. Observing his skin healing progressively, a smile broke across his face. It seemed this curse paled in comparison to He Yao's. Within the sanctuary of his secret realm, devoid of the previous tension and pain, Chu Sheng felt a profound sense of relaxation wash over him as he drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, the world outside was in an uproar due to his slaying of Yi Yang. Within the martial examination's secret realm, the examiners loyal to the Yi family were relentlessly searching for his whereabouts. When he finally awoke, it was already the following day. He Shun had soaked in the lake for an entire day, his injuries now fully healed, and he was presently stretching his limbs nearby. Chu Sheng gazed at the pile of farming tools not far away, a smile creeping onto his lips. I nearly forgot the most crucial purpose of my journey. It's time to capture some talented individuals to work within my secret realm. Chapter 51, Kidnapping the Talented. Emerging from his secret realm, Chu Sheng immediately consumed an ordinary longan. This fruit, cultivated prior to the martial examination, granted the consumer an hour of true sight. As long as their level did not exceed his by 10 levels, Chu Sheng could discern their levels and names. The mutated superior longan even revealed talents and skills. Action. With a commanding shout, the lineage-returning killer bees resumed their hunt for magical beasts after a day of training. The small bees he had deployed as scouts began to spread out into the surroundings. Whenever they encountered a newcomer, Chu Sheng would use the shadow shift to appear in the shadows. He would take action against anyone ranking within the top 100 on the Jade Plaque. Unfortunately, after an extensive search, he found none. Fortune smiled upon him, however, as he soon discovered a girl ranking in the top 10. Hey, I recognize you. It's Chu Sheng, the first among the newcomers. The girl, with a ponytail and a wand in hand, introduced herself. I'm Lin Min, also from Linfeng City, but from the 4th high school. You struck Yi Yang, which is akin to striking our Linfeng City's face. This matter demands an explanation. The newcomers within the secret realm were entirely unaware of Yi Yang's death. Oh, what explanation do you seek? Quite simple. You're of a higher level, and I am not lacking either. Let us have a duel. Chu Sheng did not respond, but instead smiled slyly, swiftly eliminating Bai Go behind her. He seized Lin Min by the neck and cast her into his secret realm. Missing person number 1. Having completed this task, Chu Sheng vanished from the spot, continuing his kidnapping spree. As for the outside world, due to the top 10 rankings, unless in special circumstances, their positions would be displayed on screens. An elderly man, who had earlier felt a sense of delight upon seeing Chu Sheng before his granddaughter, now felt a chill in his heart. His granddaughter was not from Linfeng No. 1 high school, and she had not offended Chu Sheng. Surely he would not act against her. However, upon hearing his granddaughter's words, his relief dissipated. When he witnessed Bai Gu being killed, and the screen showing his granddaughter's image turning to black, the old man fainted instantly. This lad is truly ruthless. He spares no one, not even women. Linfeng City has already been offended. It seems he intends to embrace total destruction. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, my son is not from Linfeng City. Otherwise, he would surely suffer the consequences. The old man's laughter had scarcely faded when a scene on the screen silenced him completely. His countenance turned ashen as he stared at his son's image, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his throat tightening involuntarily. At that moment, Chu Sheng stood beside his son. My boy, you must absolutely avoid provoking this ruthless individual. The middle-aged man prayed silently, fearing that his son might offend this fiend. No. My son is inherently kind-hearted, averse to trouble, and certainly not from Linfeng City. He should be safe. Just as he attempted to reassure himself, His son's image too turned to black. This monster is a true fiend. Quickly, bring him out and execute him. The middle-aged man roared in fury. His eyes bloodshot and wild, pointing at the screen as if Chu Sheng stood before him. Seated at the control panel, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. After failing to locate Chu Sheng the previous day, he had returned to maintain his watch. Something is amiss. Sensing an anomaly, Lin Feng began manipulating the control panel. In an instant, the large screen that had displayed only 10 images now revealed 100 smaller screens, showcasing the current top 100 ranked individuals. At first, there seemed to be no irregularity. However, as Chu Sheng's figure appeared on the image of the individual ranked 83rd, and that image subsequently blacked out, realization dawned upon the crowd. A chilling thought took shape in their minds. I understand now. This beast is preparing for the imminent competition. Taking advantage of the fact that the top 100 prodigies are currently weaker than himself, he ruthlessly decides to eliminate those who might pose a threat to him. By the time the competition progresses, there will be no rivals left to challenge him. What a beast. Each year, the martial examination sees new contenders engaging in mutual slaughter. Yet the higher authorities typically turn a blind eye, even tacitly condoning such behavior. However, Chu Sheng's actions are nothing short of heinous. To slay his opponents before they have even had the chance to mature is a grave transgression. If this is not curtailed, future martial examinations may see new candidates following suit. Transmit my orders. All examiners within the secret realm are to exert every effort in locating Chu Sheng. Upon finding him, bring him out of the secret realm, Lin Feng commanded decisively. Despite his admiration for Chu Sheng, he would never permit the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Within the secret realm, Chu Sheng observed with astonishment that the 6 individuals before him had yet to perish. These 6 were among the top 100 and were the very same who had previously fled from the man-eating ants. 6 individuals make it cumbersome to strike. An idea struck him. With a sly smile, he stealthily eliminated the white dove behind them and subsequently revealed his own entrance to the secret realm. He then casually strolled past the group while munching on cherry tomatoes. Who goes there? Wei Ling, the first to react, turned cautiously to face Chu Sheng. Relax, comrade. It's just me. Chu Sheng replied with an air of righteousness. Ah, it's you. Wei Ling sighed in relief upon recognizing Chu Sheng's face. I thought you were a monster. Encountering me is undoubtedly worse than encountering a monster. Chu Sheng chuckled. After days of killing, the thrill of facing a monster had waned. Look, Lingu, one of the team members exclaimed, spotting a secret realm behind Chu Sheng, which was brimming with exotic fruits. Not only were there tomatoes, but also blueberries, cherries, and more. Their eyes instantly lit up. Those fruits could permanently boost attributes. Without a moment's hesitation, the 6 individuals bypassed Chu Sheng and dashed into the secret realm. Once they entered, the entrance sealed shut. Excellent. This method requires no effort on my part. They will simply run in. It seems this will be my approach moving forward, Chu Sheng mused. Inside his secret realm, more newcomers had fallen victim to the beast's deception, this time 6 at once. Wei Ling was bewildered. How had so many people suddenly appeared here? However, he had no time to ponder as he rushed toward the nearest tomato garden. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he found himself unable to enter. An invisible force seemed to be blocking his way. Observing his 5 teammates suffer the same fate, he sprinted to the blueberry garden, only to encounter the same obstruction. Don't bother trying. That beast has set up restrictions. You can't even use your talents or skills now, one of them remarked. Upon hearing this, Wei Ling attempted to use his skills and found them indeed ineffective, his face falling in despair. Those tomatoes are mine, one newcomer shouted, rushing toward the tomato garden. Soon, Chu Sheng's secret realm was swarming with 90 newcomers he had ensnared. They were currently plotting how to jointly eliminate him once he reappeared. Although we cannot use our talents and skills, we have numbers on our side. Together, we can overpower him. This guy is merely a lifestyle class professional. He must lack combat prowess. We will surely defeat him, they strategized. I concur. Once we defeat him, all the exotic fruits here will belong to us. Significantly enhancing our strength, they agreed, huddled together to discuss their plan. Chu Sheng blended into the crowd, eavesdropping on their conspiracy against him, occasionally chiming in, indeed. I believe we should all play dead. When he enters, the sight will surely throw him into disarray, and then we can spring upon him. Good idea. Many turned to the one who suggested the plan, their expressions changing dramatically. Beast, how dare you show your face here? The nearest newcomer clenched his fists and charged at Chu Sheng. In that instant, the others realized Chu Sheng's presence. Their earlier plans to encircle him evaporating into thin air as they all surged toward him, fueled by a shared fury. It seemed that if they hesitated even for a moment, this scoundrel would be overwhelmed. With a flicker, Chu Sheng vanished from his spot, appearing a short distance away. You are my carefully selected employees after a thorough interview. How could you strike your employer? He teased, sipping on honey lemon tea, utterly unfazed. Seeing him evade their attacks with such ease and leisure only intensified their rage as they charged at him once more. Get him! Kill this beast! The air was filled with shouts of battle, chaos reigning within the secret realm. This time, Chu Sheng did not evade but summoned his ancestral killer bees. Over 100 humanoid killer bees surrounded the group, their overwhelming aura causing the once aggressive assailants to freeze in place. Beast, do you dare lift the restrictions on my talents and skills? Let us fight one-on-one. One of them challenged, a figure named Chun Hao, currently ranked second. At last, Chu Sheng spoke. I have already stated my intention. I have summoned you here to work for me. My secret realm requires development, and I cannot manage it alone. Hence your assistance is required. Of course, you will not work for free. I shall compensate you accordingly. One individual scoffed. Among us, we are either wealthy or noble. Who would covet your meager coins? Coins. Do you think I, Chu Sheng, am the sort to employ others with mere money? Chu Sheng leisurely surveyed the orchards, saying, I will reward you with exotic fruits. You will become the most diligent gardeners of this orchard, and once the construction is complete, I will grant you your freedom. As for what constitutes completion, that shall be determined by me, perhaps in 30 or 40 years. With a grand gesture, he distributed a prime mutated tomato to each. Holding the exquisite mutated tomato, many gazed in astonishment. Is this truly for us? One exclaimed incredulously. A prime mutated tomato permanently increases strength by 1 point, a rarity in the outside world. My family only managed to acquire a box of ordinary tomatoes. We participate in the martial examination merely to gain admission to a better academy. My father has connections, and we could easily enter the Divine Xia Academy. However, if we miss out on this prime mutated tomato, it would be a genuine loss. With so many exotic fruits here, that dragon fruit can permanently enhance fire damage. Truly a treasure for me. My profession is akin to an assassin. That cherry would boost my agility, and I cannot let it slip through my fingers as my father did before. The newcomers stared at their mutated tomatoes, lost in thought, weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. Regardless of the martial examination, as long as they were strong, which academy could they not enter? Chu Sheng, I am not motivated by your reward. I simply wish to care for this orchard and prevent it from being squandered in your hands. Upon uttering these words, he promptly placed the small tomato in his hand into his mouth and began to chew. Indeed, I feel the same. The others, witnessing this, hesitated no longer and swiftly consumed their exquisite mutated tomatoes. In that fleeting moment, they could distinctly perceive the transformation of their inherent attributes. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Chu Sheng's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing his satisfaction. He cleared his throat and proclaimed, Very well, let us proceed to allocate tasks. With that, Chu Sheng extracted a scroll of blueprints from his robes. Your task for this period is quite straightforward, to carve out a river stemming from the lake, heading westward. The specifications are a length of 1,000 meters, a width of 50 meters, and a depth of 20 meters. The closer the crops are to the lake's water, the higher their yield will be. Once the Great Canal project is completed, we will excavate numerous smaller streams across the planting area. This plan had long been on his mind, yet he had been hindered by a lack of manpower. After his announcement, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. You must be out of your mind. With our limited numbers, how can we dig a 1,000-meter river? At this rate, we might as well wait until the next millennium. Will the lake's water even sustain such a river? The murmurs of dissent intensified, and some began contemplating withdrawing from the task. Unfazed, Chu Sheng calmly addressed them, shifting the conversation towards remuneration. Every participant in the Great Canal project will receive 5 exquisite mutated fruits daily, with options among tomatoes, blueberries, and cherries. We require 50 individuals, divided into 5 teams, and spots are limited. First come, first served. I have been digging rivers for generations. It is my expertise. Upon hearing Chu Sheng's words, a hand shot up from the crowd. Isn't your family involved in construction in Fuyo City? This Great Canal project is also a construction endeavor. Noticing the limited response, Chu Sheng raised the stakes. Upon completion of the Great Canal, each of the 50 participants will receive an additional 15 fruits. Furthermore, if any team achieves the best progress on a given day, each member of that team will receive 2 extra fruits upon daily settlement. Me. In an instant, others also raised their hands, and Chu Sheng selected 50 individuals based on the order of their responses. Naturally, the remaining 40 also had tasks to undertake. Is there anyone skilled in constructing houses? I require a luxurious wooden cabin and a resting area to be built to the east. The requirements are to face south, involving 30 participants, with one designated as the overseer who will receive 3 fruits daily, while the others will receive 2. Upon successful completion, the overseer will distribute an additional 400 fruits. My family specializes in real estate. I can handle this project. I can as well. Soon, these 30 individuals were allocated as well. The final 10 were designated for various tasks, some to erect shelters in the vineyard, others to till the planting area to the west, while some would tend to livestock in the north. The distribution of 90 individuals was entirely concluded. Chapter 53. I provide food and accommodation. Within the martial examination secret realm, the examiners were scouring for Chu Sheng's whereabouts while simultaneously safeguarding the few high-level newcomers. Chu Sheng, in his quest for the championship, showed no qualms about targeting newcomers who were currently weaker than him, a fact that had ceased to be a secret. This fiend, in pursuit of that trifling title, has extended his malevolence towards his own comrades. Utterly deranged. One examiner vented in frustration. Humph, other than Cliff City. The remaining 11 cities have top-tier forces intent on terminating him. Another examiner concurred, their eyes brimming with contempt. They had searched for nearly 2 days. Yet Chu Sheng seemed to have vanished into thin air, eluding their grasp. Initially, they had intended to keep a close watch on the remaining high-level newcomers, hoping for an opportunity to catch him off guard. Little did they anticipate that he would seem to be aware of their pursuit and would refrain from any further actions. What shall we do? With Chu Sheng eluding capture, we might find ourselves unable to account to the various forces. Fear not. We have Chief Examiner Lan to shield us. Even if he remains elusive now, he will surely appear before the conclusion of the martial examination. The examiners within the secret realm bore no external pressures. Their sole responsibility was to locate Chu Sheng. However, the outside world was a different matter altogether. Various factions were demanding explanations. Lin Feng, if your man cannot be found, then open the secret realm and allow us to send people in to search. Rest assured, I understand the rules and will not engage any magical beasts used for the newcomers' training. Once we locate that fiend, I will leave immediately. Yes, if your people cannot find him, then allow us entry. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, silently lamenting, for he could not permit these individuals to enter. Yet, he understood that this matter was inextricably linked to him. The only course of action was to intensify the search efforts of the examiners inside. Ladies and gentlemen, only newcomers or examiners may enter the martial examination secret realm, and I hope for your understanding. Furthermore, I have already reported this matter, and the authorities will conduct a thorough investigation into Chu Sheng's actions. I trust that a satisfactory resolution will be provided before the martial examination concludes. However, the various factions were unconvinced, clamoring for Chu Sheng to be produced immediately. Within the martial examination, life and death are decreed. As of now, he has merely vanished, and his fate remains uncertain. If you allow entry, you may very well resort to violence against Chu Sheng, and the missing newcomers may truly perish. Elder Mu, who had been invited once more by He Yao, spoke slowly. Humph, that fiend brazenly beheaded that little monster from the Yi family in plain sight. His murderous intent is evident. At this moment, He Yao also chimed in. Only 10 days remain until the martial examination concludes. Once he emerges, we shall know the truth. He Yao, my granddaughter's fate hangs in the balance. You and that lad are both from the same city. Surely you know him well. I implore you to tell me honestly. Is he a bloodthirsty individual? Lin Min's grandfather gazed at He Yao with a look of desperation. He is a deadly adversary, but by no means a bloodthirsty person. Very well, I shall trust you. Should my granddaughter fall into his hands, once he emerges, he may demand whatever he wishes. I have secretly reached an agreement with the leaders of the 4 other teams. We will only dig 1 meter each day, while our team will exert extra effort to dig an additional 30 centimeters. Lin Min quietly conferred with her teammates in the pit. Well done, Captain. This way, we can earn 2 extra fruits each day. Remember, after it ends, do not dig too much or too little. Understood. The 10 individuals concluded their discussion and rolled up their sleeves, once again wielding their shovels with fervor. Simultaneously, the other 4 large pits were engaged in similar schemes, all feigning to dig only 1 meter daily, while secretly striving to surpass the distance of the other teams by a small margin, hoping to earn those extra 2 fruits. Observing this scene, a smile crept across Chu Sheng's face. The ambitious project of 1,000 meters was divided among 5 teams, each allocated 200 meters. They would commence simultaneously without visibility of each other's progress. Indeed, let it unfold, let it all unfold. He was well aware that progress would be slow on the first day. However, by the second day, the so-called agreement would be rendered null, and the 5 teams would muster their utmost efforts. Before long, the day's labor came to a close. These so-called prodigies were utterly exhausted in the secret realm, each covered in grime. Among them, the 50 individuals bore smiles, exchanging greetings, each believing their team had excavated more than the others, convinced that the extra fruits would belong to them. At that moment, they gathered beneath the lychee and longan trees, awaiting their daily wage from the boss. Lin Min, your team has performed admirably. The width and depth meet the standards, and you have even dug 1 meter 3 centimeters. Well done. Hearing Chu Sheng's words, Lin Min's team erupted in joy. Boss, does that mean our team gets 2 extra fruits each? Not at all. What? Chu Sheng, you are not keeping your word. Lin Min felt an overwhelming urge to strike Chu Sheng with the shovel in her hands. Hey. I clearly stated that only the team in first place would receive additional rewards, and you are not in first place. Chu Sheng continued. Wei Ling, your team excavated 1.5 meters, quite commendable. Chen Hao, your team managed to dig 1.4 meters, also impressive. Yang Xiao, your team, however, achieved an astonishing 1.6 meters. Zhang Kuang, your team is indeed the one I value most. You actually dug 2 meters. Consequently, each member of your team will receive 7 magical fruits. What? As Chu Sheng announced the results, the other 40 individuals could hardly believe their ears. Zhang Kuang, who appeared to be honest and simple-minded, had unexpectedly demonstrated such prowess, managing to dig 2 meters. To deter any laziness, starting tomorrow, any team that places last for 2 consecutive rounds will only receive 2 magical fruits. Chu Sheng remarked, casting an intentional glance in Lin Min's direction. This infuriated Lin Min to the point where she felt her teeth might shatter. What happened to the agreement? What happened to only digging 1 meter? Fine. If this is how you wish to play, I'll make sure to outdo you all tomorrow. Well, the work is done. It is time to feast. Soon, the bonfire banquet commenced, featuring the roasted cattle and sheep from the northern pastures, accompanied by vegetables like cabbage and carrots. While the meat had no remarkable effects, the cabbage and carrots proved to be invigorating, alleviating fatigue and restoring energy. For dessert, they were treated to watermelon, which had also been cultivated in the planting area. Could it possess magical properties as well? Upon uttering this thought, everyone realized the implication and, foregoing the meat, immediately seized slices of watermelon to munch on. To their dismay, consuming the fruit only heightened their discomfort. I could feel my skill damage increasing, but alas, I could not utilize any skills. In Chu Sheng's secret realm, if everyone could employ their skills, chaos would ensue. Yao, what task have you been assigned? You seem to carry an unusual odor. Don't even mention it. I spent the entire day clearing cow and sheep dung. A woman's face turned ashen. Do you have any idea how exhausting it is to fell trees in the southern jungle and transport them to the east? Do you know how difficult it is to dig a pit 30 meters wide and 10 meters deep? My hoe is practically smoking from overuse. The group gathered together, recounting their inhumane experiences of the day. By the way, boss, where are we sleeping tonight? Lin Min asked, while devouring her food as if she hadn't eaten in days, completely shedding her image as a wealthy heiress. Just look for a place to sleep. This spot includes food and lodging. You can't mean we'll be sleeping outdoors, can you? Lin Min's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Chu Sheng, nearly dropping her watermelon. If not, then what? The wooden cabins on Wang Ling's side aren't ready yet. Wang Ling, who was still poring over blueprints, seemed to sense the strange gazes from the crowd and spoke with conviction. Constructing a building is a significant matter. The foundation must be solid, and the materials must be sturdy. Otherwise, how can one feel secure living there? Meanwhile, within the martial examination's secret realm, the persistent De Huang was demanding to be let out, and at that moment, he watched as a secret entrance slowly opened before him. Chapter 54. The primitive secret realm under the cover of night. De Huang tilted his head, fixated on the gradually widening fissure in midair. Before he could react, a massive tentacle, as dark as ink and adorned with strange patterns, suddenly emerged from the crack, seizing De Huang with a fierce grip. Woof! De Huang flailed his limbs wildly, carving deep grooves into the ground. He emitted a series of whimpers from his throat, but could not escape the tentacle's clutches. Ultimately, he was dragged into the fissure, which had now fully opened into a secret realm. At the same time, sensing the unusual occurrence, Chu Sheng hurriedly rushed from his own secret realm. What happened? Chu Sheng furrowed his brows, pondering the newly formed entrance of the secret realm. When he visited General He learned that to prevent the Demon King's blood from attracting creatures within the secret realm, the best method was to place the blood within the realm itself. Consequently, he had kept that blood in a specific location within the secret realm for safety, even refraining from letting De Huang, who had consumed the blood, venture outside. He had assumed that in this martial examination secret realm, which was also a secret realm, the influence of the blood on De Huang would have faded, and even if he emerged, it would not attract attention from other creatures in the realm. To his astonishment, it had indeed triggered such an event. He deduced that this secret realm had sensed the faint trace of the blood on De Huang, leading to his abduction. With a leap, Chu Sheng entered this new secret realm. Chu Sheng, a proctor, arriving on the scene, spotted Chu Sheng entering the secret realm. Lin Feng, who had been observing the martial examination secret realm, sensed the anomaly and promptly dispatched a proctor to investigate. He was not only surprised to find Chu Sheng, but also astonished that a new secret realm had suddenly emerged. The martial examination secret realm has a new secret realm? In the conference hall, one individual fixated intently on the dark entrance of the secret realm, his voice filled with suspicion. I don't care what kind of secret realm it is. I've finally located this brat. Lin Feng, why are you not hastening to send someone in to apprehend him? The martial examination secret realm and the initial secret realm are both not genuine secret realms, but rather pseudo-secret realms, established on the foundation of the original secret realm after it was stabilized by professionals to provide a unique trial space for newcomers. He Yao interjected to explain. If all goes as expected, this newly emerged secret realm is indeed the original one. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Indeed. I never anticipated that the original secret realm would harbor demons. I wonder what the current situation is inside. I recall that this original secret realm was classified as an A-level realm, but after all these years, it might have barely retained a C-level status. Regardless, I will send someone in to take a look and bring Chu Sheng out, Lin Feng declared, instructing others to enter the secret realm for exploration. This secret realm was no longer a jungle environment, but rather a dilapidated underground city. Before them lay a straight corridor, 9 meters wide, extending into the darkness. The moment Chu Sheng stepped inside, dim candlelight flickered to life along the stone walls of the corridor, illuminating the path from the entrance deeper within. The ground was littered with stones that had fallen from the walls, and dust coated the surroundings, suggesting that no one had set foot here in years. Dozens of small bees flew out from behind Chu Sheng, buzzing toward the depths of the corridor. Gripping his black knife, Chu Sheng followed closely behind. From the surrounding desolation, he could envision the ferocity of the battles that had once transpired here. The rooms flanking the corridor were empty, devoid of any furnishings. A demon? A small girl appeared before Chu Sheng, her violet eyes wide and a pair of tattered wings sprouting from her back. Chu Sheng took out a premium mutated dragon's eye and consumed it, allowing him to discern the girl's true form. Upon noticing someone approaching, the girl quickly fled into an empty room, huddling in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. She muttered, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Chu Sheng followed her inside, crouched down, and gently patted her shoulder. The girl jumped in fright, springing up to flee. Chu Sheng swiftly grabbed her tattered wing, lifting her into the air as her legs flailed beneath her. Don't kill me, please." The girl sobbed and screamed, creating a cacophony. "If you keep shouting, I will indeed kill you," Chu Sheng threatened, pressing the blade against her neck, which finally silenced her. "Did you see a dog being dragged in here?" The girl, her eyes brimming with tears, trembled as she replied, "I saw a big yellow dog being pulled inside." "Then why weren't you taken as well?" "My mother is human. My father is a demon. I am neither human nor demon, but those tentacles won't harm me." Chu Sheng released his grip, gently placing the little girl on the ground. And with a faint smile, he said, "Perfect, you shall guide me." The little girl paused for a moment, yet quickly resumed her pace, leading Chu Sheng deeper into the surroundings, reminiscent of a chick pecking at grain. As she sensed no malice from him, her chatter began to flow. "I've lived here for such a long time, and no one has come to play with me. I can only play hide and seek with myself every day. Big brother, after you save the big yellow dog, could you stay and play with me for a while?" "No," Chu Sheng replied. "Then can you take me outside?" she asked. "I cannot, little one. I do not know the way out." Once a lively child, upon hearing Chu Sheng's words, her steps slowed, her head drooped, and tears welled in her eyes. They traversed the corridor for quite some time until they finally encountered a change in their surroundings. At the end of the passage, it branched to the left and right, curving gracefully. Chu Sheng approached the outer edge and looked down, observing that there were several levels below and above them. The little girl pointed downward and exclaimed, "Big brother, the tentacles are right beneath us." Chu Sheng frowned. This place was overwhelmingly vast, and his bees could not scout it thoroughly in such a short time. Suddenly, a bark echoed from below. "Now that we are here, let us resolve this swiftly and depart." Chu Sheng seized the little girl, vaulted over the rusted iron railing, and without hesitation, leaped from the height. We're going to die." In midair, the little girl flailed her arms in panic, tightly shutting her eyes while emitting a high-pitched scream. Boom. Chu Sheng landed with a thud, crouching low, causing the ground to tremble and crack, sending fragments flying. The little girl's screams abruptly ceased. In the center of the bottom chamber stood 3 grand doors, one on the left already destroyed. From the right door came faint, mournful whines of the big yellow dog. Chu Sheng pointed toward the right door and instructed the little girl, "Go inside and bring the big yellow dog out." The little girl's eyes widened in terror, shaking her head fervently. "Big brother, I'm scared. I fear those tentacles." "Little one, you must be brave. Children your age outside are already roaming freely in the secret realm. Besides, whether we can escape depends on the big yellow dog." "Really? Will Big Brother also take me out?" The little girl's face brightened, her innocence shining through as she bounced excitedly. Chu Sheng gently ruffled her hair. "Big Brother believes in you. Don't worry, I will keep watch outside." The little girl glanced at the right door, then back at Chu Sheng, and finally nodded earnestly. "All right." Creak. The door slowly opened, releasing a foul, decaying stench. Countless dark, sinister tentacles writhed along the walls, varying in length and adorned with strange patterns. The tentacles toyed with the big yellow dog as if it were a mere plaything, ensnaring it whenever it attempted to flee. Understanding dawned on Chu Sheng. He finally comprehended why the little girl had claimed the tentacles would not harm her. They were of the same kind. One tentacle suddenly detected Chu Sheng's presence. Whoosh. It bypassed the little girl and lunged at Chu Sheng with astonishing speed. Fortunately, he was prepared, sidestepping just in time as the tentacle grazed past him, crashing into the wall behind with a resounding thud, sending debris scattering. With determination in his eyes, Chu Sheng swung his dark blade, swiftly severing the attacking tentacle. This provoked the others, which ceased their actions and collectively turned their focus on him. In an instant, numerous tentacles surged from the chamber. Chu Sheng lashed out with his blade, each strike cleaving through the tentacles, yet their sheer numbers overwhelmed him. "Damn, these fiends. If it weren't for that foolish dog still inside, I would blast this entire room to smithereens." The examiners had also entered, likely not just to investigate the secret realm, but to apprehend him as well. Chu Sheng retreated while battling, but no matter how far he withdrew, the tentacles relentlessly pursued him. "Foolish dog. If you don't come out soon, I'll be forced to collect your remains." Chu Sheng bellowed, his dark blade dancing furiously, severing more tentacles in the process. It seemed the big yellow dog understood Chu Sheng's call, barking urgently and struggling fiercely. However, despite its efforts, the tentacles ensnared its limbs and neck, rendering it powerless. Seeing the big yellow dog unable to escape, Chu Sheng turned his attention to the little girl. Little sister, hurry and rescue the big yellow dog. And then big brother can take you to the outside world. Watching the mass of tentacles surge past her, the little girl turned pale, her legs trembling. Yet upon hearing Chu Sheng's promise of the outside world, a flicker of determination sparked in her eyes. She bit her lip, took a deep breath, and mustered her courage. Moving towards the big yellow dog. Reaching its side, she hesitated no longer, extending her small hand to grasp a tentacle wrapped around the dog's neck. Pulling with all her might, the little girl bit her lip, her face flushed from exertion, gripping the tentacle with every ounce of strength she had. With a loud pop, the tentacle released its hold, and she stumbled backward. Freed from its grip, the big yellow dog immediately bent down and devoured the tentacle, ensnaring its foreleg. It then turned and swallowed the tentacle binding its hind leg. Yet before it could dash out of the chamber, the tentacles ensnared it once more. The little girl stood up, and just as she was about to pull the remaining tentacles off the big yellow dog, they lifted it into the air. Outside, Chu Sheng found himself in a fierce battle. While the tentacles lacked strength, their overwhelming numbers posed a significant challenge. Observing the big yellow dog's plight, Chu Sheng thought, I hope this room does not possess any imprisonment-type abilities. Earlier, as he opened the door, he had sent a small bee inside. Fearing that the room might have similar skills that would hinder his ability to teleport, he had refrained from using it. Now, he had no choice but to take a gamble. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind the big yellow dog. With his dark blade whirling, he severed all the tentacles, ensnaring the dog. As he landed, he released a dozen redskin spiders. Grasping the big yellow dog's head in one hand and the little girl in the other, he utilized his teleportation again, reappearing at the spot where he had just battled. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent explosions echoed from within the chamber as countless tentacles began to disintegrate. Moments later, the surroundings finally returned to a semblance of calm. Watching the thick smoke billow from the chamber, a smile crept across Chu Sheng's lips. If those nearly ancestral redskin spiders had detonated together, then if any of them survived, it would truly be a miracle. Before he could finish his thought, a massive tentacle suddenly lunged from the smoke, aiming directly for Chu Sheng with astonishing speed. Startled, he kicked the big yellow dog away and swiftly dodged to the side. Boom! The enormous tentacle smashed into the wall behind him, creating a gaping hole. As the smoke cleared, the smaller tentacles that had once covered the walls vanished, leaving only this one colossal appendage in their stead. With a decisive strike, Chu Sheng brought his blade down, crashing into the giant tentacle, slicing through from top to bottom. However, the sensation was akin to striking liquid rather than solid matter. If I slay the smaller ones, will a larger one come next? What if I end up facing an even more formidable foe? Realizing he was outmatched, Chu Sheng quickly rolled away, reaching for the big yellow dog, preparing to make their escape. Big brother, take me with you. The little girl pleaded. Fear not. I will lure this creature away and return for you. Chu Sheng's figure flickered, reappearing in the corridor he had previously entered. An ambush. The moment he landed, the individuals before him suddenly cried out. They were the examiners responsible for overseeing this martial arts examination. Their purpose for entering was not only to explore this primal secret realm, but also to capture Chu Sheng. Glancing at each other, Chu Sheng, still holding onto his dog, shouted, There are demonic creatures behind us. They have already slain many of our newcomers. Examiners, avenge us. You wretched beast, you have killed young Master Yi and countless newcomers. And now you dare to frame it on the demonic creatures? You truly deserve a fate worse than death. One examiner was about to strike at Chu Sheng when another intervened, saying, Wait, we are here to investigate the secret realm and to take Chu Sheng with us. If what he says is true, we would be misunderstanding an innocent. Humph. Not a word of his can be trusted. What demonic creature? Where is it? I see nothing. Boom. A colossal tentacle nearly filled the entire corridor, sweeping towards them with a force that could topple mountains. The examiner's expressions changed drastically. This truly was a demonic creature. As the creature approached, Chu Sheng smiled faintly and muttered, I wish you all the best. I'm off to seek treasures. Chapter 56. The true identity of the little girl on Chu Sheng's side. He vanished from the corridor and appeared beside the little girl. The enormous tentacle that had emerged from the room extended upward. Even though it was close at hand, Chu Sheng would not foolishly attempt to strike it. With his current strength, he could not hope to slay such a thing. Big brother, you truly have returned. Let us hurry and leave. The little girl exclaimed, filled with joy. There's no rush. It seems this place has only the tentacled creature. I shall search the surroundings to see if any treasures lie about before we depart. Chu Sheng replied, squatting down gently to ruffle the little girl's hair. By the way, haven't you lived here for a long time? Do you know where the treasures are hidden? The little girl revealed a cunning smile, but quickly subdued it. After pondering for a moment, she finally spoke. I remember now, there are indeed 2 treasures in the room at the center. With that, She took Chu Sheng's hand and led him inside. Wait, there are no demonic creatures inside, right? Rest assured, big brother, only those tentacles remain. There are no other demonic beasts here. With a swift motion, the little girl pushed open the large door in the center. Inside, just as she had said, there were no demonic creatures, only a stone statue, standing in the middle. The statue bore a green face with fangs and a pair of wings on its back, resembling a giant humanoid bat. Is there truly a treasure here? Chu Sheng surveyed the area. Aside from the statue, there was nothing else, and no place to conceal a treasure. The little girl approached the statue's feet, crouching down to tap the ground. Just as Chu Sheng was filled with doubt, the little girl excitedly called out, "Big brother, come quickly. This is the spot." Chu Sheng hurried to her side, where the little girl was pointing at a loose stone slab on the ground. He crouched down and forcefully lifted the slab, revealing a wooden box before him. Chu Sheng reached down and picked up the box. Hidden beneath the floorboards and locked in a wooden box, it was evidently a valuable treasure. Chu Sheng struck the box with his blade, forcibly breaking it open. Upon seeing the contents, his expression soured immediately. Inside lay not a treasure, but merely a tattered battle garment. Is this it? The little girl's eyes, however, sparkled with excitement as she carefully cradled the tattered garment, saying, "Big brother, do not underestimate it. Although it is damaged, it is still usable." Looking at the black garment riddled with large holes, Chu Sheng could hardly believe it could still serve a purpose. What sort of damage could it withstand? The little girl shook her head, explaining, "This garment, whether in its prime or in its current state, cannot withstand harm. Its sole function is to render the wearer invisible." Upon hearing about its ability to confer invisibility, Chu Sheng's interest was piqued. If it truly granted invisibility, it would provide him with a significant survival advantage in exploring secret realms. Chu Sheng dusted off the garment and donned it. In an instant, a peculiar power surged through his body, and soon, he began to fade from sight, ultimately vanishing entirely before the little girl and the dog. Woof! The dog barked a few times in the direction where Chu Sheng had disappeared. Chu Sheng, having deactivated the invisibility, reappeared behind the dog, his eyes shining with joy. Indeed, it was impressive. He could even conceal his aura. If this tattered garment possessed such extraordinary invisibility, he could only imagine what the second treasure might yield. Chu Sheng turned his gaze back to the little girl, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Little sister, where's the second treasure?" The little girl hesitated, saying, "Big brother, perhaps we should leave. This second treasure is the sacred treasure of this place. If you take it, you might face pursuit upon your exit." Her words only intensified Chu Sheng's curiosity. "Fear not, big brother will ensure no one finds out about it." After much deliberation, the little girl finally pointed to the statue's chest, where a wooden peg was lodged within. This peg can render the powerful demonic creatures immobile. Following her gaze, Chu Sheng indeed noticed a black wooden peg embedded in the statue's chest. A peg that can immobilize demonic creatures. Is this not akin to the red peg I previously acquired? Chu Sheng understood all too well the power such an item could wield. Not long ago, he had used that red peg to pin down Yi Yang, rendering him unable to move, ultimately leading to his beheading. The only regret was that the red peg had vanished after a single use. How many times could this black peg be utilized? Without any limits, the little girl replied, her eyes gleaming. No limits? This was truly the existence of a heavenly treasure. Chu Sheng stepped closer to the statue, while the little girl whispered beside him, "This treasure is scarce in the outside world. If Big Brother takes it, you will surely achieve great things in the future. You will no longer have to worry about encountering dangers in secret realms." As Chu Sheng reached for the peg, the little girl encouraged, "Yes, Big Brother, quickly remove it. Once you do, you shall be the strongest among the human race." Chu Sheng paused mere inches from the peg, a smile creeping across his lips. "If I remove this, you shall be free, right?" "What?" The little girl froze, confusion etched on her face. "Big brother, what are you saying? Do not feign ignorance. I have known from the very beginning that you are merely a manifestation of this object. All the talk of having a human mother and a demonic father was mere deception. You are simply a fragment of a demonic being. Even those tentacles are but a part of your manifestation." The smile on the little girl's face instantly froze, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes, though she quickly regained her composure. "Big brother, what are you talking about? I do not understand at all. Do you not? Surely you are aware of the Demon King's essence, yes?" Upon hearing the words Demon King's essence, the little girl's pupils constricted sharply. Chu Sheng continued, "You must have sensed the essence in this dog initially, hoping to use it to break through this seal. However, what you did not expect is that this dog possesses no Demon King's essence. But now that the secret realm has opened, it has drawn the attention of others. So you have set your sights on humanity. If I am not mistaken, whether or not I had spoken of seeking treasures earlier, you would have pretended to remember the existence of two treasures here. The first was likely a genuine treasure, meant to lower my guard, while the second was to coax me into removing the sealing peg." Chu Sheng beamed brightly at the little girl, expressing his gratitude for her battle attire. "Thank you for the armor. As for taking you away, I was merely jesting. Ha ha ha." The innocence that once graced the girl's face swiftly evaporated, her skin flushing crimson in an instant, and two sharp fangs erupted from her mouth. transforming her appearance to resemble that of a statue. I cannot leave, nor shall you. Chapter 57. Extracting the Black Spike. As Chu Sheng observed the bloodbat's doppelganger charging towards him, he smiled slightly. With a swift motion, he wielded his black blade, clashing it against the creature's claws, producing a sharp metallic sound. Clang. Chu Sheng remained steadfast, while the doppelganger was sent reeling backward. Do not waste your effort. Your original manifestation was merely those tendrils. This doppelganger is a hastily conjured entity, devoid of any true combat prowess. Moreover, your most formidable doppelganger in the corridor is already at a disadvantage, vulnerable to defeat at any moment. Once the subsequent practitioners thoroughly investigate, you shall face one of two fates, reinforced sealing or utter demise. Everything unfolded precisely as Chu Sheng had articulated, yet the creature refused to concede. You speak the truth. Yet I am equally correct. The entity that binds me is indeed a treasure. Should you acquire it, your power would undoubtedly surge. Shall we strike a bargain? The bloodbat continued. If you extract that black spike for me, it shall be yours, and I will serve you thrice, regardless of the task you assign. What say you? Chu Sheng was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the black spike. Yet he understood that any creature pinned by such an artifact would not be easily trifled with. Thus, he resolutely declined. Not interested. A rumble resonated from outside, suggesting that something was hastening toward him. What is this? Are you extending your tendrils to confront me? Futile. If I wish to depart, I can do so at any time. Chu Sheng slowly raised his black blade, contemplating. Since I'm here, I might as well eliminate you. In a flash, Chu Sheng surged forward towards the bloodbat's doppelganger. Even as it exerted all its might to evade, it proved futile. The black blade sliced into its right shoulder, cleaving downwards and severing not only its right side, but also the wing behind it. Wait, we can still discuss cooperation. The bloodbat exclaimed, terror plastered across its visage. Chu Sheng, shrouded in darkness, sensed its intention to delay. Without further ado, he lunged once more. This strike severed its head from its body. The dismembered head glared ominously at Chu Sheng, uttering, "Boy, should I escape, you will be my first target." Chu Sheng, towering over the head adorned with fangs, smirked. Then remember this. He lifted his right foot and crushed the head beneath it. Boom. The head exploded instantaneously, the doppelganger eliminated without a trace of blood. The massive tendril returned from the corridor, now lacking its previous robustness, its size considerably diminished, covered in a multitude of grievous wounds. Perfect. Let me test the treasure you provided. The invisibility of the battle attire activated once more, rendering him unseen to the tendril. Suddenly, excruciating pain surged from his earlier wounds. Chu Sheng, leveraging his invisibility, commenced his assault, striking at the creature's injuries. Each incision prompted him to shift to a different wound. The tendril writhed in agony, thrashing violently within the confined space, shattering walls in its wake. Yet, Chu Sheng, like a specter, evaded each attack with precision, targeting its existing wounds. The tendril, seemingly sensing Chu Sheng's tenacity, abruptly ceased its frantic movements, coiling its form to shield the exposed injuries, resembling a grotesque creature adorned with a fleshy orb. The orb, akin to a fist, flailed randomly about the room. Unable to exploit the examiner-inflicted wounds, Chu Sheng found himself at an impasse. The tendril could not strike him in his invisible state, and he, in turn, could not inflict damage upon it. Enough. I shall leave the remaining matters to the examiners. It is time for my departure. Just as Chu Sheng prepared to exit, intending to take De Huang with him, several examiners arrived from the corridor. At that moment, Chu Sheng's invisibility dissipated entirely, exposing him to the tendril and the examiners. Beast, you dare to use this creature to eliminate us, clearly harboring ulterior motives to silence us. The immediate priority was to deal with the monster. Chu Sheng, stand aside. Once we vanquish this creature, you may accompany us. Chu Sheng, however, was disinterested in their commands, merely surprised to find his invisibility had worn off after only 5 minutes. It seemed the battle attire had suffered significant damage, severely diminishing its effectiveness. He pondered whether there was anyone in the outside world capable of restoration. Chu Sheng's thoughts raced, yet his expression remained calm as he nodded slightly, retreating a few steps to observe how the examiners would inflict harm upon the tendril. The tendril attempted to strike Chu Sheng once more, but before it could, one examiner delivered a powerful punch, sending it reeling back. The battle resumed. Are you not going to assist? Chu Sheng inquired of the examiner beside him, who had harbored animosity towards him. They are sufficient. I must keep an eye on you to ensure you do not flee. Earlier, he had overheard Chu Sheng's incessant calls to young Master Yi. What? Are you a dog raised by the Yi family? The examiner's expression darkened, fury igniting in his eyes as he glared at Chu Sheng. Mind your tongue, boy. I merely hold respect for the Yi family. Chu Sheng nodded. Do you think you will survive once you leave? Your life is forfeit. The examiner smirked coldly at Chu Sheng. Unfazed, Chu Sheng retorted, I should be fine. As my strength speaks for itself, and with Yi Yang's involvement, I have no doubt I will be safeguarded. Just as Elder Yi predicted, you cannot leave this place alive. Suddenly, the examiner's arm morphed into a venomous serpent, lunging at Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng swiftly retreated to evade the serpent's strike. The only reason I remain is that I know you cannot stop me from leaving. Swan, what are you doing? Another examiner intervened, stepping away from the battlefield to shield Chu Sheng from the impending attack. Our duty is to escort Chu Sheng out. How he is punished is beyond our jurisdiction. Meanwhile, the tendril ceased evading the examiner's assaults, extending towards the statue as if intent on removing the black spike. Upon contact, a fierce electric discharge erupted, scorching the tendril black. Yet, even amidst such torment, it persisted in its endeavor to extract the spike. However, the examiners would not permit it to succeed. They coordinated their efforts. And with the ferocity of the lightning, the creature soon lay incapacitated on the ground. Swan, undeterred by the obstruction, merely observed with amusement. My colleagues, I apologize. Prior to entering, Elder Yi instructed me on the necessary actions, and this little beast must perish here. With that, his serpent-like arm lunged towards the statue, sinking its fangs into the black spike. Witnessing this, Chu Sheng was taken aback. Was this fellow truly attempting to extract the black spike? Crack! The black spike was decisively severed. Chapter 58, Acquiring the Sealing Spike. The 6 examiners had already gleaned the peculiarities of this secret realm upon their entry from Linfeng. The gravity of removing the black nail was not lost on him. Suen, do you comprehend the enormity of your actions? Once the beast awakens, we stand no chance against it. Quickly, reinsert the sealing nail. An examiner bellowed at Suen. The other examiners rushed to intervene, attempting to halt Suen's reckless act. To their dismay, the serpent formed from his arm, upon the removal of the black nail, devoured it whole. Kill him. Extract the black nail from within him and reinsert it into the statue, or the monster will awaken completely, and we shall all meet our doom. Chu Sheng urged, his voice urgent. Suen, hasten to retrieve the sealing nail. Delay further, and it will be too late. This secret realm is intertwined with the martial examination outside. Should anything go awry, the new candidates will be adversely affected. This is no trivial matter. Observing the scene unfold, Chu Sheng cursed inwardly at the indecisiveness of the group, lamenting their reluctance to sever ties in such dire circumstances. If I do not escape now, I shall be dragged down by this fool. Without hesitation, he utilized his ability to shift forms and appeared before the large yellow dog at the entrance, preparing to make his escape. Chu Sheng, do not leave. Return with us to see the chief examiner, one of them called out. Some examiners among you have been bribed by the Yi family, seeking not only my life but the lives of countless newcomers outside. I have no trust in you, Chu Sheng retorted, vanishing once more, reappearing at the entrance of the corridor. Before him lay the pitch-black exit of the secret realm. Just as he was about to step through, the exit began to close at an alarming rate, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving only a solid wall in its wake. It appeared that the bloodbat had fully revived. However, escaping was not insurmountable. Soon, another entrance to a secret realm materialized before him, connecting to his own sanctuary. Once inside, and with the entrance sealed, he would have successfully evaded this place. With half a foot already inside the realm, Chu Sheng hesitated but ultimately decided to remain. Big Yellow, return first. I will see if I can take the opportunity to eliminate that examiner and retrieve the black nail from his body. It is too valuable to miss. The large yellow dog barked in response before entering Chu Sheng's secret realm. Currently, the ancestral killer bees were not within his domain, leaving him to rely solely on his own abilities. As Chu Sheng's figure materialized below, he found the room in chaos. His gaze sharpened as he surveyed the battlefield. The bloodbat darted through the room like a shadow, having already drained the life force of 2 of the 6 examiners. Suen clutched his throat, blood gushing between his fingers, his eyes wide with terror. Ha ha ha, big brother, my dear big brother, I thought you had left. The bloodbat, upon sensing Chu Sheng's presence, abandoned its struggle with the remaining 3 examiners and charged toward him. Without hesitation, Chu Sheng vanished once more, reappearing within the room. He wasted no time, thrusting a blade into Suen's abdomen and slicing downwards. Suen's body was brutally opened, blood pouring forth as his innards spilled out. With a thud, his lifeless body fell, eyes fixed on Chu Sheng, unblinking in death. Chu Sheng, how dare you kill an examiner? One of the onlookers exclaimed. Silence. Stop that bloodbat. Chu Sheng glared at the speaker. Quickly, restrain the bloodbat, and buy me time to find the sealing nail. One among them, though reluctantly, complied, realizing there was no alternative at this juncture. Soon, the 3 were once again entangled with the bloodbat. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng rummaged through Suen's innards, searching for the sealing nail he had previously swallowed. How could it not be here? Unable to locate it in the stomach, he sliced open Suen's throat. Yet, the sealing nail remained elusive. Could it be in this? He mused, fixating on Suen's right arm, which had transformed into a serpent. With a swift motion, he severed the arm and, at last, discovered the sealing nail nestled within. The remaining 3 examiners felt a surge of hope upon witnessing Chu Sheng find the sealing nail. Quickly, hand it over. I will seal it. One examiner shouted, turning to Chu Sheng. At that moment, the bloodbat plunged down from above, sinking its fangs into the examiner's neck. Gulping greedily, the blood bat drained the examiner's life force, its previously gaunt form swelling with renewed vitality, its crimson eyes brimming with ferocity and avarice. The remaining two examiners and Chu Sheng found themselves utterly outmatched. Yet, the blood bat resolved to eliminate Chu Sheng first. Intending to seize the sealing nail before proceeding, Chu Sheng attempted to shift forms once more, but this time, he faltered, crashing heavily to the ground by the door. "Be careful," one shouted from behind. However, Chu Sheng was rendered immobile, evidently gravely injured. "Die, you cunning human." The blood bat stared hungrily at the pulsing blood in Chu Sheng's neck, salivating in anticipation. At that moment, despite facing the blood bat, a smirk crept across Chu Sheng's lips. The sealing nail was firmly grasped in his hand. Should the beast dare to land upon him, he would drive the nail back into its body. Although it was a pity to part with the sealing nail, sealing the blood bat once more would not be in vain. As one man and one beast envisioned the other's demise, Chu Sheng suddenly sprang to his feet, poised to plunge the sealing nail into the blood bat's form. However, a figure stepped in front of him, blocking the path between him and the blood bat. Chu Sheng hastily withdrew the sealing nail. The blood bat, realizing the situation, swiftly retreated, having bitten the neck of the examiner who had shielded Chu Sheng. The injured examiner, cradled in Chu Sheng's arms, understood the gravity of the sealing nail he beheld. I'm sorry. I didn't expect this," he stammered, guilt washing over his features. He was unaware that Chu Sheng had lured the blood bat into this scenario. His sole intention had been to bring Chu Sheng back, having been the first to intervene when Suen attacked him. "It's all right. It didn't strike a fatal blow. I still have ways to handle this." Chu Sheng reassured the examiner as he assisted the struggling old Shao away from the chaos, instructing, "If a crack appears in the secret realm, flee immediately. You, a newcomer, should leave with old Shao. I can still hold on." Chu Sheng insisted. "I am not jesting. I cannot guarantee your escape, but I possess the means to protect myself." After considerable deliberation, the examiner turned and ran towards Chu Sheng, aiding the injured old Shao in their retreat from the room. Suen has colluded with the Yi family, releasing the blood bat to wreak havoc upon the newcomers. He recorded a message on his phone, handing it to Chu Sheng. "You're quite the enigma. Should we fail to escape, this recording may provide you a measure of reprieve." With that, the two stumbled away from the room. Meanwhile, the blood bat observed the unfolding scene without interference, knowing that the entrance to the secret realm had been sealed. Regardless of who it was, all would ultimately become its prey. "Closed? I shall blast it open," Chu Sheng declared, and behind him, 3 massive red-skinned spiders emerged. Chapter 59. The Martial Examination Secret Realm begins to collapse. The blood bat erupted into laughter, mocking, "Blast open the secret realm? Do you understand the absurdity of your words?" While there were indeed powerful beings capable of forcibly breaking open a sealed realm, such individuals were exceedingly rare. "Go," Chu Sheng commanded, and the 3 red-skinned spiders unleashed a torrent of crimson webs towards the blood bat. Despite being ensnared by the webs, the blood bat exhibited no signs of alarm. Even the corrosive slime in its eyes posed no fear. With a swift tug of its hands, it tore the crimson spiderweb apart in an instant. "I have heard they call you Chu Sheng. How about this? Let us engage in a transaction." The blood bat hovered in midair, casting a disdainful gaze upon Chu Sheng. "Very well, do speak." Chu Sheng replied with a smile and a nod. At this moment, within his secret realm, a massive ancestral red-skinned spider was consuming the blood of a demon lord, undergoing a mutation. Given sufficient time, it would eventually cause this secret realm to explode. Now is the time for him to delay. "I can facilitate your exit from this secret realm, but first, you must hand over the sealing nail to the blood bat." Chu Sheng presented no immediate threat, yet the sealing nail in his possession was a significant menace. It was wary of the possibility that Chu Sheng might suddenly appear behind it and drive the nail in. Earlier, Chu Sheng's ruse of feigning injury had nearly caught it off guard. Chu Sheng shook his head in refusal, saying, "That's simply one do. If I give it to you, what assurance do I have that you will allow us to leave? Instead, how about you release the other 2 individuals, and I will give you the sealing nail afterward?" The blood bat chuckled darkly. "That will not suffice. You seem to possess a means of escape, and those 2 are my bargaining chips. Let me be frank, I do indeed have a way to leave, and I could even take those 2 with me. But why should I do that? It is all because of you." "Because of me?" This piqued the blood bat's interest. "How intriguing. Do elaborate." Chu Sheng was not merely speaking in jest. He slowly opened his own secret realm, revealing a scene where several individuals were digging a channel for him. "What? You possess a mobile secret realm?" The blood bat's eyes widened, incredulous that this human could own such a marvel. "Surely you have seen. Not only do I possess a mobile secret realm, but I also enslave humans. I even have the blood of a demon lord." Chu Sheng's gaze pierced into the blood bat's eyes. "Now, I ask you, do you truly believe you can kill me? Do you dare to kill me? Who are you?" "Exactly." The blood bat found itself uncertain of Chu Sheng's identity at this moment. "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I have a demon lord backing me," Chu Sheng continued, noting the other's apprehension. The reason I have not brought those two into my secret realm is that I fear I cannot control them at my current level. Otherwise, I would have fled with them long ago. I urge you not to kill those two, for if they die and I am the only one to escape, an investigation into my actions by the humans will be inevitable. My own exposure is inconsequential, but should the resurrection of the demon lord be revealed to further instill trust? Chu Sheng feigned an inadvertent slip of the tongue. Resurrection of the demon lord? The bloodbat murmured. There are some things you are better off not knowing. Should you learn them, keep your silence, for even if you manage to escape from the humans, we will hunt you down. If you belong to our faction of demon beasts, why did you not save me earlier, instead choosing to oppose me? Save you? You are merely a dispensable pawn, inconsequential to our grand scheme. On the contrary, your mere existence nearly led to my exposure. I would gladly take your life. Now, I require you to open the entrance to the secret realm and restore it to its original state, allowing the professionals to explore. Absolutely not. I have been sealed for decades. My condition is far too poor to contend with those professionals outside, and I will not open the entrance to the secret realm. The bloodbat glared fiercely at Chu Sheng and continued. Moreover, all of this is nothing but your word. There is no evidence to support it. Oh, it seems you have already contemplated how I might prove it. Do share. The blood of a demon lord is a rare substance. Even the demon beasts stationed in S-rank secret realms do not possess it. If you are truly associated with the demon lord, then produce the blood to substantiate your claim. In truth, it had already envisioned Chu Sheng's connection to the demon lord, especially since Chu Sheng entered this secret realm for that great yellow dog, which bore the scent of the demon lord's blood. However, what if he were indeed linked to the demon lord? If this little brat were to produce the blood, I could simply kill him and claim both the demon lord's blood and the sealing nail for myself. Who would dare confront me then? The bloodbat mentally plotted. If you wish to see the demon lord's blood, I shall comply. Chu Sheng readily agreed. After all, having engaged in such lengthy discourse with this entity, the red-skinned spiders within the secret realm had reached their limits. With a wave of his hand, another red-skinned spider materialized within the room. Unlike the previous three, this one was shrouded in black mist, its 8 legs thrashing as if in a frenzied state. Upon hitting the ground, the red-skinned spider immediately expelled the demon lord's blood. As long as the time since it ingested the blood was not too long, it remained within Chu Sheng's control. He bent down to collect it. The blood of a demon lord. The bloodbat stared, transfixed, at the substance in Chu Sheng's hand. You wish to see it, did you not? Come closer and behold for yourself, to see if it is indeed the blood of a demon lord. Chu Sheng crossed his arms confidently, fueling the bloodbat's conviction of his association with the demon lord. If I were to slay him, what if the demon lord truly sought me out in the future? Yet, the blood of the demon lord lay before me. If I could obtain it, my strength would not only be restored, but could even surge to new heights. I shall risk it all. Who cares about the demon lord? In the future, I shall become a demon lord myself. Its greedy eyes fixated on the demon lord's blood in Chu Sheng's grasp, it inched closer with deliberate steps. Soon enough, it stood among the 4 red-skinned spiders. Chu Sheng snapped his fingers. In an instant, all 4 red-skinned spiders detonated. Boom. The tremendous shockwave shattered the entire room, flames shooting into the sky. The ferocious aftershock spread wildly, obliterating everything in its path. Simultaneously, a massive earthquake struck the martial examination secret realm. The entire ground trembled incessantly, mountains crumbling. In its core, an unfathomable fissure opened up. The ground on either side of the fissure continued to collapse, and the rate of that collapse quickened. If not halted, the entire martial examination secret realm would collapse utterly. Chapter 60. Exiting the martial examination secret realm. As the martial examination secret realm crumbled, it was evident that the secret realm below had encountered issues. How could this happen? Logically, even if that demon beast revived and escaped, the secret realm should not collapse. What could have caused such a calamity? Some fell into contemplation. It must be the work of that beast. It seeks to eradicate all the newcomers from Linlang province in one fell swoop. This child must not be allowed to live. The examiners observed the scene. Their faces darkened with concern. They were exerting every effort to slow the collapse of the secret realm, yet their efforts proved futile. Now, not only the central region but also the northern and western secret realms began to show signs of collapse. At this rate, within 3 hours at most, the martial examination secret realm would be utterly destroyed. This secret realm cannot be preserved. Relay the order for all newcomers to evacuate the secret realm immediately. Lin Feng hovered in midair, his expression grave as he gazed down at the continuously collapsing secret realm. However, today marks the start of the elimination phase. If we withdraw, how will the newcomers' rankings and achievements be calculated? An anxious examiner beside him inquired, his eyes similarly filled with worry and indecision. If we retreat now, the martial examination will conclude prematurely, resulting in the lowest rankings for this cohort of newcomers from Linlang province, a record low nationally. Moreover, prestigious institutions like Shenin Academy have minimum level requirements for admission. This could mean that talented students who could have entered Shenin Academy would miss their chance. Lin Feng was acutely aware of the stakes, yet he had no alternative at this moment. Protecting the lives of the newcomers was the utmost priority. Their achievements could be addressed later. The situation is peculiar. I shall report to the higher authorities afterward. All examiners, please take note. Immediately organize the newcomers to evacuate the secret realm without delay. Additionally, summon the top 200 newcomers for the final competition. What shall we do about the missing newcomers? Some of them are still ranked among the top 200. Yet they have vanished from the martial examination's secret realm due to the actions of Chu Sheng. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied, "Do not concern yourselves with that. As for Chu Sheng, if he is located, bring him to me without allowing him to leave the secret realm." Understood. In an instant, all the observing doves began to speak in human tongues, announcing that, due to special circumstances, the martial examination was temporarily concluded, and everyone was to exit the secret realm immediately. The newcomers gradually calmed from their initial panic, though filled with reluctance and confusion. They understood that survival was paramount in light of the collapsing surroundings. They hastened towards the exit of the secret realm. At the exit, the Yi family had formed an impenetrable barrier. Anyone emerging from the secret realm found it nearly impossible to escape their watchful gaze. Among them were numerous individuals from top-tier factions, all waiting for the appearance of Chu Sheng. While the Yi family sought Chu Sheng's demise, others were eager to glean information about their own descendants through him. As for Chu Sheng, the architect of this turmoil, he was currently concealed within his own secret realm. Fully aware of the situation inside, he never anticipated that the destruction of the underground city's secret realm would create such a significant uproar, causing the martial examination's realm to collapse as well. Having acquired the sealing nails, he regretted choosing such a troublesome method for his escape. Had he known the prior secret realm would impact the martial examination so profoundly, he would never have utilized the red spider to blast it open. Instead, he would have directly escaped through his own secret realm. As for the fates of the two examiners, they were of no concern to him. Nonetheless, he found some solace in the fact that he ultimately retained both the sealing nail and the invisibility cloak. Lying on the ground, Chu Sheng gazed at the sealing nail in his hand, filled with immense joy. The black sealing nail could be used an infinite number of times, far rarer and more precious than the previous red one. Coupled with his ability to shift appearances and the invisibility cloak, he felt nearly invulnerable. It was time to depart. Chu Sheng slowly rose, his figure vanishing from his secret realm. Within the martial examination's secret realm, the black bees, along with over 100 ancestral killing bees, had significantly increased in level after days of relentless combat. At Chu Sheng's command, they returned one by one to his secret realm, while he made his way towards the exit. Initially contemplating a direct escape using his shifting ability, he now found the invisibility cloak to be quite advantageous. Though he remained uncertain whether he could pass unnoticed, he had no faith that the Yi family would be merciful or that the martial examination group could protect him. His only reliance was on himself. As he neared the exit, the throngs of newcomers grew increasingly dense, and the examiners multiplied as well. Their primary task was to maintain order while awaiting Chu Sheng's appearance. Among these examiners, some appeared skeptical, indicating that it was time to employ his invisibility. Observing the scene before him, Chu Sheng quietly donned the tattered cloak. Instantly, he melded with the air, becoming nearly imperceptible. Carefully, he navigated through the crowd, striving to avoid drawing attention. In such a chaotic throng, detecting someone in an invisible state proved exceedingly difficult. Soon, he successfully reached the entrance, with a flash of light. He completely exited the martial examination's secret realm. Was there just one more person who exited? One of the examiners mused. With so many people leaving together, an extra one or two makes no difference. The other examiner conceded the point. Although they sensed something amiss, their foremost priority remained to organize the newcomers' evacuation. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng remained undetected by the Yi family, as he stayed cloaked in invisibility. For safety's sake, he refrained from using his shifting ability, fearing that doing so might reveal him to the Yi family. With approximately 3 minutes of invisibility remaining, he calculated that it would be sufficient to escape their encirclement, after which he could safely employ his shifting ability to leave this perilous place. As Chu Sheng hurried along, he noticed an elderly man seated in a grand chair among the Yi family, his gaze fixated on him. What is wrong with that old man? Why does he seem to be watching me? Chu Sheng thought, panic rising within him as he realized the elder was approaching. The elder paused a short distance away and bent to pick up a water bottle. This action momentarily relieved Chu Sheng. However, just as he believed the elder's intentions were benign, the old man suddenly hurled a punch at him while he was still invisible. The blow sent Chu Sheng flying, crashing violently against a stone wall, blood spraying from his mouth. His invisibility was shattered, and all eyes in the vicinity turned toward him. Chapter 61, Slaying Yilang. Struck by the punch, Chu Sheng coughed up blood but gritted his teeth against the pain, activating his shifting ability at the first opportunity. He had set up surveillance several hundred meters away. If he could escape with the initial use of his ability, he could surely escape with 2 or 3 consecutive uses. Yet, as his figure vanished, he was suddenly struck down from the air. Boom. The force of the blow created a crater in the ground as he fell. Coughing and gasping, Chu Sheng found himself in a dire situation. He He had never expected that his shifting would be interrupted. Chu Sheng, the top-ranked newcomer among them. Someone called out. The other newcomers, previously oblivious to Yi Jintian's frenzy, finally grasped the situation. As Yi Jintian prepared to strike again, several individuals stepped forward to intervene. Hold on, old Master Yi. My daughter is still missing. I have questions for him. Another voice asserted. Indeed, my son's reckless disappearance is also tied to him. He cannot die now. Old Master Yi, it's clear that Yi Xiao initiated this attack. Chu Xiaoyu was merely acting in self-defense. If you are willing to spare his life, my family would be willing to compensate the Yi family. He Yao interjected, positioning himself in front of Chu Sheng. Yi Jintian observed the individuals before him, sneering. I have no interest in the others. Only you, He Yao, have caught my attention. If you wish to compensate the Yi family, that's acceptable. He Yao's heart surged with hope. He cared little for material wealth. Old Master Yi, please proceed with your demands. With a sinister smile, Yi Jintian replied. A life must be compensated with a life. Offer your daughter's life in exchange for this boy's. The proposal sent a chill through the crowd, as no one expected Yi Jintian to make such a demand. This was clearly a non-negotiable situation. Who would be foolish enough to trade their own life for that of this boy? Very well. Stepped forward He Qingqing, adorned in white. Her stride unwavering as she approached Yi Jintian, her eyes devoid of fear. One life for another. Take my life and spare him. Stay out of this, Qingqing. Quickly return. He Yao exclaimed, rushing to shield her behind him. Father, Chu Sheng cannot die now. He Yao understood that Qingqing referred to the curse afflicting him. Currently, the curse afflicting He Yao has only been partially alleviated, and subsequent treatment still requires the peculiar fruit from Chu Sheng, rendering Chu Sheng's demise unacceptable. This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. Initially, they believed that Yi Jintian's outrageous proposal of a life for a life was already beyond the pale. Little did they expect an even more absurd agreement to follow. What kind of madness has this foolish girl succumbed to? To acquiesce to such a demand for the sake of a simpleton? Such infatuation is indeed toxic. The crowd buzzed with speculation, clearly recognizing that the young man shared a complex connection with the He family. Young man, I am a man of my word. I require the life of either your daughter or that young man, declared the elder Yi, who once bore the title of martial god. How unfortunate for you. For my profession is that of a godslayer. A ghostly figure emerged from behind He Yao. The two locked eyes, the atmosphere crackling with tension, as if a battle could erupt at any moment. With a deep breath, Chu Sheng slowly emerged from the pit behind him, gripping the sealing nail in his left hand and wielding a black blade in his right. The damage transfer had already been redirected to the soaked-in bath Black Shin. With a hint of amusement, Chu Sheng taunted, Old man, did you retrieve your grandson's head? If not, it might well be devoured by the army ants. This audacious remark was akin to courting death. The crux of the matter was that should he perish, the vanished newcomers would leave no trace behind. The members of the other families harbored a deep resentment towards Chu Sheng, yet they could not allow him to die at the hands of Yi Jintian. At these words, Yi Jintian's countenance darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury. You seek death, he seethed. As Yi Jintian prepared to strike, the ghostly figure behind He Yao surged with intensity. Gentlemen, why not heed my words? At this critical juncture, Elder Mu made his appearance. In Linfeng City, and even throughout the Linlang province, Elder Mu was a figure of immense respect. Almost every top-tier professional had sought his craftsmanship for weaponry, including several teams ranked among the world's top 5. Offending Elder Mu was tantamount to offending the elite circles of professional practitioners. Elder Mu spoke, Brother Yi, surely you have seen the footage of Yi Yang's incident? The fault lies with Yi Yang initially, yet Chu Sheng's actions were indeed severe. If you are willing, I would forge a divine weapon for the Yi family as a form of compensation for this young man. You once refused to craft a weapon for my son, yet now you offer one to this boy. Pray tell, who in the Yi family will wield this divine weapon now? Yi Jintian's rage transformed into a bitter laugh, his voice rife with sorrow and indignation as he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Elder Mu. The loss of Yi Yang equated to a loss of future for the Yi family. What consequence could there be for offending a figure as venerable as Elder Mu? Elder Mu paused, realizing that Yi Jintian was adamant about expressing his grievances. Father, Yang has perished. What further words must we waste on them? Yi Lang was the first to launch an attack, directing his assault squarely at Chu Sheng. The other families observed cautiously, waiting for someone to intervene against Yi Lang. To act now would mean declaring enmity with the Yi family. With Yi Yang gone, even if this young man were to die, the ensuing wrath would surely be directed at their families. Thus, for the moment, they remained passive. Meanwhile, He Yao remained fixated on Yi Jintian, oblivious to the unfolding scenario. Chu Sheng, undeterred, stood firm as Yi Lang's sword approached. With a sharp thrust, Chu Sheng was pierced through the chest before the eyes of all present. Chu Sheng. He Qingqing gasped in disbelief, as did the others. Why did he not evade? Yi Lang's earlier strike had required no skills to dodge effortlessly. Anyone who offends the Yi family faces only one outcome, death. Yi Lang sneered, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging in his grip on the sword. Yet, just as he believed victory was at hand, a peculiar smile crept across Chu Sheng's lips. Curiously, Those who offend Chu Sheng also meet but one fate: death. With his left hand, the sealing nail pierced Yilang's throat, rendering him immobile. Dark symbols enveloped his body, and with a swift motion of the black blade, Yilang's head fell to the ground. Silence enveloped the arena, the sound of a pin dropping audible. Chapter 62. Threat. Both sides remained locked in a stalemate, and none present anticipated that Chu Sheng would dare to act and behead Yilang. Such audacity was unprecedented. In Linfeng City, having killed the grandson and now the son, was he courting his own demise? This incident would surely not end well. Those who had previously attempted to intervene against Yi Xintian now felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Yi Xintian's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him, unable to comprehend that his son, Yilang, had met his end at Chu Sheng's hands. Langer, he howled, his voice a cacophony of rage and despair. He moved to confront Chu Sheng, but was intercepted by He Yao. If you seek death, then allow me to strike first, and then I shall deal with that little wretch. Yi Xintian glared furiously at He Yao, and an immediate battle erupted between the two. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng retrieved the sword embedded in his chest and reclaimed the sealing nail from Yilang's throat. He gripped the sealing nail in his left hand, his gaze cold and resolute as he regarded the fierce struggle between Yi Xintian and He Yao, contemplating his next move. The clash between He Yao and Yi Xintian had escalated to a fever pitch. Despite He Yao's strength, Yi Xintian, now consumed by madness, unleashed blows imbued with apocalyptic power. He Yao was clearly at a disadvantage. At that moment, Chu Sheng's little bees were unable to approach Yi Xintian, rendering the use of the shifting technique in conjunction with the sealing nail unfeasible. Chu Sheng, you must flee, He Yao shouted amidst their fierce exchange. With Yi Xintian momentarily occupied, now would be the most opportune time for Chu Sheng to escape. Utilizing the shifting technique would enable him to leave this place immediately. However, the wrath of the Yi family would inevitably be directed towards the He family. After decapitating both father and son, what would one more grandfather matter? With determination, Chu Sheng tightened his grip on the black blade, resolved to fight until the end. Yet before he could advance to join He Yao in battle, he was intercepted by the Yi family's bodyguards. A full 23 of them, all of lower rank, were clearly intent on not merely capturing Chu Sheng alive. The leader among them wielded a formidable blade, radiating a menacing aura. As Chu Sheng clashed his black blade against the leader's weapon, his hands trembled violently, nearly disarming him. Little brat, offending the Yi family means even if you possess 9 lives, it's not enough to escape death. The burly swordsman regarded Chu Sheng with cold indifference, as if he were already a corpse. Simultaneously, others unleashed their attacks upon Chu Sheng. After utilizing the shifting technique to escape the encirclement, the adversaries quickly regrouped. It seemed imperative to eliminate this swordsman before seeking assistance. Just as Chu Sheng prepared to act, another stepped forward, shielding him. Confused, Chu Sheng wondered who this person was, initially mistaking him for a member of the Yi family. Sensing Chu Sheng's wariness, the man spoke. I am Zhou San, sent by Elder Mu. Elder Mu? Who is that? Chu Sheng instinctively glanced at the elder who had spoken on his behalf earlier. The elder nodded slightly, his gaze imbued with approval and concern, casting a reassuring look at Chu Sheng. Though uncertain why Elder Mu had chosen to intervene, Chu Sheng recognized that this moment was not the time for inquiries. Brother Zhou, there seem to be quite a few opponents. Are you up to the task? Chu Sheng smiled, his fighting spirit ignited. Rest assured, I can hold these foes at bay. But the pivotal battle remains between He Yao and Elder Yi. As long as He Yao is defeated, Chu Sheng will be doomed, and the He family will find itself in peril as well. Very well, I shall entrust this group of bodyguards from the Yi family to you. I must go and eliminate that old wretch. With that, Chu Sheng darted away. The burly man who had previously wielded the large knife attempted to intercept him, only to be kicked aside by Zhou San. I advise you to remain calm. Let us watch the spectacle quietly. Should you stir up trouble, I will not hesitate to kill you all. Humph, quite the boast. I am eager to see just how capable you truly are. The large knife was suddenly swung down towards Zhou San, yet it halted mere inches from his head, unable to advance any further. What? The man stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Zhou San had effortlessly caught the large knife with one hand. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as Zhou San crushed the knife. His right hand plunged into the man's chest, and in an instant, he grasped the giant's heart and ripped it out. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. For a moment, the 20 or so individuals preparing to act were left in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng had already rushed to the battlefield where He Yao and Yi Xintian were engaged in combat. I feel no pain, nor shall I perish. Even if I withstand another punch, as long as I can drive the sealing nail into his body, victory will ultimately be mine. With this conviction, Chu Sheng boldly charged forward. Uncle He, I am here to lend you a hand. Chu Sheng burst forth from behind He Yao. Don't go over there. He Yao shouted urgently, but it was already too late. Chu Sheng had already lunged forward, hurling his black knife as he approached Yi Xintian. Whoosh! The black knife sliced through the air, aimed directly at Yi Xintian's head. If that old fellow merely turns his head to evade, I can instantly close the distance, and even if I take a punch, I will drive the sealing nail in. Chu Sheng's gaze was fixed intently on Yi Zhentian's every movement. Clang. To his surprise, Yi Zhentian made no effort to turn away. Instead, he opened his mouth and caught the swiftly flying black knife with his teeth. Bang! He had bitten the knife in half with sheer force. How is this possible? Chu Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Though the black knife was not a divine weapon, it had been meticulously chosen for its sharpness, and yet it was severed by Yi Zhentian's teeth. Such power was beyond imagination. What unsettled him further was that Yi Zhentian had now assumed a fighting stance. If that punch lands, I fear I will surely perish. At this critical moment, Chu Sheng abandoned his plan to drive in the sealing nail and hurriedly dodged Yi Zhentian's lethal punch in midair. Boom! The punch struck Chu Sheng's left shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater, dust swirling around him. Uffed! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Within the secret realm, his left shoulder was reduced to a mist of blood, rendering him unconscious. You little brat, swiftly relay my son's whereabouts to me, or do not blame me for taking your life. One man leaped into the pit, pressing a knife against Chu Sheng's neck. And do not forget the whereabouts of my daughter. Observing the crowd's rising fury, Chu Sheng grinned and produced a phone from his person. A voice immediately emanated from it. Suin colluded with the Yi family, releasing bloodbats to harm the newcomers. Initially, the examiner had recorded this audio, referring to the newcomers as Chu Sheng without naming him directly, but now it could serve a purpose. What do you mean? The man with the knife at Chu Sheng's neck furrowed his brow. Chu Sheng slowly sat up, wiping the blood from his lips, and spoke. The Yi family instructed Examiner Su to release the bloodbats sealed within the secret realm, intending to annihilate all newcomers to accompany Yi Yang to the grave. They have not yet perished, but if we do not eliminate the Yi family members soon, they will surely meet their demise. If I die, your descendants will undoubtedly perish as well. For the sake of your offspring, I implore you to lend me your strength. Upon hearing this, the faces of the others turned pale. They were acutely aware that this little brat was spinning tales. Yet they also understood that he was leveraging the lives of their descendants as a threat. Chapter 63, Pursuit and Blockade. The crowd exchanged glances, weighing the pros and cons in their minds. Are you threatening us, you little brat? The man pressing the knife against Chu Sheng's neck exerted slight pressure, causing the blade to lightly graze Chu Sheng's skin. Chu Sheng maintained a smile at the corner of his mouth. I have made it clear. I do indeed know where the Yi family has taken them. If I perish, they will also meet their end. By the way, what is your son's name? Chu Sheng inquired, looking at the man before him. My son's name is Zhang. The man was about to reveal it, but quickly realized the implication. If I disclose my son's name, what would prevent this brat from seeking revenge on him? No, I cannot say. After a brief pause, the man withdrew the knife and spoke. We can ensure your safe return to Cliff City if you share the whereabouts of your descendants with us. That will not do. The old man from the Yi family is nearly mad with rage. Even if I return to Cliff City, he will surely pursue me. Chu Sheng shook his head. What he desired was Yi Zhentian's death. The others were tempted to curse. Hadn't this situation been forced upon them by this brat? Clearly, they could have captured Yi Yang alive. Yet this fool insisted on killing him. Just moments ago, he had slain their only son before their eyes. Now, with both son and grandson dead at his hands, who else would they pursue but him? What do you intend to do to make us divulge the whereabouts of our descendants? If it is merely to kill Yi Zhentian, you need not say. We can capture you and torment you daily until you relent. After all, if I die, your descendants will perish. Whatever torment I endure, they shall suffer in kind. Come, torment me. Chu Sheng wore an expression of defiance. The crowd was infuriated by his brazen demeanor, yet they felt powerless. Then tell us, what would it take for you to cooperate? At last, someone could no longer contain themselves and asked. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Chu Sheng's eyes as he slowly replied. It is quite simple. I need you to assist me in eliminating Yi Zhentian. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of hesitation. Killing Yi Zhentian was no trivial matter. If they could band together today to slay him, that would be ideal. However, should he escape, they would surely face his wrath. Very well, I agree. One individual gritted his teeth and declared, upon the successful completion of this task, you must inform me of my son's whereabouts. With the first person agreeing, others followed suit. A hint of satisfaction crossed Chu Sheng's eyes. Rest assured, once Yi Zhentian is dead, I will reveal the whereabouts of your descendants. The battle between He Yao and Yi Zhentian was nearing its conclusion. Even with the merging of his ghostly shadow with himself, He Yao was still being thoroughly suppressed by Yi Zhentian. It appeared that years of neglecting combat had caused a decline in his strength. He Yao lamented inwardly. He bore numerous wounds, his garments stained with blood. Yet his gaze remained resolute. Yi Zhentian was also drenched in blood, looking utterly deranged. After fending off He Yao, he quickly turned his attention to Chu Sheng. He vanished in a flash and reappeared before Chu Sheng, poised to deliver a crushing blow to his head. At that moment, the others sprang into action to intervene. Old Yi, you have succumbed to madness. If this continues, countless innocent lives will be at risk. One man bellowed, hands crackling with electricity, attempting to force Yi Zhentian back. Yi Zhentian's eyes widened in fury as he roared. You lot, aiding and abetting this brat, are complicit in his misdeeds. Today, I shall eradicate you all. With that, Yi Jintian's onslaught intensified. Fortunately, the others were not weak either. Together, they momentarily staved off Yi Jintian's advances to prevent him from reaching Chu Sheng. These cunning old foxes. All they do is encircle without striking. Chu Sheng mused to himself, were it not for the multitude of eyes present, making it inadvisable to summon the demonic entities. I would not be in such distress. They exerted their utmost effort. Yi Jintian would undoubtedly be defeated by them. However, they were also concerned that other forces might be lurking behind Yi Jintian, so regardless of the circumstances, they were reluctant to personally eliminate him. Boom. Just as Chu Sheng was deep in thought about delivering the final blow to Yi Jintian, a deafening explosion erupted from the entrance of the secret realm. The martial examination secret realm was utterly shattered. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward from the entrance, enveloping everything in a cloud of dust that obscured the sky and sun. When the dust finally settled, Yi Jintian's figure had completely vanished from the encirclement. He had escaped, taking advantage of the momentary distraction of the crowd to flee this place. Damn it, now I cannot kill that old bastard, and in the future, he will surely seek revenge against me. Chu Sheng cursed inwardly. Currently, there were others assisting him in dealing with Yi Jintian, but in the future, it would be solely him. With his current strength, he would be utterly incapable of confronting Yi Jintian then. Once the matter with the Yi family was resolved, all eyes would inevitably turn to me. I must leave quickly. Chu Sheng glanced at He Yao and her father. He Yao immediately understood his intent and gave a slight nod, acknowledging the silent exchange. By the time the others regained their senses, Chu Sheng's figure had already vanished without a trace. Where did that little brat run off to? He hasn't informed us about the whereabouts of the juniors. What do we do now? Yi Jintian has fled, and so has Chu Sheng. Have we labored in vain? Someone exclaimed, frustration etched on their face. What else can we do? First, we must find Yi Jintian. He certainly won't let this slide, and may even target us. As for that Chu Sheng, we will settle accounts with him after dealing with Yi Jintian. Another replied through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng, utilizing his shadow shifting technique, had already appeared several hundred meters away, standing atop a rooftop plaza. There is still quite a distance to travel from Linfeng City back to Yi City. At this moment, Chu Sheng was entirely focused on the map on his phone, completely oblivious to the presence of another person behind him. Going back. I told you, you cannot escape. A familiar voice resonated from behind him. Chu Sheng's body went rigid, and he slowly turned his head to find Yi Jintian's menacing face, filled with murderous intent, before him. Although Yi Jintian's aura was chaotic, he still emanated a chilling pressure, clearly having sustained significant injuries during the previous battle. Yet at this moment, his desire to kill Chu Sheng had driven him into a frenzied state. How did you find me? Chu Sheng wondered, puzzled. His shadow shifting technique involved placing a small drone in a location beforehand, then swapping positions with it. Generally, aside from himself, no one would know where he had placed the drone. How did Yi Jintian know he would appear here? Regardless, since you are about to die, I may as well tell you, my ability is rather unique. Anyone I strike will reveal their location to me for a short period. So that's how it is. Boom. Before Chu Sheng could finish his words, Yi Jintian's fist came crashing down, sending Chu Sheng hurtling from the rooftop into the building below. Like a cannonball, he broke through multiple walls, raising a cloud of dust. Chapter 64. Decapitating Yi Jintian. Sudden chaos ensued as everyone inside the building began to flee. Cries for help and screams echoing throughout. The scene descended into pandemonium. Chu Sheng struggled to rise from the rubble, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Yet his gaze grew even colder. Fortunately, Haitian had awakened from his stupor, though given the situation, he likely fainted again. Yi Jintian leaped down from the rooftop through the gaping hole, landing firmly before Chu Sheng, his murderous aura palpable. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. This time, I want to see who comes to save you. Before his fist could descend, a red-skinned spider suddenly leaped onto his neck. Before he could react, the spider detonated with a loud bang. The red-skinned spider transformed into a mist of blood, yet Yi Jintian remained unscathed, watching Chu Sheng with an expression of surprise. Immediately, a swarm of densely packed red-skinned spiders surged forth from the shadows, surrounding Yi Jintian completely. Boom. At Chu Sheng's command, all the surrounding red-skinned spiders began to explode consecutively. Flames and thick smoke engulfed Yi Jintian entirely, the force of the explosions causing the entire building to tremble violently. Chu Sheng had already utilized his shadow shifting technique to escape the blast zone. Such a degree of explosion was manageable for lower-tier practitioners, but against Yi Jintian, it served merely as a smokescreen. It was as if he could emerge from the inferno at any moment, ready to deliver a fatal blow to him. How could Principal Lin be here? Nearby observers noted that the principal of the 7th high school was also in this building, rushing toward the explosion. Chu Sheng immediately activated his shadow shifting technique to appear beside Principal Lin. Chu Sheng, what are you doing here? Principal Lin asked, surprised, as Chu Sheng was not expected to be outside the martial examination secret realm at this time. Something major has happened in the martial examination secret realm. Don't you know, Principal Lin? The collapse of the martial examination secret realm occurred merely 3 hours ago, and unless one had been vigilantly monitoring the information, it would be impossible to discover it immediately. As for the other principals of Yi City, they had all returned after the opening ceremony, having stayed for 3 days. Principal Lin had originally intended to visit this department store to purchase some items before heading back to Yi City. Unexpectedly, a tremendous explosion occurred, and he was on his way to investigate when he encountered Chu Sheng. Be careful. Principal Lin's dark eyes suddenly transformed to a vibrant red. Yi Jintian unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Chu Sheng's head, striking the wall beside him instead. Did I miss? Yi Jintian questioned, perplexed. He had clearly aimed for Chu Sheng's head. How had he failed at such a critical moment? Was it you meddling? Yi Jintian glared at Principal Lin, whose eyes now glowed crimson. Chu Sheng explained, Principal Lin, I killed Yi Yang in the martial examination secret realm, and this old man is Yi Yang's grandfather. He has been pursuing me relentlessly. I understand. Just a moment. Let me see if I can trap him in an illusion. The incident regarding Chu Sheng killing Yi Yang had stirred considerable commotion, and Principal Lin was certainly aware of it. A strange red light began to emanate from Principal Lin's body. Chu Sheng looked around, finding no discernible changes. Your Majesty, why are you here? Yi Jintian exclaimed, startled, his face momentarily reflecting a rare expression of trepidation. He then knelt on one knee in a gesture of respect. Your Majesty? Chu Sheng was taken aback. Following Yi Jintian's gaze to find only empty air, there was not a soul in sight. No, this is an illusion. In mere seconds, Yi Jintian regained his composure, roaring in fury as his entire aura erupted. He launched a powerful punch. Poof! Principal Lin coughed up blood, staggering back several steps. His illusion was shattered, and he suffered backlash. Chu Sheng, this fellow is not to be trifled with. You must flee. I will hold him off. He had initially intended for the person Yi Jintian encountered in the illusion to be the one he feared most, hoping they would take action. Unexpectedly, Yi Jintian had discovered it and shattered the dream. Flee. He cannot escape now. No matter where he runs, I will find him. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Sheng tossed out a red-skinned spider, which exploded before him, taking advantage of the blood mist that obscured Yi Jintian's vision. Chu Sheng swiftly led Principal Lin away from the location. Yi Jintian had long been renowned, and his strength was formidable. They would not easily escape. Principal Lin pondered how he could buy time for Chu Sheng. Principal Lin, actually, I sought you out to ask for your assistance. As for the outcome, I cannot guarantee anything. Do tell. Once more, he was drawn into a realm of illusion, but this time not to confront him, rather to allow him to encounter someone he longed to see. As for the matter of ending his life, leave that to me. I comprehend. Boom. Just as the two finished their conversation, Yi Jintian appeared before them. A strange red light flickered once again. Younger, Yi Jintian gazed at Chu Sheng with tear-filled eyes. Grandfather knew you would be safe. Grandfather knew they were all lying. Trembling, Yi Jintian approached Chu Sheng, as though in that moment, Chu Sheng embodied his long-lost Yang. A chill ran through Chu Sheng's heart. He realized that Lin Xiao's illusion had once again taken effect. However, he had not anticipated that Lin Xiao would make Yi Jintian see him as Yang. Chu Sheng stood still, his right hand gripping the ceiling nail tightly. His palm slick with sweat. Cold sweat soaked his back, yet he maintained a facade of calm. This was a singular opportunity. Should Yi Jintian notice anything amiss, all would be in vain. Younger, see, the king has already agreed to hand over this key to you. At that time, you will be able to enter the secret realm whenever you wish. Yi Jintian produced a peculiar key from his bosom and placed it in Chu Sheng's hand. He slowly extended his hand, yearning to touch the face of the Yang he saw in Chu Sheng's eyes. In that instant, while Yi Jintian was lost in the illusion and let down his guard, Chu Sheng's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden surge of force, he thrust the sealing nail towards Yi Jintian's throat. In an instant, blood gushed from Yi Jintian's throat. Black symbols began to manifest on his body. Soon, Yi Jintian could no longer move. His eyes glistened with tears, still maintaining the gesture of wanting to touch Chu Sheng. Even with his throat pierced, he remained unwilling to awaken. Chu Sheng's eyes reflected no mercy. A dagger materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, he severed Yi Jintian's head. There was no trace of compassion. I indeed did not misjudge him. Lin Xiao watched this scene, inwardly astonished. Lin Xiao, let us depart. After all, we are still in Linfeng City. It is best to leave sooner rather than later. Chu Sheng bent down to retrieve the sealing nail. All right, Lin Xiao. Suppressing the discomfort from the backlash of the illusion, nodded. Shortly after their departure, a woman appeared beside Yi Jintian's corpse. She rummaged through the body for a while, and upon confirming that the item was absent, she calmly took out her phone and made a call. When the call connected, her voice was cold, laced with a hint of menace. Yi Jintian is dead. The key is not on him. It must have been taken by that boy named Chu Sheng. After a brief pause on the other end, a voice replied, no matter, Cheng Jia and the others will finish their martial examination in a few days. Let them enter the secret realm then. As for Yi Jintian, he still holds some value for the Yi family. Let him awaken first. If I recall correctly, that boy's level should be below 30. He perfectly meets the requirements for that secret realm. What if he gets there first? With only him, he could never handle the monsters within that secret realm. Moreover, I will also send people inside in the coming days. For now, you should leverage Yi Jintian to take over the Yi family's assets in Linfeng City. Understood. After hanging up, the woman plucked a few strands of hair, which seemed to possess a life of their own, writhing in her hand. With a gentle flick, they began weaving and stitching around Yi Jintian's head and neck. Before long, Yi Jintian slowly stood up again, though his expression appeared somewhat vacant. Chapter 65, Acquiring a Stone Boy Cub. After parting ways with Lin Xiao, Chu Sheng silently entered his secret realm. He had learned from Lin Xiao that in this world, secret realms could either be randomly generated or accessed with special keys. Generally, those that required keys often came with specific restrictions, be it class limitations, number constraints, or level requirements. Unlike the initial secret realms and martial examination realms, this was a genuine secret realm. It was not only teeming with monsters, but also brimming with opportunities. If luck favored him, he might discover a mineral-rich secret realm, leading to great fortune. Compared to the corpses of monsters, rare ores held far greater value. The key restricted entry to those below level 30. If I were to enter the trial tower and surpass that level, it would be better to explore this secret realm first. Gripping the key tightly, mysterious light coursed through it. As the luminescence faded, Chu Sheng's figure melded into the secret realm. Was this a cave? Chu Sheng found himself within a vast cavern. The air inside stiflingly hot. The cave walls were adorned with unknown crystalline stones emitting a faint red glow. The deeper he ventured, the higher the temperature rose. Crack! A fragment of stone detached from the wall. Just as Chu Sheng assumed it was a mere rock crumbling away, the stone unexpectedly lunged at him. Could this little creature also be a monster? Observing the tiny stone being, no larger than an infant, Chu Sheng swung his blade. The small stone creature struck the blade with its fist. Clang! The collision produced a sharp metallic sound. The creature's arm was severed, yet at that moment, a minuscule chip appeared on Chu Sheng's blade. Surprised, he realized that the hardness of this little stone being far exceeded his expectations. The stone creature seemed oblivious to pain. After losing an arm, it kicked its legs and attempted to ram its head into Chu Sheng. Fueled by determination, Chu Sheng aimed his long knife at its diminutive neck and swung fiercely. The piercing sound of friction echoed throughout the cave. The blade decapitated it, though at the same time, it left the long knife's edge pockmarked and battered. You have slain a level 10 stone boy, gaining 200 experience. This creature, merely level 10, possessed such formidable defense. Rustle. After defeating the small stone being, more and more stones began to fall from the cave walls. However, they did not assault Chu Sheng. Instead, they hurried deeper into the cavern, seemingly drawn by something. Chu Sheng furrowed his brow, a surge of intense curiosity and caution rising within him. He gripped his nearly ruined long knife tightly and cautiously followed the direction of the rushing stones. The further he went, the more minerals he encountered, obsidian for weapon crafting and blue tuff stones for armor production, among others. While these ores weren't particularly rare, if fully mined, they would serve as excellent materials for crafting weapons and armor for the ancestral killing bees. With this thought, Chu Sheng summoned the ancestral killing bees within the secret realm. Under his command, they began mining the ores while he pursued the small stone being deeper into the cave. Along the way, he encountered several forks, but he paid them no mind. His current objective was to locate a stone boy cub. Based on recent observations, he realized that the blackened being was far too weak to serve as a damaged sponge. If he could successfully raise a stone boy cub, with its extraordinary defense combined with the healing properties of lake water, Chu Sheng was confident he could withstand at least 5 of Yi Jintian's punches before succumbing. Soon, he arrived at the destination of his journey. However, there was no path ahead, only a massive stone blocking the way. Oddly, despite having followed the small stone being, why was there no route? After feeling around, Chu Sheng confirmed the passage was impassable and decided to turn back. Suddenly, a colossal stone pillar rose, sealing off his retreat. Simultaneously, the large stone began to crack ominously. To Chu Sheng's astonishment, it transformed into a gigantic stone being. It swayed its head and yanked a mineral from the wall, consuming it. Crunch, crunch. The sound of the stone being chewing on the ore echoed throughout the cave. Chu Sheng's pupils constricted. This colossal stone being was feeding on the minerals. With a deft twist of his hand, Chu Sheng swiftly gripped a new blade in his palm. Seizing the opportunity while it was unaware, he resolved to eliminate it first. Utilizing his spatial shifting abilities, he transported himself to the neck of the stone giant. It was over. Channeling all his might into the long knife, he struck fiercely at the stone creature's throat. The blade collided with the giantess' formidable form, producing a dazzling shower of sparks. Bang! The long knife shattered into 2 pieces. Without glancing back, the stone giant merely scratched its neck as if disturbed by a mere mosquito bite. It remained crouched, facing the cave wall, continuing to consume the ore. Gazing at the broken knife in his hand, Chu Sheng fell into deep contemplation. However, he quickly devised a new strategy. If he could not slay it, he would seal it away instead. The sealing spike reappeared in his grasp. Leaping into action, Chu Sheng forcefully drove it into the creature's back. Clang! Sparks erupted. But the ceiling spike failed to penetrate its surface even slightly. Instead, the excessive force had numbed his own hand. Never mind, it hadn't attacked me. So why should I pursue a complete annihilation? Besides, it had cleared the path. I might as well venture inside and investigate. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Chu Sheng retracted the ceiling spike. Cautiously, he maneuvered silently around its back. Just as he stepped past, it was as if he had activated a switch on the stone giant. Boom. A colossal stone arm descended abruptly, blocking Chu Sheng's path. Fortunately, his speed was sufficient to evade the crushing blow, sparing him from a grim fate. Unable to kill it, he would have to confine it. Hastily, Chu Sheng retrieved a small pouch of vine seeds from his pocket and scattered a portion of them. As his skill activated, the seeds sprouted instantaneously, bursting forth from the earth. Soon, a dense tangle of vines filled the entire passage. This skill had been an additional ability granted upon his ascension to level 25 as a druid. Coupled with his plant control, he could manipulate the vines to ensnare the massive stone giant thoroughly. Unfortunately, these vines proved too flimsy. As the stone giant thrashed violently, they snapped with a series of loud cracks. Alarmed at the sight, Chu Sheng's heart tightened as he prepared to plant the remaining seeds when a spark of inspiration struck him. Let us give it a try. He clenched the last remaining seeds in his hand and commanded the bees to approach the roaring stone giant. With his spatial shifting ability activated once more, Chu Sheng appeared directly before it. Without hesitation, he tossed the remaining seeds into its gaping maw. As the seeds entered its belly, they began to sprout and grow at an astonishing rate. Sensing the disturbance within, the stone giant emitted furious roars and flailed its arms in a desperate struggle. Yet, it was ultimately in vain. The vines erupted from its mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, bursting forth through every orifice. Finally, they broke through its tough exterior. Success! A glimmer of surprise flashed in Chu Sheng's eyes. He had not expected this tactic to actually work. Soon, the stone giant became utterly still. Crack! Its massive surface began to fracture, crumbling into dust. Clatter! Amidst the pile of dust, Chu Sheng discovered a small stone creature. It was no larger than a fist, its mouth opening and closing incessantly. Chu Sheng crouched down, placing a piece of ore into its mouth. Crunch! Crunch! The ore was rapidly ground into powder and swallowed. A level 1 juvenile, perfect for my nurturing. A smile crept onto Chu Sheng's face as he extracted it from the dust. Meanwhile, at another fork in the path, a group of individuals approached the stone giant's location. What madness has the stone giant succumbed to now? Could it be that someone has truly invaded? We were ordered to guard this secret realm until the new elites complete their martial examination and come to explore. If someone gets a head start, we might be in dire trouble. What is there to fear? To access the innermost sanctum, we must also eliminate the monsters along the other forks, and besides, you all know how strong that stone giant is. Below level 30, no top-tier team can hope to kill it. Chapter 66, The Tomb of the Demon King. Chu Sheng advanced onward. Along the way, he encountered an increasing number of ores, but no other monsters. It was getting hotter. He wondered what lay at the core of this place. After traversing a distance, Chu Sheng finally reached his destination. Before him stood an air gate shimmering with ripples, and he approached it slowly. As his hand made contact with the ethereal barrier, an unseen force resisted his touch, preventing him from penetrating further. No matter how much force he exerted, the intangible door remained unmoved. Could there be restrictions on entering? Furrowing his brow, Chu Sheng surveyed his surroundings, seeking clues from the environment. Regrettably, apart from the air gate before him, nothing else seemed amiss. Perhaps the earlier forks were the true entrances. Resolute in his thoughts, Chu Sheng turned back. The 4 sentinels dispatched to guard the secret realm finally arrived at the location where the stone giant had been. Who could have done this? One of them stared incredulously at the scene before him. The stone giant had vanished, leaving only a pile of dust in the corner, surrounded by vines. What now? The stone giant has been killed, and the assailants must number at least 6. The 4 of us stand no chance against them. Lao Guan, you go out and report the situation to the others. We need reinforcements. All right. Just as one of them prepared to leave, Chu Sheng slowly emerged from within. The 4 of them, upon seeing him, assumed a defensive stance, weapons drawn and aimed at Chu Sheng, their expressions rife with wariness and hostility. Be careful. This person might just be bait. He must have allies hiding behind him, so don't act hastily. One of them whispered to the others. Chu Sheng approached calmly, his demeanor serene as he addressed the 4. I'm one of you? The 4 were taken aback. They had only been instructed to guard the secret realm, and there was no mention of a 5th person. Sensing their skepticism, Chu Sheng continued. What? Were you only sent here to guard? He had already discerned their presence through the bees and gathered from their fragmented conversation that they were merely tasked with overseeing the secret realm. Who are you? One of them inquired. I am Yi Yang from the Yi family in Linfeng City, Linlang Province. Chu Sheng replied with composure, appearing utterly sincere. You're the newcomer with the SSS level Hellfire, Yi Yang? Chu Sheng glanced at the speaker. Have you heard my story? There are rumors that your entire Yi family has joined the organization. I didn't think it was true. But wait, the newcomers are all participating in the martial examination. Why are you here? Another person regarded Chu Sheng with caution. It's him for sure. I saw the news when we entered. The martial examination realm in Linlang province collapsed, and all newcomers were withdrawn. Before Chu Sheng could respond, another added an explanation. Chu Sheng secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, maintaining his facade of composure. Dealing with these four would be easy, but to extract the information he sought, he needed to keep the act going. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as the four let their guard down, a swarm of ancestral killer bees surged in from the front. They charged at incredible speed, each armed and ready for combat. How could there be such monsters? The four were momentarily caught off guard. One of them, standing closer, quickly became the target of the ancestral killer bees. Watch out. Chu Sheng flickered into action, swiftly intercepting the oncoming ancestral killer bee with his blade. He then positioned himself in front of the four, blocking the assault of the ancestral killer bees. This speed and power truly befit a newcomer with SSS-level hellfire. With such prowess, it's no wonder he could single-handedly slay the stone giant. If it weren't for being from the same organization, he could easily kill us. The four of them watched as Chu Sheng deftly dealt with more than a dozen magical creatures, feeling a profound sense of admiration. Soon, he managed to drive back the ancestral killer bees. Are you all alright? Chu Sheng turned to the four. We're perfectly fine, but what about you, Brother Yi? Are you injured? Alright then, if there's nothing wrong, I will take my leave. Be careful. Although I have repelled these magical creatures, there's no guarantee they won't return. Chu Sheng feigned a move to depart, but one person quickly interjected. Brother Yi, since the martial examination in Linlang province has already concluded, why not stay here and level up? They certainly did not wish to face the ancestral killer bees alone. Chu Sheng felt a surge of delight. This was exactly the invitation he had been waiting for. I would like to play here, but the creatures are of too low a level, and the experience gained from defeating them is insufficient. He paused, then pretended to recall something. By the way, after I defeated that stone man earlier, I attempted to delve deeper but was halted by an air gate. What is the reason for that? That is a restriction gate within this secret realm. It will only open once the 9 leading magical creatures in this cave are defeated, including the stone man you dispatched not long ago. There are only 4 leading magical creatures left here. Chu Sheng then understood why he could not proceed earlier. It turned out he still needed to eliminate other magical creatures. Most likely, the remaining 4 leading magical creatures were situated at the several branching paths ahead. They were all below level 30, and there was the restriction gate. What could be concealed within? Chu Sheng feigned enlightenment, realizing the intention behind the organization providing the Yi family with the key. They wanted him to defeat these leading magical creatures before reaching level 30 to gain entry. Exactly so, one of them confirmed. Ideally, a team of newcomers should have entered. But due to unforeseen circumstances in the martial examination of Linlang province, Yi Yang was the first to arrive. Do you know what lies within? Chu Sheng inquired tentatively. His gaze fixed intently on the 4, trying to glean any hints from their expressions. The 4 exchanged glances, revealing a trace of hesitation. One of them scratched his head and said, Brother Yi, you'll find out sooner or later. I heard that the core area is the burial site of a demon king. The burial site of a demon king? Just this? Chu Sheng surveyed the surrounding rudimentary scenery, unable to believe it. Which demon king was buried in this desolate place? I'm not entirely sure, but whatever is inside should be related to the demon king. Otherwise, we wouldn't have spent so much time forging so many keys. Chu Sheng contemplated privately. Regardless of the circumstances, a method to enter had been established. To be safe, it was best to eliminate the other 4 leading magical creatures as soon as possible. Gaining entry was the priority. If it truly was the burial site of a demon king, unearthing it could yield valuable treasures. With this thought, a smile crept onto Chu Sheng's lips. After all, he would have to confront those 4 leading magical creatures eventually. Lead the way. I shall go and eliminate them now. The 4 exchanged glances, evidently surprised by Chu Sheng's decisiveness to take immediate action. Brother Yi, are you not waiting for the others? No more waiting. If I clear the path ahead, the rewards from above will surely benefit you as well. Chu Sheng declared grandly with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing this, the 4 exchanged glances, a flicker of eagerness in their eyes. Whatever benefits or drawbacks, we are all serving the organization. Resolving its troubles is our duty. Brother Yi, please. One of them stepped forward, gesturing for him to follow, while the other 3 promptly accompanied, guiding Chu Sheng ahead. Chapter 67, Breaking Through the Restriction Gate. Under the guidance of the 4, Chu Sheng selected a passageway adorned with peculiar flowers. These blossoms, strikingly vibrant to the point of being otherworldly, shimmered with a faint luminescence, exuding an eerie aura in the dim corridor. Could these be demonic plants? Chu Sheng mused, a twinge of wariness rising within him. The leading individual glanced back at him, explaining, they could be considered as such. Their roots extend from the demonic plants up ahead, but they lack any offensive capabilities. Unlike magical creatures, demonic plants typically have limited mobility and singular attack patterns, making them quite easy to eliminate. The fact that the demonic plant inside remains unharmed indicates it is no ordinary specimen. Chu Sheng kept close to the 4, his gaze frequently scanning the environment. The walls of the cave gradually darkened to a deep crimson, and he noticed a strange accumulation of water beneath his feet. The stagnant water emitted a faint, putrid odor. Murky and foul. Chu Sheng maneuvered a small bee to land in it. Upon contact, the bee began to struggle and quickly transformed into a pool of blood. Chu Sheng stared in astonishment at the scene. The water here possessed significant corrosive properties, but as long as one was cautious and avoided stepping in it, they would be fine. One of the group commented upon witnessing this. With that in mind, let's proceed. As the five ventured deeper, they soon arrived at their destination. The demonic plant resembled a sunflower, though devoid of any leaves, featuring a robust stalk covered in sharp thorns that plunged straight into the ground. At its apex was an enormous flower head resembling a grotesque head, riddled with tiny holes. Its roots radiated outward, centering around it. You cannot handle this demonic plant? Chu Sheng inquired, puzzled. Logically, with fire or sharp blades, it should be simple to defeat, shouldn't it? Brother Yi, do not underestimate this demonic plant. While it may appear fragile, it is exceedingly difficult to kill. If you sever or destroy it, 2 more of these demonic plants will immediately sprout from the surrounding roots. Should you neglect to deal with it, before long, you will find yourself facing only one again. To eliminate it, you must eradicate all the roots surrounding it. During this process, you must also be wary of the highly corrosive sap that may erupt from the roots and the poisonous needles that the flower emits from its tiny openings. Ordinary flames cannot incinerate it. However, I am certain Brother Ye's flames will utterly consume it. This was precisely why they had brought Chu Sheng here. With Yi Yang's SSS level hellfire, eliminating this demonic plant would be a mere trifle. Brother Yi, let us witness the power of your profession. The 4 gazed at Chu Sheng with eager anticipation, eager to witness the terror of SSS level hellfire firsthand. Yet, Chu Sheng possessed no such skill. Patience. Who starts a game by throwing down a bomb? Let me first play around a bit. If I truly cannot handle it, I will then use hellfire to incinerate it. With that, Chu Sheng leapt towards the demonic plant. Just as his long blade was about to cleave the plant in 2, the tiny holes in the flower had suddenly unleashed a volley of dark green poisonous needles, shooting towards Chu Sheng like a rain of arrows. Chu Sheng reacted swiftly, pushing off the ground and retreating, while simultaneously wielding his long blade to deflect most of the poisonous needles. However, a few still struck his sleeve, instantly corroding small holes and emitting wisps of green smoke. What formidable poisonous needles! Thankfully, this demonic plant did not attack the bees that ventured close, allowing Chu Sheng to utilize a shadowy maneuver to appear behind it and sever it with a single stroke. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the demonic plant was cut, 2 new demonic plants sprouted from the roots on either side, immediately unleashing poisonous needles at him. Evading the needles, Chu Sheng swiftly dispatched these 2 new threats. In an instant, 4 more demonic plants emerged. It appeared the earlier claims were not unfounded. The more he killed, the more appeared. The most effective strategy was to use special flames to incinerate them all at once. Suddenly, a rumble echoed around him. Before Chu Sheng could regain his composure, the surrounding walls began to close in, and the roots coiling upon them slithered towards him like enormous serpents. What is happening? Why are the walls moving? At this moment, not only Chu Sheng, but even the 4 individuals outside the battlefield were utterly perplexed. The roots of the monstrous plant surged toward them with ferocity. Retreat further. The 4 of them turned and dashed toward the exit. Behind them, sensing the dire situation, Chu Sheng swiftly employed his spatial shifting technique to escape. Once he successfully extricated himself, he stood outside, finally able to observe the full form of the monstrous plant. It resembled a colossal maggot. Its gaping maw connected to the cave wall. The passage they had entered was merely a winding cavity within its body. Those bizarre flowers were, in fact, manifestations of a special substance secreted by it, designed to confuse and lure in prey. As for the corrosive puddles, they were nothing more than its saliva. Realizing that its prey had taken the bait, it clamped its enormous jaws shut. The 4 fleeing individuals, moving too slowly, were likely to become its next meal. I have already discerned the positions of the other 3 leading monsters. The usefulness of those 4 has diminished significantly. If they perish, so be it. A ripple appeared in the air behind Chu Sheng, and a colossal dragon materialized slowly. The dragon tilted its head, regarding Chu Sheng with a look of confusion, as if questioning why he had summoned it. Black Feather, incinerate it with your dragon breath. Chu Sheng commanded, his gaze icy, responding to the order. The dragon raised its head and focused on the writhing monstrous plant ahead, gradually opening its massive mouth. Roar! A searing jet of black flame erupted from Black Feather's maw, directed toward the closed maw of the creature. Wherever the dragon's breath passed, the air warped and twisted, emitting a sizzling sound. The enormous plant seemed to sense an unprecedented threat, thrashing violently in an attempt to evade this horrific assault. Alas, surrounded by walls, it had no means of escape. Unsurprisingly, the black flames pierced through it from head to tail. Under the scorching breath of the dragon, the monstrous plant emitted a series of anguished cries. Ultimately, after a violent convulsion, it collapsed, reduced to a heap of charred remains. Swift and decisive, Chu Sheng's figure vanished from his location, reappearing before another leading monster. With the addition of Black Feather, the battle became remarkably straightforward. There was no need for Chu Sheng to intervene. Black Feather unleashed another dragon breath toward the passage, and the monster had no way to evade. There was no creature that could withstand a single breath of the dragon. If any did, they would simply receive another. Soon, the remaining 3 leading monsters fell to its might. Just as the 4 had previously stated, upon slaying the 9 leading monsters within the secret realm, the gate of restriction would be completely unsealed. The tomb of the Demon King. Who knows if it truly exists? A smile played upon Chu Sheng's lips as he gazed into the roiling magma, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 68, The Eerie Curse. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the realm of magma, a scorching wave hitting him immediately. The magma surged around him, occasionally splashing high into the air, each drop accompanied by a hissing sound. Beneath the magma lay 9 black stones, their surfaces almost level with the molten flow, arranged haphazardly toward the center. At the very center was a raised platform, upon which rested a pitch-black coffin. Leaning against one side of the coffin was a skeleton, facing the sea of fire, its hand gripping a fishing rod resembling a jade bamboo, fishing for the creatures of the inferno. Is the fisherman determined to throw out a line even in death? Chu Sheng jested at the absurdity before directing his bees to fly toward the central area. However, as the bees hovered above the magma, they were suddenly immobilized by an unseen force, their wings unable to move, causing them to plummet directly into the molten depths. After several failed attempts, Chu Sheng finally confirmed that the only way to pass through was to step carefully on the black stones dotting the magma. Without a moment's hesitation, he took his first step, firmly planting his foot on a black stone. After all, it wasn't himself who would feel the burn. Black Feather was already enjoying a bath. The second step followed, the black stone swaying slightly, but he remained unscathed. There were 9 stones in total, requiring merely 9 steps to reach the other side. This was hardly a daunting task. Upon his third step, however, a thin white thread suddenly coiled around his ankle. What? Before Chu Sheng could gather his wits, he found himself suspended above the magma. One end of the thread was tied to his right ankle, while the other was affixed to the fishing rod. With a surge of strength, he arched his body backward, bringing his long knife down forcefully to sever the thread. Clang, clang, clang. The moment the blade met the thread, sparks flew, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound. The blade of his knife was dented, yet the thread remained intact, even sending a slight recoil back up the blade that left Chu Sheng's hands tingling. To make matters worse, being bound rendered him incapable of using his spatial shifting technique. What on earth is this cursed thing? Chu Sheng's heart swelled with anger and confusion, and he struck at the thread with increasing ferocity. Bang! Only when his knife shattered, half of it plunging into the fiery abyss, did he cease his frantic efforts. Gurgle! Gurgle! The once calm magma beneath him began to churn violently, as if something was about to emerge from its depths. Hold on. Could it be that I'm being used as bait for fishing? Splash! Just as Chu Sheng voiced his thoughts, a colossal fish engulfed in flames erupted from the magma, its gaping maw rushing toward him. The fire dragon fish. It was said to inhabit realms dominated by magma, thriving on the searing energy of molten rock. A delicacy indeed. However, the one destined to become the meal was not it, but rather Chu Sheng himself. In an instant, it swallowed him whole, and he felt a flash of fire before being consumed entirely, surrounded by a viscous and scorching liquid. Before he could react, the thread around his ankle yanked violently, pulling him up along with the fire dragon fish. Stumbling, Chu Sheng tumbled from the fish's maw onto the platform, just as the thread released its grip, returning him to the third black stone. The fire dragon fish thrashed and writhed upon the platform. With a powerful whip of its tail, it decapitated the skeleton that had been propped against the coffin. What? Chu Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief. The skull rolled to the ground with a crisp sound, yet strangely, the decapitated skeleton continued to hold the fishing rod firmly, showing no signs of loosening its grip. Crack! 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 The fire dragon fish continued to lash out, reducing the skeleton to a shattered heap of bones scattered across the ground. Chu Sheng seized the falling fishing rod, looking at the pile of bones with incredulity. Is this it? I expected a formidable creature, yet it crumbled so easily. As soon as he finished his thought, Chu Sheng's body suddenly sat down heavily, leaning against the black coffin, the fishing rod still clutched in his hand. No matter how hard he tried to rise, he found himself utterly unable to do so. Alarmed, he realized the fishing rod seemed to possess some binding power, holding him firmly in place. Just like before, he was immobilized, unable to use his spatial shifting to escape. He attempted to release the fishing rod, but it felt as if it had fused with his grip. No amount of force could dislodge it. Now I understand. The eerie aspect lies within this fishing rod. This skeleton must be similarly bound here, just like me. I need someone to take hold of this rod for me. With a thought, a returning ancestral killer bee appeared from the cave entrance on the opposite side. Following Chu Sheng's command, it made its way across the black stones. However, upon reaching the third stone, it did not step on it, but rather leaped directly to the fourth stone. Although slightly singed, it successfully reached the platform. It approached the seated Chu Sheng, and in a swift motion, grasped the fishing rod from his hands. At the same moment, Chu Sheng felt an abrupt release from the binding force that had restrained him, allowing his body to regain its freedom in an instant. Overjoyed, he hastily relaxed his grip and rose to his feet. Meanwhile, the ancestral killer bee settled down, leaning against the black coffin, and began to fish. No matter how ardently Chu Sheng commanded it, it remained utterly motionless. What a remarkable creature. It is a pity that it cannot be taken with me. Chu Sheng gazed wistfully at the fishing rod, then shifted his attention to the black coffin. Previously, from the opposite bank, he had not been able to discern the full extent of this sarcophagus. Now, he noticed that the coffin lid was inscribed with several blood-red characters. Whoever opens this coffin shall suffer the curse. A curse? I fear nothing of the sort. His peculiar fruit could cure negative effects, including curses. Just as Chu Sheng was about to reach out and push open the coffin lid, he paused. Recalling the eerie nature of this place, it would be unwise to act recklessly. Soon, another ancestral killer bee appeared in the vicinity. If I use this bee to open the coffin, surely the curse will not befall me. A smile crept across Chu Sheng's lips. With a command, the ancestral killer bee pushed the coffin lid down. The moment the lid struck the ground, a beam of white light shot forth from the coffin, heading straight for the bee. Boom. The instant the white light made contact, the bee disintegrated into a mist of blood. Chu Sheng's eyelids flickered, and he silently rejoiced at his earlier restraint. The white light swirled rapidly above him, and just when Chu Sheng thought he was safe, it shot directly towards his forehead. Bang! The white light transformed into a long sword, piercing through his skull at the center of his brow. Chu Sheng felt a buzzing in his head, and the world spun around him, yet he did not disintegrate into blood mist. Remarkably, he experienced no pain. The only peculiarity was the sword embedded in his forehead. I am not dead. Chu Sheng's heart soared with joy, and he instinctively reached up to touch the sword. At that moment, a hoarse voice echoed in his mind. Eliminate them all. Chapter 69. Fishing for fire dragon fish in lava. Chu Sheng's entire body shuddered, his eyes wide with astonishment and caution as he shouted, Who is speaking? However, apart from the bubbling of the roiling lava and the occasional struggles of the fire dragon fish on the platform, there was no other response. Eliminate them all. The hoarse voice reverberated in his mind again, infused with an undeniable command. Chu Sheng quickly realized that it was the sword lodged in his forehead that was responsible. He lowered his head, gripping the hilt tightly, and pulled with all his might. With a low shout, he exerted nearly all his strength. Yet the sword remained utterly unmoved. Fortunately, he felt no pain. Could it be that the curse inscribed on the coffin lid was this? But I did not directly act. Why am I subjected to this curse? With a mix of skepticism and belief, Chu Sheng produced a peculiar fruit and consumed it. Regrettably, the sword remained embedded in his forehead, with no change. The hoarse voice continued to echo in his mind, repeating the same 4 words. Eliminate them all. He felt a strong intuition that if he did not fulfill the voice's demand, the sword would obliterate him. But who exactly was he to eliminate? The only certainty he possessed was that this was not a demon king's tomb, but rather the resting place of a formidable human warrior. To uncover more information, he would have to consult that mysterious organization. Perhaps only they held the secrets of this bizarre tomb and the nature of the curse. Very well. I will ask General He later. Chu Sheng chose to disregard the sword for the moment and turned his gaze back to the open coffin. Inside lay a piece of black stone, resembling a jade pillow. It served as a resting place for the deceased's head, a treasure meant to soothe the soul. After spending so much time here, nearly losing his life, only to find such a trivial stone, Chu Sheng's expression darkened with dissatisfaction. However, having come this far, he would not let this stone slip through his fingers. He reached out and slowly lifted the black stone. The moment his fingertips brushed against it, a rush of coolness enveloped his entire being. So heavy, Chu Sheng frowned. Though the stone appeared small, it felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. This mineral was certainly no ordinary object. Indeed, it was time to forge a weapon for himself. He weighed the piece of jade pillow in his hands, mentally formulating a plan. The most crucial aspect was to integrate the ability of that sealing nail into it. If only he could acquire that fishing rod and incorporate its mysterious powers, it would be perfect. As Chu Sheng pondered, his gaze fell upon the fishing rod held by the ancestral killer bee. Indeed, if that voice in my mind belongs to the rod's master, does it not imply that I can now control the fishing rod as well? If I were truly immobilized, I could simply have the ancestral killer bee take over. With this thought, a surge of excitement coursed through him. He then placed the black stone into his secret realm and slowly extended his hand toward the fishing rod. The moment their surfaces met, the ancestral killer bee was released from its constraints and loosened its grip. It truly works. This time, not only was Chu Sheng free from restraint, but he could also lift the fishing rod and swing it at will. Observing the fishing rod in his grasp and glancing at the fire dragon fish thrashing on the ground, he recalled that these creatures were renowned for their exquisite taste. It would be delightful to catch a few to keep. If the lake in the secret realm could not sustain them, then they would serve well for sashimi. With a grand gesture, Chu Sheng tossed dozens of strawberries into the lava. As soon as they entered, The strawberries were instantaneously consumed by the lava, reduced to ash. However, given that strawberries possessed fire attribute capabilities, even when incinerated, a unique essence still emanated from them. The fire dragon fish, which fed on lava, were undoubtedly sensitive to such fiery scents. Soon, the fire dragon fish in the lava began to converge toward him, and the once calm surface of the lava began to churn. Did they come this quickly? Chu Sheng immediately tied a strawberry to a fine line and suspended it above the lava. Plop! The moment he set it down, a fire dragon fish leaped from the molten depths and swallowed the strawberry whole. With a swift flick of his wrist, Chu Sheng tugged on the fishing rod, pulling the fire dragon fish onto the platform with a heavy thud. Though it was not as large as the previous one, it was still of considerable size, akin to that of an adult. Having achieved his first success, Chu Sheng's confidence soared. Before long, several more fire dragon fish, lured by the aroma of the strawberries, leapt from the lava to snatch the bait. Chu Sheng was quick and nimble, the fishing rod moving like lightning, each strike resulting in a fire dragon fish caught in his grasp. However, soon the lava beneath fell silent. Despite his attempts to bait with more strawberries, he could not attract any more fire dragon fish. Surely, he had only caught a few dozen, and now they had vanished? Unwilling to concede defeat, Chu Sheng tossed several fire dragon fruits into the lava, their fiery essence even more potent than that of the strawberries. After a brief wait, a sudden undercurrent surged from afar, as if something colossal was approaching. Even before its true form emerged, Chu Sheng sensed its enormity. He promptly exchanged the strawberry for a fist-sized fire dragon fruit. Gripping the fishing rod tightly, he fixed his gaze on the surface of the lava. At that moment, the lava erupted violently, and a massive figure slowly ascended from its depths. It was a fire dragon fish king, measuring several yards in length, its scales shimmering with brilliant red light, its eyes ablaze like flames. What a magnificent specimen! Excitement flickered in Chu Sheng's eyes. With a deft motion, he cast the fire dragon fruit directly in front of the fire dragon fish king. The fire dragon fish king was instantly captivated by the intense aura of fire, opening its gaping maw to devour the fire dragon fruit in one swift bite. Observing this, Chu Sheng abruptly yanked on his fishing rod, attempting to reel the fire dragon fish king out of the magma. However, the creature's strength far exceeded Chu Sheng's expectations. It violently shook its head, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the rod. Simultaneously, he felt himself being inexorably drawn toward the magma. This is dire. This beast possesses far too much power for me to outmaneuver it. At this rate, it seems I shall be dragged into the magma. Gritting his teeth, Chu Sheng concentrated all his might into his hands. Switch. In an instant, the ancestral killer bee seized the fishing rod, allowing Chu Sheng to release his grip. The ancestral killer bee was immediately immobilized, clutching the rod tightly while seated on the ground. No matter how fiercely the fire dragon fish king struggled, it could not budge the ancestral killer bee even a fraction. Ha ha ha. My grasp has effectively liberated the control of the rod. It remains in the hands of another, yet the rod's controlling force persists, rendering it impossible for anyone to move it an inch. The fire dragon fish king thrashed about in the magma, attempting to escape the rod's confinement, its tail slapping the magma and sending up showers of searing sparks. Chu Sheng stood calmly on the shore, patiently awaiting its exhaustion. Once it had spent its strength, the ancestral killer bee abruptly tugged on the fishing rod, finally yanking the fire dragon fish king from the magma and sending it crashing onto the platform. Success! Chu Sheng beamed with excitement. This fire dragon fish king was not only colossal but possessed astonishing power. It was undoubtedly the greatest triumph of his expedition. If it cannot survive in the lake, then today it shall be sliced for sashimi. Chapter 70, Sword Curse. The next day, Chu Sheng arrived in the He family's main hall, carrying a fire dragon fish and a basket of fruit. He had instructed the ancestral killer bee to excavate all the ores from the previous secret realm. Today, he sought He Yao's assistance in finding a blacksmith to forge battle attire and weaponry. However, the primary purpose was to inquire about the origins of the sword embedded in his forehead. This sword, at present, was invisible to anyone but him, let alone touch or draw it. It is said that prolonged affliction breeds expertise. He Yao, having endured a curse for so many years, must possess some insight into the curse that afflicts me. At that moment, He Yao was seated on the sofa in the main hall, accompanied by an elderly gentleman with striking white hair and an extraordinary demeanor, Old Mu. Zhou stood behind Old Mu. Chu Sheng was somewhat taken aback by this scene. During the confrontation between Linfeng City and the Yi family, Zhou had received orders from Old Mu to protect him. Old Mu, Brother Zhou. It has been a while. I was just pondering a suitable time to express my gratitude for your assistance during that incident in Linfeng City, yet here we are. Chu Sheng said with a smile, placing the basket and the fire dragon fish gently on the tea table beside him, his movements natural and somewhat carefree. Oh, you are too kind, young friend Chu. Even without this old man, I trust you would have weathered the storm. Old Mu chuckled, increasingly finding Chu Sheng to be an intriguing individual, given the He family's status and wealth. It was amusing that this young man arrived with merely a fruit basket and a fish. He showed no sign of embarrassment, but rather appeared at ease. As if he were returning home, Old Moo's gaze fell upon the still wriggling fish, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Could this possibly be the legendary fire dragon fish? Indeed, Old Moo possesses keen eyes. It is the fire dragon fish. Chu Sheng replied with a smile, settling comfortably onto the sofa. Yao then interjected, "It is said that the fire dragon fish dwells at the bottom of magma, making its whereabouts exceedingly elusive. And it is a rare delicacy. Today, we are indeed fortunate. The fire dragon fish is a treasure to encounter, since returning from Dijing City. I have not had the pleasure of tasting such a delicacy," Old Moo remarked, his gaze fixated on the fish, his throat constricting with anticipation. "Lin Bo, take this fish and prepare it," Yao promptly instructed. "Remember, slice it thinly. The fire dragon fish is best enjoyed as sashimi." This small one hardly suffices," Chu Sheng responded, retrieving another fire dragon fish from the secret realm. This one was of a size comparable to an adult, its body surrounded by flickering flames, radiating an intense heat. The onlookers were momentarily dazzled, and Old Moo, overwhelmed with excitement, rose to his feet, his eyes alight with wonder. This is indeed an adult fire dragon fish." Old Moo, having aged and led a leisurely life, had grown increasingly obsessed with culinary delights. Now, gazing at this mature fire dragon fish, his eyes sparkled with childlike enthusiasm. "Esteemed guests, let us set aside the matter of food for now. I have come today with a request for your assistance. Regarding the crafting of battle attire and weaponry we discussed over the phone, I have learned that Old Moo is an expert in this field. If you trust him, simply entrust the task to him and his team." "Yes, mister. He has already informed me. Young friend Chu, rest assured. I have many capable individuals at my disposal who can certainly help you forge the battle attire and weaponry you desire. Crafting equipment is a trivial matter, but I find myself afflicted by a peculiar curse. If not addressed soon, I might not survive much longer." Chu Sheng's words struck Yao with a sense of urgency. Old Moo, too, stifled his previous excitement over the fire dragon fish, his brow furrowing as he focused intently on Chu Sheng. Noticing their concern, Chu Sheng revealed the key he had obtained from Yi Jintian and recounted the circumstances of his curse without hesitation. Bang, bang. Chu Sheng tapped the sword embedded in his forehead, producing a resounding thud. "This sword is still lodged in my forehead. However, I presume you are unable to see it. My primary purpose in coming today is to inquire whether you have any knowledge of the origins of this curse." Old Moo and Yao exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with melancholy. Yao sighed softly and spoke slowly. "This is known as the sword curse, or perhaps the sword Dao inheritance. You must have heard the voice of the curse echoing in your mind, have you not? Indeed, there is a voice. Since you are aware of this curse, you must also know how to eradicate it, correct?" Chu Sheng looked at Yao, his face alight with hope. Initially, he had feared that Yao might lack knowledge regarding the curse's origins, but it now seemed that there must be a way to resolve it. "Alas, young friend Chu, you have stumbled into a perilous predicament," Old Moo lamented. It turned out that the secret realm Chu Sheng had previously entered was, in fact, an abandoned one. The original purpose of the realm was to restrict entry to individuals below level 30, intended to find a suitable successor for the entity within the coffin. Unfortunately, the requirements were exceedingly stringent, demanding that one eliminate all monsters within the realm within 6 months. Decades ago, many prodigies from the Divine Summer Academy fell victim to this curse, and none succeeded in vanquishing the realm's monsters. Ultimately, they perished as the curse erupted. Hence, the Divine Summer Academy sealed this secret realm. In order to obtain this Sword Dao inheritance, the monarch had secretly commissioned the creation of keys to access the realm, one of which was given to the Yi family. After Chu Sheng dispatched Yi Jintian, he acquired this key, thus fortuitously entering the realm. "I am not particularly interested in this Sword Dao inheritance. Is there no way to rid myself of this curse?" Old Moo shook his head. "Once this inheritance chooses its master, it cannot be undone unless you perish or fulfill its demands by slaying all the monsters within that realm. How could that be possible? Countless prodigies have failed to claim this inheritance, and the Divine Summer Academy has even sealed it away, demonstrating the level of danger involved. Thus far, exterminating them appears to be the sole solution to this curse." Yao's expression turned grave, his tone heavy with resignation. "If you do not address this curse, you have but a month left to live." "What? A month? How could it be so short?" Chu Sheng staggered, disbelief flooding his features as he stood up abruptly. "It has been recorded that those afflicted by the curse, should they fail to eradicate the monsters within the secret realm, can only survive for a maximum of 30 days. Yao explained. Chu Sheng took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, and thought inwardly, "I possess the ancestral murderous bee. What others cannot achieve, perhaps I can. Furthermore, rather than await death, I would rather take a gamble. With that said, where exactly is the secret realm?" Chu Sheng's gaze was intense, his eyes brimming with determination. "It lies beneath the Divine Summer Academy, albeit in a rather peculiar location. It's a secret realm within a secret realm. This final secret realm can only be accessed by those who are cursed." Upon hearing this, Chu Sheng's brow furrowed deeply. Pondering, "If I cannot open the secret realm when the time comes, How will I allow the ancestral murderous bee to enter? It seems I must rely solely on myself. The resolute expression on Chu Sheng's face did not wane. Rather, it grew ever more steadfast. Mu Lao, might I trouble you to forge a blade for me? Chapter 71, Forging Weapons. Mu Lao no longer forges weapons. Yet if you place your trust in us, we shall arrange for the finest craftsmen to assist you. Zhou San, standing behind Mu Lao, interjected. He Yao concurred. Indeed, Mu Lao is advanced in years and should not overexert himself. Should you have any specific requirements for the weapon, feel free to voice them. My requests may surpass the capabilities of an ordinary craftsman. With that, Chu Sheng produced the materials he had prepared. The first was the black jade pillow obtained from the coffin. The second was the sealing nail. The third was a fishing rod resembling a jade bamboo. The final material was the blood of the Demon King. The moment the blood of the Demon King was revealed, all three, Mu Lao, Zhou San, and He Yao, were taken aback. He Yao even hurriedly rose to restrain the blood with special means to prevent its leakage. Chu Sheng, did I not warn you about exposing the blood of the Demon King too carelessly? He Yao's expression was grave, his tone laced with reproach and barely concealed urgency. Should the aura of the Demon King's blood escape, it would attract other monsters. He Yao certainly did not wish to invite 5 S-rank secret realms to his doorstep. Mu Lao, gazing at the materials on the tea table, suddenly became intrigued. How interesting. You intend to fuse the sealing nail's capabilities into the weapon. The blood of the Demon King inherently contains ferocious power. Should it also be integrated into the weapon, it would be a commendable choice. However, what purpose does the fishing rod serve? Just as Mu Lao reached out to touch the fishing rod, Chu Sheng quickly interjected, do not touch that. This fishing rod was also brought from that secret realm and carries restrictions. Mu Lao halted his hand, and Zhou San immediately understood, seizing the fishing rod. In an instant, Zhou San found himself seated on the ground, his hands gripping the rod, as if he were a fisherman. Even someone like Zhou San can be restricted by it. He Yao regarded this scene with a grave expression. It was not until Chu Sheng once again grasped the fishing rod that Zhou San was released from its hold. Rising from the ground, Zhou San was drenched in sweat. Earlier, he could sense everything around him but was utterly unable to rise. No matter how he exerted himself, it was as though he were trapped in a quagmire, his strength bound by invisible shackles, and that sensation of powerlessness overwhelmed him like a tide. His eyes were filled with dread and astonishment as he looked toward the fishing rod. How fascinating, truly fascinating. The light in Mu Lao's eyes seemed to brighten as he surveyed the materials. I shall accept this task. Mu Lao. Zhou San rushed forward, his face etched with worry. These materials are so bizarre and unique. The forging process is bound to be perilous. Perhaps it would be wiser to let others handle it. Yet Mu Lao waved his hand dismissively, his gaze resolute and tinged with excitement. No matter. I have studied the art of forging my entire life, and have yet to encounter such a challenging endeavor. If I can perfectly fuse these elements, the weapon I forge will surely be extraordinary, even surpassing the divine artifacts I have crafted in the past. Hearing this, Chu Sheng felt a surge of joy. Then I shall trouble you, Mu Lao. You need not thank me. However, I must clarify certain matters. The sealing nail and the fishing rod's restriction abilities are already in their optimal state. If they are to be fused, their capabilities will inevitably diminish. This means that if the sealing nail could entirely seal a level 50 powerhouse before, its efficacy will be reduced post-fusion. The same applies to the fishing rod. If I am not mistaken, that piece of or you possess is known as the soul stone, an exceedingly rare mineral. I have seen it the size of a fist. But this is the first time I have encountered one of such magnitude. A soul stone that can merge 9 attributes? Zhou San was somewhat astonished. Similar to the flame gun in Shun Jin's possession, the tip of that gun was also crafted using a soul stone infused with fire attributes, though the quantity was limited. However, this mineral is not simply about merging 9 attributes. Its most crucial aspect lies in its ability to contain the soul. Mu Lao explained. There are rumors that in ancient times, upon a great one's death, they would hold a soul stone in their mouth to prevent their soul from scattering. Noticing that the three seemed puzzled, Mu Lao continued. Generally, using it to forge weapons that merge attributes is commendable, but with the presence of the Demon King's blood, we can forego merging other attributes altogether. By directly infusing the blood of the Demon King, which contains part of the Demon King's soul, and processing it with the soul stone, we can conceal that aura. The combination of both is a match made in heaven. Excitement sparkled in Mu Lao's eyes, as if he could already envision the unparalleled weapon that was about to be born. The reason I am currently able to touch the fishing rod without being restricted is due to the power of the curse. If I were to lift the curse later, would I still be able to disregard this restricting force? Chu Sheng did not wish to find himself once more ensnared by the fishing rod upon the curse's removal. No. You can think of this power as an electronic door. The curse is akin to the master inputting your fingerprint into the electronic door. Even if the master is absent later, you can still enter. He Yao, standing nearby, explained. No one understands curses better than him. He has researched powers akin to curses for many years and has become quite adept. One last question. Before Chu Sheng could finish, Mu Lao chuckled. That is not an issue. Suddenly, a scarlet glove appeared in Mu Lao's hand. With the gloves enhancement, Mu Lao was able to grasp the fishing rod without being affected. Young Chu, within half a month, come here to collect your blade. He Yao added, you need not worry about the Divine Summer Academy. I will contact them in advance and take you there directly. Coincidentally, the martial examination has concluded. Although there were issues in Linlang province this year, it is expected that they will admit students according to last year's percentages. With your ranking, you should be able to enter the Divine Summer Academy. At this point, He Yao suddenly recalled something and spoke up. By the way, do you have any connection with the missing prodigies from the martial examination secret realm? Chu Sheng rubbed his nose, offering an awkward smile. I do indeed know where they are. That place is inaccessible to ordinary people, but they are quite safe for now. When the time comes, they will naturally appear. Take care of yourself. Some among them have backgrounds that rival the Yi family of Linfeng City. I understand. Chu Sheng then rose and addressed Mu Lao. Thank you for your assistance. Mu Lao? Mu Lao waved his hand, smiling nonchalantly. No need for formality. Very well. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude further. After leaving the remaining oars behind, Chu Sheng departed from the He family. Watching Chu Sheng's retreating figure, Zhou Sen remarked, Mu Lao, shall we not discuss that matter now? They have come not merely at He Yao's invitation to assist Chu Sheng in forging weapons. More importantly, they are here to seek out Chu Sheng. Mu Lao paused for a moment before responding. Never mind. If he can break the curse, it can be discussed later. If he cannot, then it is of no consequence. Chapter 72, The Eerie Second Trial. Upon returning to the secret realm, Chu Sheng wore a solemn expression. A month remains. As that time approaches, he is uncertain whether the ancestral killer bees will be able to enter the secret realm. To be prudent, it is time to elevate his level. The most expedient method for rapid advancement is to conquer the tower. Since the last time he cleared a level, he has found himself with little opportunity to enter. Without a moment's hesitation, his fingertips danced over the teleportation rune, and he materialized within the tower's realm. Thud, thud, thud. For the sake of humanity, we fight. The thunderous beats of drums and the fervent cries of warriors echoed in Chu Sheng's ears, reminiscent of 1,000 gallant steeds charging into battle. Gradually opening his eyes, he was met with a battlefield ablaze with chaos. The ground was littered with corpses, and in the distance, a horde of grotesque monsters surged towards him. Leading the charge was a colossal storm bear, crackling with violet lightning. Each step it took sent tremors through the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. At that moment, Chu Sheng was clad in tattered battle garb, his sword bearing the scars of countless conflicts. Observing the humans around him fiercely battling the monsters, he was filled with bewilderment. What was the meaning of this? Was this battlefield merely the second level of the tower? Had he been alone in facing the monsters or the flora of the abyss? He might not have been so astonished. Yet, the scene before him was undeniably reminiscent of a genuine battlefield. We must hold this final stronghold, cried a man nearby. Bleeding profusely, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching monsters, gripping tightly onto his broken sword. He yearned to charge forward, but his legs were shattered, rendering him incapable of even standing. We will hold our ground. Boom. The earth beneath them began to tremble as a massive earth dragon erupted from the ground. This beast, as stout as a mountain, was covered in thick scales and bore razor-sharp fangs. It opened its cavernous maw, aiming directly at the two men. Run. In that moment of peril, the man, despite his broken legs, thrust Chu Sheng out of the dragon's attack range. He, along with the lifeless bodies of his comrades surrounding him, was swallowed whole by the beast. Chu Sheng attempted to summon the ancestral killer bees, only to discover he was utterly unable to do so. What a well-crafted dungeon they have set for me. The forthcoming sword chant dungeon would require his own strength, and this second level had already thrust him into the fray. No matter, let us slay. Clutching his bloodied sword, he surged forward alongside the main force. Roar. The storm bear, witnessing the humans charging once more, let out a furious roar, its violet lightning flashing more violently. It raised its massive paw, accompanied by a howling wind, and brought it crashing down on the foremost human. Soon, Chu Sheng found himself targeted by a lithe shadow wolf, its eyes glimmering ominously. Its speed was unparalleled, akin to a streak of black lightning weaving through the battlefield. Each time it appeared, its claws grazed his skin. Fortunately, while he could not summon the ancestral killer bees, he still had access to damage transfer skills. This creature, after landing a blow, would retreat. It seemed he needed to feign vulnerability, allowing it to latch onto him without letting go. Quickly, he sensed an unusual presence behind him. At that moment, he intentionally let his sword slip from his grasp. The shadow wolf, seizing the opportunity, lunged for his throat. Chu Sheng fell to the ground, wrapping one arm tightly around it while retrieving his fallen sword to thrust it viciously into the wolf's neck. The shadow wolf was tenacious, refusing to relinquish its grip on his throat, seemingly intent on taking him down with it. Crack! With a swift motion of his sword, its head was severed from its body. Chu Sheng forcefully yanked the head away from his throat. You have slain a level 28 shadow wolf, gaining 500 experience. Upon seeing this notification, Chu Sheng understood. The monsters here were all at level 28, just like him. Normally, slaying a level 28 monster granted 650 experience. But within the tower, this was amplified tenfold. I cannot control the monsters in this secret realm, and it remains to be seen how much damage the little stone man can endure. I must tread carefully. However, one aspect brought him solace. The little stone man's level would not increase from slaying monsters, but rather from consuming ore. Before his departure, he had prepared ample ore for the little stone man. Perhaps it could endure until he cleared the level. To advance through this trial, he must defend the stronghold behind him. Taking a deep breath, Chu Sheng scanned the battlefield. The clash between humans and monsters had escalated into a fierce melee, with casualties mounting every second, yet monsters continued to fall. A small squad of 5 approached him, their gazes sharp, betraying their experience as seasoned warriors. The burly leader regarded Chu Sheng and proposed, "Friend, shall we join forces for a decapitation operation?" Having previously slain a shadow wolf alone, it was evident that Chu Sheng possessed extraordinary strength. Have the higher-ups commenced the decapitation operation? The man shook his head. There are no higher-ups left. It is just us now, determined to fight to the last breath against these monsters. 3 prior squads had attempted the decapitation operation, but had all met failure. These 5 were also newcomers to one another, yet they shared a singular objective: to repel the monsters and safeguard humanity's final stronghold. Count me in. Thus, the 6 of them, already positioned at the front lines, began their advance toward the storm bear. Listen, regardless of the outcome. If any one of us has the chance to slay the storm bear, the other 5 must do everything in their power to support that effort. Their eyes were resolute, each harboring a determination to face death head-on as they plunged deeper into the monster's ranks. As they drew closer to the storm bear, the surrounding monsters grew increasingly formidable. We cannot continue like this. Before we even reach it, we'll be overwhelmed by the dense horde of monsters. We must devise a plan to lure it out. One suggested. The sole woman in the group spoke up. I have a way to draw it out, but afterward, you all must assist in slaying it. With a swift motion, she darted into an open area. The leader seemed to grasp her intentions, but ultimately refrained from protesting, his gaze unwavering as he followed her lead. Soon, the 5 members of the squad encircled the woman in the open space. With everything in place, a surge of thunderous energy erupted from her. Boom, boom, boom. The storm bear, already attuned to the electric essence, immediately sensed the disturbance. After devouring so many useless humans, finally, a worthy meal, it surged forth like a bolt of lightning, breaking free from the monster ranks and landing in the open area. Now strike it down. If we vanquish the monster, this bizarre level will come to an end. Chu Sheng's gaze locked onto the storm bear, his grip on his sword tightening, knuckles blanching under the strain. Chapter 73, Level Cleared. The storm bear had fully entered their encirclement, its massive form radiating an intimidating aura, violet lightning crackling around it. Kill. The leader charged first, with Chu Sheng and the others following closely behind, emerging from the shadows. The storm bear, anticipating this very scenario, let out a roar as its lightning began to wreak havoc indiscriminately around it. Chu Sheng then realized that most of the human forces on the battlefield lacked any combat professions, apart from a few, like the woman, who had awakened their abilities. The majority wielded their swords, engaging in direct combat with the monstrous foes before them. As for the woman awakened to the thunder profession, she has now become the target of her adversary. Ensnared by the pervading purple lightning, she finds herself outmatched in speed, defense, and offense. If this stalemate persists, defeat is inevitable. Her gaze is resolute, suggesting a decision has been made. Initially, she intended to wait for her teammates to enter this electric cage, to join forces in slaying the thunderstorm behemoth. However, now, her allies cannot penetrate the barrier. Once more, the power of lightning surges around her. She ceases to evade and unleashes a frenzied assault against the thunderstorm behemoth. Die! The energy crackles around her, transforming into menacing serpents of lightning that lunge fiercely at the monstrous creature. Humph! The thunderstorm behemoth, sensing the onslaught of violent electricity, merely emits a disdainful grunt. The purple lightning enveloping its form intensifies, resembling a tempestuous sea of thunder that devours the approaching lightning serpents. In one swift motion, it seizes the woman in its grasp. With such meager abilities, you dare to challenge me? To become my meal is the ultimate fate of your kind. It opens its massive maw, consuming the woman, blood oozing from the corners of its mouth. Having previously redirected its power to confront the woman, the might of the electric cage has significantly diminished, allowing Chu Sheng and his companions to break through. No, the leader, witnessing this horrific scene, feels his eyes blaze crimson as a beastly roar erupts from his throat. Like an arrow released from its bow, he charges at the thunderstorm behemoth, his battle axe raised high to deliver a crushing blow. Zzz, zzz, zzz. A protective shield of lightning envelopes him, and before the axe can make contact, thick arcs of purple electricity ensnare his weapon and arm. Kill. The others, seeing this, rush forward as well. Yet, without exception, including Chu Sheng, their attacks are thwarted by the bizarre purple lightning. Unable to breach even its defenses, how can they hope to fight? We cannot retreat, roars the man, undeterred, as he charges forward once more. Even if it means death, they cannot yield. Many on the battlefield have now turned their attention to this confrontation. Fleeing would signify that the leader of these monstrosities is beyond their capacity to handle. Should their morale falter, the situation would become even more dire. Thud, thud, thud. In the distance, the drums resound once more, rallying the human warriors on the battlefield. For so long, Chu Sheng had relied heavily on the ancestral killer bees. Little did he know that without them, his own strength would prove so inadequate. Wiping the blood from his face, he gazes at the colossal thunderstorm behemoth looming ahead. Something is amiss. This creature has remained stationary since it devoured that woman, failing to retaliate despite their assaults. It merely allows its purple lightning to serve as a shield. Could it be that after consuming her power, it is experiencing a brief moment of rejection? An opportunity arises. Chu Sheng scatters his vine seeds around him. And with the ability to grow instantaneously, robust vines begin to manifest in the vicinity. If it automatically protects itself, surely there must be a limit. In an instant, the dense vines shoot forth like arrows towards the beast. Bang, bang, bang. Upon contact with the purple lightning, the vines are instantly reduced to charred remnants. Cascading to the ground, the thunderstorm behemoth remains motionless, and the other four companions sense the unusual stillness. If they can shatter the protective purple lightning, perhaps they could indeed defeat it. It is indeed weakening. With the relentless assault of the vines, those that would previously explode from a mere 5 inches are now closing in on its body. 3 inches, 2 inches. Stab. As the first vine pierces its flesh, the protective purple lightning shatters entirely. Now, everyone, attack together and slay it. Chu Sheng bellows, charging forward with his weapon raised. Kill. The leader takes the forefront, his battle axe lifted high, striking down with the force of a mountain splitter towards the thunderstorm behemoth's neck. Chu Sheng follows closely, his blade glinting ominously as it aims straight for the heart of the beast. The other three unleash their most ferocious attacks from different angles, targeting the creature's vital points. The axe buries into its nape, and Chu Sheng's blade plunges toward its heart. Victory seems imminent. The creature's head is on the verge of being severed, and its heart nearly pierced. Yet, in that critical moment, the thunderstorm behemoth snaps back from its momentary stupor, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberates through the air. The once dim purple lightning surges back to life with a vengeance. Damn it, so close. Chu Sheng hastily retreats. One companion, caught off guard, is struck down, while another sustains grievous injuries, rendered unable to fight. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng notices something peculiar among the vines. Within the multitude, several vines have mutated. Perhaps there is still a chance. Resolutely, he halts his retreat, standing defiantly before the beast. How dare you, wretched insect, inflict pain upon me? As it opens its eyes, it sees Chu Sheng thrusting his blade into its chest. Its hatred for him far exceeds that of the others. Gathering its strength, the endless purple lightning crackles around its fist. A smile creeps onto Chu Sheng's lips. This is precisely what he desires, the creature's full-force strike. Once it unleashes its might, the defense of the purple lightning will be significantly weakened. Now, dark, mutated vines rush toward its eyes. Simultaneously, the vines entwined around Chu Sheng propel him away, narrowly evading the fatal blow. Thud. 5 dark vines are obliterated by the purple lightning, while 3 others penetrate its eyes. The thunderstorm behemoth emits a scream of unparalleled agony, a sound so potent it feels as though it could shatter the heavens, causing those nearby to recoil in pain. Their blood surging. This is bad. Blinding it has sent it into a frenzied state, which may turn the tide against them. As Chu Sheng contemplates their next move, the ground trembles once more. His expression darkens. Beneath them lies a massive earth dragon, its power formidable as well. Boom. The earth dragon erupts from below. Initially presumed to be an aggressor, it instead seizes the opportunity to devour the rampaging thunderstorm behemoth. First, it crushes its skull, then methodically begins to consume its body. After devouring the thunderstorm behemoth, arcs of lightning emanate from the earth dragon. It seems that it has yet to fully assimilate this newfound power, for it does not attack the humans, but rather retreats underground. Thus, Chu Sheng finally clears this second trial. Chapter 74, The Emergence of the Demon Blade. Ding. Congratulations, host, for clearing the second level of the trial tower. Rewards: 1. Thunder Pearl. 2. Completion of all past narrative quests, granting the recall skill. Current progress: 1 of 10. Note: choose 1. He is familiar with the Thunder Pearl, a gem infused with pure and volatile lightning energy, which can be thrown at enemies in battle. Furthermore, once its energy is depleted, it can absorb external lightning to recharge. It is indeed a rare treasure. However, in comparison to the recall skill, the Thunder Pearl pales in significance. With a progress of 1 out of 10, it indicates that he must complete 9 more past narrative quests. He hopes the final trial is not the 100th level. Chu Sheng selects reward 2. Without bidding farewell to his companions, he vanishes back into his secret realm. After resting briefly and ensuring the little stone man shows no signs of anomaly, Chu Sheng re-enters the tower's world. For the next half-month, he remains within this realm, occasionally battling against monsters, and at other times, confronting demonic plants. The The rewards bestowed are not merely the offspring of magical beasts, but also the enigmatic seeds of arcane flora. What leaves one feeling somewhat dissatisfied is that from the completion of the first level to the 12th, aside from the narrative triggered in the second level regarding the past, no further occurrences were encountered. Concurrently, after a period of renovation, the Grand Canal and the intricate network of waterways are nearing completion. Under the vigilant supervision of Shen Jin, everything is progressing in an orderly fashion. It is only during the times of harvest and planting that Chu Sheng makes his appearance. He has been diligently enhancing his level within the tower world during this time. The original plan to experiment with new species of crops and rear new magical creatures post the martial examination has been indefinitely postponed. Nevertheless, all of this has proven worthwhile. Name: Chu Sheng. Occupation: Divine Farmer, Pastoral Deity. Level: 35, 2609. Strength: 243. Agility: 203. Mentality: 251. Occupational talent: 100 success in planting any crop, 35 chance of mutation. Occupational talent: 100 success in rearing any creature, 35 chance of atavism. Skills: instant planting, instant harvest, plant control, instant growth, wood transformation. Skills: affinity with all creatures, passive. Capable of rearing all juvenile creatures, level not exceeding his own by 10 levels. Experience sharing, vision sharing, hearing sharing, shadow shift, damage transfer. Soul capture, level not exceeding his own by 10 levels. In addition to the enhancement of his foundational 3 attributes and the probability of his talents, his level increase has also granted him 2 skills. The wood transformation skill allows his body to become akin to that of wood. Could it not provide exceptional defense against exceedingly hard crops? Although it may seem a minor asset, it is certainly better than having nothing at all. The soul capture skill, however, proves to be quite remarkable, enabling him to hard control magical beasts whose levels do not exceed his own by 10 for a duration of 3 seconds. The only drawback is its considerable mental toll. With his current mental value, he can only utilize it a maximum of 2 times in quick succession. Everything has been prepared. It is time to venture forth. Last night, Hiao had already informed him that the battle attire and weapon he required had been forged by Mu Lao. Among them was the very blade he had long desired. Soon, Chu Sheng's figure appeared at the He family villa. As per usual, he brought along an adult fire dragon fish and a basket of fruit. Upon entering, he handed them to Lin Bo, who informed him that Mr. He and Mu Lao had been waiting for some time in the backyard. As Chu Sheng stepped into the backyard, he beheld the neatly arranged battle attire and weaponry. Only Hiao and Mu Lao were present, engaged in conversation. Mu Lao appeared to be in poor spirits, likely due to the considerable effort expended in forging his weapon. Mu Lao, my sincerest apologies for keeping you waiting, Chu Sheng said as he approached, slightly bowing. Chu Sheng, please, take a seat, Hiao remarked. This year's champion of the Linlang province martial examination is He Qingqing, and with Hiao's curse having largely lifted, his spirits have been quite high of late. Young friend Chu, you have not disappointed me. The blade you wished for has been completed. Upon hearing this, Chu Sheng, who had just settled down, immediately sprang to his feet. Mu Lao, you are truly overwhelming me. Mu Lao chuckled, gesturing for him to sit once more. You are accustomed to such expressions. Now, let us take a look at this blade. With that, he opened the box on the table. Inside lay a black blade, quietly resting upon the soft lining. The blade was elongated, with sleek and austere lines, resembling a dragon lying in wait in the shadows, exuding a chilling aura. Both the hilt and the blade were crafted from soul-soothing stones. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up as he gently grasped the hilt. In that instant, a sensation of bloodline connection surged within him, as if the blade were an intrinsic part of his being. Was it the curse at play? A slight tremor in his wrist caused the blade to emit a crisp hum. What a magnificent blade! Chu Sheng exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. This was vastly superior to the battle blade he had previously wielded. Mu Lao continued to elucidate. Without a doubt, this black blade surpasses other divine weapons. Although it lacks one of the 9 elemental attributes, it possesses 3 exceedingly formidable abilities. The first is the power derived from the sealing nails. Any creature struck by this blade, if of a lower level than you, will be sealed immediately. Even those of higher levels can be temporarily sealed if the damage inflicted reaches a certain threshold. The second ability is drawn from your fishing rod's power. Any foe touched by this blade, regardless of whether blood is drawn, will be rendered rigid if their level is lower than yours. Due to the curse, others will find it impossible to wield this blade against you. The third ability is even more terrifying. It is likely sourced from the blood of the Demon King. This blade siphons blood, growing more potent with each drop it consumes, so one must wield it with caution. Misuse may lead to detrimental effects on one's mind. Upon hearing this, Chu Sheng's expression grew grave, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Mu Lao, might you bestow a name upon this black blade? Given that it has already been forged, it is impossible to have Chu Sheng refrain from using it. Moreover, Mu Lao does not wish for the divine weapon he crafted to gather dust. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Lao spoke. This blade's essence lies in the Demon King's blood within, thus we shall name it simply, Demon. Demon blade. Chu Sheng echoed, growing increasingly pleased as he gazed upon the weapon in his grasp. At this juncture, Hiao interjected, I have already made arrangements with the Shinsha Academy. Chu Sheng, if you have no other matters at hand, I shall escort you there tomorrow. It is best to resolve the sword curse promptly. Very well. Chapter 75, Shinsha Academy. Shinsha Academy, renowned as the cradle of genius within the Great Xia realm, gathers countless elite students from various locales each year. Here, one finds not only top-tier faculty, but also extraordinarily abundant training resources, making it a sanctum that every practitioner dreams of. To address the matter of the sword curse, Chu Sheng, under He Yao's guidance, arrived at this esteemed institution. Before the grand entrance, not far from the main gate, stood a statue of an imposing figure, a sword cultivator radiating power. This statue commemorates the first dean of Shinsha Academy, the legendary sword saint, Lin Wuya. He Yao gazed upon the statue, his eyes filled with reverence. The reason magical beasts can only invade our race through hidden realms is largely due to the efforts of Dean Lin and his contemporaries. Perhaps influenced by his recent experience with the past narrative in the Tower World, Chu Sheng felt a swell of respect for such individuals. Captain, you have arrived. A young woman emerged from the academy, her demeanor radiant. She was slender and beautiful, her long, dark hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her name was Su Yu, a former member of He Yao's team, and now one of the academy's instructors. He Yao approached her with a smile. Xiao Yu. It has been a long time. Su Yu appraised Chu Sheng, standing beside He Yao, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. So you are Chu Sheng, the unfortunate soul afflicted by the sword curse? Chu Sheng chuckled. Haha, just a jest. I am Su Yu. Should you be able to resolve the curse, it is possible I may become your instructor. Though the official admission list from Shinsha Academy had yet to be released, it was likely that Chu Sheng's name would be included. I can only hope to have the fortune of being guided by such a beautiful instructor. Su Yu's lips curled into a charming smile, her voice sweet as honey. Come with me. The dean is awaiting your arrival. To access the underground secret realm of Shinsha Academy, the principal's authorization is required. Before long, the three figures appeared outside the principal's office. Su Yu gently knocked on the door, and upon receiving permission, she opened it and led them inside. The interior is adorned with a simplicity that does not compromise its grandeur. Shelves brimming with ancient tomes line the walls, while several scrolls depicting exquisite sword techniques hang elegantly. Seated behind a desk is an elderly man with a head of white hair, yet a vitality that defies his years. He is none other than Chen Yuan, the current dean of Shinsha Academy. His expression is grave as he scrapes a coin against a piece of paper. Damn it, not a single win, he exclaims, startling Chu Sheng. Upon noticing the overflowing trash bin beneath the desk, filled with scratched-off lottery tickets, the realization dawns on him. Dean, the person has been brought in. Su Yu announces. Chen Yuan lifts his gaze towards the trio, then focuses on Chu Sheng, remarking, You, my boy, are indeed quite unfortunate. Your arrival has brought me misfortune as well. Teacher, it has been many years. How is your health? He Yao approaches with a radiant smile, concern etched upon his face. Not too bad. As long as you rascals don't provoke me, I'll manage. Before he can finish, Chen Yuan's expression shifts, his gaze intensifying as he asks, Have you resolved that curse? At this, Su Yu is taken aback and swiftly turns to He Yao. It's not completely eradicated, but my injuries are mostly healed. Chen Yuan bursts into hearty laughter, rising to pat He Yao on the shoulder. You are quite lucky. Come with me to the underground casino tonight. I intend to reclaim all that I lost last night. Chu Sheng stands awkwardly to the side, scratching his head. Is this guy really the dean? He seems more like a gambler. Chen Yuan appears to sense Chu Sheng's skeptical look, casting him a sidelong glance. Come, I shall now escort you into that underground realm. Whether you return alive depends on your luck at gambling. As it stands, all those who sought to claim the legacy of the prodigies have met their demise. Prior to their arrival, He Yao had briefed Chen Yuan on the events. Thus, Chen Yuan refrains from further inquiries and leads the trio to a dilapidated subterranean space. Upon entering, a chill and dampness envelopes them, mingled with a faint, putrid odor. Guided by the flickering candlelight held by Su Yu, Chu Sheng begins to discern the somber visage of the dark building. Rows of black iron doors stand ominously aligned, resembling prison cells. As Chu Sheng contemplates whether this place was once used for the confinement of prisoners, Chen Yuan approaches one of the iron doors and unlocks it with a key. The four step inside, and the surroundings transform dramatically. A passageway reveals itself, flanked by stone walls adorned with torches emitting an eerie blue glow, stretching straight ahead. This area was once a hidden realm. Though now devoid of any magical creatures, it remains because it conceals another hidden realm within. It was destined for abandonment. Yet fate has intervened with Chu Sheng's arrival. The quartet proceeds deeper into the passage until they encounter a grand door. This is it. Only you may enter next. Chen Yuan declares, eyeing the door. He Yao had previously informed Chu Sheng that to access this final hidden realm, one must be afflicted by the sword curse. Exercise caution. He Yao advises. Thank you all. Should I miraculously survive, it seems you 1T require my assistance after all. Chu Sheng replies with a hearty laugh. stepping forward to push open the door. His figure vanishes from the sight of the three. Within the academy, a middle-aged man, his expression grave, makes a phone call. Confirmed. It is indeed that lad, Chu Sheng. If all goes as expected, he has entered the hidden realm. Understood, do not concern yourself with him. Replies the voice on the other end. Not concern ourselves? After all the effort we've expended, are we to let this boy reap the rewards? This organization had invested considerable resources to gather intel on the restricted hidden realm and craft the key. They had intended for those below level 30 to enter the hidden realm post-martial arts examination to obtain the sword curse and access Xinxiao Academy's underground hidden realm. Yet, unexpectedly, Chu Sheng emerged as a wildcard. Wait, could he possibly be one of us? The middle-aged man muses, only to be met with laughter from the other end. Oldly, what are you thinking? That boy has no ties to our organization. Once he enters, he will not emerge. But what if he truly acquires the legacy? Ha. There's no such legacy. It's all a scheme of Lin Wuyo. Still, I am quite eager to see him again. Chapter 76, The Eerie Mirror Stones. Upon entering the hidden realm, Chu Sheng is greeted by a statue. It resembles Lin Wuyo, the founder of Xinxiao Academy, but instead of wielding a sword, he sits on the ground with a fishing rod, wearing a straw hat, poised as if fishing. The statue is intricately carved, lifelike in its detail. Shifting his gaze from the statue, the world before him unfolds. Unlike other hidden realms, this one is peculiarly surreal. Mountains, colossal trees, and even the ground are crafted from mirror stones, creating a vast illusion as if formed from countless mirrors. Each mirror stone reflects everything around, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. In the reflections, he sees himself, a sword protruding from his brow. Slay them all. The voice that has echoed in his mind since his arrival is relentless, as if its owner longs to break free and act. Chu Sheng has grown accustomed to this. Indeed, not only can others not enter, but even magical creatures cannot be summoned here. Yet, the nature of the beings that lurk within remains a mystery. With vigilance, Chu Sheng surveys his surroundings, gripping his magical blade. Crack, crack. With each step, the ground emits a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, jarring in the silence of the hidden realm. What? Chu Sheng halts, sensing the atmosphere grow oppressive, an invisible pressure encroaching upon him. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous mirror stones shatter around him, producing sharp sounds. The previously confined, bizarre scenes within the mirror stones now break free, pouring forth as if they were released from a cage. They manifest as shadowy figures, devoid of flesh and features, each with a shadowy sword embedded in their foreheads. Clearly, these shadows are the reflections of Chu Sheng himself. In an instant, these phantoms surge towards him like specters. He swings his magical blade, unleashing a fierce wave of energy that cleaves through the front ranks of shadows. However, the defeated figures do not vanish. Instead, they dissolve into swirling black mist. Retreating back into the mirror stones, Chu Sheng comprehends that these entities are conjured from the reflections. Yet, they possess only a fraction of his strength. The first wave of shadows is swiftly vanquished. If it were merely this, it would be illogical for past entrants to have perished within. A frown creases Chu Sheng's brow, a tide of unease swelling within him. Boom, boom, boom. The mirror stones fracture once more, heralding the arrival of a second wave of shadows. This time, they appear more corporeal, and their numbers have doubled, their strength evidently enhanced. Must the entire realm's mirror stones be destroyed to conclude this? Chu Sheng plunges into the throng of shadows, his magical blade dancing like the wind, cleaving through multiple figures with each stroke. Just as he dispatches the second wave, a third emerges, seemingly endless. Strangely, each subsequent wave outnumbers the last and possesses greater might. As time passes, Chu Sheng finds himself increasingly beleaguered. By the sixth wave, some of the shadows have begun to take on flesh, their forms mirroring his own, the only distinction being their faceless visages. If this continues, I shall surely be consumed by them. Chu Sheng gasped for breath, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and soaking his garments. The relentless battles had gradually worn him down. Shadows poured forth from the mirror stones in an unending stream, while his stamina dwindled. If this persisted, the situation would become dire. It would be simple to eradicate them completely. All he needed to do was shatter the mirror stones within this secret realm. Yet therein lay the conundrum. This domain was largely constituted by these very stones. Demonic creatures could not be summoned, and seeds could not possibly be sown upon the mirror stones. It would be unfeasible for him alone to destroy them all. He would need at least 10 days, or even half a month to accomplish such a task. Who knows how many batches remain unaccounted for? Resolute in his decision, Chu Sheng drew his blade without reservation. He struck fiercely, obliterating both the shadow and the clusters of mirror stone shrubs behind it. Before he could finish dealing with the nearby mirror stones, a bizarre phenomenon occurred once more. The mirror stones he had destroyed would restore themselves after a few moments, while those shattered due to the emergence of shadows from within could not be revived. This indicated that his strategy of diminishing the shadows by destroying the mirror stones was futile. He could only defeat each shadow as it emerged from the stones. Gritting his teeth, Determination and ferocity shone in his eyes. With no retreat, he had no choice but to fight with his life on the line. Seeking a glimmer of hope amidst the endless carnage, the demonic blade in his hand hummed, as if sensing its master's battle intent, becoming invigorated. As the combat raged on, the newly appearing shadows grew increasingly formidable. Fortunately, my profession is that of a lifestyle class, devoid of combat skills. Otherwise, these shadows might employ attack skills against me. In this battle, the greatest asset was undoubtedly the demonic blade. Its sealing ability was extraordinary, as long as he pierced the shadow's form. It would be affected by the sealing power, significantly weakening its strength. Thus far, even the strongest shadow could only endure 3 strikes from Chu Sheng. After nearly a day of fighting, it was time for a brief respite. For the 8th batch of shadows, Chu Sheng did not eliminate them all, but left one behind. After such an extended battle, he discerned a pattern. Only by defeating the final shadow of each batch would the next batch appear. This offered a moment of respite for the challengers. Having already identified a resting spot, he leaped up and ascended a colossal tree composed of mirror stones. Sitting cross-legged on a sturdy branch, he panted slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the shadow left below. The shadow wandered near the giant tree, occasionally emitting low growls, seemingly venting its frustration. It was no wonder that for so many years, no one had resolved the sword curse issue. Watching the shadow below, Chu Sheng sensed what he would soon confront. The challenges would only grow more arduous. Leaning against the tree trunk, he closed his eyes to recuperate. After a night passed, Chu Sheng's condition was fully restored. The first thing he did upon descending from the giant tree was to dispatch the remaining shadow from yesterday. The 9th batch of shadows emerged, or rather, one by one, they stepped forth from the mirror stones. Their appearances mirrored Chu Sheng's, yet their expressions were vacant. Like puppets devoid of autonomous thought, they instinctively converged upon Chu Sheng. Heaven forbid the last shadow to emerge be stronger than the original. Chapter 77, Breaking the Stone Statue. The movements of the 9th batch of shadows, although somewhat stiff, exhibited remarkable coordination. Some launched frontal assaults, while others flanked from the sides, and a few even leaped high, diving towards Chu Sheng like cannonballs. Their strength was only marginally inferior to that of Chu Sheng, and with so many shadows attacking simultaneously, even with the demonic blade in hand, he could only retreat while fighting. Observing the encroaching shadows, Chu Sheng suddenly pivoted his body and thrust the demonic blade forward with great force. With a piercing sound, the blade found its mark in the shadow's chest. The sealing power erupting instantly, causing the shadow's form to tremble violently as its strength plummeted. Seizing the opportunity, he withdrew the blade and severed its head. Watching as his own form dissipated into black mist and merged back into the mirror stone, Chu Sheng was struck by an unsettling sensation. It felt as if he had slain himself. After much effort, he finally vanquished all of the 9th batch of shadows. The 10th batch emerged, identical in appearance and demeanor to him, and they could even speak. Gazing at the densely packed assembly of Chu Shengs before him, he fell into deep contemplation. Can I consume this secret realm? How long would it take to conquer through conventional means? Moreover, no one knows how many more batches lie ahead. To consume any secret realm, one must eliminate all the magical creatures within it. Is it possible to refrain from killing during the consumption process? If any magical creatures appear, it will result in failure. Only by vanquishing all magical creatures can the consumption be successful. Damn it. When he consumed the initial secret realm, he had encountered a similar situation, but fortunately, he successfully defeated the Black Flame Cicada, which led to ultimate success in the consumption. However, the current situation was different. To prevent the shadows from appearing, he would have to leave one alive. If he killed them all, the next batch would emerge. Just then, a Chu Sheng wielding a long sword stepped forward, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Are you still struggling? No one can survive and walk out of here. If you defeat this batch, the next one will be even more powerful. In the end, the last ones to emerge will surpass you in strength. Do you see? The ground is strewn with mirror stones. We can die countless times, but you cannot. You have but one chance. Furthermore, even if you do not perish at our hands, time will inevitably claim you beneath the curse. Join us, and you shall no longer endure such strain. Chu Sheng's gaze hardened, tightly gripping the demonic blade, his knuckles turning white from the exertion. The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. This sword curse is fundamentally a legacy of the sword path, a trial left by the ancients for their descendants. If the challenger were truly meant to slay from beginning to end, the difficulty would be exceedingly high, would it not? From the words of the opposing Chu Sheng, the shadows to come might even be stronger than him. Was this not a foregone conclusion of death? Was the challenge of this sword path truly so formidable? Or was there a method to circumvent them? Seeing that Chu Sheng remained silent, they lunged at him. This batch had to leave one shadow alive. He needed to devise a plan to escape. He could not afford to prolong this any further. Just as Chu Sheng tightened his grip on the demonic blade, preparing to counterattack, he found himself suddenly immobilized. This soul binding. Chu Sheng had yet to utilize his new skill of soul binding, only to have it employed against him first. Fortunately, the potency of their soul binding skill seemed inferior to his. merely managing to hold him in place for a second. Just as he regained mobility, his body stiffened once more. Another soul binding. Damn it. Even if they could only control him for a second, their overwhelming numbers were insurmountable. As one shadow's soul binding ended, another swiftly took its place, preventing Chu Sheng from wielding his blade. Die. Chu Sheng could only watch helplessly as they lunged at him with their swords. Stab. Stab. Chu Sheng stood motionless, enduring the relentless barrage of swords raining down upon him. Fortunately, he still possessed the skill of damage transfer, enabling him to withstand this wave of attacks. By the time he could move again, excruciating pain coursed through his entire body. Thankfully, the little stone man held firm, but if another batch came at him like this, the little stone man would surely falter, leaving him with no path to survival. In the grasp of his enchanted blade, Chu Sheng embarked on his hunting expedition. Due to the fact that they could only utilize the soul capture technique once in a short span, and that it exacted a tremendous toll on their mental fortitude, they possessed no counteroffensive capability after Chu Sheng made his move. Ultimately, only a solitary shadow remained. After sealing away the majority of its power, Chu Sheng finally found a moment to rest. Even if you kill one of me, there are countless others. You shall never leave this place alive. Chu Sheng's gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on the last audacious shadow before him. Since entering this place, he had pondered a singular question. How can one truly eradicate your kind? Ordinarily, one would proceed step by step, yet the more he contemplated, the more he sensed something amiss. Is this a fleeting glimmer of hope before your demise? Chu Sheng smirked wickedly. He disregarded the shadow and mused to himself. The ground is littered with mirror stones. It is reasonable to create shadows using them. But why? In this realm abundant with mirror stones, is there a solitary statue that stands out? Upon hearing the mention of the statue, Chu Sheng's expression darkened. He keenly sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere, further solidifying his suspicions. Observing the shadow, his lips curled into a faint smile, since he had nothing but time on his hands. Why could he not destroy the statue as well as the mirror stones? His eyes flickered with determination. Whether to destroy the statue or not would not alter the inevitable outcome. You shall die here regardless. Chu Sheng turned his back on the shadow and sprinted towards the direction where he recalled the statue to be. The shadow, witnessing this, let out a furious roar, attempting to chase and thwart Chu Sheng. However, its power had been significantly sealed by Chu Sheng, rendering it incapable of swift movement, and it could only watch helplessly as Chu Sheng receded into the distance. Before long, Chu Sheng arrived at the statue, meticulously examining it, yet finding no abnormalities. However, the absence of visible anomalies did not imply that there were none. Without hesitation, he raised his enchanted blade and struck down with fervor. No! The shadow cried out in outrage from behind. Crack! A fissure began to spread from the top downwards, and as it widened, a formidable aura emanated from within the statue, sending a shiver through Chu Sheng's heart. Is this the aura of a demon lord? Chu Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Since the enchanted blade he wielded contained the blood essence of a demon lord, he was intimately familiar with such an aura. Bang! 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 The statue shattered, and the surrounding mirror stones cracked one by one. As the will of Lin Wuyo emerged, Chu Sheng felt no relief. Instead, his muscles tensed, and cold sweat poured down his brow. He did not believe himself to be any more astute than the previous prodigies who had come to confront the sword curse. If he could discern the statue's irrationality, then surely others had as well. Yet, no one had ever emerged alive. Chapter 78, The Unveiling of the Dagger. The will of Lin Wuyo transformed into a humanoid form, clad in a flowing white robe, with a sword sheath quietly suspended at his waist. To have reached the 10th batch, you are quite commendable. Lin Wuyo gazed at Chu Sheng with a smile, evidently pleased with his previous performance. For reasons unknown, a sense of inexplicable danger surged within Chu Sheng as he looked at him. This feeling was peculiar, as if the being before him was not human at all, but rather a demonic entity. Coupled with the earlier emergence of the demon lord's aura when the statue was broken, Chu Sheng's sense of peril intensified. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on his weapon, taking a cautious step back to create distance between himself and Lin Wuyo, his gaze alertly fixed on the figure. Observing this, Lin Wuyo chuckled lightly. There is no need for such trepidation. I am not the ultimate boss of this realm. Everything here is merely a trial I established in search of a successor. Then does this mean I have passed the assessment? Although my combat abilities leave much to be desired, it is a pass nonetheless. Chu Sheng replied. If that is the case, might I trouble you to lift the curse upon me? Having a sword lodged in my forehead is quite uncomfortable. He pointed at the long sword piercing through his brow. Lin Wuyo narrowed his eyes slightly, a sly smile gracing his lips. Certainly. Raising his right hand, Lin Wuyo pointed towards Chu Sheng's forehead. In an instant, a radiant light surged from his fingertip, flowing like a gentle stream towards the sword embedded in Chu Sheng's brow. Chu Sheng initially believed that this light would directly remove the sword and lift the curse, but an uncanny occurrence transpired. The sword did not withdraw. Instead, it transformed into a warm essence and flowed into his body. Though the sword on his forehead vanished, Chu Sheng felt no joy. What exactly had entered his being? He had simply intended for the sword to be extracted and the curse to be lifted so he could leave this place. He had no desire for any swordsmanship inheritance. Firstly, he held little interest in swordsmanship. Secondly, the individual before him exuded an aura of danger that compelled him to depart as swiftly as possible. Yet, he had not anticipated that while the sword curse was resolved, he had inexplicably gained a new power within him. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Chu Sheng managed a slight smile. "Senior, you haven't transferred the sword curse into me, have you?" Lin Wuyo shook his head. "The sword curse has been resolved. The newfound power within you is the essence of my lifelong swordsmanship. Should you fully absorb it, it will be of immense benefit to you." "Damn it." Chu Sheng cursed inwardly, though his face remained adorned with a smile. "I know nothing of swordsmanship. I merely swing my blade indiscriminately. And my profession has no connection to swords whatsoever. Wouldn't that be a waste for you?" He continued. "I happen to know a swordsman who has transitioned into an SSS rank. How about you extract this inheritance from my body? And I can invite that swordsman in to receive your legacy instead?" Lin Wuyo replied, "Your selfless intent, not coveting this inheritance, is indeed commendable. However, once the curse began within you, it signifies that only you can inherit it." A weight settled in Chu Sheng's heart. Clearly, a trap awaited him. Yet, judging by the current situation, it seemed Lin Wuyo had not yet seized the opportunity, or else he would not waste so much time conversing with him. After much contemplation, he returned to the matter of the newfound power within him. He could not extract it himself, but perhaps others could. The priority was to exit this secret realm first. "Then I thank you for bestowing this inheritance, Senior. I shall take my leave now to earnestly cultivate and strive to absorb this power completely." Just as Chu Sheng prepared to depart, Lin Wuyo halted him. "Absorbing this power carries certain risks. It would be prudent to do so here, free from external interruptions. Should any mishap occur, I can intervene." A seemingly concerned smile adorned Lin Wuyo's face, yet to Chu Sheng, it bore an unsettling quality. He silently cursed his misfortune. This fellow had no intention of allowing him to leave easily. In light of this, he decided to comply, though he feigned ignorance. "I am rather foolish and have never engaged with swordsmanship. Absorbing this power may take some time. I hope Senior can be patient." "Not at all." Chu Sheng settled into a cross-legged position, outwardly pretending to initiate his cultivation technique to absorb the enigmatic swordsmanship power that had entered his body. In reality, he discreetly observed Lin Wuyo's every move. Though Lin Wuyo appeared to be in deep meditation, a subtle aura enveloped him, clearly indicating vigilant oversight. Thus, the two of them remained in the standoff. Chu Sheng had no intention of attending to the power within him. As a will, Lin Wuyo was destined to fade away eventually. Days turned into weeks, and as time passed, the once radiant form of Lin Wuyo began to dim. Yet, to Chu Sheng's surprise, he seemed unfazed by the prospect of his disappearance. Each time, he simply smiled at Chu Sheng, unconcerned with whether Chu Sheng had absorbed the power within him. This only served to heighten Chu Sheng's unease. Could it be that his means were derived from the power within my body? Days passed, and Lin Wuyo's form grew increasingly translucent, on the verge of dissipating at any moment. "Senior, it appears that my talent in swordsmanship truly falls short. After so many days, I've still achieved nothing." Chu Sheng feigned sorrow, yet within, he reveled in delight. Lin Wuyo would not survive the day. No matter, it no longer matters. A faint smile danced upon Lin Wuyo's lips. "You are indeed more cautious than those who preceded you. But do you believe that refraining from stirring that power within you will spare you?" A chill gripped Chu Sheng's heart, a foreboding sensation washing over him like a tide. "To be honest, I never held much hope for you. However, after so many years without a successor, I am uncertain how much longer my will can endure. Reluctantly, I have chosen you, yet you have surprised me greatly. A secret realm fruit with a dual SSS-grade profession, huh?" Lin Wuyo's gaze bore into Chu Sheng, filled with a gluttonous light. "Indeed, there is no such thing as a swordsmanship legacy. You, beast, merely used this pretense to seek a vessel for your soul. If my conjectures are correct, the reason none of those previous prodigies left alive is not merely your disdain for them, but rather that upon realizing your intentions, they chose to end their own lives to thwart you." Lin Wuyo's laughter resonated ominously in the vast secret realm, casting an eerie shadow. "Do you know the magnitude of my contributions to the human race? Is it a fault to be reborn through another's body? My interest in them is their fortune. Now, after these days of erosion, you, my boy, will find it impossible to end your own life. Ha ha ha." Chu Sheng offered a faint smile. "How do you know I have no contingency?" Chapter 79, Lin Wuyo's Conspiracy. During this period, Chu Sheng pondered the intentions of his opponent and how to realize them. He had considered that the other party might ultimately control him through the power within, reducing him to a mere puppet. Little did he expect that the goal was to seize his body for resurrection. Beside him, Lin Wuyo's form grew ever more translucent, as if a gentle breeze would cause him to vanish entirely. "I shall graciously accept your body." With that final proclamation, his figure completely disappeared. In contrast, the power that had gathered within Chu Sheng began to radiate with increasing brilliance, swiftly coalescing into a golden figure resembling Lin Wuyo. Since you have entered, let us commence. Chu Sheng tightened his grip on the magic blade, contemplating a decisive strike to his neck, but the thought vanished from his mind in an instant. Whenever he harbored suicidal thoughts, that power would obliterate them without a trace. Kid, I know what you intend. You wish to end your life to ensure I perish alongside you. You have no opportunity. The golden figure spoke. In order to preempt the issue of self-termination, he had invested considerable time. As the small golden figure's presence began to dissipate, Chu Sheng's memories grew chaotic. From fragmented recollections, Chu Sheng glimpsed the circumstances that led Lin Wuyo to his current state. He hailed from an era that unfolded several centuries after the human race's ultimate victory at the last stronghold. At that time, humanity stood firm against the monstrous beings who sought to conquer human lands for their own proliferation. In response, humans endeavored to drive the monsters from their territory, leading to countless conflicts. In an effort to quell the turmoil, a formidable cadre of individuals emerged among humanity during that period. Lin Wuyo included, a SS-ranked sword cultivator. Through the Demon Sealing Project, they achieved ultimate victory, confining the monsters within a spatial prison. Thus, a brief cessation of hostilities followed these centuries of strife. No one knew if the monsters would one day escape their confinement. In his middle years, Lin Wuyo established the Xingxia Academy, intending to nurture prodigies among humanity to prevent future invasions by the monsters, ensuring that humanity would not find itself devoid of capable individuals. During this period, Lin Wuyo and his peers were cherished by the human race, their desires for power and influence significantly fulfilled. In his later years, witnessing the deaths of his friends, Lin Wuyo grew fearful. After death, dust returns to dust, soil returns to soil. What does it matter to possess such power in life if it cannot be taken beyond the grave? No, I cannot die. I must live. Only my survival will deter the monsters. In his twilight, he incessantly sought means to prolong his life, initially through various elixirs, then through arcane artifacts. Ultimately, even considering the flesh of monsters. Alas, these efforts yielded minimal results. In a desperate bid for survival, he ventured into the space that sealed the monsters. He struck a deal with the Demon King, and with the latter's aid, transformed into a half-human, half-demon entity. Simultaneously, to solidify his authority and fulfill his promise to the Demon King, he disclosed the time when the sealing would weaken. Once that moment arrived, he would preemptively position himself and his forces, ensuring that the monster's emergence would be akin to walking into a trap. This bolstered his reputation among humanity. Yet, that half-human, half-demon existence was a trap set by the Demon King. As time passed, he would inevitably become part of the Demon King. By the time he realized this, his body had already succumbed entirely to monstrous influence. In a bid to survive and avoid becoming a puppet of the Demon King, he abandoned his corporeal form. Drawing upon prior experiences, he devised a ruse involving the legacy of swordsmanship, selecting young prodigies to serve as his vessels. Unfortunately, fate proved less favorable than his plans. His careful selections consistently fell short, and those who realized his schemes chose to end their lives rather than become his vessels. Subsequently, the Academy seemed to detect anomalies, sealing the realm where the sword curse resided. The king possessed means to control him, hence the attempt to use the sword curse to enter this realm and retrieve him. Unexpectedly, it was Chu Sheng who acquired the sword curse and entered this place. However, as long as Lin Wuyo occupied Chu Sheng's body, the outcome remained unchanged for the king. They merely sought Lin Wuyo's reemergence, indifferent to whose body it was. Little ghost, thank me. Your body shall reach the pinnacle under my command. Chu Sheng, upon hearing this, chuckled softly. In my mind, any thought of self-termination vanishes. It seems you have devoted considerable effort. With a swift motion, Chu Sheng slashed his magic blade across his chest. It appears you cannot restrict self-harm. Utilizing his damage transfer skill, he felt no pain. However, the power of the curse began to seal him. Humph, with such trivial harm. Do you think to compel me out? You are rather naive, aren't you? You must have gleaned much from the memories in my mind. And you should be aware of my skill, damage transfer, yes? As long as this skill is active, self-harm will not inflict pain upon me. Instead, it is Lin Wuyo within me who will bear the corresponding injuries. Moreover, due to the sealing ability, Lin Wuyo's strength will gradually be confined. Come, let us experience the sensation of 1,000 cuts. Chu Sheng grinned, relentlessly striking himself with the magic blade. As flesh was sheared away, it reattached to him instantaneously. The process repeating. After all, he felt no pain. Kid, cease this at once, or I shall destroy this body. The excruciating pain surged against Lin Wuyo's consciousness like a relentless tide. Even he, once a formidable figure, could not suppress a cry of agony. Ha ha ha. Destroy? A coward such as you would never dare to destroy. If I am not mistaken, the sword curse secret realm you have set outside is no more, is it? Chu Sheng is not faring well either. The sealing power of the demonic blade is continuously binding his strength. Both are struggling to endure. To see who will be sealed first, it is quite evident that Chu Sheng is clearly at a disadvantage. However, he soon conceived an idea. If I cannot perish, then I shall completely seal him here. As long as I plunge the demonic blade into my own body, I will be eternally trapped here. and he will not be able to wreak havoc outside. Such thoughts coursed through Chu Sheng's mind as he gripped the demonic blade tightly, aiming it at his left shoulder. Poised to impale himself, he knew that Lin Wuyo must have already sensed his intentions. Wait, if you are sealed here, only a dead end awaits you. It matters not. After all, I still have you as a scapegoat. This thought intensified in Chu Sheng's mind, and he was on the verge of acting. Damn it, you madman. To prevent Chu Sheng from truly sealing himself and Lin Wuyo here, Lin Wuyo hastily extricated himself from Chu Sheng's body. As long as I remain in this secret realm, I still have a chance. There is no need to engage in a deadlock with this lunatic. You finally emerged. What is happening? The moment Lin Wuyo exited, the entire secret realm began to collapse. Chu Sheng aims to completely devour this realm. Chapter 80, The Freshman Assembly. It has been a month since the martial examination concluded. Today marks the entrance day for major universities, and the most bustling among them is undoubtedly the Shinya Academy. During the freshman assembly, the new students donned their pristine academy uniforms, standing in orderly rows in the expansive square. The academy's leaders and teachers sat solemnly yet kindly on the podium, their gazes sweeping over the new students. In the stands, parents whispered among themselves, their faces brimming with pride and satisfaction. Gaining admission to Shinya Academy signifies that their children stand at the forefront among their peers. This year's freshmen are truly remarkable, with over 20 individuals achieving a rank of level 25 or above in the martial examination. It is said that a fierce contender from Lingdong province has reached level 30. A fierce contender? How fierce? Are you not aware that an even more formidable individual has emerged from Linlang province? Parents in the stands discussed casually while observing their children below. I have reviewed the champions of this year's martial examination from various provinces, and if I recall correctly, Linlang province's champion has the lowest rank, seeming to be merely level 23. How formidable can that be? Linlang province's martial examination rankings are generally lower this year, due to the sudden collapse of the secret realm midway through the examination. However, the fierce contender I mentioned is not that champion. Someone beside chimed in. Could it be that newcomer, Chu Sheng, who killed an SSS-level practitioner the very next day? At the time, Chu Sheng's killing of Yiyang stirred up a storm online, not only in Linlang province, but people from other provinces were also aware. Each SSS-level practitioner is a pillar of humanity's future. Throughout history, no SSS-level practitioner has perished during the martial examination. Thus, Yiyang's death had a significant impact. Yes, that is the individual. It is precisely due to this event that I have been keeping a close watch on Linlang province during the examination. Not only did he kill an SSS-level practitioner, but he also systematically assassinated the top talents on the rankings to secure first place. What? Upon hearing this, those around were struck with disbelief. Just to claim the top spot, he eliminated all the other talents? Thus, that individual is indeed a fierce contender. However, he has since vanished, and even Linlang province's champion is not him. He must have perished. Such a beast deserves to die. If he were to enter Shinya Academy, he could very well pose a threat to our children in the future. A middle-aged man nearby furrowed his brows slightly, his eyes flickering with a complex expression. His son was among those who fell victim to Chu Sheng, and his fate remains unknown. After the martial examination concluded, he had searched for Chu Sheng's whereabouts in Cliff City, but found no trace. He was also met with vague responses from Hiao, who was unwilling to disclose his son's whereabouts or speak of Chu Sheng's movements. With no other options, he could only come to Shinya Academy to wait for Chu Sheng. Not only him, but nearly all the top talents who had been lured into the secret realm by Chu Sheng had their parents present in the stands. However, they were not expecting that Chu Sheng would not appear today. My son remains missing. May that little beast meet his end soon. On the podium, Dean Xin Yuan was delivering an impassioned speech. Suddenly, the entire academy began to tremble violently. In an instant, everyone rose, their faces filled with confusion. Those who serve in Shinya Academy are not ordinary individuals. Who would dare cause trouble here? Could it be an earthquake? No, it is merely the academy being affected. Not an earthquake. Look, it is collapsing. Boom. In the northeastern corner of the academy, the ground began to cave in, and the structures above collapsed, sending clouds of dust into the air. Xin Yuan smiled slightly and turned to the vice president beside him, saying, I wager 100. That little brat is the one who dies. Yang Su chuckled. With your luck in gambling, to utter such words, it seems that the lad's fate is not yet sealed. The two pulled out a $100 bill from their pockets and placed it aside. I do not quite understand why you still allowed that lad to enter the secret realm, Yang Su remarked, observing the distant scene. In truth, they had already guessed that Lin Wuyo sought to resurrect through another's body. Thus, they intentionally sealed the sword curse within that realm. The lad, afflicted by the sword curse, must enter to be dealt with. But it is not just that, is it? The two elders exchanged knowing smiles, falling silent. Xin Yuan was actually gambling with Chu Sheng's life. If Lin Wuyo truly could be reborn and stood on the side of humanity, what would it matter if Chu Sheng died? But if Lin Wuyo emerged bearing the shadow of a demonic entity, he would strike him down. It was a gamble to determine whether Lin Wuyo would be human or demon. As for the likelihood of Chu Sheng surviving, it was exceedingly slim. Amidst the dust, a figure shot out from the ground, radiating golden light. Behind him, dozens of glowing swords flickered with a sharp glimmer, encircling him like a full moon. Damn it. You are truly damned. I have agreed to share this body with you, yet you still act recklessly. Do you truly believe I dare not kill you? Chu Sheng also soared up from the ground, one hand gripping the demonic blade while the other reached into his secret realm, summoning dozens of bees to release. His condition was dire, his body was covered in blood, and the small stone figure had completely lost consciousness, the damage transfer having failed. Nevertheless, his fighting spirit was exceedingly high. You fear death, hence, you are destined to die. Earlier, in the secret realm, had Lin Wuyo chosen to kill Chu Sheng, there would have been no chance for Chu Sheng to survive. But he hesitated. Should Chu Sheng perish, he would lose the means to resurrect. Thus, he only injured Chu Sheng, rather than seeking his life. This allowed Chu Sheng to drag the battle to the point of devouring the secret realm and escaping. Boy, do not think that I dare not kill you. If you push me to the brink, even if I do not resurrect, I will ensure your demise. Lin Wuyo roared in a hoarse voice. The swords behind him surged forth, shooting out in a flurry of sharp trajectories, accompanied by the sound of slicing air. As they lunged towards Chu Sheng with ferocity, Chu Sheng's gaze was piercing. Despite his battered body, the determination in his eyes remained unwavering. Futile, if I am not mistaken. In order to achieve a perfect resurrection, your level should match mine, yet you are merely a will now. Killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the demonic blade clashed with the glowing swords, the swords shattered violently. Even though the shattered swords left him grievously wounded, he still wielded the blade and charged at Lin Wuyo. Damn it, this guy is truly insane. In the midst of chaos, Lin Wuyo finally realized that he had left the secret realm and emerged into the outside world. Indeed, the Shengxia Academy was established by my own hands. With a mere command, there would certainly be those who would come to assist me in capturing this little beast. Chapter 81, Slaying Lin Wuyo. A sinister yet triumphant smile crept across Lin Wuyo's face as his will surged once more. His form transformed into a majestic manifestation of celestial law, appearing in the heavens. The celestial figure radiated golden light, surrounded by countless shimmering swords of light that seemed to possess a spirit of their own. Was this the founder of Shengxia Academy? Director Lin? He looked exactly like the statue outside. Could it be that the academy was in peril, and Director Lin's will had manifested to eradicate evil? Whispers filled the air, faces marked with astonishment and anticipation, as their gazes fixated on the imposing celestial figure. Bang, bang, bang. On the other side, Chu Sheng wielded a demonic blade, shattering sword after sword of light as he entered the field of view of the crowd. Is that Chu Sheng? What is he doing here? What does this little beast intend to do? The parents of the missing descendants recognized Chu Sheng at a glance. Wishing they could rush forward and capture him. Should I go to the podium? A figure inquired, standing behind Chen Yuan. No need, let them be, came the reply. Understood. The individual acknowledged quietly before departing. Yang Su, watching the battlefield with a grave expression, pondered the implications. The boy had escaped from within. If there were no external interferences, he was highly likely to emerge victorious, which would mean your defeat. Initially, it was a gamble on whether Lin Wuyo stood with humanity or the demonic creatures. But now that the boy had survived, the stakes had changed. In a fair contest, if Chu Sheng could kill Lin Wuyo, it would only signify that Chu Sheng's future was boundless. Thus, if Lin Wuyo were to perish, so be it. After all, he was merely a dead man walking. Cursed be these wretched descendants, utterly lacking in insight. I have already manifested my true form, yet they still do not come to my aid. Must I personally request assistance? Boom. The demonic blade was swung fiercely, a surge of dark energy accompanied by a fierce wind crashing towards the celestial figure. Lin Wuyo's manifestation wavered slightly, the swords of light flickering uncertainly, as if struggling to withstand the ferocity of Chu Sheng's attack. Sensing that Chu Sheng was gathering strength for another strike, Lin Wuyo hastily pointed his finger, commanding, go. The swords of light surged forward like a swarm of locusts, aiming to annihilate Chu Sheng. At the same time, Lin Wuyo proclaimed, you vile beast, you dare to consort with demonic creatures. You cannot be spared from humanity. Everyone, swiftly assist me in vanquishing this demon. His voice rang out, resounding like a bell throughout the realm. However, to his astonishment, no one came to his aid. The old who do not die are thieves. Whether that little beast has dealings with demonic creatures is debatable, but the lack of intervention from the academy is certainly worth pondering. The little beast emerged from beneath Shengxia Academy. To claim there is no connection would be absurd. As Lin Wuyo observed the silence around him, his countenance grew increasingly grim. On Chu Sheng's side, the bees he had previously released had quietly flown to Lin Wuyo's rear. Having endured the onslaught of light swords, he finally revealed a smile. Surely, your tactics have been discovered by the academy. With a flicker of movement, Chu Sheng vanished amidst the multitude of light swords, reappearing directly behind Lin Wuyo. The celestial figure abruptly turned, swinging a colossal sword down upon Chu Sheng. In an instant, Chu Sheng raised the demonic blade to shield himself, bracing for the impact. Boom. The collision of the colossal sword and the demonic blade produced a thunderous sound, sending Chu Sheng hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Bang! The earth was gouged, a massive crater forming as dust billowed into the air. Chu Sheng lay within the crater, blood spilling from his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute, fixed intently on the celestial figure of Lin Wuyo above. This fellow had entered my body earlier, acquiring many of my memories. He is deliberately leading me into a trap. His quick response revealed the true nature of the situation to Chu Sheng. However, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, a grin spread across his face. From calling for assistance to now attempting to bait me, it seems this fellow truly possesses no hidden cards. In a flash, Chu Sheng soared back into the air, addressing Lin Wuyo's will with a smile. It appears that as a mere will, you are quite restricted. Lin Wuyo gazed at Chu Sheng, increasingly feeling a sense of familiarity, as though he had seen him somewhere before. Chu Sheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, retorting, now you resort to leveraging relationships? Futile. Today, you must die. Utilizing the technique of shadow shifting, Chu Sheng's figure vanished once more. Humph, truly forgetful. The celestial figure turned again, ready to strike, but as it did, its massive form became rigid and immobile. This is soul captivation. A smile crept across Chu Sheng's face. Congratulations, you've answered correctly. Here is your reward, one blade. Swish. The demonic blade sliced through the air, decapitating the colossal celestial figure instantly. Boom. The massive form shattered, transforming into countless streams of golden light that scattered. Thud. The severed head of the celestial figure tumbled to the podium, rolling several times before finally coming to rest, now resembling a normal human head. I remember now. You are the one who caused my downfall. The remaining head of Lin Wuyo was filled with terror and resentment, his voice hoarse as he screamed, imbued with boundless hatred. In the air, Chu Sheng could not hear clearly but could surmise that the fellow was cursing him. Whoosh. He hurled the demonic blade like a bolt of black lightning straight at Lin Wuyo's head. The terror in the head's eyes intensified. Its mouth agape as if to utter a final curse, but it was too late. Thud. The demonic blade pierced through Lin Wuyo's head, nailing it firmly to the podium. Bang. The entire head shattered like a broken mirror, dissipating completely before the eyes of the crowd. This individual is truly mad, having slain the founder of Shengxia Academy. While the reasons behind this act remain unclear, it is undeniable that Lin Wuyo's will was indeed extinguished by him. Regardless, Chu Sheng could no longer remain within Shengxia Academy. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, a tapestry of complex gazes woven upon Chu Sheng. He descended from the air and boldly approached the podium, intent on reclaiming his demonic blade. Chu Sheng, before all of us, you have slain the founder of our academy. Do you truly have dealings with demonic creatures? A youth stepped forth from the crowd. Upon seeing the youth, Chu Sheng felt a sense of familiarity. Who are you? My surname is Cheng, and I go by Jia, the youth replied. In that moment, realization dawned upon Chu Sheng. This was Cheng Zhao's grandson, Cheng Tianhao's nephew. So you are here. I was searching for you. I despise leaving potential threats behind. So be cautious. A smirk danced on Chu Sheng's lips, carrying a blend of mockery and menace, his eyes glinting ominously as they locked onto Cheng Jia. Chapter 82. Draw the blade. Consider it my defeat. After orchestrating the deaths of Cheng Xiao and Qin Tianhao, Chu Sheng had sought He Yao to inquire about Cheng Jia's whereabouts. Unfortunately, Cheng Jia was not in Linling province, and He Yao had no knowledge of his location, only knowing that he was the son of Cheng Tianji. Years ago, He Yao had slain Cheng Tianji and Cheng Xiao, fearing that He Yao would turn his attention to Cheng Jia, had sent him away from the province. Now, as he stood forth, his first words were to position Chu Sheng against Shengxia Academy, a straightforward objective, to prevent Chu Sheng from entering the academy. As long as he remained outside Shengxia Academy, with a king backing him, it would be far simpler to take action against Chu Sheng in the future. His animosity towards Chu Sheng was not solely due to the deaths of Cheng Xiao and Cheng Tianhao. After all, their encounters had been few and far between throughout their lives. What truly angered him was that Chu Sheng had seized the blood of the Demon King and the swordsmanship inheritance that was rightfully his. His profession is akin to Lin Wuyo, an SS-level sword cultivator. The monarch initially intended for him to enter that restricted secret realm to obtain the sword incantation, thus gaining access to the secret realm where Lin Wuyo resides and acquiring the legacy of the sword path. Unexpectedly, after the martial examination concluded, when they ventured in to investigate, the sword incantation had already been taken by someone else. He remained oblivious to the monarch's true intentions. Chu Sheng was equally unaware that the monarch had originally planned for Cheng Jia to serve as Lin Wuyo's vessel. By a twist of fate, Chu Sheng inadvertently saved Cheng Jia's life, yet both were ignorant of this fact. You need not threaten me. As a human, it is my duty to fight for our kind against monstrous beings. Should I meet my demise at the hands of a creature such as yourself one day, it would merely attest to my own inadequacy, not signify that humanity will succumb to your kind. Cheng Jia ascended the podium, clad in a blue and white academy uniform that fluttered in the breeze. He straightened his back, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Chu Sheng. Monstrous being? From what point do you perceive me as such? It is rather Cheng Xiao from our Yi city who raises monsters and cultivates magical flora, as reported in the news. A semblance of a smile played on Chu Sheng's lips. Cheng Jia refrained from elaborating and instead addressed the assembly, in the entirety of Linlang province. Who does not know that you, Chu Sheng, have transitioned to dual SS-level professions, a shepherd god and a divine farmer? It is evident that you must have leveraged your shepherd god profession to rapidly elevate your level to 23 before the martial examination commenced, through the breeding of monsters. Otherwise, how could a mere lifestyle practitioner achieve such swift advancement? Upon hearing this, Chu Sheng chuckled, and as the laughter subsided, his gaze turned sharp, locking onto Cheng Jia. Who informed you that my transition to a shepherd god necessitates the breeding of monsters? Have you witnessed me commanding monsters to commit murder? Or has anyone ever seen me manipulate monsters? As for my rapid level increase, what concern is it of yours? If you are not affiliated with monsters, why did you slay Yi Yang, who possessed the SS-level hellfire, during the martial examination? And why did you attempt to assassinate the prodigies participating in the Linlang province martial examination? Cheng Jia had been conducting a discreet investigation into Chu Sheng. Anyone from Linlang province was aware of the events that transpired during the martial examination. The fact that Chu Sheng had slain Yi Yang was indeed true, and those prodigies who had vanished were last seen in his company. After finishing his words, Cheng Jia turned his gaze to Chun Yuan and others, then bowed and proclaimed, "Dean, Chu Sheng has slain our human prodigies and subsequently destroyed the Dharma form of our esteemed Lin. If he is not a monster, he is undoubtedly closely connected to them. If he remains at Shinya Academy, it is likely that someone will perish at the hands of monsters in the future." He deliberately elongated his final statement, turning to face Chu Sheng. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, such a bloodthirsty individual ought not to remain at Shinya Academy. Strictly speaking, he did not participate in the complete martial examination and should not be admitted to the academy. For the safety of the academy and the future of humanity, Chu Sheng must not be allowed to stay. In the stands, the crowd echoed in agreement, a wave of voices surging like a tumultuous tide, crashing relentlessly toward Chu Sheng. Yet, he maintained a serene demeanor, his gaze scanning the assembly with unwavering resolve and no hint of trepidation or disarray. You've taken the stage to prattle on for ages, and this is your true purpose. Cheng Jia disregarded Chu Sheng further and directed his attention to Chen Yuan. Vice Dean Yang Su accepted a nearby 200 yuan bill and cast a glance at Chen Yuan. While others might be unaware of Chen Yuan's character, Yang Su was certainly not. It was inconceivable that even if Chu Sheng were to slay every prodigy participating in the Linlang province martial examination, Yang Su would still regard him as a person of potential, had it not been for the vehement opposition of a few old-timers. Shinya Academy might well have become a den of poisoners. As far as he was concerned, the notion of prodigies was trivial. If someone could be killed, it merely demonstrated their ineffectiveness. Those who could emerge from the throes of slaughter were the true pillars that Shinya Academy needed, the ones capable of shouldering the future of humanity. Regardless of what transpired next, it was highly likely that Chu Sheng would be retained by him, Yang Su mused inwardly. Alas, I find myself in a quandary. According to the rules, Chu Sheng is indeed eligible for admission to Shinya Academy, yet Cheng Jia's assertions hold merit. Moreover, the number of admissions has already been finalized. How about this? You two shall engage in a duel. If it becomes evident during the fight that Chu Sheng is indeed connected to monsters, I shall strike him down on the spot. Of course, the admission quotas have long been established. Thus, whoever survives will enter the academy, and the one who perishes shall no longer have a voice. The moment Chen Yuan's words fell, the venue was enveloped in an eerie silence. To suggest that students engage in a life-and-death match right off the bat? Even Chu Sheng was taken aback by the old man's bloodlust. Cough, cough, cough. Vice Dean Yang Su hurriedly coughed to intervene. Let us keep it within reason. Those who commit murder shall be expelled from the academy. Cheng Jia paused momentarily, then a chilling smile crept across his lips. You should thank the Vice Dean, otherwise today could have been your last. He had a rough idea of Chu Sheng's abilities, likely relying on monsters to fight. Without them, what was Chu Sheng? A mere smirk graced Chu Sheng's lips as murderous intent surged within him. What a farcical Shinya Academy. It matters not if I do not enter. What do you mean by keeping it within reason? I will slay him. Chu Sheng tightened his grip on the demonic blade, resembling a demon glaring at Cheng Jia. Little brat, have you not heeded my words? Before he could make a move, Yang Su had already appeared beside him, grasping his arm with undeniable authority in his gaze. How did this old man sense my murderous intent? Chu Sheng mused inwardly, though he maintained a faint smile on his face. Vice Dean, what is the meaning of this? Do you wish to kill him? Yang Su regarded Chu Sheng, seemingly searching for hints in his expression. Chu Sheng feigned surprise, as though he had heard something utterly preposterous. For me, Shinya Academy represents a lifelong pursuit. I have dreamt of entering Shinya Academy to hear your guidance, Dean. Why would I forsake the opportunity to enter the academy for the sake of killing him? Very well, you may fight. However, Should you attempt to kill, I shall slay you first. Yang Su released Chu Sheng's arm and stood resolutely on the platform. This lad truly has a charmed life. It seems killing him is off the table, given that he could no longer act against him. What significance did a so-called spar hold? Reveal 1's trump card to the opponent? Chu Sheng promptly discarded the demonic blade, which plunged into the ground, quivering slightly and emitting a low hum. He spread his hands, adopting an unguarded demeanor, a mocking smile gracing his lips. If you can draw this blade from the ground, I shall concede defeat. Chapter 83. You must kneel when it's time to kneel. This demonic blade possesses not only the ability to seal, but also the capacity to restrict. Now, apart from Chu Sheng, anyone of a lower level who dares to touch it would immediately succumb to a state of rigidity. Cheng Jia observed Chu Sheng's brazen demeanor. His brow furrowed as he contemplated internally. Though he was unaware of the unique properties of the demonic blade, Chu Sheng's unabashed confidence indicated something peculiar. Could it be that the blade is poisoned? After all, he had used it previously, and even if it were poisoned, it would only affect the blade itself. As long as he grasped the hilt, he would be fine. Perhaps it merely differed in weight. In front of such a multitude, if he were to retreat, how could he ever stand tall again? Humph, mere theatrics. Cheng Jia snorted coldly and strode toward the demonic blade. He reached for the hilt. But before he could exert any force, he found himself utterly drained of strength, collapsing to his knees on the podium. Witnessing this scene, Chu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be immobilized right then and there? Even if it were not rigid, he should have been seated. How could he have ended up in a kneeling position? Could it be that this individual is too weak? Why am I unable to move? Cheng Jia was engulfed in shock, cold sweat streaming down his brow. He realized that, at this moment, not only could he not draw his sword, but he could not even move a muscle. His entire body felt akin to a conscious statue. What peculiar enchantment does this blade possess that allows him to touch it without consequence, while I am rendered immobile? Cheng Jia was filled with trepidation and frustration, desperately racking his brain for an escape. Yet his body felt as if bound by invisible shackles, utterly unable to break free. Boom. Suddenly, a colossal sword's phantom materialized behind him. Sensing the overwhelming power emanating from the spectral blade, a flicker of surprise and resolve flashed in Cheng Jia's eyes. The phantom of the great sword blazed with brilliance, releasing waves of fierce sword energy. Regrettably, despite his utmost effort, his body remained unyielding, still kneeling before Chu Sheng. Damn it! What kind of sorcery is this beast employing to be so dreadfully potent? The onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment, whispering amongst themselves. ISN T Cheng Jia, an SS-ranked swordsman? How could he not even draw his blade? Is the sword too heavy? But I saw Chu Sheng wield it with such ease. Could it be that the sword is a god-class weapon that recognizes its master? Humph, a god-class weapon is rare enough, but one that recognizes a master is even scarcer. Do you really think he stands a chance? The crowd was uncertain about the origins of Chu Sheng's sword. However, one thing was clear, it likely had something to do with its wielder. Some weapons could indeed recognize their masters, yet even if they did, if the weapon's quality was lacking, one could forcibly negate the recognition. Moreover, those weapons that recognize a master merely prevent others from wielding them. A weapon that could force someone to kneel was virtually unheard of. Chu Sheng approached the struggling Cheng Jia step by step, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Cheng Jia, why have you fallen silent? Are you naturally reticent? Yang Su furrowed his brow, interposing himself between the two. Killing is not the best solution to a problem. I am inherently a lover of peace. Vice Dean, your words may lead others to mistakenly believe I am a killer. Cheng Jia had already lost. With a wave of Yang Su's hand, he sent Cheng Jia flying. The moment his palm left the enchanted blade, his body finally regained movement. Cheng Jia's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. Chu Sheng, this sword is rife with the bizarre. It must have originated from a demon. Enough of your prattle, you little wretch. You couldn't even draw a sword, and still have the audacity to humiliate yourself here. Individuals like you are a disgrace to the Shunsha Academy. In the future, do not flaunt the Academy's name. Chu Sheng's words cut through Cheng Jia's pride like a sharp dagger, causing him to tremble with rage, yet leave him speechless. The gazes of the surrounding students converged upon him, filled with astonishment, ridicule, and disdain, making him feel as though he were being pierced by 1,000 needles. Wishing desperately to find a crack in the ground to hide within. Damn it, where did this beast acquire such a strange sword? However, it was not entirely fruitless. In the future, he would need to avoid that sword when seeking revenge. Allow me to give it a try. Just as Chu Sheng readied to draw his sword, another young man stepped forward from the crowd. The youth stood tall like a pine tree, his countenance stern, his eyes exuding a defiant and proud spirit. It was Feng Kuei, this year's champion of the martial examination in Lingdong province, known for using companions as bait to capture demons. His profession was the rare SSS-ranked flame demon, one of the 2 newcomers this year to reach level 30 by the end of the martial examination. A low murmur of discussion arose among the spectators, filled with both awe and trepidation. While the SSS-ranked flame demon might not surpass the SSS-ranked hellfire in terms of fiery prowess, the The terror of this profession lay in his ability to temporarily transform into the form of a flame demon, dramatically increasing his combat strength. With each step he took, the ground was scorched black from the intense heat, and the air around him twisted and warped from the searing aura. He appeared as a fearsome demon slowly ascending the stage. He approached Chu Sheng, gazing at him with haughty intensity. To him, Chu Sheng and the enchanted blade were merely a farce, unworthy of his attention. Cheng Jia's inability to draw the sword was due to his weakness. Surely, this must be a weapon that recognizes its master? However, for me, such a notion is a joke. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, all can be negated, including those rumored god-class weapons that recognize their masters. As Feng Kuei's words fell, flames erupted around him, swirling like a raging tide. Standing before Chu Sheng, he unleashed his power with a sudden flourish, intending to intimidate him. However, contrary to his expectations, Chu Sheng did not retreat in alarm, but instead greeted him with a radiant smile. I must say, you surpassed Cheng Jia by quite a margin. Upon hearing this, Feng Kuei scoffed derisively. Comparing him to Cheng Jia was utterly absurd. Yet, as Chu Sheng's tone shifted, a glint of mischief sparkled in his eyes. When confronted with my blade, you shall kneel, whether you like it or not. Ha ha. Feng Kuei, enraged to the point of laughter, felt his flames intensify. He then seized the hilt of the enchanted blade, preparing to draw it. However, his body suddenly began to disobey him. Thud. The once imposing Feng Kuei unexpectedly knelt before Chu Sheng, the flames surrounding him dimming instantaneously. Observing this scene, Chu Sheng smiled faintly. I told you, when the time comes, you shall kneel. Chapter 84. The Peril of Overestimation. Fury and humiliation surged within Feng Kuei, as he exerted all his might to break free from the grip of this mysterious force. Yet his body felt as though it had been welded to the ground, immobile. In that moment, he understood why Cheng Jia had found himself in such an awkward predicament. As long as he grasped that sword, his body could muster no strength. What sorcery is this? Feng Kuei's heart sank. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking his garments. No, I cannot simply kneel. I am the champion of the martial examination in Lingdong province, a genius of the SSS-ranked flame demon profession. How can I be subdued by a mere sword? Feng Kuei screamed internally, his eyes filled with defiance and determination. Yet, no matter how hard he tried to rally himself, his body remained unyielding. This sword is terrifyingly powerful, capable of subjugating even a talent like Feng Kuei. If one day I were to wield this sword against an enemy, how formidable would that be? The spectators below were filled with shock and fear. Even the mentors on stage found it hard to believe. This sword is no ordinary weapon. How did he come by it? Chun Yuan, observing the blade on stage, smiled slightly. It was undoubtedly a god-class weapon from the hands of old Mu. It seemed that the old fellow intended for this young man to venture into that secret realm. Perhaps this fellow's profession could indeed handle the challenges posed by that secret realm, Qin Yuan mused to himself. As for Yang Su, standing beside Chu Sheng, he was taken aback. He quickly realized that this sword was indeed a master-recognizing item. Typically, as long as one's level surpassed that of the wielder, it would be possible to negate the restrictions imposed by such a weapon. Even if one could not, they would certainly not be rendered completely immobile, as was the case now. This year, only 2 individuals reached level 30 at the conclusion of the martial examination. One more than the previous year. Logically, given Feng Kuei's strength and level, he should not be in such a dire predicament. Could it be? Yang Su was suddenly struck with a revelation, looking up at Chu Sheng's figure. A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Could this young man also be one of those ruthless individuals who had reached level 30? It is utterly inconceivable that the martial examination in Linlang province is only halfway through this year, and his rank cannot possibly reach level 30. Moreover, this year's top scholar of the Linlang province martial examination is He Qingqing, whose level is merely in the 20s. Yet, what accounts for the terrifying limitations imposed by his weapon? Yang Su is perplexed. Compared to Chu Sheng reaching level 30, he is more inclined to believe that the extraordinary restrictions of that blade are the true reason behind it. Chu Sheng remains blissfully unaware of Yang Su's musings as he approaches the kneeling Feng Kuei with a smile. He bends down to scrutinize Feng Kuei. Are you capable of anything? I have to rush back for dinner, and I do not have time to watch you strike poses here. Upon hearing Chu Sheng's words, Feng Kuei's anger ignites further, glaring at Chu Sheng as if flames might erupt from his eyes. At that moment, he wishes nothing more than to reduce Chu Sheng to ashes. Bang! Noticing Feng Kuei's prolonged silence, Chu Sheng stands upright and delivers a kick that sends him sprawling. Boom! Freed from the constraints of the demonic blade, Feng Kuei's true power surges forth like a fiery demon, wielding a colossal sword forged from flames. Chu Sheng glances at Yang Su. Previously, he had been thwarted from killing Cheng Jia by Yang Su. Now, with someone intent on killing him, would Yang Su intervene? If this old fellow remains unmoved, then there truly is nothing worth cherishing in this academy. Before Feng Kuei can charge at him, Yang Su swiftly intervenes, pressing down on his shoulder. Under this pressure, the fiery demon dissipates like a bubble, and he is forced down to the ground. Feng Kuei reverts to his original form. His eyes now ablaze with fury and resentment as he glares at Chu Sheng. How dare he humiliate me like this? I shall make him pay dearly. Feng Kuei roars, his voice laced with uncontrollable rage. Yang Su remains impassive, stating that within the academy, killing is prohibited, and anyone who murders shall be expelled. Feng Kuei's body quivers, a flicker of struggle crossing his features, but soon his anger and humiliation regain dominance. Prohibition against killing? What sort of profession would that attract? If the Shunsha Academy is this lenient, I would rather not be part of it. Slap. Before he can finish his retort, a middle-aged man rushes from the stands and delivers a resounding slap across his face. Unfilial son, is this all you amount to? The man, clad in fine attire, exudes an extraordinary presence, yet his face is twisted with disappointment and anger. Feng Kuei, clutching his stinging cheek, gazes in stunned silence at his father, forcing himself to suppress his rage. Nevertheless, the humiliation of kneeling before Chu Sheng in front of so many teachers and students is a slight he cannot let pass. The middle-aged man, seeing Feng Kuei's anger dissipate, bows to Yang Su and smiles. Young old friend, I am grateful to you for preventing this unfilial son from causing a scene. It is of no consequence. Yang Su releases Feng Kuei, his gaze calm as he regards the middle-aged man. An SSS-ranked profession, especially one of the combat type in the illusion category, Feng Kuei has a promising future ahead. The middle-aged man beams with pride at this acknowledgement, but quickly composes himself, humbly asserting, you flatter me, young old friend. This child still requires substantial refinement. After exchanging pleasantries with Yang Su, he turns to Chu Sheng, smiling. Indeed, heroes emerge from the young. With your prowess, young friend Chu, you must surely be the foremost among this year's new students. Feng Kuei, with a temperament as fiery as his name suggests, is straightforward, while his father harbors a more cunning demeanor. Is he attempting to eliminate me as a potential threat to his son by fostering enmity among countless peers in the academy? However, Chu Sheng is not one to be outdone. He addresses the new students at Shunsha Academy. There are countless prodigies. Yet you recognize me as the foremost among the new arrivals without even knowing the others. Is it possible that, in your mind, your worthless son was the number one among the newcomers? Having lost to me, I now claim that title? Mr. Feng, let us not draw such comparisons. Your son may be lacking, but that does not imply I am particularly formidable. After all, I did not even lay a hand on him before he knelt. As these words escape his lips, the crowd erupts in astonishment. The new students exchange glances, some struggling to contain their laughter, while others cast admiring looks at Chu Sheng. To dare to openly mock the Feng family duo takes a level of audacity not common among ordinary individuals. The middle-aged man's expression darkens to an ominous hue, as if shadows could coalesce from his countenance. He had not anticipated Chu Sheng's sharp tongue, which deftly turned his veiled insult back upon him. My apologies. I may have spoken too harshly. The middle-aged man forces a smile as he leads Feng Kuei off the stage, not wishing for his son to make more enemies within the academy. As they depart, Feng Kuei casts a venomous glare at Chu Sheng. Just as Chu Sheng believes the farce has concluded, a furious shout erupts from the audience. Where is that little wretch, my son? An explanation is in order. Upon hearing this voice, Chu Sheng instantly recognizes it. Relatives have arrived. In the past, to facilitate the construction of the secret realm, he had captured dozens of prodigies to work for him. Within the secret realm, while crops can grow with a success rate of 100%, the yield diminishes the farther one strays from the lake. Now, with the Grand Canal project completed, intricate streams crisscross the planting area, nourishing the surrounding land. The yield of extraordinary fruits has seen a significant increase. The construction of wooden houses is also complete. According to Chu Sheng's original plan, his focus will now shift towards cultivation and the breeding of magical beasts, alongside ascending the tower. As for them, they will not be left idle. They will begin responsible for the rearing of various magical creatures. Currently, he is raising two types of magical beasts in his secret realm, killer bees and red-skinned spiders. Having been raised in a free-range manner, they have now proliferated into a vast population in the southern jungles. Both management and sustenance require careful planning. Observing a group of people advancing toward him with an imposing demeanor, a subtle smile curves Chu Sheng's lips. Little wretch, do you still recall the words you spoke in Linfeng City? If we help you fend off the Yi family, you promised to reveal the whereabouts of our descendants. Is it not time to fulfill that promise? Of course I remember. I fondly recall exploring the secret realm alongside your daughters and sons, akin to brothers. Alas, fate has played a cruel hand. They are trapped within the secret realm while I am afflicted by a sword curse, barely clinging to life. To resolve this curse, Director Chen allowed me entry into the Shunsha Academy's secret realm, enduring countless trials to preserve my life. Upon hearing this, the others instinctively glance at Director Chen, seemingly seeking confirmation from him. Director Chen nods, affirming, indeed, this young lad was admitted by me to deal with the sword curse. Rumor has it that within the underground secret realm of Shunsha Academy lies a legacy of swordsmanship, and to attain it, one must first be afflicted by a curse, which is located in another secret realm. Could it be that my son is truly ensnared within the sword curse realm? The crowd exchanges glances, contemplating the veracity of Chu Sheng's words. The descendants are indeed trapped within a secret realm, but it is within Chu Sheng's own domain. His misleading statements lead them to subconsciously believe that their descendants are ensnared within the realm of the sword curse. Very well, even if what you say is true. Where is the entrance to the sword curse realm? It is time for you to divulge that information. Alas, it is not that I wish to withhold it. Rather, even if I told you, you would not be able to enter. That realm has its restrictions. If you do not believe me, you may ask Director Chen. Chu Sheng states, tossing the question back to Director Chen. The sword curse realm indeed has restrictions that prevent ordinary individuals from entering. Although Director Chen is unaware of the young man's ulterior motives, he does not conceal the truth. What he says is indeed accurate. Meanwhile, Cheng Jia, who had just exited the stage, seethes with resentment, desperate to shout, that wretch is deceiving you. There is no one in the sword curse realm. Regrettably, he could neither cry out nor dare to do so. The moment he uttered a sound, it would signify that he had ventured into that secret realm. At that point, the dean and the others would undoubtedly realize his connection to the king's organization. What should he do? In the crowd, an elderly man anxiously tapped his cane, exclaiming, if anything were to happen to Minner, how could I face her deceased parents? Amidst the throng, one individual appeared to have an epiphany and spoke up, Chu, my young friend, is it possible for you to enter that secret realm again? Ah, this time it seems I have been addressed as young friend instead of little beast. Chu Sheng chuckled lightly. Indeed, I can still enter that secret realm. I had intended to resolve the sword curse afflicting me before re-entering to rescue them, for I share a bond with them akin to that of brothers. Alas, you all have chosen to insult me with a nickname right from the start. It is indeed disheartening. Chu Sheng shook his head with a sigh as he spoke. They were utterly indifferent to his feelings. Upon hearing that he could still access the secret realm, their eyes brightened as if they had grasped a lifeline. What insult are you talking about? You're still clinging to such trivial matters? Stop dawdling and hurry to save them. A middle-aged man exclaimed urgently, before Chu Sheng could respond. The glares from the other parents were as fierce as daggers, as if to say, at such a moment, you dare to offend this young man? Shouldn't we wait until our own offspring are safe before addressing him? If we provoke him, how can we expect him to rescue anyone from that secret realm? The middle-aged man felt a chill under the intense scrutiny, realizing he had hastily spoken out of concern, and sighed, alas, my daughter has been missing for over a month. I am truly worried. Chu Sheng remained unperturbed. Zhang Zong, having finally gathered his wits, produced a water orb and approached Chu Sheng. Young friend Chu. This orb contains an exceptionally high concentration of water attribute energy, which can be immensely useful in battles against fire attribute practitioners. The task of rescuing others will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. This little artifact may lend you some assistance. With sincere eyes, Zhang Zong offered the water orb to Chu Sheng, which shimmered with a ghostly blue hue under the sunlight, as if living waves flowed within. You this. Chu Sheng feigned reluctance, yet his hand instinctively reached for the water orb. He then addressed Zhang Zong. Your son is named Zhang Kuang, correct? We share a bond that transcends mere friendship. Leave this matter to me, and rest assured, Zhang Zong bore a striking resemblance to his son, both appearing to be honest and simple folk. Zhang Zong smiled broadly. Thank you, young friend Chu. Lin Min's grandfather, leaning on his cane, approached with trembling hands, presenting a red sealing nail to Chu Sheng. Young friend Chu, although this red sealing nail can only be used once, its power far surpasses that of other red sealing nails. It can completely seal creatures and individuals below level 50. The revelation startled the newcomers. A sealing nail, such an artifact is exceedingly rare and often exhibits miraculous effectiveness in battle. Furthermore, if fortune permits, it could be upgraded from red to black, granting it unlimited uses. The onlookers gazed at the sealing nail in the old man's hand with envy and jealousy. After all, an artifact capable of instantly sealing an enemy can significantly alter the tide of battle. However, Chu Sheng remained indifferent to its value. Had he obtained it right after defeating Yi Yang, he might have found it thrilling. Now, his demonic blade had already assimilated the capabilities of the black sealing nail. Thus, the red sealing nail was merely a superfluous embellishment, of little consequence. Accepting the sealing nail, Chu Sheng smiled. If I am not mistaken, you are Lin Min's grandfather? She often speaks of you. Rest assured, Lin Min is like a sister to me. Her troubles are my own, and I would never allow her to come to harm. Simultaneously, within the secret realm, Lin Min wielded a hoe, diligently digging, as sweat trickled down her sun-kissed cheeks. She appeared as a quintessential hard-working, unpretentious farmer's daughter, devoid of any semblance of a refined lady. Achoo, achoo. Lin Min wiped her nose, muttering, that rascal is mocking me from behind again. I secretly dug last night. This little brook is nearly within my grasp. Huh, this time, I refuse to believe anyone can do it faster than me. Clang, clang, clang. The hoe swung swiftly in her hands. Chapter 86, Profiting from Both Sides. With the examples set by the first two, others began to comprehend. This fellow seemed intent on swindling them. Yet, they had no choice but to consider it an investment in their safety. They gritted their teeth, suppressing their pangs of regret, and retrieved precious items from their storage spaces, offering them to Chu Sheng. Some presented vials glowing with mysterious light, while others displayed rare ores. A few even produced mutated tomatoes, which, judging by their appearance and color, had likely been stored for quite some time. Exotic fruits were in high demand online. Consuming a mutated tomato could enhance one's strength, making parents willing to part with such treasures. Rumor had it that a man named Shun Wei had been auctioning exotic fruits at high-end markets across various provinces, reaping substantial profits. One wondered if these exotic fruits might have originated from Chu Sheng himself, considering his profession as an SSS-level divine farmer. Impossible, another interjected. My father has already investigated. Chu Sheng successfully transitioned to his profession on May 13th, while the mutated tomatoes first appeared online on May 14th, only a day apart. Given the time required for plants to sprout, bloom, and bear fruit, it couldn't possibly be him. The crowd murmured among themselves. Chu Sheng, however, gazed at the shriveled and dull-colored mutated tomatoes, a twitch of his lips revealing his disdain. Goodness, I wouldn't dare pay those fellows with such rubbish. There's no difference from what a dog would leave behind. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his critique and accepted the offering. The parent who had presented the mutated tomatoes felt a pang in his heart upon seeing Chu Sheng accept them. They were meant for his own son. However, upon reflection, if his son truly could not emerge, what use were those fine items? Young friend Chu, my son Wang Lin, I implore you to assist. After accepting the bribes from everyone, Chu Sheng grinned widely. Rest assured, though the dangers within are considerable, who could forget the bonds of brotherhood? I am determined to navigate that secret realm today and ensure their safety. With that, Chu Sheng immediately utilized his shifting technique to depart from the scene. As they watched Chu Sheng vanish, Chen Yuan signaled for the newcomer conference to continue. Once Chu Sheng confirmed that no one was watching, he entered the secret realm. Inside, everyone was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Where has Shinjin gone? After searching the secret realm for some time without finding Shinjin, he suddenly remembered that Shinjin had entered the Divine Summer Academy and had previously been among the lower ranks. It seemed that I, as the leader, must personally call for him. 10 minutes later, a group of dusty youths stood beneath a lychee tree. Chu Sheng held a cup of lemon honey tea, gazing into the distance. Thanks to our collective efforts, this place has finally been rejuvenated. Chu Sheng took a sip of the lemon honey tea, savoring the sweet and sour flavor that spread across his palate. Hey. Over the past month, you've barely shown your face. It's been all of us working to improve things. There's no we here. It's been entirely us, with no relation to you. Lin Min put down her hoe, glaring at Chu Sheng with a puffed-up face still smudged with dirt. All right. Though I may not be present often, I have always been aware of Lin Min's commendable efforts. Shinjin has always been my left arm, and in my quest for a right-hand companion, I have been discreetly observing your performances. As it stands, Lin Min, Zhang Kuang, Wang Lin, Wei Ling, and Chun Hao, you five have exhibited the most exceptional abilities. Among you, whoever demonstrates even greater prowess in the coming days will undoubtedly be chosen as my right hand. Upon hearing that they could receive the same treatment as Shinjin, the eyes of these young ones gleamed with excitement. It is not that others are unaware. They too are cognizant of the fact that Shinjin, despite possessing lesser talent than any of them, enjoys such privileges solely because he is Chu Sheng's left arm. Within this secret realm, restrictions are virtually non-existent. Not only are they exempt from labor, but the orchard is also unguarded against him. If he so desires, he can pluck whatever he wishes. To attain the same privileges as Shinjin would surely elevate one to unprecedented heights. Boss, you know me well. I possess no remarkable qualities, save for my unwavering dedication to work, an almost obsessive commitment, really. Without tasks to occupy me, I find it impossible to rest. Zhang Kuang, you may appear to be the epitome of sincerity and honesty, yet you weave lies with alarming ease. Just last night, while I was busy mending the sheepfold, you were sound asleep. Hey, Wang Lin, when I went out to slaughter cattle and sheep for the murderous wasps last night, you were nowhere to be found. Aside from me, who else was there? Lin Min was left dumbfounded. These individuals truly lied without a hint of shame. The crux of the matter is that she had genuinely risen to dig ditches, yet not a soul had been seen. Chu Sheng raised his hand, signaling for silence. I acknowledge that everyone toiled hard last night, but let it be known, I alone truly engaged in the labor of digging ditches. Lin Min stomped her foot in frustration. Whether she was aligned with the group of liars or the laborers, it hardly seemed fair. Silence. Today, I have important matters to discuss with you. Chu Sheng began. As you have been away from home for quite some time, your families are undoubtedly worried. In the spirit of prioritizing humanity, you may voluntarily depart from here. However, do understand that your wages for the past few days of labor will be forfeited, as you have not completed your work. It would be unreasonable to expect payment for unfinished tasks. Furthermore, once you leave, re-entry will not be welcomed. As soon as Chu Sheng's words echoed, the previously boisterous youths fell into an immediate hush, their faces reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. They indeed had not seen their families in a long time. To claim they did not miss them would be disingenuous. Yet, They were also reluctant to relinquish such a splendid opportunity. As they pondered their dilemma, Chu Sheng spoke once more. I am not a deceitful and unscrupulous individual. All I require is the payment for a single day's wage. And I shall deliver a letter to your families, providing them with reassurance of your safety. What do you mean we must pay for a letter? Why not simply rob us instead? Chun Hao was the first to leap forward, his face contorted in indignation, convinced that Chu Sheng was taking advantage of them. Oh, do not misunderstand. The province of Linlang is vast, and I must personally deliver each letter. It is indeed a laborious task. If you choose not to write, I will not force you. After all, fewer letters mean less work for me. However, it would be your families who suffer. After a moment of contemplation, the group ultimately resolved that they ought to write a letter home. Observing them disperse to pen their messages, Chu Sheng took a sip of his lemon honey tea. Once outside, if the parents wished to send letters back to their children, he could seize yet another opportunity to profit.